Chapter 2851. Kacha. The lightning sword saint clenched his fists so hard that they were about to shatter. He was enraged to the extreme. How could he tolerate being humiliated by Qin Xiao in such a manner? However, the key point was that Qin Xiao's strength was so powerful that even the lightning sword saint was a little short of breath. Naturally, he would not be as arrogant as he was before. Let's see who will emerge victorious then. The lightning sword saint said coldly. However, his words were no longer as domineering as before. At this moment, the lightning sword saint was also a little short of breath. Indeed, he was not as arrogant as before. Qin Xiao left. After eliminating 5 people, he had successfully passed the first test and was eliminated from the world of consciousness. Qin Xiao's consciousness returned to his body. As soon as he did, Qin Xiao felt many pairs of eyes looking at him, sizing him up with strange gazes. After this test, it was obvious that Qin Xiao's image in everyone's mind had improved. No one dared to underestimate Qin Xiao anymore. Although Qin Xiao was the youngest one here and had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation level, his strength was terrifying. However, Qin Xiao's strength had reached a terrifying level. He was so strong that everyone was afraid of him. Especially after young Master Long was eliminated by Qin Xiao, the crowd was in an uproar. It can't be right. Young Master Long was also eliminated by Lord Qin Xiao. Isn't this too unbelievable? That's right. It's too scary. It's really hard to believe. However, looking at young Master Long's extremely ugly expression, it's obvious that this matter is true. He was indeed eliminated by Qin Xiao. He's too monstrous, too heaven-defying. A second-step ancient saint actually eliminated a third-step ancient saint. This in itself is unheard of. Moreover, Qin Xiao had just broken through to the second-step ancient saint realm. Young Master Long is a famous third-step ancient saint realm existence. There's no need to doubt his strength. I'm starting to worship Lord Qin Xiao now. He's too heaven-defying. As expected of a number 1 genius in the immortal domain. I might not have recognized him in the past, but I do now. Yes, I do as well. This is a good thing. We were forced to withdraw from the selection. I hope Qin Xiao can avenge us and trample the lightning sword saint and the other 2 under his feet. Yes, especially the lightning sword saint. How dare an outsider act so atrociously in our immortal domain? This is intolerable. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Even young Master Long was eliminated by Qin Xiao. The galvanic lightning sword saint is definitely not a problem. Young Master Long stood there alone. His face was as cold as frost. It was gloomy to the extreme. This battle was a crushing defeat for him. He lost to Qin Xiao, a second-step ancient saint kid. Young Master Long's face was swept to the ground. He had lived for so long, but he had never been so humiliated. However, he could only swallow this humiliation and suffer the consequences of his own actions. One after another, people came out of the immortal domain. Some were eliminated, and some returned victorious. However, there were very few victors. The lightning sword saint and enlightened being Hua Mu also returned victorious. However, even if they returned victorious, their expressions were extremely ugly, especially after seeing Qin Xiao. It was as if they had seen an irreconcilable enemy. Even their eyes had turned a little red. In the end, there were only 6 people who emerged victorious. The lightning sword saint and enlightened being Hua Mu took 2 places. Young Master Long was eliminated by Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao took 1 place, and 2 second-step ancient saints won. There were a total of 6 victors. With just a single elimination, there were only 6 people left in the first round. Such a situation was probably unprecedented in the long history of the Jade Lake Divine Ground. St. Mu Wan's gaze fell on Qin Xiao and the other 6 people. She said, "There weren't many people who entered the second round, but I didn't expect it to be so few. There are only 6 people. It seems that the test this time may have to be reduced. If that's the case, I'll make some adjustments to the second round of test. Let's go straight to a more difficult one. I hope that there are only 3 or even 2 rounds of tests to end this selection. The second round of selection is a little coincidental. Someone mentioned the slaughtering underworld Serene Sea. The second round of test is to go to the slaughtering underworld serene sea. As for the task, it's to obtain a millennium jade pearl. As for the time, it's 100,000 years. What? St. Lord Muwan's words had truly shocked everyone. The second round of the test was to slaughter the dark nether sea and obtain a millennium jade pearl. Just a moment ago, the lightning sword saint had taken out a millennium jade pearl. In the blink of an eye, he was going to slaughter the underworld nether sea for the millennium jade pearl. Many people turned to look at the lightning sword saint. The lightning sword saint was holding the millennium jade bead in his hand and had a big smile on his face. As he laughed, the lightning sword saint said to Sage Muwan, "Sage Muwan, even if you want to take care of me, you don't have to be so obvious." "Ha ha, you're making me feel a little embarrassed. Actually, you really don't need to take special care of me. With my strength, the position of Holy Prince Consort will definitely belong to me. Senior Saint Muwan, even if you like me a lot, you don't have to do this. Otherwise, others will be jealous and say that your Jade Lake sacred ground deliberately went easy on me. That wouldn't be good, right?" I was going to say, "The Holy Prince Consort is also mine. No one else can snatch him away. It's not a good thing to be mocked by others for taking my own things." Sage Muwan coldly snorted and glared at the lightning sword saint. Only he, the lightning sword saint, would dare to make fun of Saint Muwan. Sage Muwan also wanted to flare up, but due to her status and the fact that it was the Holy Prince Consort selection, she suppressed it and didn't do anything. Wait until you get the position of Holy Prince Consort first. Aren't you afraid of slapping your own face by saying this now? Sage Muwan coldly snorted and said. The lightning sword saint shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent look, "I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. What's there to be afraid of? This kind of thing will never happen. So, there's no need to be so humble. We're all the same." The lightning sword saint was thick-skinned, so Sage Muwan didn't say anything more and let him speak. The lightning sword saint waved the millennium jade bead in his hand and said again, "Senior Muwan, I already have the millennium jade bead. I'll go to the dark underworld sea. It's not fun there. It's too easy for me to get a millennium jade bead. I don't need 100,000 years. 100 years is enough. So, I think I can directly pass this round of tests, right? Just let a few of them go for this round. I'll just pass it directly." Sage Muwan coldly snorted and said, "How can it be so easy? If you want to cheat, that's fine. I also hope that you cheat. That way, this sage can openly eliminate you. The Millennium Jade Pearl must be obtained by your own hands like you. It must also be obtained from the slaughtering underworld Nether Sea. If you want to use some methods to obtain the Millennium Jade Bead, it will be seen as cheating. The cheater will be eliminated. There's no room for discussion." After speaking, Sage Muwan waved her hand and 6 tokens appeared in the hands of Qin Shao and the others. Sage Muwan continued, "This is each of your medallions. Keep them well. These tokens will monitor your every move in the dark underworld sea. It can determine whether you obtain the Millennium Jade Bead with your own strength or by cheating. Remember to carry this token with you at all times. You can't lose it. As long as this token doesn't have a complete record of your every move in the past 100,000 years, it will be seen as cheating and will be eliminated. Our Jade Lake Sacred Grounds Holy Prince Consort selection is fair and open. I hope that you participants can take it seriously and not cheat. That will never work in our Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Those with bad character don't have the qualifications to become the Holy Prince Consort." The lightning sword saint curled his lips and shrugged. He didn't say anything else. A second step Empyrean saint asked, "Saintess Muwan, as far as I know, the Purgatory Nether Ocean is extremely dangerous and the Millennium Jade Pearl is extremely rare. Obtaining one is extremely difficult and requires heaven-defying luck. It's also a matter of 9 deaths and 1's life. 100,000 years is too short. It's definitely not easy to obtain a Millennium Jade Bead in 100,000 years. Thus, I'm thinking, what if, in the end, no one obtains the Millennium Jade Bead? What should we do then?" It was not impossible to say that this possibility did not exist. Although the Lightning Sword Saint said it so casually, it was obvious that the situation wasn't as simple as he said it was. Otherwise, the Millennium Jade Pearl would be worthless and not precious anymore. However, the truth was that the Millennium Jade Bead was still very valuable. It was very precious. Before Sage Mu Wan could answer, the Lightning Sword Saint sneered again. You don't even have this much confidence. How dare you stay and participate in the selection? I think it's better to take the initiative and withdraw from the competition. Isn't it just the Dark Underworld Sea? Isn't it just a Millennium Jade Bead? What's the big deal? It's definitely not that easy. If it was that easy, you wouldn't be tested. How can it be so easy to become the Holy Prince Consort of the Jade Lake's sacred ground? How can any Tom, Dick, or Harry become the Holy Prince Consort? If you don't have confidence, don't waste your time and energy. It's better for you to withdraw. Although the Dark Underworld Sea isn't too scary, it's still very dangerous. If you die in the Dark Underworld Sea, you'll lose more than you gain. I think the three of you should be more self-aware. The three people mentioned by the Lightning Sword Saint were the 3 second-step ancient saints other than Qin Shao. There were a total of 6 people who passed the first round of elimination. 4 second-step ancient saints and 2 third-step ancient saints. The most surprising thing was that young Master Long had been eliminated by Qin Shao. The 3 second-step ancient saints looked at the Lightning Sword Saint coldly, but they did not pay any attention to him. Sage Muwan said, "All right, stop quarreling. If you want to withdraw now, you won't be able to do so. You have to finish this round of the selection. The Dark Underworld Sea is indeed very dangerous, but it's not too scary. If you're careful, you shouldn't have a problem staying alive. Of course, it'll be more difficult to get the Millennium Jade Bead. 100,000 years is indeed very short, and it's possible that no one will be able to get the Millennium Jade Bead. But there's no other way. Our requirements for the Holy Prince Consort are very high. It's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. So, if no one passes in the end, then everyone will be eliminated and new people will be recruited to participate in the selection. Author Cruel Death 3rd Update. Continue to throw in the flowers. It'll be voided in one more day. Chapter 2852. It was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. Eliminating those who failed was indeed a bit cruel. It was indeed not an easy task to obtain the Millennium Jade Pearl in the slaughtering underworld Serene Sea within 100,000 years. Such a test was truly extraordinarily difficult. In order to succeed, in addition to having great strength, one also needed to have heaven-defying luck. The Lightning Sword Saint curled his lips and said, "Sage Mu Wan, based on your requirements, it's obvious that you don't want anyone to pass your test. Within 100,000 years, to obtain a Millennium Jade Pearl from the slaughtering underworld Nether Sea, and to obtain it alone, is not an easy task. Isn't the requirement of your test a bit too high? Ha! Who was the one who boasted that it was very easy to obtain a Millennium Jade Pearl in the slaughtering underworld Serene Sea? Now you call it difficult? You're slapping yourself in the face." A sarcastic voice came from the crowd. The person who spoke was none other than Prince Zhongyang. He was extremely displeased with the galvanic Lightning Sword Saint. Now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to mock him. Yuan immediately chimed in and said, "That's right. Some people are really thick-skinned. They're definitely thicker than Xiaogu." "Oomph," slapping yourself in the face. "How fun." Xiaogu looked at Yuan with a sad face. What did he mean by having thicker skin than him? He got shot even though he was lying down. What did it have to do with him? Although his skin was indeed thick, he was still a beast. This was innate, so he couldn't be blamed. Compared to someone like the galvanic Lightning Sword Saint, he felt extremely humiliated. After being insulted by Prince Zhongyang and Yuan, the Lightning Sword Saint's face turned ugly. He glared at the two with a threatening look. However, Prince Zhongyang and Yuan couldn't be bothered with the Lightning Sword Saint's threat. Although they couldn't beat him, they weren't afraid of anything. The Lightning Sword Saint said with a cold face, "That depends on luck. It's not a problem to have heaven-defying luck. This Sword Saint's luck was pretty good before, but this kind of good luck doesn't come every time. This Sword Saint won't have any problems. I'm just afraid that the others won't have any chance." If this sword saint wins like this, it'll be too boring. There's no challenge at all. Isn't that the same as taking the prize for free? Although to this sword saint, this victory is indeed no different from taking it for free, I still have to consider everyone's feelings. Why would the lightning flash sword saint be so kind? Who would believe it? Everyone snorted in disdain at the galvanic lightning sword saint's shameless words. It was a serious disdain. Saint Muwan said, "You don't have to worry about that. Since we've given you this test, then we, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, are sure that as long as you have enough strength in all aspects, you'll definitely have a chance to obtain the Millennium Jade Pearl. There are 3 areas in that tablet, and each area has a Millennium Jade Pearl. The 3 regions have different levels of danger. The redder the color, the more dangerous it is, and vice versa. Of course, the more dangerous the area, the smaller the area, and the higher the possibility of obtaining the Millennium Jade Pearl. For example, if 2 people enter the most dangerous area and each person searches the area, then they'll be able to search more than half of the area in 100,000 years. If everything goes smoothly and 2 people enter, one of them will definitely be able to obtain the Millennium Jade Pearl. Of course, if there's an accident and you die in there, then there's no need to talk about it. I'll be frank with you. That's the most dangerous area. Even a 4-step Empyrean saint might perish in there. Therefore, if you enter, there's a high chance that you'll die in there. The least dangerous area is 100 times more dangerous than the most dangerous area. Entering the least dangerous area mostly depends on luck. If you're lucky, then you'll have a chance. If you're not, then I'm afraid you won't have a chance. The choice is entirely up to you. The 3 areas don't limit you or the number of people. Even if all 6 of you enter the most dangerous area, it'll depend on who gets the Millennium Jade Pearl first. Qin Xiao checked the tablet and saw a map with 3 red areas. That map should be the map of the Slaughtering Underworld Sea. The Slaughtering Underworld Sea was very big. If these 3 areas weren't marked, then to obtain a Millennium Jade Pearl in there, it would be difficult. Not to mention 100,000 years. Even 1 billion years would be very difficult. It would completely depend on heaven-defying luck. Now that the Jade Lake Sacred Ground had marked out 3 areas, the difficulty was obviously reduced by a lot. In this way, the chances were much higher. Basically, it was guaranteed that one of the 6 people in Qin Zhao's group would be able to obtain the Millennium Jade Pearl. If they didn't obtain it, then it could only prove that Qin Zhao's group wasn't good enough. There was nothing much to say. They would all be eliminated. Since it was the first Holy Prince Consort, it was understandable that the requirements were higher. Qin Xiao didn't care. No matter how difficult it was fine as long as everyone was the same. Qin Xiao believed that he could do what others could do. What others could not do, Qin Xiao, might not be unable to do. It wasn't a bad thing to have difficult requirements. One of the second-step ancient saints asked Senior Mu Wan Saint, if someone obtains it first, can the others snatch it from him? Saint Lord Muin took a deep look at the second-step ancient saint and said coldly, I'll explain the rules of the second round of the test. Listen carefully. As long as it's not in the rules, there's no need to ask anymore. Whether you think you can do it or not is up to you. The rules are very simple. Everyone can only use 1 life source weapon. Other treasures are not allowed to be used. It's also like the first round. You're only allowed to fight one-on-one. You're not allowed to ask for help, including your spirit beast servants. The Holy Prince Consort selection of the Holy Prince Consort has always been fair and open. This isn't a place to compete with treasures. Therefore, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground won't admit to relying on treasures to win. The rules were very simple. It was equivalent to indirectly admitting that one could snatch others' treasures. In that case, the second round of the test would be even more intense. However, there were only 6 people left in the second round. No matter how intense it wouldn't be much. All right, if you're ready, you can begin. The time will start from now. The time limit is 100,000 years. After you get the Millennium Jade Bead, there will be a record on the plate. You'll be considered to have passed the second round. Then, you can return here to submit the task. Remember, I'll remind you again. You must strictly abide by all the rules I've mentioned. Otherwise, you'll definitely be eliminated. There's no room for discussion. Don't try to cheat. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. St. Mu Wan waved her hand at Qin Shao and the others. After saying that, St. Mu Wan left with the other saintesses. The immortal magpies on the Magpie Bridge dispersed and flew back to the ancient Nether River. The Lightning Sword Saint and Reverend Mu Hua gave Qin Shao a deep look. Then, the two of them left with young Master Long. The three of them were the first to leave. The galvanic Lightning Sword Saint's gaze before he left was provocative and cautious. In his eyes, only Qin Shao was qualified to be his opponent. The others were far from qualified. He didn't need to look at them. Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry. He had 100,000 years. A little more time wouldn't make a difference. Qin Shao walked towards Prince Zhongyang and the others. Qin Shao was able to eliminate young Master Long. He also directly confronted the Lightning Sword Saint. Therefore, Qin Zhao's image in everyone's hearts was still very high, and he was also very important. In everyone's eyes, only Qin Shao could defeat the Lightning Sword Saint and Reverend Huang Mu and take the Holy Prince Consort's position. The resentment in everyone's heart wasn't light. If it wasn't for the Lightning Sword Saint's threat, they wouldn't have withdrawn from the competition. Therefore, everyone naturally hoped that Qin Shao could defeat the Lightning Sword Saint and take the Holy Prince Consort. They wanted to see how the Lightning Sword Saint could be so arrogant. Let's go. We'll accompany you to the Dark Nether Ocean. We haven't been to the Dark Nether Ocean yet. We can take this opportunity to take a look. But we won't help you. We'll just watch from the sidelines. If possible, we'll cheer for you. Prince Zhongyang said with a smile. Yuan also nodded. She made a gesture cheering for Qin Shao and said, Yes. Brother Qin Shao, you can do it. We're all optimistic about you. You must defeat the Lightning Sword Saint. You must trample on him. Don't give us face. Just trample on him ruthlessly. I hate seeing him like that. I'm so annoyed. Qin Shao curled his lips and said with a smile, Okay. I promise you. I'll trample on him and trample on him. Young Master Long is the first. Next is the Lightning Sword Saint. That's right. After young Master Long was defeated by Brother Qin Shao, he became much more obedient. He can't be arrogant anymore. To deal with people like them, we should let them taste the taste of defeat. Only then will they know our strength. Yuan nodded again. Qin Zhao's group was also preparing to go to the Dark Nether Ocean. The Dark Nether Ocean was in the Immortal Domain. It was located in the region between the Immortal Domain and the Earth World. It was a forbidden area for humans. It was also an extremely dangerous place in the Immortal Domain. If one wasn't an ancient sage, they wouldn't dare to enter it. If an ancient sage entered it, there was a slim chance of survival. In fact, even a fourth-step ancient saint could very well lose his life in the most dangerous of places. Because of this, not many people dared to enter the Dark Nether Ocean. The Dark Nether Ocean was very famous in the Immortal Domain. Qin Zhao's group had never been to the Dark Nether Ocean before. Those who didn't participate and those who were eliminated didn't go to the Dark Nether Ocean. It was better not to go to such an extremely dangerous place. However, for the time being, not many people left. They still stayed, wanted to watch the final show. Mainly, they wanted to see who would be the Holy Prince Consort in the end. Now, there were only two possibilities. One was to fall into the hands of the Lightning Sword Saint. The other was to fall into the hands of Qin Shao. Only they could fight for it. Relatively speaking, everyone naturally hoped that the final winner would be Qin Shao. The other three second-step Empyrean saints also came together. After exchanging a glance, they also made their way to the slaughtering Nether Sea. Author Kinshang, it's almost the new year, but Kinshang is still going all out. For the last 2 days of this month, he's going all out. Everyone, don't forget to throw your flowers. Don't waste them. Chapter 28:53. The Tu Ming Nether Sea was said to be an endless sea of evil in the Netherworld. Countless lives were buried in it. Qin Shao had been to the border between the human realm and the earth realm. It was considered a no-man's land, and no one dared to enter it. Even ancient saints had to be cautious and didn't dare to enter it. The Tuming Nether Sea was the most dangerous place between the human realm and the earth realm. It was a no-man's land, so it was naturally terrifying. Qin Shao and the others didn't see the lightning sword saint and the others when they arrived at the Tuming Nether Sea. They must have entered it. Seeing the Tuming Nether Sea, Yuan couldn't help but frown. Brother Qin Shao, it feels so dangerous. It's so scary and gloomy. It's definitely not fun. Sister Ming Yuexin, let's not go in. Let's just wait here. Huh? Prince Zhangyang laughed. Yuan, when did you become so timid? What's there to be afraid of? It's just the Tuming Nether Sea. Brother will protect you. Yuan pouted and said, I don't need your protection. You're talking as if you can beat me. Cough, cough. There are people here. Can't you give me some face? Prince Zhangyang said with a gloomy look. Being told by a woman that he couldn't beat her was a very shameful thing for a man. Therefore, Prince Zhangyang was naturally very gloomy. But Yuan didn't care about this. You're not my brother, so why should I give you face? Besides, I don't like to lie. I can't say hypocritical things to you. Prince Zhangyang glared at Yuan and said angrily, You're not cute. Not cute at all. At this time, the 3 second-step ancient saints arrived. The 3 of them walked straight towards Qin Shao and the others with friendly looks on their faces. Lord Qin Shao, a second-step ancient saint in blue robe, spoke. Although Qin Shao was not familiar with these 3 people, he knew their background. Qin Shao looked at the 3 of them and said to the blue-clad second-step ancient saint, Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign. Seeing Qin Zhao's response, the Pure Abyss Saint smiled. She cupped her fists at Qin Shao and said, Lord Qin Shao, the 3 of us have come here to discuss something. I wonder if Lord Qin Shao is willing to listen? Qin Shao could roughly guess the other party's intentions and said, Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign, please speak your mind. There's no need to be so polite. I know that the 3 of you don't harbor any enmity towards me. You didn't do anything to me in the mental world. If you have something to say, just say it. The Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign nodded and said, Since Lord Qin Shao is so straightforward, I won't be polite and will speak my mind. It's like this, Lord Qin Shao. The 3 of us know our limits. I'm afraid we don't have much hope of passing the second test. However, even if we don't have much hope, we don't want to lose to an arrogant outsider and obtain the position of the Holy Prince Consort. If the Holy Prince Consort falls into the hands of the Lightning Sword Saint, I think it'll be a great humiliation to the entire mortal world and even the immortal realms. The Lightning Sword Saint is too shameless and despicable. We all look down on him with disdain and loathe him. That's why the 3 of us have been discussing this matter on our way here. Since we don't have any chance of success, why don't we do something for the mortal world and help you, Lord Qin Shao? We all hope that you can take the Holy Prince Consort and defeat the Lightning Sword Saint and enlighten Master Huamu. Only you, Lord Qin Shao, have the strength and hope to do so. The 3 of us clearly don't have any hope of success. That's why we feel a little dissatisfied if we don't do this. On the surface, we're doing something for the mortal world. On the surface, we're also very unhappy with the Lightning Sword Saint. We can't stand his arrogance and arrogance. This is the immortal realms, not his Sword Saint realm. That's why we all hope that Lord Qin Shao can defeat him and teach him a lesson. We want him to know that the immortal realms isn't a place where the Lightning Sword Saint can do as he pleases. No matter what, we're second-step Empyrean Saints. In the immortal realms, we could be considered the rulers of a region. How can we allow something like this to happen? That's why, Lord Qin Shao, the 3 of us are here to discuss this matter with you. We hope that we can help you deal with the Lightning Sword Saint and enlighten Master Huamu. Lord Qin Shao, if there's anything you need us to do, just let us know. We'll definitely do our best to cooperate with you, Lord Qin Shao. Qin Shao had already expected the 3 of them to come with good intentions, but he didn't expect that they would actually come to help him. This was a pleasant surprise for Qin Shao. Although it was a pleasant surprise, Qin Zhao's surprise wasn't because he had found some helpers. In fact, Qin Shao didn't care about helpers at all. Moreover, under the rules of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, he didn't need any helpers. If he did, it would be seen as cheating and he would be eliminated directly. Therefore, Qin Shao smiled and cupped his fists at the three of them. Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign, three Saint Sovereigns, Qin Shao really appreciates your kindness. However, you don't have to do this. You three Saint Sovereigns know the rules of the second round. Therefore, there's really no need for any help. The Lightning Sword Saint and Enlightened Master Hua Mu can only go their separate ways. They can't help each other. Everyone is in a fair environment. I, Qin Shao, naturally can't do such a thing. Therefore, I hope that the three Saint Sovereigns don't have to do this. There are some things that Qin Shao didn't say. If they really helped him, they would be harming themselves. Therefore, it was impossible for Qin Shao to agree to such a thing. Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign said, Lord Qin Shao, we naturally know the rules. However, we don't mean to directly help you, Lord Qin Shao. We believe in your strength, Lord Qin Shao. With your strength, there's no need for us to directly help you. What we want to do is to indirectly see if we can do something for you, Lord Qin Shao, and also for the immortal region. To put it bluntly, even if we were lucky enough to obtain the Millennium Jade Pearl in this round, we still don't have the strength to compete with the Lightning Sword Saint and the others. Therefore, we've already given up on the Holy Prince Consort selection. However, we're not willing to do nothing. Therefore, we want to do something. Therefore, we want to see if we can do something for the immortal region. We want to do our best to help you, Lord Qin Shao, obtain relative fairness. Lord Qin Shao should know that even if Enlightened Master Hua Mu won't directly help the Lightning Sword Saint, he will help indirectly. If the two of them search for the Millennium Jade Pearl together, the chances of obtaining it will be much higher. Therefore, we want to go with you, Lord Qin Shao, and help you search for the Millennium Jade Pearl. If one of us obtains it, then Lord Qin Shao will come and defeat us and take the Millennium Jade Pearl. In this way, Lord Qin Shao's chances of obtaining the Millennium Jade Pearl will be much higher. What we want to do is to help young Master Qin Shao. After hearing what the Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign said, it did make some sense. That was indeed the case. No matter what, the Lightning Sword Saint and the others were two people. The efficiency of two people would naturally be twice as high as Lord Qin Shao alone. Therefore, no matter if it was the Lightning Sword Saint or Enlightened Master Hua Mu who obtained the Millennium Jade Pearl, it was equivalent to the Lightning Sword Saint obtaining the Millennium Jade Pearl. In this way, it was equivalent to the Lightning Sword Saint alone, but it was equivalent to two people. If he had the help of Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign and the others, then he would be able to make up for the disadvantage. This was not considered cheating, as it was allowed by the rules. Qin Shao could also feel that the sincerity of Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign and the others should be real. At least, Qin Shao did not feel that Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign was deceiving him. Unless the Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign had hidden herself extremely deeply, this possibility was not impossible. But thinking about it carefully, if Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign and the others wanted to deceive him, it did not seem to have much meaning. To be honest, even if they could obtain the Millennium Jade Pearl and pass this round of test, what about the next round? They would still have to face the Lightning Sword Saint in the end. How could they win? Unless they were really that ambitious and felt that they had the ability to fight against the Lightning Sword Saint. But then again, it was not that easy for Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign and the others to deceive him. Qin Shao was not afraid that the three of them would play any tricks. In the end, strength spoke. Some small tricks would not amount to anything. Without strength as the final guarantee, they would only be able to deceive him temporarily. They would not be able to go far. Therefore, Qin Shao did not really care about anything. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, "If that's the case, then I will have to thank the three Saint Sovereigns. Actually, there is no need to discuss with me about what you want to do. I, Qin Shao, do not need the help of the three Saint Sovereigns directly. If the three of you want to help me indirectly, or do something for the immortal domain, then I, Qin Shao, am not an ungrateful person. If the three Saint Sovereigns are able to help Qin Shao, then Qin Shao will naturally know about it. He will also be grateful to the three Saint Sovereigns. There is no need to say anything else." Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign nodded and did not say anything else. The group then headed towards the most dangerous area. Basically, it was certain that the lightning flash sword saint and the saint sovereign would enter the most dangerous area. If the two of them worked together, they only needed to search half of the area each. There was an 80 to 90% chance that they would be able to find the Millennium Jade Pearl. Therefore, the most dangerous area was obviously the best choice for the lightning flash sword saint. They would definitely choose that area. Qin Zhao's group did not hesitate and headed towards the most dangerous area. On the way, Prince Zhongyang came to Qin Zhao's side and said, "Be careful of these people. They might have bad intentions. The human heart is unpredictable. Often, the people you think will help you are most likely to plot against you." Qin Zhao nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will be careful. If they want to harm me, it won't be that easy. I will definitely not trust them so easily. I will definitely see what they do in the future before making a further judgment. However, for now, I feel that they are sincere. Moreover, from the previous situation, it is very likely that they really want to help me. However, there is also a possibility that they are using this to deceive me." With some previous lessons, Qin Zhao naturally knew that he would not easily believe others if he did not rebuke them. Chapter 2854. Soon, the group arrived at the most dangerous area. From afar, they saw young Master Long standing there alone. When young Master Long saw Qin Zhao and the others, he was slightly surprised. He looked at Qin Zhao and the others with a deep gaze. Especially when he saw Qin Zhao, young Master Long's expression turned even uglier. The greatest humiliation he had suffered in his life was caused by Qin Zhao. When he saw Qin Zhao, it was as if he saw his enemy. His eyes couldn't help but turn red. He had lost to Qin Zhao in the spiritual world. To be honest, Mr. Long was still somewhat unconvinced and unwilling to accept the result. He was a 3-step ancient saint from the heaven realm, and yet he was defeated by a 2-step ancient saint from the mortal world. If news of this were to spread to the heaven realm, how would he have the face to go out in the future? After the pure abyss saint sovereign looked at Qin Zhao meaningfully, the three of them entered the most dangerous area. When he saw the pure abyss saint sovereign and the others entering the most dangerous area, young Master Long rolled his eyes. He snorted and muttered mockingly, "There are really many people who aren't afraid of death. They don't have much strength, but the wilderness is huge. I'm afraid that they will die in the end. It will be too late for regrets." After saying that, young Master Long glanced at Qin Zhao and snorted. Although he didn't say anything, he probably didn't have any good words in his mind. "Qin Zhao, why do I feel that this guy has a stomach full of evil tricks? Could it be a trap?" When Qin Zhao was about to enter the dangerous area, he was pulled back by Prince Zhongyang. He whispered to Qin Zhao. Yuan also nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I also feel that the situation doesn't seem right. I'm afraid there's a trap. Could it be a trick to confuse the enemy and deliberately create a smokescreen array? Yes, I think so too. Could it be that the lightning flash sword saint and the other two had guessed that Qin Zhao and the others wanted to enter the most dangerous area? Could they have guessed that the three of them would side with you? Therefore, they purposely left young Master Long here so that they could lead you into the most dangerous area. They all believed that they had entered the most dangerous area. Actually, the galvanic lightning sword saint and the others might have entered a moderately dangerous area. If that's the case, then they won't have any chance to compete. Although the range is increased by 10 times, they are still strong. If they search with all their might, there should still be hope. If that's the case, then we can acquire the Millennium Jade Pearl without any competition. Zhongyang continued to explain. Qin Zhao shook her head and smiled. That's unlikely. That's not likely. The possibility is not high. Prince Zhongyang and Yuan couldn't help but frown slightly. They looked at Qin Zhao. How'd he know? Qin Zhao was so sure that the possibility was not high. How'd he know? Ming Yuexin shook her head and said, "You're thinking too much. Overly guessing what others are thinking will only make you fall into an illusion trap. You've dug a trap for yourself to jump into. Firstly, the lightning flash sword saint and the others have always been arrogant and unruly. Therefore, they won't play such tricks. Secondly, The probability of obtaining the Millennium Jade Pearl is the highest in the most dangerous area. Therefore, the Lightning Flash Sword Saint won't go to other areas. Thirdly, there's only one Holy Prince Consort. Therefore, the Lightning Flash Sword Saint and Qin Shao will have to fight sooner or later. This is unavoidable. Therefore, there's no difference between this place and other places. If they can settle here, why wait until later? Why should the Lightning Flash Sword Saint worry? In this most dangerous area, everyone will enter. The Millennium Jade Pearl will definitely be found. The Jade Lake Sacred Grounds rules don't restrict snatching. Therefore, once the Millennium Jade Pearl appears, there'll definitely be a snatching battle. Therefore, in the second round of the test, there's already another round of test. It's a snatching battle. Only the final victor can take the Millennium Jade Pearl. The Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign and the others are so eager to help Qin Shao because they know their own limits. They know that even if they get the Millennium Jade Pearl by luck, they won't be able to keep it. In the end, it will be snatched away by others. Since that's the case, why not be a good person and help Qin Shao generously for once? This way, it can be considered as doing something for the immortal region. It can also allow them to gain some face and glory. This time, participating in the Holy Prince Consort selection can be considered to have some gains. After hearing Ming Yuexin's words, Prince Zhang Yang and Yuan Yuan both nodded in agreement. That was indeed the case. Then there was no need to worry too much. Qin Shao also smiled. He had long stopped worrying about these things. There was nothing to worry about. In the end, everything still depended on strength. Therefore, no matter what the Lightning Sword Saint did, it would not affect the final result, because the final result could only be solved with strength. The final battle was the most crucial. Qin Shao entered the most dangerous area. However, Zhang Yang and the others did not follow him in. They stayed outside. There was no need for them to go in. They could not do anything even if they went in. If they really did something, they would be suspected of helping Qin Shao. That would be cheating. Therefore, Zhang Yang and the others naturally did not go in. Walking in the most dangerous area, the air was filled with thick blood mist. The smell of blood was very strong. It was very unpleasant. Walking in it would make people tense up involuntarily, and their vigilance would be raised. As expected of the most dangerous area, it's really scary. Even if it's the most ordinary place, it's very dangerous for an ordinary ancient saint to enter. If you're not careful, you'll die here. If you're below the ancient saint realm, you'll definitely die here. After walking in it for a while, Qin Shao could not help but frown slightly. He could feel the danger inside. It was true. Not to mention an ordinary first-step ancient saint. Even an ordinary second-step ancient saint would have a slim chance of survival. Even if it was just an ordinary place, Qin Shao could feel the danger. From time to time, he would encounter a strange and terrifying force that would suddenly attack him. If he was not careful, he would be caught off guard. Once he was not prepared, he would be hit by the strange and terrifying force, and it would be very dangerous. Although Qin Shao was very vigilant and his reaction speed was fast enough, there was still one time when he could not dodge in time and was directly hit by the strange force. That strange force not only attacked the saint body, but also attacked the soul and will at the same time. It was a terrifying, devouring attack. It was very dangerous. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's will, soul, state of mind, and willpower were strong enough. He was also a heart force cultivator and a heavenly mandate cultivator. In the end, he managed to deal with it without any danger. Qin Shao believed that if it was another second-step ancient saint, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would have died. If it was Pure Abyss, Saint Sovereign, and the others, the chances of them dying would be very high, at least more than 70%. Strange forces like this would appear from time to time, and the degree was different. Qin Shao had not encountered the most terrifying force that time. Qin Shao had encountered something even more terrifying. However, after gaining experience, he was able to avoid the most powerful force in time, so the situation was much better. Moreover, the terrifying thing was that strange forces like this would appear from time to time. Sometimes, it would appear once every hour, and sometimes several forces would appear one after another. Sometimes, the intervals would be longer. However, the probability of encountering it was very high. As long as one entered, they would constantly encounter these strange and terrifying forces. It was a test of one's nerves. Those who were weaker or had weaker mental strength would have died long ago. Perhaps Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign and the others might not be able to survive. If he was hit by a few of these attacks, he would definitely die. There was no room for negotiation. At this time, Qin Shao did not care about Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign and the others. All his thoughts were on finding the Millennium Jade Bead. Other than the Millennium Jade Bead, Qin Shao was only concerned about the Lightning Sword Saint. To Qin Shao, whether it was the Millennium Jade Bead or the Lightning Sword Saint, it was possible. As long as he could find one of the two, it would be enough. If he could find the Millennium Jade Bead, it would naturally be the best. However, if his luck was not that good and he did not find the Millennium Jade Bead, then it would depend on the Lightning Sword Saint. The Lightning Sword Saint had two people searching for the Millennium Jade Bead. In theory, the probability of finding it was twice as high as Qin Shao. It might even be higher. As for Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign and the others, if they were really that lucky and found the Millennium Jade Bead and were willing to give it to him, then it would be best. He would owe them a favor. If they dared to deceive him, then there was nothing to say. There was no need to be polite to them. He would just snatch it. The three of them would definitely not be able to bring the Millennium Jade Bead back. As long as they obtained it and left this place, young Master Long would definitely inform the Lightning Flash Sword Saint and the others. Once the Lightning Sword Saint and the others left, Qin Shao would naturally follow them. Prince Zhongyang and the others would also know about this. If anything unexpected happened, they would definitely inform Qin Shao. In any case, Qin Shao only needed to keep an eye on the Lightning Sword Saint. To him, only the Galvanic Lightning Sword Saint was his final opponent. He could just ignore the rest of them. The most dangerous area was indeed very dangerous. However, to Qin Shao, it was not a big threat. He only suffered a few small losses at the beginning. In the end, he managed to get through it safely. Later on, when he gained enough experience, he would be able to handle it with ease. In addition, Qin Shao had many tricks up his sleeves. He would be able to use them well to deal with those dangerous tricks. In this way, the dangers here would not be able to threaten Qin Shao. To Qin Shao, he could naturally walk around freely. He only needed to look for the Millennium Jade Bead. It was just that although this area was the smallest one, it was actually very, very big. Take Qin Shao, for example. Under the most ideal circumstances, he would need at least 200,000 years to completely search this area. From this, it could be seen how big this area was. Basically, on average, one would encounter a strange power attack once a year. In other words, if one stayed here for 100,000 years, he would have to endure about 100,000 strange power attacks. If one didn't have any strength, it wouldn't be easy to survive in this place. This was not the mental world. If one died, they would really die. There was no chance of resurrection. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's eyes widened. He frowned and looked into the distance. Author, Cruel Death say, there are only 2 hours left until this month ends. Friends who still have flowers, please vote. Otherwise, it will be wasted. There are only 2 hours left. Let's try to rank up the flowers again. I am now 6th place. I'm only a few dozen flowers away from 5th place. Chapter 2855. There's a corpse lying there. Qin Shao quickly went over there, and only then did he clearly see who the corpse was. Lu Shang's Sovereign. It was Lu Shang's Sovereign, one of the three. Previously, it was Pure Abyss Sovereign who spoke to him. The other two did not speak. One was Lu Shang's Sovereign, and the other was Mu Ming's Sovereign. Now, Lu Shang's Sovereign had died here. Qin Shao could tell that Lu Shang's Sovereign had been dead for quite some time. From the looks of it, he should have died not long after entering this area. He must have encountered a terrifying, strange power attack and died directly, unable to withstand it. Qin Shao shook his head. It did not matter if Pure Abyss Sovereign and the other two were sincere or not. Since Lu Shang's Sovereign was dead, Qin Shao would take it that he was sincere. Therefore, Qin Shao still hoped that Pure Abyss Sovereign and Mu Ming's Sovereign were fine and did not die here. As for whether they could help, Qin Shao did not count on them. He had never counted on them from the start. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Qin Shao had always believed in this principle. Even if they could do something to help, it would definitely be some small help that wouldn't hurt or itch. That would be nothing. In the end, he would still need to use his fist to win. I won't touch your corpse. Leave it here. This should be your clone. Wait for your original body to come and get it. I'm not familiar with you. I won't help you bring it out. After thinking about it, Qin Shao decided not to bring Lu Shang's sovereign's corpse out. After all, he was not familiar with him at all. Qin Shao only knew what kind of person Lu Shang's sovereign was. If he brought it out, it might cause some unnecessary misunderstanding. Therefore, he might as well not bring it out. Qin Shao did not search Lu Shang's sovereign's belongings. It was already very respectful of him. Of course, Qin Shao had always disdained to do such a thing. Qin Shao continued to move forward. Time passed quickly. Soon, 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. At the 60,000th year, something happened again. Qin Shao saw another corpse. This time, it was Saint Tomb Nethers. He had also died here. However, from the looks of the corpse, he did not die for long. Therefore, Mu Ming's sovereign situation was much better than Lu Shang's sovereign's. At least, he had walked here for 50,000 years. To be able to walk here for 50,000 years was already a very good thing. It was a pity that he still died here. They were not weak, but they still died in the end. The most dangerous area was indeed terrifying. Qin Shao was also certain that all the attacks he had encountered for the time being were definitely not the most powerful and terrifying ones. There must be even more powerful and terrifying strange forces that he had not encountered yet. If he ran into them, they would pose a threat to him. That's why I have to be more careful. I don't want to fall into this trap. Lu Shang's sovereign and Mu Ming's sovereign died one after another. He did not know how the Pure Abyss sovereign was doing. Seeing this, Qin Shao believed that the Pure Abyss sovereign and the other two really wanted to stand on his side. They wanted to do something for him and for the immortal domain. Most likely, they had already anticipated this situation. It was definitely not good. However, they probably didn't expect that they would really die here. Otherwise, they would not have taken such a big risk. Although they might not be able to help in the end, Qin Shao would remember this small favor. He continued walking. Another 10,000 years passed. 20,000 years passed. In the blink of an eye, 90,000 years passed. Qin Shao had already searched more than 30 areas, but he still did not find anything. Prince Zhongyang and the others did not send back any news. No one should have left this place yet, which meant that no one had obtained the Millennium Jade Pearl. But time was running out. If he did not find the Millennium Jade Pearl quickly or find out its whereabouts, the situation would not be good. In these years, Qin Shao did not see the Lightning Sword Sage and Huamu Daoist. He also did not see the Millennium Jade Pearl. Qin Shao smacked his lips and muttered, "Seems like my luck is not too good this time. I always thought that my luck should be pretty good. It can't be so bad this time, right? It doesn't make sense." Qin Shao shook his head and continued to move forward, searching. Suddenly he glanced. It seemed like a light flashed in front of his eyes. It was a strange light. It was not very clear, but Qin Shao caught a glimpse of it. It was an extraordinary light. Qin Shao was somewhat familiar with such a radiance. Therefore, Qin Shao was instantly invigorated. This light, yes, when the Lightning Sword Sage took out the Millennium Jade Pearl, there was this light. It was a very special light. I remember it very clearly. That light just now felt like it. It's in that direction. Although it was just a flash, it should be right. In other words, it's very likely that the Millennium Jade Pearl is there. Thinking of this possibility, Qin Shao did not hesitate. He immediately rushed in that direction as fast as he could. As he walked, he couldn't help but think in his heart. Could it be that complaining about his bad luck just now had some effect? Just as he finished complaining, a huge surprise came immediately. Soon, Qin Shao arrived at the place where the light was emitted. After looking around, he finally saw a pearl floating in a blood mist. It was overflowing with light. The Millennium Jade Pearl. Qin Shao was overjoyed when he saw the bead. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! It seems that good luck has not abandoned me. It has descended on me again. The Millennium Jade Pearl that I have been searching for so long. Inadvertently, it has directly appeared in front of me again. Interesting. How naughty. Are you playing hide-and-seek with me? It seems that even the heavens are helping me this time. It seems that the title of Holy Prince Consort this time is mine. No one can snatch the title of Holy Prince Consort from me. As he laughed happily, Qin Shao quickly rushed in that direction and rushed into the blood mist. However, as soon as he rushed into the blood mist, Qin Shao immediately frowned. Even though he was prepared, he was still shocked the moment he entered. He could feel an extremely strange and terrifying energy surging towards him. It was like a terrifying torrent that was incomparably torrential. Therefore, as soon as Qin Shao entered, a terrifying and strange power surged towards Qin Shao. It wanted to destroy Qin Shao in an instant. Break from me. Guard my mind. My mind is strong and unbreakable. No power can break through my defense. Don't even think about it. Qin Shao guarded his mind and used his strongest mind power to resist this terrifying power. At the same time, he used his fastest speed to get the Millennium Jade Pearl. Obviously, he could not stay in this place for long. If he did not get the Millennium Jade Pearl quickly and leave this place, then he would be in great danger. This terrifying and turbulent power was definitely the most terrifying power Qin Shao had encountered since entering this area. This power was a great threat to him. He definitely couldn't underestimate it. As Qin Shao resisted the strange and terrifying power, he used his fastest speed to get closer to the Millennium Jade Pearl. Fortunately, this blood mist area was not too big. Although this strange power was very powerful and terrifying, even Qin Shao had to deal with it carefully. Moreover, it was somewhat difficult for him to deal with it. If it was for a short period of time, he could still withstand it. If it was for a long time, then Qin Shao would definitely not be able to withstand it. If he could end it quickly, then there would be no problem. Qin Shao was confident that he could leave safely. Finally, Qin Shao approached the Millennium Jade Pearl and grabbed it. Phew! The Millennium Jade Bead was finally in his hands. After obtaining the Millennium Jade Bead, Qin Shao let out a sigh of relief. He finally got it. It was not easy. After searching for more than 90,000 years, he finally found it. Moreover, he found it before the others. It was not easy. He really did not expect that he would be the first to find it after spending more than 90,000 years in this area. Originally, Qin Shao was a little worried that it might have fallen into the hands of the Lightning Sword Saint. After all, so many years had passed. Even if Liu Shang Sage and Mu Ming Sage were dead, and even if something happened to Jie Yuan Sage, there were still 3 people left. The 3 of them had searched the entire area for 90,000 years. Logically speaking, they should have searched the entire area. After flipping through the list, the Millennium Jade Beads should have appeared as well. However, now that the Millennium Jade Pearl was in his hands, he was completely relieved. Qin Shao could not be bothered with other things. He only needed to take care of the present. Boom! Just as Qin Shao got the Millennium Jade Pearl and was about to leave the blood mist area, a powerful attack suddenly rushed in from the outside. It was aimed at Qin Shao. Someone was ambushing him. Qin Shao immediately sensed it. He also saw who the attacker was. It was none other than Spiritual Master Huamu. The might of the great Tao was incomparably vast. It turned into an endless sharp light that tore through everything. Qin Shao quickly drew his sword to meet it. 2 powerful sharp lights clashed in the air. The collision of the 2 sharp lights created intense sparks. The entire blood mist area shook violently. As soon as it started to shake, the strange power became even more turbulent and terrifying. Such a situation caused Qin Zhao's expression to change slightly. His brows furrowed deeply. He had a bad feeling. He smelled something bad. No, something was wrong. There couldn't be such a coincidence, right? As soon as he got the Millennium Jade Pearl, Spiritual Master Hua Mu appeared and attacked him directly. And the moment he attacked, The blood mist area became even more terrifying. Such a situation seemed to be planned in advance. Was there really such a coincidence? Qin Shao did not believe it. Therefore, his intuition told him that something was wrong. Perhaps there was something going on here. Sure enough, Qin Zhao's eyes moved. He immediately saw a figure walking out. It was none other than the Lightning Sword Sage. Seeing that the Lightning Sword Sage had also come, Qin Shao was completely sure that this was not a coincidence. It was a meticulously planned conspiracy against him. However, Qin Shao could not help but sigh in admiration. This method was indeed brilliant. It was not ordinary. In the beginning, he didn't realize that this was a conspiracy. He directly entered the blood mist and landed himself in a dangerous situation. No, I had to find a way to leave the blood mist area quickly. Otherwise, I'll be in great danger. Qin Shao thought secretly. He also understood the current situation. There was no other way to resolve the current situation. He could only go all out. Phew, this month is finally over. Cruel Shang calculated that he had written a total of 380,000 words this month. On average, he wrote 13,000 words a day. Although it was not as much as last month, it was not easy. It was tiring, especially now that it was close to the new year. He still wrote more than 10,000 words a day. He was also very happy to receive the support of many friends. Cruel Shang would like to thank everyone and wish everyone a happy new year in advance. There are only a few more days until the new year. As for the flowers for next month, it will be up to everyone to decide. From tomorrow onwards, the updates will definitely be very slow. Cruel Shang will try his best to update continuously. The slow updates will probably last for about half a month. During the Chinese New Year, please don't rush or scold Cruel Shang anymore. Throughout the year, Cruel Shang would only slow down during the Chinese New Year. Actually, he didn't want to rest and would still update every day. So, please be understanding and forgive him. I also wish everyone a happy Chinese New Year. Happiness is the most important thing. Cruel Shang will stick to his writing post during the new year and try his best to update continuously. However, if something unexpected happens, please do not call Cruel Shang. Author, Cruel Shang, he said, "Phew, this month is finally over." Cruel Shang calculated that he had written a total of 380,000 words this month. On average, he wrote 13,000 words a day. Although it was not as much as last month, it was not easy. It was tiring, especially now that it was close to the new year. He still wrote more than 10,000 words a day. He was also very happy to receive the support of many friends. Cruel Shang would like to thank everyone and wish everyone a happy new year in advance. There are only a few more days until the new year. As for the flowers for next month, it will be up to everyone to decide. From tomorrow onwards, the updates will definitely be very slow. I also wish everyone a happy new year. Cruel Shang will try his best to update continuously. The slow updates will probably last for about half a month. During the Chinese New Year, please don't rush or scold Cruel Shang anymore. Throughout the year, Cruel Shang would only slow down during the Chinese New Year. Actually, he didn't want to rest and would still update every day. So, please be understanding and forgive him. I also wish everyone a happy Chinese New Year. Chapter 2856. Qin Shao, I thought you were really smart, but you're just SOSO. I trapped you with a little trick. It's been more than 90,000 years. Do you really think there's such a good thing left for you? What are you thinking? This area is only so big. It's already been searched everywhere. How can the Millennium Jade Pearl not appear? The galvanic lightning sword saint looked at Qin Shao with a mocking smile, looking very pleased with himself. Qin Shao now understood that this was all an elaborate trap set up by the galvanic lightning sword saint and the others. It turned out that the Millennium Jade Pearl had already fallen into their hands, but they didn't leave with the Millennium Jade Pearl. Instead, they carefully designed such a trap in this area, waiting for Qin Shao to step into it. In fact, the Millennium Jade Pearl had already been in the hands of the Lightning Sword Saint. They deliberately placed the Millennium Jade Pearl in the Blood Fog area, waiting for him to come to them. The Blood Fog area was very dangerous. If he entered it, he would be attacked by a terrifying force. If the Lightning Sword Saint and the others attack him at this time, he would be in a very dangerous situation. If they wanted to kill him here, they would obviously have a great help from the natural environment. Naturally, it would be much easier. It had to be said that the Galvanic Lightning Sword Saint had a good plan. This was something that even Qin Xiao didn't expect. He didn't think too much about it. After seeing the Millennium Jade Pearl, he was overjoyed. Therefore, he didn't think too much about it and entered the blood mist to retrieve the Millennium Jade Pearl. However, Qin Xiao immediately felt relieved. Even if he had sensed something earlier, he would still have stepped in. Not to mention a trap. Even if it was a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, Qin Xiao would still try. The Millennium Jade Pearl was right in front of him. There was no reason for Qin Xiao not to take it. So what if it was the Lightning Sword Saint's trick? Qin Xiao didn't care about this at all. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and machinations were just paper tigers, pale and powerless. Lightning Sword Saint, when you're mocking me, you don't know that I'm mocking you too. Qin Xiao sneered. He looked at the Lightning Sword Saint and said, "A battle between us is inevitable. Even if you don't use any tricks, we'll still have to fight. You're using tricks to deal with me. Doesn't that mean you're afraid of me? That's why you're using the power of the blood fog area to deal with me. You're a third-step Empyrean saint, yet you speak so arrogantly. But from the looks of it now, that's all there is to it. He doesn't even have the slightest bit of courage. It's fine. Since you're afraid of me, I'll go easy on you. So what if you're using the power of the blood fog area? Do you think you can defeat me? All schemes are nothing but paper tigers to me." The Galvanic Lightning Sword Saint's expression turned ugly when Qin Xiao saw through his thoughts. He wasn't confident that he could defeat Qin Xiao. That was why he had set up such a trap and waited for Qin Xiao to jump into it. If that was the case, then he had full confidence that he could take down Qin Xiao, defeat Qin Xiao, eliminate this strongest competitor, and take down the Holy Prince Consort. Wasn't it great that he was confident in winning? The Lightning Sword Saint snorted. "Qin Xiao, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. No matter how eloquent you are, you've escaped death today. I won't let you go. You'll die here today. All's fair in war. It's just some reasonable tricks. If I can kill you with ease, why wouldn't I do it? As a wise man, so is a wise man. Wisdom is also a part of strength. Don't blindly rely on strength. As a person, you should know how to be flexible." Qin Xiao snorted in disdain at the Lightning Sword Saint's words. Enlightened Master Huang Mu said, "Brother Lightning, don't play with this kid. Play with him. Hot dream to carve Su Yu Qing Wu Qing, Wu Qing, Wu Qing, Wu Qing, Wu Qing, Wu," the Lightning Sword Saint said. "There's no need, Brother Huang Mu. I'll kill this kid with my own hands. Otherwise, he won't be convinced." He won't be convinced? Then I'll beat him until he's convinced. Let's see if he'll still be so stubborn after I kill him. His opponent has always been me, so I'll fulfill his wish. I don't want to feel like I'm reaping without sowing. Enlightened Master Huang Mu didn't say anything else. He retreated to the side and left the battlefield to the Lightning Sword Saint. The situation in front of him was very bad. Qin Xiao was also very clear about the situation. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and quickly rushed to a place. He wanted to break out of the blood fog first. As long as he left the blood fog area, Qin Xiao had full confidence in dealing with the Lightning Sword Saint. With the experience of defeating young Master Long, Qin Xiao was very confident. But in the blood fog area, it was equivalent to having two Lightning Sword Saints to deal with him. The attack power of the blood fog area was very strong and terrifying. It was almost equivalent to young Master Long's attack power. What was more terrifying was that the blood fog area had an unlimited duration. The longer he stayed in here, the more dangerous it would be. Therefore, Qin Xiao was very clear that if he didn't leave the blood fog area quickly, he would be in great danger this time. He was afraid that in the end, he could only use the ancient token to leave here. But once he used the ancient token, it was tantamount to violating the rules of the selection. He would be directly eliminated. If he was eliminated, then the final holy prince consort would naturally fall into the hands of the lightning sword saint. This was the lightning sword saint's wishful thinking. No matter what, the final winner would be him. This method was indeed ruthless enough. You still want to escape? Do you think it's that easy? Seeing Qin Xiao wanting to rush out of the blood fog area, the lightning sword saint snorted mockingly. With a forceful wave of his hands, the swords flew out one after another. They transformed into streams of light that soared into the sky and circled around the world. Finally, they fell down one by one and inserted themselves into the surrounding area of the blood fog. They were arranged in a dense manner. All the swords shone brightly, and sword chi surged out, surging up the heaven and earth. The radiance of the sword chi shone brightly and intertwined to form a complete sword chi shield. It completely enveloped the entire blood mist area, sealing it off and isolating it from everything else. It formed an unbreakable defensive wall. This was a terrifying sword formation. Obviously, the lightning sword saint had carefully arranged it. At this time, it erupted with all its strength, trapping Qin Xiao in the blood fog area. Sword formation. What a powerful sword formation. Its attack power is so terrifying, and its defense is even stronger. It won't be easy for me to break through this sword formation. It seems like the lightning sword saint is really scheming in order to deal with me. This wave of attack from the sword formation's sword chi forced Qin Xiao back again. Moreover, under the powerful vibration of the sword chi, the entire blood mist area also became turbulent. The more turbulent the blood fog area was, the more turbulent and powerful the strange power in the blood fog area became. With such a strong power attacking Qin Xiao felt very uncomfortable. Wave after wave of powerful attacks were really hard for Qin Xiao to resist. It was fine for a short period of time, but if this attack continued for a long time, Qin Xiao would be in great danger. The lightning sword saint didn't need to attack at all. He only needed to use all his strength to stimulate the sword formation and use the supreme sword chi of the sword formation to continuously attack the blood fog area. The sword chi attack stirred up the strange power in the blood fog area. The two forces combined and launched a fierce attack on Qin Xiao, at least doubling the power of the attack. The attack power in the blood fog area was already a headache for Qin Xiao. It was not easy for him to resist it. Now, with the addition of the sword chi attack, the attack power more than doubled. In this way, the pressure on Qin Xiao was even greater. Although Qin Xiao had already attacked with all his strength, he still felt very tired. For the time being, he could only resist by gritting his teeth. However, this kind of strenuous resistance obviously couldn't last long. The sense of crisis was very strong. If he didn't find a way to turn the situation around, he would definitely lose today. The situation was very worrying. What should he do? Many thoughts flashed through Qin Xiao's mind. He was also thinking about what to do. Unfortunately, he could only use one life weapon, so Qin Xiao could only choose to use the sky opening sword. He couldn't use the other holy objects. Even with the sky opening sword in hand, he was still struggling. It was still difficult for him to resist the fierce and terrifying attack. At this time, the lightning sword saint was in control of the situation, so he naturally went all out. He wanted to kill Qin Xiao in one fell swoop. Seeing that Qin Xiao was having a hard time defending himself, the sneer on the lightning surge sword saint's face deepened. Qin Xiao, you brat. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Weren't you very arrogant? Do you think that you could be arrogant just because you have a little talent, a little strength, and a little background? Do you think that just because you eliminated young Master Long in the spiritual world, you can suppress us with your strength? Even if your strength is good, what's the use? You're still too inexperienced, too stupid. Young man, you have to pay a certain price to grow. There are some prices that you can afford, but there are some that you can't afford. This time, the price that this sword saint wants you to pay is death. You can't afford the price this time. You can't afford to pay it. The galvanic lightning sword saint could not stop laughing out wildly. His heart was filled with joy right now. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time was finally released. He was feeling very happy. Young Master Long's revenge was finally avenged. Who dared to fight with him for the sacred horse? Why didn't he take a look at himself first? Did he not know how strong he was? How dare a brat who was only a second step ancient saint act so arrogantly? Wasn't he courting death? The lightning sword saint continued to attack ferociously, pushing his sword formation to its limits. The monstrous sword chi seemed to have the power to sweep through everything in the world. It stirred up the entire area covered in blood mist, causing violent winds to blow and overturn rivers and seas. It was extraordinarily terrifying. It was as if the entire area was going to be destroyed. The sky was going to collapse and the earth was going to crack. Just by looking at the formation, it was enough to know how terrifying the power in the blood mist area was. Even a fourth-step ancient saint wouldn't dare to enter it recklessly. For a fourth-step ancient saint, there was no doubt that there was great danger in that place. Author, Kin Sheng, it's the first day of the month. If you're willing to donate, I'll be grateful. If you're not willing to donate, then forget it. This month's update isn't fast, so I won't ask for more. Chapter 2857. The Lightning Sword Saint was confident that Qin Shao would be defeated without a doubt. There was no way for him to escape this calamity. Under such an attack, Qin Shao had indeed fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. It was very difficult to get through this dangerous situation. Qin Shao did not have a single clue at this time. He had tried everything, but still could not resist. Qin Shao would not have any problems in a short period of time. But in the long run, it would definitely not be possible. The power in this blood fog area was unlimited. It would not dry up, it would not weaken. It would always be such a powerful attack. Under the continuous and crazy attacks of such power, Qin Shao was not given the slightest chance to catch his breath. Without a chance to take a breather, it would be very difficult to come up with any countermeasures. It would not be easy to do so. How could he resolve this crisis in front of him? Qin Shao had some understanding of formations. At this time, the biggest problem for Qin Shao was this sword formation. If he could get rid of this sword formation, then he would be able to get out of this blood fog area. As long as he could get out of this blood fog area, Qin Shao would not be afraid of anything. Without the help of this blood fog area, Qin Shao was confident that he could take down the Lightning Sword Saint alone. The Lightning Sword Saint's strength should be similar to Young Master Long. Young Master Long was also defeated by Qin Shao. He did not believe that the Lightning Sword Saint would be able to do much damage. But how was he going to break this terrifying and turbulent sword formation? Qin Shao did not only have to deal with the sword formation, but also the strange and terrifying power of the blood fog area. If it was just dealing with the sword formation, then it would be much easier. If it was just dealing with the power of the blood fog area, then it would be much easier. The scary thing was that when these two powers gathered together, the two powers attacked Qin Shao at the same time. This gave Qin Shao a headache. It was very difficult to deal with. The power of this sword formation is extremely sharp. It is unconventional and too sharp. The simplest and most effective way to deal with this excessively sharp edge is to use the most explosive and sharpest power to directly destroy it and break its power. Although my heaven-splitting sword art is sharp enough, I feel like it's still lacking. It still can't break through this sword formation. If my heaven-splitting sword technique can advance to the next level, it should be enough to destroy this sword formation. I've only cultivated the heaven-opening sword art to the second level. The heaven-opening sword technique should be more suitable for sword cultivators to use. I haven't grasped the Tao of sword cultivation, but that doesn't affect my cultivation of the heaven-splitting sword art. It's been some time since the last breakthrough of the heaven-splitting sword art. My cultivation base and other laws have all broken through to the second step of the Empyrean Saint stage. It's time for my heaven-splitting sword art to make a breakthrough. Qin Shao quickly thought of a way to deal with this situation. Soon, he thought of a way to deal with it, and that was the heaven-splitting sword art. The heaven-splitting sword art was indeed the most likely and easiest way for Qin Shao to make a breakthrough. It would be very difficult for him to make a breakthrough in other aspects. It was obviously impossible for him to make another breakthrough in his cultivation base. How could it be so easy to break through to the third step of the Empyrean Saint stage? Qin Zhao's accumulation was still too far away. It was seriously insufficient. The reason he could break through to the second step of the Empyrean Saint stage so quickly was because he had obtained the opportunity to enter the celestial pool in Guyong City. Moreover, he had exhausted the celestial pool's celestial spiritual energy to make the breakthrough. It could be said that he had paid a great price to make the breakthrough. Although Qin Zhao didn't pay the price himself, it was still a price. The difficulty of breaking through to the third step of the Empyrean Saint stage was more than 10 times that of breaking through to the second step of the Empyrean Saint stage. Qin Zhao's accumulation was still insufficient. His foundation was still insufficient. In terms of cultivation base, it was definitely impossible for him to make a breakthrough for the time being. In terms of laws, he was still far from achieving a breakthrough in the 3 great Tao of cultivation. He was still far from achieving a breakthrough. If he couldn't achieve a breakthrough, then trying to force a breakthrough would be futile. He was still far from achieving a breakthrough in the 5 great fundamental laws. There was another possible path, and that was the fusion of the power of laws. Qin Zhao had already fused the power of the 3 laws. The power of the immortal Tao, the power of the space law, and the power of the light law. He had achieved a fusion of the 3 laws. In addition, he had also achieved a complete fusion of the 5 great fundamental laws. Once the 5 great fundamental laws were completed, after becoming a heavenly mandate cultivator, they would naturally become one. It was very easy to achieve a complete fusion of the 5 great fundamental laws. The 5 great fundamental laws were originally 5 in 1. There were very strong similarities between them. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. They originated from the same source and were born from the same root. Therefore, after becoming one, it would be something completely natural. Therefore, what Qin Zhao could try now was to fuse the 5 great fundamental laws with the power of the immortal Tao. Once he did it, it would be a fusion of the power of 6 laws. Such a large amount would definitely cause a huge qualitative change. When the time came, the power that would erupt would be. It would also be terrifyingly powerful. These 2 paths were the only 2 paths that Qin Zhao could take now. The other possibilities were almost zero. There was no need to think about it at all. Moreover, even if he wanted to think about it, it was not allowed for the time being. There was not much time left for Qin Zhao. It was obviously impossible for him to slowly break through. After deciding on a path, Qin Zhao did not hesitate at all and worked hard. He tried to move forward on this path and make a breakthrough. The extreme sharpness of the heaven-opening sword technique pushed the way of the sword to the extreme. The sword could split the sky. How domineering was that? The sword could descend to the heavens and cut through everything. The heaven-opening sword technique was indeed very powerful. The first city lord of Freedom City was a cultivator of the way of the sword. This heaven-opening sword technique was also obtained by chance when he was wandering in the great wide world. Although this set of heaven-opening sword technique cultivation method was not complete, just the part that was left behind displayed incomparably powerful power. Up until now, Qin Zhao had only cultivated to the 2nd level. Qin Zhao estimated that this heaven-opening sword technique should have a total of about 6 levels. The 2nd level was already so powerful. If it was cultivated to the peak, how powerful would it be? However, Qin Zhao was not in the mood to think about these things at this time. The most important thing was to quickly make a breakthrough in the heaven-opening sword technique. After all these years of cultivation and many emotional experiences in battle, Qin Zhao also had many ideas about the heaven-opening sword technique. Qin Zhao had long wanted to try to make a breakthrough in the heaven-opening sword technique, but he had never had a good opportunity and time. This time, he happened to be in a crisis, so he could give it a try and make a breakthrough. This was also an opportunity for Qin Zhao. In addition, the Lightning Sword Saint was using all his strength to activate his sword formation. This sword formation contained a powerful way of the sword intent, and endless sharpness. Under the attack of such a sword formation, Qin Shao could also feel the power of many swords. This could also stimulate Qin Shao and allow Qin Shao to comprehend more. These comprehensions could also stimulate Qin Shao, give Qin Shao inspiration, and help Qin Shao make a breakthrough. Making a breakthrough required accumulation bit by bit, great inspiration to stimulate, and the power of epiphany to help make a breakthrough in one go. Every power was indispensable. If he could gather all these powers and make good use of them, he would have a chance to make a breakthrough. Although my sword is sharp enough, domineering enough, and fierce enough, it is still very lacking. My sword is not straightforward enough, not decisive enough, and not perfect enough to show the sharpest side of the sword. The sword is not just a weapon, but a power of the mind, a sharp mind, a domineering mind, and a supreme heroic spirit of holding the sword and challenging the heavens. If the sword intent is not enough, the sword root is not enough, the sword power is not powerful, the sword energy is not strong enough, and the sword realm is definitely not enough. There are still many areas where I am lacking. However, it is not enough to just have this awareness. I also need to make a breakthrough in these areas. Only in this way can I improve my strength in all aspects and make a breakthrough. Only in this way can I make a qualitative change through quantitative change, and finally make a breakthrough in the realm. Although the heaven-opening sword technique is only a cultivation method, this cultivation method has interpreted the essence of the sword to a very deep level. In fact, the heaven-opening sword technique manifests the way of the sword and the way of the sword everywhere. It is also possible to cultivate the law of the way of the sword from the heaven-opening sword technique. It is just that I have never seriously cultivated the way of the sword and comprehended it. I do not have a very clear understanding of the law of the way of the sword. Therefore, I have never tried to master the way of the sword. I have already mastered the 3 laws of the way of the sword. If I cultivate the way of the sword, it will be too much. I am afraid that I will bite off more than I can chew. Sword intent, way of the sword. Qin Shao resisted the power of the attack while rapidly comprehending, improving, and breaking through. Fortunately, Qin Shao was a mandate realm cultivator. The power of the 5 fundamental laws was integrated into one and could be considered very powerful. With the power of the 5 fundamental laws and the great power of the inner world supporting him, Qin Shao was able to resist the terrifying and crazy power of the attack. Although he could not hold on for too long, he could hold on for a while. Being able to hold on for so long would buy some time for Qin Shao to come out. During this time, Qin Shao was working hard to break through to the 3rd level of the heaven-opening sword technique. The success or failure of this move was directly related to the success or failure of Qin Shao today. There was a strong power of severing thoughts in Qin Zhao's heart that stimulated Qin Shao to break through and not lose. Humph, Qin Shao, don't fight like a cornered beast. It is useless. No matter how bitterly you resist, it's useless. You can't turn the situation around. You can't reverse the situation. In the end, you can't escape death. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. If you want to stand out, you have to see if you have the ability to do so. Unfortunately, you don't. So, today is destined to be your death. This sword saint knows that you must have some life-saving trump cards. As Li Shang's direct disciple, you must have some life-saving trump cards on you. So it's a pity that this sword saint won't be able to kill you here, as I wish today. But it doesn't matter. Being able to defeat you and make you suffer a little is enough to vent my anger. Boy, if you don't want to die, you'd better use your life-saving trump card quickly. Humph, don't be careless. If you die here in the end, you can't blame anyone. You're courting death. The galvanic lightning sword saint said playfully. Chapter 28:58. The lightning sword saint also knew that it was impractical to kill Qin Shao. If Li Shang's personal disciple died so easily, wouldn't it be a big joke? How could Li Shang allow such a thing to happen? Wouldn't it be a disgrace to Li Sheng? Therefore, the galvanic sword saint knew that it was impossible for him to kill Qin Shao. Putting aside the fact that it was unlikely, even if there was such a possibility, he would not dare to really kill Qin Shao. He was just saying it for the fun of it. If he really wanted to kill Qin Shao, then he naturally had to think carefully about whether he could withstand Li Sheng's anger. If Li Sheng's personal disciple was killed, Li Sheng would definitely not sit back and do nothing. Once Li Sheng was angry, there would be no place for the lightning sword saint to hide in, no matter how big the world was. What he, the lightning flash sword saint, wanted was to humiliate Qin Shao and trample on him to vent the hatred in his heart. As long as this goal was achieved, it would be fine. Obviously, he had achieved this goal, so he didn't need to cause any accidents. At this time, he was provoking Qin Shao because he wanted Qin Shao to take the initiative and use his trump card to end this battle. If Qin Shao really insisted on not letting this go, the lightning sword saint was more or less worried that Qin Shao would really die in his hands. That wouldn't be fun. Therefore, he kept provoking Qin Shao and wanted Qin Shao to take the initiative to attack. That would be the best. All his goals would be achieved. It was killing two birds with one stone. How wonderful would that be? However, it was obvious that Qin Shao wouldn't cooperate with him so easily. Things wouldn't go as he wished. Admit defeat? How could that be possible? How could it be so easy to use one's trump card? Qin Shao naturally knew the lightning sword saint's wishful thinking. However, he had to make the lightning sword saint's wishful thinking fail. Sword essence, sword heart, sword soul. I am the only one in the world, and I am the sword. A sword came from the west. The sun rose, and heaven and earth opened. The sword was the intent, the sword was the heart, and the sword was the soul. The sword itself was not a weapon, nor was it a piece of cold metal. Instead, it was a kind of will, a kind of soul. Only the power of one's heart would be able to understand one's will and connect to one's soul. The sword moved, the mind moved, the heart moved, and the soul moved. A wave of power moved. Qin Zhao's heart stirred. Suddenly, he slashed open the dark path with his sword, separating yin and yang. The sun and the moon shone. With a slash of his sword, the barrier was slashed open and broken. Once the barrier was broken, it would naturally undergo a sublimation and metamorphosis, breaking through that level and leaping into another level. The heaven-opening sword art had finally broken through. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly lit up. This breakthrough was not only a breakthrough in the heaven-splitting sword technique, but also a breakthrough in the Tao of sword cultivation. Moreover, the Tao of sword cultivation was not as simple as a breakthrough. It was a heaven-defying breakthrough to the small success realm, skipping an entire realm. This was equivalent to skipping 2 realms in a row, going from not having mastered the Tao of sword cultivation to the small success realm of sword cultivation. Such a huge breakthrough was also thanks to the heaven-opening sword art's breakthrough. The heaven-opening sword art was closely related to the Tao of sword cultivation, and it was a sword technique that was suitable for cultivators of the Tao of sword cultivation to cultivate. It was an extremely profound sword technique that was much more profound than any of the techniques Qin Shao had cultivated for the time being. Such a profound cultivation method and swordsmanship pursued the pinnacle of swordsmanship. And the pinnacle of the sword naturally included the Tao of sword cultivation. The Tao of sword cultivation was to walk the pinnacle of the sword, allowing the sword to become a path of its own. It was to bring the sword to the pinnacle of the sword to an unimaginably profound level. Therefore, under the guidance of the heaven-opening sword art, he was trapped in the sword formation by the lightning sword saint this time. As a third-step ancient saint, the lightning sword saint had already cultivated the Tao of sword cultivation to the large success realm. Qin Shao naturally gained a lot of insight when he fully unleashed the sword cultivation nomological laws at the great success level while under the suppression of the sword cultivation nomological laws. With the help of this insight and the heaven-opening sword art, Qin Shao had broken through to the small success realm of sword cultivation in one fell swoop, completing a huge leap. It had to be said that it was a huge gain. It seemed incredible But in fact, it was reasonable if one thought about it carefully. Because Qin Shao had already reached such a level, it was only a matter of time before he grasped the Tao laws of sword cultivators. They had the same root and the same root, but the form of expression was different. As long as he understood the form of expression and converted it well, it would be fine. The third level of the heaven-opening sword art was completed. Qin Shao looked at the lightning sword saint with a strange gleam in his eyes. Now was the time for him to make a desperate counterattack. Galvanic lightning sword saint, your happiness ends here. Qin Shao snorted coldly in his heart. The heaven-opening sword in his hand was impatient and excited. The sword spirit was already very restless. Sword spirit, come out of the scabbard and show off your peerless edge. Kill everything to your heart's content. Qin Shao shouted softly. He became one with the sword and suddenly slashed out fiercely. Countless sharp sword chi rays shot out from the heaven-opening sword. Hundreds of millions of sword chi rays shot out like a violent storm. The extremely sharp sword chi immediately formed a huge storm. Boundless sword chi surged into the nine heavens, immediately stirring up the entire space of blood mist. All the powers collided together. However, Qin Zhao's sword chi was incomparably sharp. It was so sharp that it could cut through everything. It was unstoppable. When it met the sky, it could split the sky. When it met the earth, it could break the earth. Nothing could stop the sharpness of this sword. The heaven-opening sword art was an extremely sharp sword technique. It was extremely domineering. The sword could split the sky and cut through everything in the world. What's going on? The moment Qin Zhao's sword appeared, it stirred up the entire blood mist area and changed the situation. The reversal of the situation also shocked the lightning sword saint and spiritual master Huamu. The two of them did not expect such a situation at all. Originally, he thought that Qin Shao definitely did not have any power to counterattack. Unless he used his life-saving trump card, only then would he be able to save his life. But how could something like this happen? What kind of method was this? How could Qin Zhao's sword suddenly become so sharp and terrifying? How could it be so strong and domineering? Did he use his life-saving trump card? No, this was not a life-saving trump card. This was the method of the sword. The power of the law of swordsmanship and the power of other laws was in it. The extreme sharpness of the sword was also in it. There was nothing wrong with it. There was no other power in it. It was all Qin Zhao's own power. He did not cheat. If that was the case, then what was going on? This power should not be something that a second-step ancient saint kid could possess. It did not make sense. It did not make sense at all. The lightning sword saint and spiritual master Huamu were shocked for a long time. Qin Shao tore through the lightning sword saint's sword formation and rushed out of the blood mist area. The lightning sword saint exerted all his strength and carefully arranged the sword formation. Coupled with the powerful and strange power in the blood mist area, the two forces combined into one. Logically speaking, even a fourth-step ancient saint would not be able to escape from the sword formation. However, to their surprise, Qin Shao actually broke through the sword formation and rushed out of the blood mist area. The extreme sharpness of the sword did not diminish. After tearing through the sword formation, it rushed toward the lightning sword saint with lightning speed. Qin Zhao's actions had indeed given the galvanic lightning sword saint quite a scare. I've seen a ghost. I've really seen a ghost. Damn it. Is Qin Shao really just a second-step ancient saint? Is he really not concealing his strength? He doesn't seem like a second-step ancient saint at all. How can a second-step ancient saint be so strong? How is this possible? Even such a method was broken by him. I can't even suppress him. How can this be? The lightning sword saint roared madly in his heart. He was so agitated that he roared loudly. He was angry, puzzled, and unwilling to accept this result. It should have been a sure-win situation, but it had turned out like this. It was really abominable. However, the lightning sword saint was not in the mood to think about other things. Qin Shao had already arrived in front of him. His face instantly became extremely gloomy and ugly. His face was devoid of any color. His face was cold and gloomy as he quickly retreated. As he retreated, he attacked with all his strength, trying to block Qin Zhao's extremely sharp sword force. The Lightning Sword Saint's strength was not weak. Even without the help of the Blood Mist area, his strength was still very strong. After all, he was a second-step Ancient Saint. At this moment, under his extremely furious roar, he also pushed the power of his sword to the extreme. Endless wild howls rang out. However, it was obvious that the Lightning Sword Saint's advantage had been completely destroyed by Qin Zhao's attack. Without these advantages, the galvanizing Lightning Sword Saint was naturally in a very sorry state. He was unable to withstand Qin Zhao's ferocious attacks at all. Whether it was the momentum or the battle formation, they had completely fallen into a disadvantage. At first glance, it was obvious that they were not Qin Zhao's opponent at all. They were completely suppressed by Qin Zhao and did not have much power to fight back. They retreated step by step and suffered losses step by step. They were embarrassed step by step and were defeated step by step. Under such circumstances, the Lightning Sword Saint was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for long. He would be completely defeated by Qin Zhao. The Lightning Sword Saint, who was originally very proud of himself and wanted to defeat Qin Zhao, now had an ugly expression on his face. The arrogance and smugness from before had disappeared without a trace. What replaced? It was an ashen expression. What a laughable matter. Truly laughable. He was originally plotting against Qin Zhao. He thought that he had designed a perfect trap. Moreover, Qin Zhao had also jumped into the trap. Everything was going according to his plan. Everything should be going according to the script in his heart. Everything should be under his control. However, he did not expect Qin Zhao to use such a powerful and terrifying method at the last moment. He completely turned the situation around in one fell swoop, completing a beautiful reversal of the tide and reversing his life. How great was the stimulation for the Lightning Sword Saint? If one did not experience it personally, there was no way to understand it. At this moment, the Lightning Sword Saint felt that he was a joke, a big joke. He felt that he was being played by Qin Zhao. The Lightning Sword Saint even felt that all of this was carefully planned by Qin Zhao. He was just playing along with the Lightning Sword Saint's plan. In fact, he already knew all of this in his heart. However, he gave Qin Zhao a taste of his own medicine. He thought that everything was under his control and that he had schemed against Qin Zhao. But in fact, the Lightning Sword Saint was the one who had been schemed against. All of his calculations were within Qin Zhao's big plan. When the net was pulled in, he was completely dumbfounded. He was completely stunned and did not know what was going on. He was completely caught off guard. Wasn't this ridiculous? Chapter 28:59. The Lightning Sword Saint was most proud of his swordsmanship. He considered himself a sword saint, which showed how prideful he was. As a three-step Empyrean saint, he was also a reputable figure in the sword cultivator saint realm. He would not unsheath his sword easily. Once his sword was unsheathed, it would shake the 9 heavens. However, his most powerful sword formation had been broken by Qin Zhao. Not to mention that it was broken by a two-step ancient saint. Qin Zhao was not a sword cultivator. This was a great humiliation to the Lightning Sword Saint. You have lost. Do you still want to fight? Qin Zhao pointed his sword at the Lightning Sword Saint and asked coldly. Lost, lost, lost. These two words were like peerless thunders in Lightning Sword Sage's mind, buzzing. Puffed. In the end, the Lightning Sword Saint could not hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. Did he still want to fight? The galvanic Lightning Sword Saint wasn't willing to give up. He wanted to continue the battle, but he knew that he would only lose more miserably if he continued the battle. He would only be tortured even more severely. Wouldn't he be a fool if he continued to humiliate himself? Although he was unwilling to accept this defeat, the Lightning Sword Saint knew very well that he was no match for Qin Zhao. Therefore, he could only endure this battle. He could not continue to fight. It was time to admit defeat. He had already lost. Even under such circumstances, he still lost. What else could he say? Why? Are you still unwilling to admit defeat? Qin Shao asked coldly when he saw that the lightning sword saint did not speak. In fact, he knew that the lightning sword saint had already admitted defeat. He just did not say it out loud. However, Qin Shao was very unhappy with the lightning sword saint. So how could he let him off so easily? Unwilling to speak. Then he would force the lightning sword saint to speak. Otherwise, he would give himself a reason to continue fighting. Qin Shao was willing to do so. Although it was impossible to kill the lightning sword saint, it was enough to make him suffer a little. Hearing Qin Shao's question, the lightning sword saint's face turned green and white. Since he was already like this, was there still a need to ask? If he didn't admit defeat, wouldn't he resist? It was impossible for Qin Shao to not understand these human affairs, so this was obviously done on purpose. The purpose was to force him to admit defeat personally and use this to humiliate him. He wanted to humiliate himself. The lightning sword saint knew Qin Shao's intentions. He was filled with hatred, but he also felt bitter and tasteless. So what if she hated him? Looks like the lightning sword saint is still unconvinced. The battle isn't over yet. Fine, let's fight to our heart's content today. It's rare to be able to fight against an expert like the lightning sword saint. Seeing the lightning sword saint's ugly expression, Qin Shao felt a little better. However, this wasn't enough. He had to force the lightning sword saint to admit defeat today. How could Qin Shao let him off so easily after humiliating the Nine Xian saintess and insulting Yuan? It was impossible. He had to make him pay a price. Qin Shao, that's enough. Spiritual Master Hua Mu could not help but interject. His face was cold as he looked at Qin Shao. His expression was extremely ugly as he said, "Since you have already won, why must you be so overbearing? The lightning sword saint has already admitted defeat. The outcome is clear. What else is there to say? Let people off when possible. Don't go overboard." Qin Shao laughed in the face of Spiritual Master Hua Mu's words. So when it comes to you guys, you are being overbearing. You want to be lenient? Why didn't you restrain yourself when you humiliated the Nine Xian saintess and Yuan? Earlier, when all of you were insufferably arrogant and looked down on me, why didn't you know how to be lenient whenever possible? Why? Now that you're not as strong as me, you want to pretend to be pitiful? You don't even want your face anymore. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Spiritual Master Hua Mu and the Lightning Sword Saints' faces turned red when they heard Qin Shao's words. Humans were all like this. When the time came, they would say certain things. Since the Lightning Sword Saint was being suppressed by Qin Shao, they would naturally say such things. Qin Shaojin pointed at the Lightning Flash Sword Saint, and a cold, dark light flashed out. The sword was cold. Qin Zhao's voice was even colder. He said, "I'll say one last thing. Do you admit defeat or not? If not, let's continue fighting. I'll beat you until you admit defeat." Heroic, domineering, battle spirit. Qin Zhao's words left no room for negotiation. He directly drew a bottom line. No one could cross this bottom line. The Lightning Sword Saint's expression was extremely ugly. The muscles on his face twitched violently, and his eyes flickered with rage. Flames of fury burned within him. Not admitting defeat? Continue fighting? If he didn't admit defeat now, would he still be able to admit defeat later? Wouldn't that be a battle of life and death? No one could predict what the final outcome would be. Although the Galvanic Lightning Sword Saint was a third-step ancient saint, he was still no match for Qin Shao. In terms of strength, he was obviously no match for him. In terms of trump cards, could he beat him? The Lightning Sword Saint didn't dare to make such a conclusion. After all, Qin Shao was Sage Li's disciple. No one would believe that he didn't have one or two life-saving methods. If they really went all out, the Lightning Sword Saint would be the one at a disadvantage. So, was there a need to continue fighting? The Lightning Sword Saint carefully weighed the pros and cons in his heart. In the end, he chose to give up. There was no need to continue fighting with Qin Shao. If he continued fighting, he would be the one at a disadvantage. The Lightning Sword Saint gritted his teeth and spat out 3 words with difficulty. "I admit defeat." These 3 words were like a great humiliation to the Lightning Sword Saint. However, he was helpless. He was the one who started all this. This was the only way to end it. Hearing that the Lightning Sword Saint had admitted defeat, Qin Shao dared to stop. He sheathed his sword and coldly glanced at the Lightning Sword Saint, an enlightened Huamu. He said coldly, "I think it's better to keep a low profile, be righteous, and be more righteous. Committing too much injustice leads to one's own destruction. This is an eternal truth. Since ancient times, evil has never prevailed over good. A path of evil will never go far. Let me give you a piece of advice. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back, and a shore will be at hand." With that, Qin Shao left as well, leaving the Lightning Sword Saint, an enlightened being Hua Mu, standing there, glaring at each other. Their faces were twisted and ugly. Their gazes became incomparably deep as they looked at each other. Qin Shao came out of the most dangerous area and returned with victory. Prince Zhongyang and the other two had been waiting for Qin Shao. When they saw Qin Shao come out, the three of them knew that Qin Shao had won and obtained the Millennium Jade Pearl. "Ha! Good job, brother. You're worthy of being my brother. You're as handsome and outstanding as I am. Well done, brother." Zhang Yang praised Qin Shao, but he did not forget to compliment himself. Qin Shao was also used to Zhang Yang's thick skin. He smiled and said jokingly, "Yes, I am as handsome and outstanding as you. But this is not my ultimate goal. My ultimate goal is to be more handsome and outstanding than you one day." Prince Zhongyang immediately waved his hand and said, "That is impossible. Brother Qin Shao, I think you should stop daydreaming. It is hopeless. There is no one who is more handsome and outstanding than me, and I will become more and more handsome and outstanding. No matter how many people chase after me, they will always be left behind by me. Brother Qin Shao, you can at most be on par with me. If you want to surpass me, don't even think about it. In this regard, I will not give in to you." Yuan pouted and snorted. "That's not true, Zhongyang. Although you're a little handsome and outstanding, you're still a little lacking compared to my brother Qin Shao. So, the one who should work hard is you." Hey. Hearing this, Prince Zhongyang immediately expressed his displeasure. He looked at Yuan with displeasure and said, Yuan, you little girl. If you don't know how to speak, then don't speak. Why are you looking at me like that? I seriously feel that there is a huge problem with your aesthetic sense. Not only is there a problem with your aesthetic sense, but you also don't know how to speak. You're not cute at all. Well, you are really not cute at all. What do you mean by I'm a little handsome and outstanding? Yuan, I will give you one more chance to reorganize your words. Say it again. Do I look a little handsome or a lot handsome? Just a little. Yuan, as a girl, you can't lie. You have to be honest with your conscience. I am telling the truth. Doesn't your conscience hurt? No, it doesn't. I am telling the truth. Why will my conscience hurt? I will be angered to death by you. Hearing these two people bickering, Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin were happy to watch. However, Yuan had learned to be a little bad now. She was no longer as pure and naive as before. Now they still knew how to make jokes and say different things. They were no longer telling the truth. Let's go. We should go back first. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Prince Zhongyang lost every time he bickered with Yuan. He was very angry every time. He realized that no matter how eloquent he was or how thick-skinned he was, he could not block Yuan's sword of innocence. Sword after sword came stabbing at him, making him unable to block at all. Forget it. In the end, he could only say that a good man would not fight with a girl to comfort his wounded heart. He was so handsome and outstanding. Unfortunately, this little girl did not know how to appreciate him. When Qin Shao and the others were about to leave, Qin Zhao's eyes moved. He saw a figure walking out from the most dangerous area. It was the Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign. Seeing the Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign walking out of that area alive, Qin Shao was slightly surprised. After all, the other two second-step ancient saints had already died in there. Out of the three of them, only the Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign had made it out alive. It could be considered a fortunate thing. Lord Qin Shao, congratulations. The Pure Abyss Saint Sovereign walked over and said to Qin Shao. She forced a smile on her face. Then, she added, I'm ashamed. The three of us wanted to see if we could help you indirectly, Lord Qin Shao. In the end, there was nothing we could do. The danger in that area was far beyond our expectations. If I did not use my life-saving trump card, I would have died in there. But fortunately, young Master Qin Shao still won. This is indeed something worthy of celebration. It's a pity that Lu Shang's Saint Sovereign and Mu Ming's Saint Sovereign died in there. Qin Shao said, "No matter what, I still have to thank you." Chapter 2860. The group returned to the ancient Nether River, and the Magpie Bridge reappeared. Saint Lady Mu Wan also returned to the Magpie Bridge under the escort of 100 Jade Lake Saintesses. The Lightning Sword Saint and the other two did not appear again. Clearly, after the Lightning Sword Saint failed, the three of them had all withdrawn from the Holy Prince Consort selection. In the second round of the trial, only Qin Shao and the pure Abyss Saint Sovereign had returned. Lu Shang Saint Sovereign and Mu Ming Saint Sovereign had both died in the most dangerous area. The final winner naturally fell on Qin Shao. There were only 6 people left in the second round. 2 of them died, and the Lightning Sword Saint and Hua Mu Zhenren did not return. They directly withdrew and could be considered eliminated. Although the pure Abyss Saint Lady returned, she did not complete the task and did not pass the second round. Therefore, in the end, only Qin Shao completed the task. As a result, the first Holy Prince Consort selection ended in such a dramatic manner. However, this result was also within the expectations of the crowd. Originally, the Holy Prince Consort selection had already been decided. The final winner was between Qin Shao and the Lightning Sword Saint. In the end, Qin Shao could be said to be the winner. Of course, this was only because the Lightning Sword Saint was too unpopular. Moreover, he was an outsider. His arrogant and domineering behavior provoked the people of the Immortal Domain to unite against him. Originally, the Jade Lake Saintess had carefully prepared for the Holy Prince Consort selection. They had prepared many tests, but in the end, it ended like this. Saint Lady Mu Wan had a good impression of Qin Shao. In the beginning, she said that if she could choose according to her heart, she would directly choose Qin Shao. Now that the position of Holy Prince Consort had fallen on Qin Shao, it was exactly what Saint Lady Mu Wan wanted. Aha, Brother Qin Shao, congratulations. TSK, I'm so envious. You can win the heart of a beauty. The 9 Profound Saintess is such an outstanding and beautiful woman, and she was picked up by you. Prince Zhang Yang teased. Qin Shao rolled his eyes at Zhang Yang and wanted to hit him. At a time like this, he was still making such sarcastic remarks. Such a good thing fell on Qin Shao, but Qin Shao was not happy at all. He was forced into a corner and had no choice but to do this. Originally, Qin Shao was quite resistant to this matter in his heart. Now it really fell on his head. Qin Shao was already having a headache about how to deal with this matter. Big brother Qin Shao, you can't bully big sister Jiuxian. Otherwise, I won't call you big brother anymore. Yuan pouted as if she was unhappy. Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did she look like such a shameless person? It was already a good thing that the 9th Profound Holy Maiden did not bully him. However, Ming Yuexin said, actually, the 9 Profound Holy Maiden is also quite good. She's very good in all aspects. To you, Qin Shao, he's actually quite a good match. It's just a pity that the women of the Jade Lake Holy Land will not marry men. This is their fate. The 9 Profound Holy Maiden is the current number 1 Holy Maiden of the Jade Lake Holy Land. It's impossible for her to be like this. This is a fate that she can never change. However, although she can't marry, I still think that the 2 of you are really a good match. A match made in heaven. Actually, I've been thinking that since this is a fate that the 9 Profound Holy Maiden can't resist and can't escape, why don't you just accept it? It could be considered as helping the 9 Profound Holy Maiden. It's better than with other people, right? Big sister Ming Yuexin, is this really okay? Yuan stared at Ming Yuexin with her eyes wide open. Ming Yuexin shook her head and said, there's no such thing as okay or not. Just think of a way to minimize the damage. There's no better way. If there is, then we wouldn't have come to this point. I'm afraid this is the best way to choose from the worst. There are some things that can't be helped. If the 9 profound holy maiden can't change it, we can't do anything either. Yuan pursed her lips and looked a little depressed. She was a little sad. She didn't know if she was sad for the 9 profound holy maiden or for her big brother Qin Shao. Prince Zhongyang pursed his lips and said, "You two women, what's the point of saying such useless things now? If I had participated in the selection of the Holy Prince consort earlier, if I had been chosen, then there wouldn't be such a problem. Anyway, I quite like the 9 profound holy maiden. As long as she's willing, I'm willing to dual cultivate with her." "Bah, shameless." Yuan immediately scolded Prince Zhongyang. Ming Yuexin also glared at Prince Zhongyang and said, "Why didn't you break through to the 2nd-step ancient saint realm earlier? You're just a 1st-step ancient saint. Aren't you just sending your head to the lightning flash sword saint?" Prince Zhongyang pursed his lips. He was unhappy. Could he blame himself? Did he think that everyone was a peerless genius like Qin Shao? Sigh. Comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. Qin Shao shook his head and sighed silently. "All right, I have to go back to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground with Sage Muin. You all can go back to the Saint Academy. You can't help me with this headache. I'll deal with it myself. If something like this happens again, I won't do it again even if you beat me to death." Qin Shao left with Sage Muin, and the crowd also dispersed. At this time, Qin Shao was being carried by a group of beautiful holy maidens on a flower bridge and slowly entered the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. After passing through the Taiyu River and layers of barriers, they finally entered the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. In addition to the natural protection of the Taiyu River, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground also had other protective powers. Layers of natural restrictions prevented outsiders from entering the Taiyu River by force. It would be difficult for an ordinary 3rd-step ancient saint realm to enter the Taiyu River. It was no wonder that the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was the most important of the 3 sacred grounds. Moreover, except for the Holy Prince Consort, no one else could enter the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Intruders were regarded as provoking the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, and they would definitely be attacked fiercely by the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. It was impossible to survive. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground was indeed a sacred ground for women. It was indeed very different from other places. As soon as Qin Shao entered, he couldn't help but be shocked by the scenery of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Beautiful. It was really beautiful. It was indescribable. In the entire sacred ground, every flower, every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, every river, and every sea was so beautiful. It was full of gorgeous colors. The air was also filled with a refreshing fragrance that made people intoxicated. After entering the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, the scenery, fragrance, and aura were enough to make people feel relaxed and happy. It was very comfortable and pleasant. It made people who entered feel a special feeling. This is indeed a sacred ground for cultivation. It's not stained by the secular world and isolated from the world. Others can't enter here. Pure and untainted. It's indeed the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. No wonder so many people want to become the Holy Prince Consort. Once you become the Holy Prince Consort, you can enter the Jade Lake Sacred Ground to cultivate for 10,000 years. You can also have sex with the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and get some of the bloodline power of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. It will help your cultivation and increase your strength greatly. Cultivating in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground is much better than cultivating in the Saint College and Langya Heavenly Capital. As soon as he entered the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Qin Shao felt that he had fallen in love with the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. However, Qin Shao still didn't want this benefit. After Saint Muin led Qin Shao around the Jade Lake Sacred Ground for a while, they stopped in front of a beautiful mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a more elegant and unique palace. The White Palace was obviously very holy. This White Palace was shrouded in a special divine power with a supreme holy aura. At this moment, in front of the White Palace, there were 2 rows of beautiful Jade Lake Sacred Ground, respectfully welcoming the arrival of the first Holy Prince Consort, Qin Shao. Seeing such a scene, Qin Shao could clearly feel that he was about to see the nine sacred ground. He felt like he was being forced into a big red bridge to marry someone else. This kind of feeling was really very strange. As a man, even if there was such a thing, he should be the groom. He should be the one in charge. But now, Qin Shao felt like he was the one being forced into the bridge. This feeling was not only bad, but also made Qin Shao feel inexplicably nervous. This was Qin Shao's first time experiencing such a thing. On a path leading to the White Palace, 2 rows of Jade Lake sacred ground stood there. Red makeup paved the way, and each Jade Lake sacred ground held a flower basket in their hands. The basket was filled with all kinds of flowers. At the other end of the path, there was no sign of the 9 sacred ground. It seemed like the 9 sacred ground was still in the White Palace, waiting for Qin Shao. This scene was somewhat sacred and solemn, and Qin Shao could not help but feel like he was about to get married. Sage Muin walked down, and Qin Shao also walked down from the bridge. Saintess Muin gestured for Qin Shao to enter and said, "Saintess Qin Shao, please come in. The 9 profound saintess has already finished bathing and is waiting for you in her room. This is the most important moment in her life, and it will also be the most important moment in your life, Qin Shao. I hope you can make good use of it. You are all ancient sages. I believe I don't need to say much about the matters between men and women. You will all understand. This kind of thing can be learned without a teacher." Qin Shao really wanted to cry in his heart, but no tears came out. He felt bitter in his heart, but he could not say it out loud. Qin Shao wanted to discuss it with Sage Muin, but wouldn't it be a slap to the Jade Lake sacred ground's face if he discussed it now? St. Lord Sun, one would definitely not agree to it. Perhaps if she was unhappy, he would be the unlucky one. Therefore, after thinking about it, Qin Shao decided to endure it for the time being. He would not think about it for the time being. He would think about it when he saw the 9 sacred ground. There was no other way. This was the only way now. With heavy steps, Qin Shao slowly walked up the path of red makeup. As soon as he stepped on it, the Jade Lake sacred ground, standing on both sides, began to sprinkle flowers into the sky, and the sky suddenly became colorful. The fragrance in the air also became stronger. Pieces of flowers fell on Qin Shao's body and then gently slid to the ground. Every piece of flower released a gorgeous color. It was indescribably beautiful and also indescribably sacred. Such a ritualistic feeling made Qin Shao feel very heavy indeed. But he could only brace himself and continue. Step by step, he walked on a path of flowers. Finally, Qin Shao passed through this path and arrived at the entrance of the White Palace. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the White Palace, the palace doors opened at the same time to welcome Qin Shao's arrival. The ritual felt even more intense. 4 Jade Lake sacred ground dressed exactly the same stood in the palace. After the palace doors opened, the 4 sacred ground slightly bowed to Qin Shao and shouted in unison, "Welcome, sacred ground, sacred ground." "Author, Qinshang," he said, "on the first day of the new year, Qinshang wishes everyone a happy new year, and wishes everyone a happy new year." Chapter 2861. Qin Shao was startled by the sudden sound. The treatment was good, but it was not what Qin Shao wanted. Regardless of how great the danger was, Qin Shao was still able to maintain absolute calm. However, such a formation made Qin Shao feel as if he could not withstand it. After adjusting his mood, Qin Shao calmed down and bowed to the 4 Jade Lake saintesses who looked exactly the same. Qin Shao thought that the 4 of them were quadruplets. They looked so alike. They were all the best in the world. After Qin Shao stepped into the White Palace, the door closed automatically. The moment the door closed, Qin Shao inexplicably thought that he had been kidnapped. The 4 Jade Lake saintesses stood in 4 corners, surrounding Qin Shao in the middle. "Holy Prince Consort, this way please." The 4 Jade Lake saintesses made the same gesture at the same time and said in unison. Even their voices sounded exactly the same, as if they were synchronized perfectly. Under the guidance of the 4 Jade Lake Saintesses, Qin Shao quickly entered a room. There was a big pool in the room. At this time, white smoke was rising from the pool. This was obviously a bathtub, but it would appear to be a little bigger. The water in the pond was not ordinary water. Instead, it was boundless water. It was said that boundless water could wash away some impurities, evil, and dirty things on a person's body, making him incomparably pure and holy. Boundless water, also known as holy water, was unique to the Jade Lake sacred ground. In the whole immortal realm, only the Jade Lake sacred ground had boundless water. Qin Shao only knew about boundless water, but this was the first time he had seen it. Such a precious, boundless water didn't seem to be worth anything in this place. Just looking at such a large pond was enough to make one click their tongue. The Jade Lake sacred ground was really generous this time. They put such a big pool of boundless water here just to bathe the holy prince consort, wash away the impurities, and purify his body. Moreover, the boundless water's function was far more than that. It had great benefits for cultivators. Holy Prince Consort Qin Shao, please take a bath and change your clothes. The 4 Jade Lake Saintesses said in unison. Then they walked over to Qin Shao and were about to undress Qin Shao and help Qin Shao take a bath and change his clothes. Qin Shao was not unfamiliar with such a thing. Ordinary young masters could enjoy such treatment. Wine pools and meat forests, wives and concubines, and so on, these were not new things. But Qin Shao had never enjoyed such treatment, and he did not want to enjoy it. Therefore, seeing the 4 Jade Lake Saintesses about to undress him, Qin Shao seemed to get an electric shock. He immediately gestured for them to stop, saying, "I'm sorry, ladies. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. I'm still not used to this. So, can you go out and let me do it myself?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the 4 Jade Lake Saintesses were stunned at the same time. Even their expressions were synchronized, which looked very funny. The 4 Jade Lake Saintesses obviously did not expect that Qin Shao would not let them help him take a bath and change his clothes. Therefore, they were stunned for a while and did not know how to deal with this matter. Not to mention encountering such a thing in the past, they had never even thought about it. They were specifically responsible for bathing and changing the Holy Prince Consort. This was nothing to them. It should be even less of a problem for men. Wasn't this a very normal thing? But Qin Shao, the Holy Prince Consort, did not let them do it. What did this mean? Seeing the 4 Jade Lake Saintesses' stunned expressions, Qin Shao knew that they might have misunderstood. He explained, "Ladies, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean to dislike you. I've never been served like this before. So, I'm not used to undressing in front of women. I'm not used to exposing myself in front of women without any reservation. Not only am I not used to it, but it also makes me very shy. So, can you go out first and let me do it myself? I'll find you after I'm done." The 4 Jade Lake Saintesses looked at Qin Shao strangely. But Qin Shao looked so sincere that it did not seem like he was lying. The 4 Jade Lake Saintesses looked at him for a while and couldn't help laughing. They covered their mouths and laughed. Anyway, Qin Shao looked helpless. There was nothing funny about this, right? In fact, it was not a big deal. Anyway, it seemed that he had nothing to lose. But Qin Shao did feel very shy. In this aspect, Qin Shao might not have seen through it so clearly. He had always been shy. But after laughing, the 4 Jade Lake Saintesses shook their heads at the same time. They said no. This was awkward. They said no. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and said, "Ladies, I don't want you to serve me. Is that okay? You can't do this, right?" The 4 Jade Lake Saintesses said at the same time, "Of course not, Holy Prince Consort. We're ordered to help you bathe and change your clothes. So, we must help you bathe and change your clothes, Holy Prince Consort. Otherwise, we can't report back. Holy Prince Consort, please don't make things difficult for us. The Joshuan Saintess is still waiting for you in a room." Looking at the situation, it did not make sense. What should he do? Qin Shao also wanted to make up his mind and let these 4 beautiful Jade Lake Saintesses help him bathe and change his clothes. He wanted to enjoy the treatment of a young master for a while. To be able to be bathed and changed by 4 beautiful Jade Lake Saintesses, Perhaps only the first holy prince consort could enjoy such treatment. Ordinary holy prince consort would definitely not be able to think of such treatment. This kind of treatment, who knew how many people would be envious to death? After saying that, the four Jade Lake Saintesses came up to undress Qin Shao again. Qin Shao bounced back as if he had been electrocuted. He hugged himself tightly and curled up like a little girl who had been bullied. Seeing Qin Shao like this, the four Jade Lake Saintesses couldn't help laughing out loud. Qin Shao was very embarrassed and embarrassed. Four sisters, how about this? If you really want to serve me, that's fine too. But I definitely won't let you undress me. Your strength is not as good as mine, so you definitely can't force me to do anything. So, instead of being in a deadlock here and making the ninth profound saintess wait for a long time, why don't we each take a step back and come up with a solution that satisfies both sides? You have a mission. I understand that you four sisters have to do, so I hope that you four sisters can also understand me. I want to undress myself in front of you. So, if you don't want to go out, then turn around, close your eyes, and withdraw your divine sense. I'll do it myself and enter the boundless water. Then, you can casually pour some water on me and leave the rest to me. You all stay in this room and listen to my instructions. Is that okay? When the four Jade Lake Saintesses heard Qin Zhao's words, they looked at each other again. Obviously, they were at a loss. They were definitely unwilling, but it seemed that they really couldn't force them to do it. This made it very difficult for them. They couldn't continue to be in a deadlock like this. If they delayed, their superiors would definitely blame them. In the end, the four Jade Lake Saintesses really had no choice but to nod and agree. Qin Shao had no other choice. This was the only solution he could think of. He could only do this. Although it was still a little awkward, this was the only way. Feeling awkward in her heart, Qin Shao couldn't calm down to feel the benefits of the baptism of the boundless water, even in the boundless pool. Such a great opportunity. She could only watch helplessly as it was missed. After taking a bath, she changed into a set of clothes. This was prepared by the Jade Lake Saintess in advance. It was a fitting and handsome white robe. After that, Qin Shao was dressed by the four Jade Lake Saintesses. Being dressed by the four beautiful Jade Lake Saintesses in front of her, Qin Shao didn't have the heart to enjoy this wonderful feeling. After dressing up, Qin Shao looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but say, "It turns out that I really look much more handsome after dressing up." This somewhat narcissistic remark made the four Jade Lake Saintesses laugh again. The four Jade Lake Saintess said in unison, "Holy Prince Qin Shao is already very handsome. You and our Joshuan Saintess are simply a match made in heaven. They are a perfect match." Qin Shao didn't expect to receive such a response from her narcissistic compliment. Therefore, Qin Shao could only obediently shut up. After dressing up, the four Jade Lake Saintesses led Qin Shao to a room. This was obviously the Joshuan Saintess's boudoir. She was waiting in the boudoir at this moment. The four Jade Lake Saintesses didn't open the door for Qin Shao immediately. Instead, they said in unison, "Holy Prince Qin Shao, do you know some of the rules of our Jade Lake Saintesses, Holy Prince? Can you do it?" Qin Shao nodded. Naturally, he was very clear about this. "Good. Holy Prince Qin Shao, after drinking this cup of wine, you can enter the Joshuan Saintess's boudoir." One of the Jade Lake Saintess took out a cup of wine and handed it to Qin Shao. Wine? Qin Shao looked at the wine in the Jade Lake Saintess's hand. Was this the ceremony? Anyway, he couldn't refuse now. He could only walk down this path to the end. There was no other way. There was no other way. Qin Shao took the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. The wine was very good. It was very delicious and sweet. It was also very fragrant. The taste was very special. It was indeed very good. Although Qin Shao wasn't fond of wine, he still felt a little unsatisfied after drinking such delicious wine. "Sister, do you still have this wine? Can you give me a few more cups?" Qin Shao joked. But after hearing Qin Zhao's words, the four Jade Lake Saintesses looked at Qin Shao strangely. Seeing the expressions of the four people, Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He subconsciously felt that he had said something wrong. Was there something wrong? This wine, was there a problem? It couldn't be, right? Qin Shao looked at the wine cup in his hand, and then at the Jade Lake Saintess who handed him the wine. The Jade Lake Saintess finally said, "Holy Prince Qin Shao, are you sure you want a few more cups? For ordinary people, 1 cup is enough. 2 cups is definitely unbearable. If you drink too much, I'm afraid it's a little dangerous. Moreover, the higher-ups only gave me 1 cup. So even if Holy Prince Qin Shao wants it, I can't give it to you now. However, there'll be 1 cup every 1,000 years. So Holy Prince Qin Shao, you don't have to be so anxious." These words didn't sound right. Well, it was very strange. This wine was definitely not ordinary wine. It must have some kind of effect on it. Qin Shao suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He thought of some bad possibilities, so he couldn't help but ask, "Sister, what effect does this wine have?" Chapter 2862. When the 4 Jade Lake Saintesses heard Qin Zhao's question, they smiled but did not say anything. The door of the room was opened, and the 4 Jade Lake Saintesses made an inviting gesture at the same time. They said to Qin Shao, "Holy Prince Consort, Qin Shao, the 9 mysterious Saintess invites you in." Qin Shao was speechless. Obviously, it was impossible to get any information from them. She was depressed. She did not know what kind of wine she had drunk for no reason. Although she did not feel anything at the moment, Qin Shao had a very strong, bad feeling in her heart. But there was no other way. She could only enter the 9 mysterious Saintess room first. She could not talk to these people, but she hoped that she could talk to the 9 mysterious Saintess. Qin Shao stepped into the room. The moment she entered, the door closed. Qin Shao could clearly feel the aura of the 4 Jade Lake Saintesses. They must be at the door. Obviously, the 4 of them would be guarding the door. Did this mean that the bridal room would be guarded by the 4 of them? Qin Shao shook her head. It was useless to think about anything now. She could only take 1 step at a time. This time, Zhang Yang, Miss Fu Yunyi, and Zhang Yang had really pushed themselves into a deep pit. Qin Shao moved her eyes and saw a huge snow lotus floating on a small pond. The small pond was in the middle of the room. The small pond was emitting clouds and smoke. It was dense and colorful, like a dream. It was beautiful and holy. It gave people the feeling that it was incomparably sacred. The water in the pond was the infinite water and the Jade Lake's holy water. The 2 kinds of water were mixed in a small pond. However, the 2 kinds of water could not be mixed together. The big snow lotus in the pond was incomparably holy. On top of the big snow lotus, there was a layer of Jade agar forming a big bed. At this moment, a figure was sitting on the big bed. She was as graceful as a fairy. Her peerlessly beautiful figure was sitting there in a cross-legged position. A touch of the world of mortals appeared in the world of mortals. She was wearing a red dress, which made her look very festive. With the phoenix coronet on her head, she looked noble and dignified in the festive atmosphere. It accentuated her temperament and made her beauty even more profound. The current Joshuan Saintess was indeed more beautiful than the last time he saw her. She was not inferior to Princess Xiaoyu and Fu Yunyi at all. In fact, at this moment, it was even more stunning. After all, the 9 profound Saintess was the number 1 Saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Naturally, she was different. At this moment, when Qin Shao saw the 9 profound Saintess for the first time, he was indeed shocked and frightened to the core. However, Qin Shao immediately regained her senses. She tried her best to calm herself down and not think about those messy things. In his heart, there was only Gu Lingwei. The beautiful phoenix eyes of the 9 profound holy maiden also widened as she stared at Qin Shao. Her gaze was filled with anticipation. The moment she saw Qin Shao, her body trembled slightly, but it was barely noticeable. Her eyes moved. Clearly, she was also a little startled. Qin Shao had been cleansed in the boundless pool. Then, he was meticulously groomed. Naturally, he looked extremely handsome. His most handsome side was completely displayed. The current Qin Shao was naturally more manly. Therefore, it was natural that he was more impactful than before. The visual effect was much stronger. Therefore, the 9 profound holy maiden was also a little startled at first sight. The 2 of them looked at each other like this. It was a little awkward for a moment. After looking at each other for a while, the two of them reacted at the same time and involuntarily looked away. Upon closer inspection, both of their cheeks were flushed with shyness. The atmosphere was awkward. After a while, the nine profound holy maiden broke the silence and said, "Lord Qin Shao, are you going to continue standing there? Are we going to be in a deadlock like this?" Qin Shao smiled bitterly. He sighed and said, "Then I'll find a place to sit." The nine profound holy maiden patted the space beside her and said to Qin Shao, "Sit here." "Sit there." Wasn't he directly sitting on the nine profound holy maiden's bed? Qin Shao's face turned even redder. For a moment, he felt like he couldn't handle it. This attack seemed a little too aggressive. This script didn't seem right. He was only here to help as a friend. The nine profound holy maiden couldn't possibly not know about this, right? This matter couldn't have been completely decided by Yuan and the others, right? Impossible, right? Yuan and the others shouldn't have done this to him, right? For a moment, Qin Shao was a little doubtful. When he came in just now, he also noticed that the nine profound holy maiden was obviously surprised when she saw him. From this, it could be seen that the nine profound holy maiden didn't expect him to come here. That was why she had such a reaction. Thinking back to how shy the Jiushuan holy maiden was and how she seemed to be taking the initiative, Qin Shao couldn't help but wonder if he had fallen into a deep pit. Had he really fallen into the pit and buried himself? Qin Shao took a few steps forward and came to the edge of the small pool. He coughed and said to the nine profound holy maiden, "I think it's better for me to sit here. It's nearer." "Sit there?" The nine profound holy maiden's limpid eyes flickered with a faint light as she looked at Qin Shao. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Qin Shao, my holy prince consort, you're even more shy than me. Shouldn't you men be the one to take the initiative in this kind of thing? I've already taken the initiative to let you sit beside me. Yet, you're still so far away from me. You're making it seem like I'm scaring you. You're hurting a woman's self-esteem by doing this." Even this wasn't okay? Qin Shao muttered in his heart. What did the nine profound holy maiden mean by this? Was she clear about this matter or not? He was only here to help save her. He wasn't really here to be her holy prince consort. Did she really think that he was her holy prince consort? This wasn't a joke. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't change his mind easily. He said again, "Nine profound holy maiden, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to offend you, nor did I mean to hurt your self-esteem. I think it's better for us to be more honest and speak more clearly. The way you're talking really makes me feel a little nervous." So, before Qin Shao could finish his words, the nine profound holy maiden interrupted Qin Shao. She looked at Qin Shao with a deep gaze. "Lord Qin Shao, since you want to hear the truth and want us to be more honest, I'll be more straightforward." Hearing the nine profound holy maiden's words, Qin Shao finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like she knew about this matter. Like I said, Yuan and the others shouldn't have cheated me like this. Luckily, the nine profound holy maiden continued. "Perhaps the Lord Qin Shao doesn't know much about our Jade Lake sacred ground. Perhaps he knows something about the holy maiden's destiny. Our Jade Lake sacred ground only has women. We won't give birth to any men. There are only two ways for our Jade Lake sacred ground to give birth. One is to directly drink the sacred water and give birth to the next generation. However, the bloodline of the offspring produced this way is very weak. The probability of giving birth to a genius is extremely low. Therefore, this method has always been used by the ordinary women of our Jade Lake sacred ground. They give birth to a large number of offspring and increase the number of lives in our Jade Lake sacred ground. And the outstanding ones are conferred the title of Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden is 1 in a million. After becoming a Holy Maiden, you have the opportunity to choose a holy prince consort. You can marry an outstanding man and give birth to offspring after dual cultivation. In this way, you can increase the bloodline inheritance and give birth to more geniuses. This is the most important thing for our Jade Lake sacred ground. It's the most important way for our Jade Lake sacred ground to provide geniuses. Therefore, for us holy maidens, This is a sacred mission and supreme glory that we are given the moment we become holy maidens. This is our duty and responsibility. It's what we have to do. It's our life. We have to obey. We have to do this. We have no other choice. We can't escape. We can't hide. We can only obey. And I can't escape this fate either. My mother, my grandmother, and my great-grandmother couldn't escape this fate. They all went through this. When it came to me, I was bestowed with the title of the first holy maiden of the Jade Lake's sacred ground. Therefore, the selection of the holy prince consort is of utmost importance to the Jade Lake sacred ground. It is also a rare event for the Jade Lake sacred ground. The burden on my shoulders, the responsibility, has become very, very heavy. Everyone's eyes are on me. They're all waiting for me to complete this sacred mission for the Jade Lake sacred ground. Hearing the holy maiden's words, Qin Shao felt deep sympathy for her. The holy maidens of the Jade Lake sacred ground seemed to be incomparably glorious, noble, and respected by the world. However, who could truly understand their suffering? Of course, this kind of thing had existed since the Jade Lake sacred ground was established. This kind of thinking had already been deeply ingrained in the hearts of everyone in the Jade Lake sacred ground. Therefore, the vast majority of the women in the Jade Lake Holy Land should be very accepting of this matter. They would agree with such a thing and wouldn't deliberately resist or anything. However, the Holy Maiden obviously couldn't completely accept this matter. Although she was powerless to resist and didn't have the intention to escape, she still had to complete this sacred mission. However, she wasn't resigned to it. Perhaps she was a little unwilling. She didn't want to accept this fate. Or perhaps she simply felt that she didn't like this kind of fate. However, she was powerless. She was too powerless. In the face of fate, in front of the entire Jade Lake sacred ground, she was so pale and powerless. She couldn't even be compared to an ant. After taking a deep breath and calming herself down, the nine profound holy maiden continued. Lord Qin Shao, I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me. In fact, I've also yearned for love. Love has always been something forbidden in the Jade Lake sacred ground. However, the more forbidden it is, the more people will be curious about it. Yes, there are many holy maidens who are unable to come into contact with the outside world. They don't know what the outside world is like. They don't know that there's such a thing called love in this world. Unfortunately, I went out and saw the outside world. I learned about the wonders of the outside world. I learned that there are many men in the outside world. I learned about friendship. I learned about love. I learned about many things. I saw many wonderful things. I had many expectations, and I had many thoughts that I couldn't get rid of. Therefore, I realized that when I faced this matter again, I couldn't face it as calmly as before. I couldn't let it happen and accept the fate that the Jade Lake sacred ground arranged for me. I really can't stop thinking about this matter. Chapter 2863. Helpless fate, painful cries but powerless moans. The women of the Jade Lake sacred ground had been like this for generations. Everything had been arranged for them from the moment they were born. The saintesses were unable to escape their fate. They were given a sacred mission the moment they became saintesses. There was no such thing as love for them. The word love was taboo in the Jade Lake sacred ground. No one mentioned it. There was no such thing as love in the Jade Lake sacred ground. No one dared to talk about love in the Jade Lake sacred ground. Most of the women of the Jade Lake sacred ground would only stay in the Jade Lake sacred ground for their entire lives. They would not leave and would not understand the outside world. They had not even seen a man before. Love was a terrifying thing to them. It was something that could not be touched. This was the pain of the Jiuquan saintess. On the one hand, she was the first saintess of the Jade Lake sacred ground. She should be responsible and follow her sacred mission. However, the Jiuquan saintess was not willing to do so. She had some longing for love. The powerful force of love actually gave her the heart to resist fate. Qin Shao could only shake her head helplessly after hearing the Jiuquan saintess' words. She could only sympathize with the Jiuquan saintess. There are thousands of people in the world. There are thousands of fates. Everyone had their own sorrow and helplessness. It was hard to meddle in other people's affairs. Joshuan Saintis, why do you have the heart to resist fate? Don't tell me you already have feelings for someone else and have fallen in love? Qin Shao asked. The Joshuan Saintis was stunned. She looked at Qin Shao and shook her head. I don't think so. Maybe I just have some thoughts and longing for love. However, I also know that love is something that cannot be asked for. It is something that I have no fate with in this life. From the moment I was born, my fate has been determined. In fact, I also know that I am powerless to resist. It is just an empty fantasy, nothing more. I have already prepared for everything. However, I did not expect that there would be a relatively good outcome in the worst-case scenario. It gave me the last bit of comfort. Qin Zhao's brows furrowed slightly. There was a strange meaning in his words. Did the Joshuan Saintis not know that he was here to help her? He wasn't here to become her holy prince consort. Could it be that Yuan and the others had acted on their own and did not discuss this with the Joshuan Saintis? At this moment, Qin Shao was stunned. He did not know how to reply to the 9 profound holy maiden. The Joshuan Saintis stared at Qin Shao as she was waiting for Qin Shao. She did not expect Qin Shao of Although we've only met once in the past, and the time we spent together was relatively short. But as for your words, I rather admire them. You're very outstanding in all aspects. Not bad. You're also more in line with one of my thoughts about the opposite sex. Although I don't have that thought for the time being, nor do I want to find my own love. I've already accepted my fate. Actually, it's very hard for me to imagine giving my body to a stranger or even a man that I hate and disgust. But Lord Qin Shao, I don't hate you. Even if he didn't like her, at least he admired her. So, if I give you my body, at least I won't feel disgusted and won't hate myself. If this is my fate, then I accept it. Thank you, Qin Shao. You saved me. Hearing the 9 profound holy maiden's straightforward words, Qin Shao was even more dumbfounded. There was something wrong with the plot. The script should not have been written like this. What was going on? She came here to ask for help. She was doing a good deed, but she had to give up her body? That was not worth it. Qin Shao was not willing to do that. Qin Shao clenched her teeth and said, 9 profound holy maiden, I think you might have misunderstood. Actually, I didn't come here to participate in your holy prince consort selection because I want to have you. I rather admire you, 9 profound holy maiden. But my heart already belongs to someone. I already have a woman that I like. My heart isn't big, and it can't accept another woman. So, hearing Qin Zhao's words, the 9 profound holy maiden's face suddenly darkened. A strange light flashed in the depths of her eyes. It was just a flash, and it disappeared without a trace. So, you don't actually like me, and you don't want to have my body. You're just here to tease me? If that's the case, then why did you come here to participate in my holy prince consort selection? What? Are you just here to laugh at me? Or are you just here to humiliate me? Qin Shao shook her head and immediately explained, No. 9 profound holy maiden, don't misunderstand. Actually, it's like this. Yuan and the others know that you're going to choose a holy prince consort selection, and they're afraid that you'll fall into someone else's hands. That's why they asked me to participate in the holy prince consort selection and win the holy prince consort selection. This way, you can prevent your innocence from being ruined. They said that they've already discussed it with you. I thought you already knew, but it seems like they lied to me. The 9 profound holy maidens snorted coldly and said, Giving my body to someone else is the same as giving it to you. Since you don't like me, and you're not here to participate in my holy prince consort selection, then wouldn't I be ruined if I gave it to you? 9 profound holy maiden, actually I don't want to have you. I'm just here to prevent others from ruining you, Qin Shao said awkwardly. Speaking of this matter, it was indeed quite awkward. If the 9 profound holy maiden really didn't know about this matter, then treating her like this would indeed be a bit humiliating. However, Qin Shao couldn't do anything about it. The 9 profound holy maiden looked at Qin Shao and asked, Then what do you want? What do I want? Qin Shao smiled bitterly and shook her head. I also don't know how to solve this matter. This is also something that has been troubling me for a long time. That's why I wanted to discuss this matter with you and see how we can resolve it. The nine profound saintess suddenly laughed. Seeing the nine profound holy maiden laughing so happily, Qin Shao frowned slightly and looked at the nine profound holy maiden with a strange expression. No, sure enough, after the nine profound holy maiden laughed, she said, "All right, Qin Shao, I was just teasing you and joking with you. Actually, Yuan and Ming Yuexin have already told me about this matter. This was indeed their idea. Originally, I was very embarrassed and rejected them from the start. But in the end, I couldn't persuade them and could only let them do as they wished. Lord Qin Shao, thank you very much for coming to help me. Thank you so much. Just now, I didn't scare you, right?" Qin Shao also wanted to say that she wasn't scared. However, she was indeed a little scared just now. So it was just a joke. Fortunately, it was still okay. Qin Shao finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was much better. She also felt much more relaxed. Nine profound holy maiden, you don't have to be so polite. We are all friends. When a friend is in trouble, I should help. Although we haven't spent much time together and aren't very familiar with each other, Yuan and Ming Yuexin have treated each other very well. However, Yuan and Ming Yuexin both treat you as a sister. Since they've asked for it, I have to do it no matter what. I sympathize with your fate, but I can't do anything to change it. I can only do what I can to help you." The nine profound saintess shook her head and sighed softly. "How could I not know this? This is my life, my sacred life. I can't resist it, and I don't want to resist it. All the women in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground are like this. How can I be special? Although you have won the Holy Prince Consort selection, this matter won't end here. It won't be solved so quickly. This matter is also very troublesome for me." Hearing the nine profound holy maidens say that she was having a headache, Qin Shao felt even more troubled. This matter was indeed not easy to solve. However, no matter how difficult it was, she had to solve it. It was something that had to be solved. There was no other way. No matter how difficult it was, she had to overcome it. She just had to find some relative solutions from the difficulties. The nine profound holy maidens said, "Although the Holy Prince Consort is only allowed to stay in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground for 10,000 years, the prerequisite is that I have to be pregnant. If you can't make me pregnant, it won't be easy for you to leave the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Moreover, there will be regular checkups, and there will be some auxiliary methods. Theoretically, within 10,000 years, if we really do that, we can definitely get pregnant. There won't be such an accident. Therefore, I really don't know how to solve this matter. Pregnancy can't be faked. If I don't give you my body, I can't get pregnant." This, Qin Shao thought for a while and said, "Doesn't the Jade Lake Sacred Ground want the Jade Lake Holy Water? Doesn't the Jade Lake Holy Water make you pregnant immediately after drinking it? Can we find a way to get some Jade Lake Holy Water so that you can get pregnant directly after drinking it?" The nine profound holy maiden shook her head directly and said, "This is also impossible. First of all, not all the Jade Lake Sacred Ground can make us pregnant. It must be the holy water in the Jade Lake Mother Pool, the purest holy water. The Jade Lake Mother Pool is a forbidden area and is heavily guarded. It's impossible for us to get some. Moreover, a pregnancy after drinking the Jade Lake holy water is different from a normal pregnancy. It can be recognized. After I get pregnant, the higher-ups will send someone to check. Once the check is wrong, we won't be able to get away with it." This was unsolvable. Qin Shao shook her head and said with a speechless face, "In that case, isn't there no solution? If I don't make you pregnant, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground won't give up and let me go. Even if I leave secretly, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground won't let this matter rest. They might hold another Holy Prince Consort selection for you. Unless you want me to take you away from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Only then will it be possible. But it's obviously impossible for you to leave the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Once you do such a thing, it's irreversible. It's equivalent to betraying the Jade Lake Sacred Ground." The nine profound holy maiden shook her head and said with a determined face, "That's impossible. I will never betray the Jade Lake sacred ground. I will never betray the Jade Lake sacred ground." Chapter 2864. Yes, there was no solution. It was really an unsolvable situation. It was obviously impossible and immoral for the Joshuan Saints to betray the Jade Lake sacred ground. The Joshuan Saints would definitely not do such a thing, and Qin Shao would definitely not instigate such a thing. Therefore, it was an unsolvable situation. There was only one way to break out of this situation, and it was also a method that could not be used. It was because of this that Qin Shao could participate in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort. Even if the Joshuan Saints was willing to walk this path with Qin Shao would definitely not agree. He participated in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort purely to save the Joshuan Saints. How could he jump into this fire pit? But the problem was that there was no other way. This was the crux of the problem. What should he do? Anyway, Qin Shao was having a headache, and the Joshuan Saints clearly had no solution either. The two fell silent, and the atmosphere became very awkward. Joshuan Saints, if I rather die than submit, what will the Jade Lake sacred ground do? Qin Shao asked. The Joshuan Saints bit her lips and thought for a while before saying, "Such a thing has never happened in the long history of the Jade Lake sacred ground. So, I really can't say for sure what will happen. But one thing is for sure, the Jade Lake sacred ground will definitely not give up so easily. Even if you are Li Shang's direct disciple, I'm afraid they will not let you go so easily. Moreover, even without you, they can still help me select the Holy Prince Consort again. Lord Qin Shao, you can help me once, but you can't help me 100 times. So, when Yuan and the others came to me to talk about it, I was already against their plan. But I didn't expect them to still do it." Actually, the Joshuan Saints bit her lips hard and shook her head, saying, "I have already accepted my fate. This is a fate that I can't escape or hide from. I have to face it and bear the burden of my fate." Helplessness, extreme helplessness. This was a compromise to fate. She was powerless and helpless. She could not resist. It was like a leaf facing a black hole. There was no way to escape. It could only accept its fate. Actually, how should I put it? In life, there are still many things that are helpless and need to be compromised. If Qin Shao had said it himself, he wouldn't have said that. He had no choice but to do this. When there was no other way, such helplessness would result in an unsolvable situation. Qin Shao shook his head. He only cared about this time. If it wasn't for Miss Fu Yunyi saying that the Bloodbath Alliance's people would sneak in and plot against them, Qin Shao wouldn't have agreed to Yuan's request to participate in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort. That's right. She could save him once, but what about the second and third time? Choosing the Holy Prince Consort was a big plan for the Jade Lake sacred ground. How could they allow Qin Shao to interfere in such a matter? He could help the 9 profound Saints get through this time, but she would eventually accept her fate. She would still succumb to her responsibility and fate. However, the problem was that he had already interfered this time. It was better to think of a way to resolve this matter first. As for the future, Qin Shao had the heart, but not the strength. The Jade Lake sacred ground won't kill me, right? Qin Shao pursed his lips and said. The 9 profound Saints thought for a while and said, "That shouldn't be the case. After all, you're Sage Li's disciple. No matter how the Jade Lake sacred ground deals with you, unless you have really committed a heinous crime. Otherwise, it shouldn't be to the point of killing you. If we really kill you, I'm afraid Langya Heaven won't agree. Although the Jade Lake sacred ground isn't afraid of Langya Heaven, such a big conflict won't erupt easily between the 2 sacred grounds. However, even if they don't kill you, I'm afraid they won't let you have an easy time. I'm afraid Sage Li won't easily intervene in such a matter. In the end, the one who will suffer losses is still you, Lord Qin Shao." Qin Shao shook his head. Although he didn't know what the consequences would be, he could roughly imagine that it wouldn't be easy. What a headache. Qin Shao wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had been cheated badly. The next time he saw Miss Fu Yunny, he must ask her to make it up to him. She shouldn't have cheated him like this. He had just joined the Justice Alliance, and he had already cheated himself so badly. Did she still have any conscience? This woman wouldn't be taking revenge on him, right? However, Qin Shao immediately shook his head and threw away this thought. It shouldn't be. Fu Yunny wasn't such a narrow-minded person, although all women were narrow-minded. The two of them fell into silence again, and the atmosphere was as awkward as before. Qin Shao didn't know why, but he kept feeling a hot stream of air gushing out of his body, constantly surging outwards. This hot stream of air made him feel hot all over. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if there was a force stirring up in his body, making him feel very uncomfortable. There was that kind of, Qin Shao couldn't describe what kind of feeling it was. It was a very strange feeling, a strange feeling that he had never felt before. Qin Shao frowned. What kind of force was this? How could there be such a strange force? Moreover, this force continued to grow stronger and stronger, becoming hotter and hotter. This feeling was like a volcano erupting from the depths of Qin Zhao's heart. It was roaring and boiling, constantly surging. Something was wrong. Qin Zhao's expression changed slightly. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. When the Zhoushuan Saintess saw Qin Zhao's expression, she shook her head helplessly and said with an apologetic look, "I'm sorry, Lord Qin Shao. It's my fault. They should have given you a cup of wine before." That wine wasn't ordinary wine, but at the end of her sentence, the Zhoushuan Saintess' face couldn't help but blush. She looked shy and didn't continue speaking. What was it? Seeing the Zhoushuan Saintess' expression, Qin Shao immediately understood. Even if he hadn't experienced such a thing, he could imagine what the effect of that cup of wine was. However, what surprised Qin Shao was that he was a second-step ancient saint. What kind of medicine could work on him? Logically speaking, he was already immune to all poisons. This kind of medicine was really harmful. Qin Shao clearly felt that it was difficult to get rid of the force. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his energy to resist and get rid of the scorching force. As soon as their powers collided, Qin Shao could feel how terrifying the scorching force was. It was endless, surging like a fountain and roaring like crazy. Not only that, but it also came from all directions. He couldn't find the source at all, so there was no way to get rid of it. Under such a surging force, Qin Shao tried his best, but he clearly felt that it was difficult to resist it. The surging force was really too strong. The key was that the force was too strange. No matter if he used his immortal power, nomological power, or the power of his inner world, there was no way to get rid of it. It was as if the text didn't match the topic. Although Qin Zhao's strength was strong, there was no way he could restrain the scorching force. It was as if their attributes were different. No matter how strong your strength was, it couldn't do much damage to my strength. This feeling was like, no matter how strong your fist was, if you punch the air, so what if you punch the air? No matter how strong you were, you couldn't break the air. It was like a boulder, so what if you were heavy? If you were thrown into the sea, it would be like a stone sinking into the sea. At most, it would cause a few waves. The asymmetry of the attributes of power created such a sense of powerlessness. It was really too difficult to restrain the scorching force. Qin Shao also made various attempts, using all his strength to encircle and suppress it. In the end, he found that the power of will was the most effective, but it was also very difficult. The scorching force was getting more and more turbulent, and it was a great test of one's will. It was really too difficult to suppress this scorching force. Qin Zhao's face also showed a painful expression. His body trembled violently, and it was too difficult to resist. It was so difficult that Qin Shao felt that it was much more difficult than fighting an existence of the fourth step of the ancient sage realm. But no matter how difficult it was, he had to resist it. The most terrible thing was that the scorching force was surging. Under the surging force, waves of thoughts kept surging into Qin Zhao's mind like raging waves. In his mind, The most violent attack was launched on Qin Zhao's most vulnerable part. This was a most terrible thing. Moreover, the scorching force also stimulated the most primitive wild power in Qin Zhao's body. In fact, whether it was a man or a woman, there was a primitive wild power in them. It was something given by the Creator, and it was the most sacred thing. Once that power was stimulated, it was difficult to restrain it. That power was Qin Zhao's own power. It was difficult to resist it with his own strength. Several forces surged at the same time, launching a fierce attack on Qin Zhao. This was a most terrible thing. It was also a huge test for Qin Zhao. Therefore, it was too difficult for Qin Zhao to restrain it. Qin Zhao had also heard of this kind of medicine. As long as one took it, no matter how chaste one was, they would become incomparably crazy. It was too difficult to restrain the effects of such a drug. Seeing Qin Zhao's painful expression, the Zhoushuan saintess shook her head helplessly and said, "Lord Qin Zhao, I'm sorry. You shouldn't have gotten involved. In fact, I didn't want you to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. Although I'm surprised to see you here, I'm also grateful. But this will harm you. You shouldn't have done this. This is a special sacred medicine of our Jade Lake sacred ground. Even an existence of the fourth step of the ancient sage realm can't resist it. The medicine has just begun to erupt. The more it goes, the more terrible and powerful it will be. Lord Qin Zhao, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to suppress it with your own strength." So, at this point, the Zhoushuan saintess paused. She bit her lips so hard that her lips were bleeding. Bright red blood flowed out, looking very beautiful. The Zhoushuan saintess' eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She looked deeply at Qin Zhao for a while before continuing. "Lord Qin Zhao, if you really can't resist it, you don't have to make things difficult for yourself. This will hurt you. I've already accepted my fate. It doesn't matter who I give it to. If I can give my body to you, Lord Qin Zhao, I'm afraid it's the best outcome for me. At least, I don't hate Lord Qin Zhao, and I won't resist Lord Qin Zhao too much. In fact, I admire you very much, Lord Qin Zhao. If you continue to resist, I don't know what the consequences will be. I'm very worried about your situation, and I don't really want to harm you. Lord Qin Zhao, you don't have to care too much about me. I'm willing to accept everything." Chapter 2865. The 9 profound saintess words made Qin Zhao's body tremble involuntarily. Her words were like a terrifying, attractive force, making Qin Zhao's mental defenses collapse completely. A few waves of energy attacked Qin Zhao fiercely, making Qin Zhao feel very uncomfortable. There was an indescribable pain, torment, and restlessness. His primordial surged. Incomparably hot thoughts constantly attacked Qin Zhao's mental defenses, making Qin Zhao want to throw everything away and enjoy the bliss of this world to his heart's content. If it was an external force, it would be easier to suppress and resist. However, this power was stimulated by an external force, triggering one's own internal strength. It was the most primitive and instinctive power, and that was the most terrifying thing. Just like the saying goes, a person's biggest enemy is not someone else, but himself. Defeating oneself was definitely more difficult than defeating the enemy. For Qin Zhao, his biggest enemy was himself. The most terrifying thing was that this force was constantly erupting, gushing, and growing stronger. It was constantly pressing Qin Zhao's limits, wanting to destroy Qin Zhao's mental defenses. Qin Zhao's consciousness had already begun to fade. His body was on the verge of collapse, and he felt that a gust of wind could blow him down. His absent-minded consciousness became even weaker and easier to break through. Qin Zhao had already felt that he had reached his limit. If he increased it a little more, he would not be able to resist and would lose his mental defenses. He had to admit that the medicinal efficacy of the Jade Lake sacred grounds sage medicine was indeed terrifying. If this sage medicine fell into the hands of bad people, it would be a great killing weapon. Qin Zhao was also very puzzled. The Jade Lake sacred ground was a dignified sacred ground. How could they refine such a sage medicine? It was too embarrassing. Could it be that there were many people like him who became the sacred ground's son-in-law? This was definitely impossible. In the 9 profound saintess words, his situation should be the first in the long history of the Jade Lake sacred ground. Therefore, the reason why the Jade Lake sacred ground refined such a dangerous sage medicine was purely to liven things up, right? Or was it to increase the probability of the saintess getting pregnant? However, Qin Shao was not in the mood to think about this for the time being. At this time, he felt like a small boat in the middle of a storm, teetering and could fall down at any time. In Qin Zhao's mind, there were 2 voices fiercely competing. A voice was tempting Qin Shao. It kept telling him to give up and enjoy the most wonderful things in the world. Enjoy the wonderful things bestowed by the heavens. The matters between men and women were the most wonderful things in the world. Although Qin Shao had never experienced it, he had heard a lot of stories. He agreed with this. Humans all had a heart for things that they had never tried before. In fact, there was a restless thought in their hearts, and they all wanted to have a taste. This voice was like a demon, constantly chanting and echoing in his mind. It was like a lingering sound that could not be cut off. The other voice was the voice of his powerful willpower, telling him not to give up resisting, not to enjoy this blissful thing, not to take this step, even if the 9 profound saintess agreed. Qin Zhao's biggest obstacle was not the 9 profound saintess, nor was it the opinions of Yuan and the others. It was his own heart. There was a figure of force, a name, and an unwavering heart in the depths of his heart. Gu Lingwei, the woman he had promised to marry. Love, to Qin Shao, was pure and sacred. Even if it was to save someone, he could not cross this bottom line. Endure, endure, endure. I must suppress it. I can do it, I must do it. Although his consciousness was starting to blur, he felt as if he had fallen into magma. It was incomparably hot, as if the whole world was on fire. Under this terrifying heat, Qin Zhao's consciousness started to be unable to feel anything else. He could vaguely feel some things, but they were all vague and dazed. There was only a trace of strength left in his consciousness, holding on bitterly. It was very painful, very difficult, and he could collapse at any time. However, Qin Shao was still holding on with all his might. This kind of pain and indescribable feeling was much more terrifying than any kind of pain Qin Shao had experienced before. It was much more bizarre and much more devastating. This force was very strange and ferocious. The 9 profound saintess walked over and stood in front of Qin Shao. Her pair of bright eyes flashed with a trace of crystal. Her red lips opened slightly, but no sound came out. She wanted to say something, but it was as if her voice was blocked. She could not make a sound. The 9 profound saintess' hands involuntarily grabbed the corner of her clothes tightly. Her snow-white clothes were about to be torn apart. Seeing Qin Shao in so much pain because of her, she really could not bear it. She really wanted to hide. She had already accepted her fate. She knew what her fate would be. Even if she was lucky enough to escape this time, she would not be able to escape the next time and the time after that. Therefore, she did not want to resist. Seeing Qin Shao, she did not have a trace of hope in her heart. Instead, she became even more conflicted. In this way, Qin Shao would be harmed. But in fact, she really felt that if she gave her body to Qin Shao and got pregnant with Qin Zhao's child, it might be the best ending for her. Wouldn't it be best to pick a relatively good outcome out of the bad? However, what made her feel helpless was that Qin Shao did not want to have her. This made her feel like crying. Should she be happy or should she cry? She was happy because she was right to admire and respect Qin Shao. Qin Shao was more worthy of her respect and even worship than she had imagined. She was crying because she was not even that attractive. She had already taken the initiative to say that she could give her body to Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao did not have the intention to take her body. He would rather resist this powerful panacea than take half a step forward. The matter between men and women was indeed very sacred, But this kind of sacredness was actually just a subjective consciousness. If one could see through it, it was actually not that big of a deal. It was just that Qin Shao and the Jiuquan Saintess were both inexperienced and pure people. Therefore, the matters between men and women were more meaningful to them. However, no matter how meaningful it was only something that was subjective. The Jiuquan Saintess had already spoken and broken his subjective consciousness. However, Qin Shao did not break his subjective consciousness. He was still adhering to his principles, the belief in his heart. Therefore, while Qin Shao was admired by the Jiuquan Saintess, she also felt like crying. Sometimes it was like this. It was very contradictory. For the same thing, there would be a few different emotions involved. Qin Shao once again let out a painful roar as the endless and terrifying pain cycled through his body. At this moment, Qin Shao's consciousness was very blurry. There was only a trace left. Only the strength of his belief was supporting him bitterly. With Gu Lingyue's voice calling him, Qin Shao was able to hold on. Even so, the situation was still very bad. Qin Shao, the Jiuquan Saintess, suddenly opened her arms and hugged Qin Shao. Her voice trembled as she said, "Don't make things difficult for yourself. Give up. I really don't mind. I really don't mind. I don't need you to take any responsibility. I won't make you worry. You came to save me. Why do you have to make yourself like this? Why don't you be a good person until the end? Help me to the end. It can be considered as freeing me completely. This is my responsibility and mission. This is something sacred that has been imprinted on me since I became the Jade Lake Saintess. This is something that I can't resist in my life. I've already accepted my fate. I've already accepted my fate. Therefore, don't struggle for me. You'll only hurt yourself. Even if you're lucky enough to help me get through this once, there will be a next time and a next time. You'll have to pay a huge price. I really don't need to do this. I really don't need to use your pain to exchange for my temporary safety. If it happens again, I'll only be more embarrassed. Qin Shao, I'm begging you. Please take me. I'm already so lowly. What else do you want?" The Jiuquan Saintess' voice stimulated Qin Shao again. It deeply stimulated Qin Shao and sang in Qin Shao's mind. The Jiuquan Saintess' helplessness was unsolvable. Only she could understand this pain. Qin Shao really sympathized with the Jiuquan Saintess. He also wanted to help the Jiuquan Saintess. However, he couldn't get over himself if he really agreed to the Jiuquan Saintess' request. Although this might be a bad plan for the Jiuquan Saintess, it was still a relatively good plan. The Jiuquan Saintess was a pitiful woman. She was a woman that people couldn't help but pity. Even so, Qin Shao couldn't really possess her. He couldn't. In the end, Qin Shao's consciousness completely disappeared. His body was completely pressed down on the Jiuquan Saintess' body. However, the Jiuquan Saintess hugged him tightly. "Qin Shao! Qin Shao!" The Jiuquan Saintess shouted twice. However, Qin Shao still didn't respond. The Jiuquan Saintess checked and confirmed that Qin Shao had only fainted. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. If something really happened to Qin Shao, she wouldn't be able to live. She wouldn't be able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. Even if she lived, she would definitely live in guilt for the rest of her life. Fortunately, Qin Shao didn't die. To be able to knock out a second-step Empyrean saint, one could only imagine how powerful the saint herb was. The Jiuquan Saintess couldn't help but frown deeply. She had always been puzzled. Why did the higher-ups let Lord Qin Shao drink such a powerful, sacred medicine this time? This should be the most primitive, sacred medicine. It hasn't been diluted. I'm afraid that even a fourth-step ancient saint wouldn't be able to withstand such a sacred medicine. Such a sacred medicine is rarely used. However, it was used on Qin Shao this time. What's going on? Could it be that the higher-ups know that Qin Shao participated in the Holy Prince Consort selection to help them? Qin Shao is known as the #1 genius in the immortal domain. There's no need to talk about his talent and potential. Even if he isn't unparalleled in the world, he shouldn't be too far off. I'm afraid that the Jade Lake Sacred Ground also wants to keep such a good bloodline. If they knew Qin Zhao's goal, It's reasonable that they used such a powerful sacred medicine. However, this caused Qin Xiao so much trouble. Sai, what should I do now? The Joshuan saintess hugged Qin Xiao tightly. Thoughts kept surging in her mind. It was difficult for her to make a decision. Chapter 2866. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Xiao slowly regained consciousness and woke up. As soon as he regained consciousness, Qin Xiao opened his eyes and realized that he was lying on the white lotus bed. His whole body was wrapped in a soft and fragrant scent. Sleeping here gave him an indescribable sense of comfort. The bed that the saintess slept on was indeed different. However, Qin Xiao was not in the mood to feel whether this white lotus bed was comfortable or not. Qin Xiao stood up abruptly and quickly scanned his surroundings. Soon, he saw the 9 profound saintess sitting not far from him. You're finally awake. Seeing that Qin Xiao had woken up, the 9 profound saintess revealed a smile on her face. She had been guarding Qin Xiao all these years, waiting for Qin Xiao to wake up. Now that he had finally woken up, she naturally heaved a sigh of relief and was in a good mood. Hearing the 9 profound saintess' voice, Qin Xiao could not help but be startled for some reason. He looked at the 9 profound saintess. Some thoughts involuntarily emerged in his mind. Qin Xiao tried hard to recall, but he could not recall anything. His last memory seemed to be that the 9 profound saintess hugged him and said something to him. However, he could not completely recall those words. He could only remember some fragments, and it was not complete. As for what happened after that, Qin Xiao really could not remember a single thing. He could not recall anything at all. His memories of this period of time were completely cut off. Therefore, Qin Xiao was naturally thinking about what happened during these years. Lord Qin Xiao, why are you looking at me like that? Why? You woke up after being in a coma for a period of time. Are you looking at me like a flower? The 9 profound saintess, am not that attractive in your eyes, right? The 9 profound saintess said. Only then did Qin Xiao come back to his senses and withdraw his gaze. Although he had some guesses in his heart, there were some things that were really difficult for him to say. After struggling in his heart for a while, Qin Xiao decided to ask. Only after asking clearly would he be able to feel more at ease. However, just as Qin Xiao was about to speak, the Joshuan saintess spoke again. Young Master Qin Xiao, why are you being so hesitant? Are you that shy? What is there that you can't say directly? I know what you're thinking. Aren't you just wondering if anything happened between us while you were in a coma? What? You're completely unconscious. You don't have any consciousness left. What do you think you could do to me? Cough. Qin Xiao coughed dryly and said, But at this point, Qin Xiao couldn't continue. The 9 profound saintess raised her chin at Qin Xiao, as if she was waiting for him to continue. Seeing that Qin Xiao did not say anything else, the Joshuan holy maiden said, What do you mean by no? So you're saying that I've done something to you? Did I take advantage of you when you were unconscious and forcefully do that to you? Cough. Qin Xiao almost bit his own tongue. He quickly shook his head and waved his hands. No, 9 profound saintess, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean that. It's just that I'm really unconscious. I don't remember. Therefore, I don't know what happened during this period of time. I'm not sure if I was completely unconscious. That's why I want to ask so that I can have an idea. The 9 profound saintess snorted. That's more like it. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. You were like a dead person during this period of time. Nothing happened to us, so you don't have to worry about anything. Qin Xiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the 9 profound saintess's words. It was good that nothing happened. Qin Xiao was really worried about this matter. Since everything was fine, he wouldn't think about it for the time being. This calamity was over. Thinking about it now, he still felt a little scared. The power of that sage medicine was really terrifying. But fortunately, he managed to endure it, although it was indeed extremely painful. Qin Xiao didn't want to experience such pain again, even if he was beaten to death. It was hard to be a good person and hard to do good things. Qin Shao never wanted to be a hero. He didn't like the melodramatic scene of a hero saving a damsel in distress. But such a task just had to fall on his head. "Oh right, 9 profound saintess, how long have I been unconscious?" Qin Shao asked. The 9 profound saintess said, "Almost 1,000 years." "Almost 1,000 years?" Qin Shao was stunned. It couldn't be, right? He had been unconscious for almost 1,000 years. Wasn't that a little too long? How terrifying was that sage medicine to be able to make him unconscious for so long? If it was used to kill someone, even an ordinary ancient sage of the 4th step wouldn't be able to escape. Being unconscious for 1,000 years. If someone wanted to kill him, how many times could he die in 1,000 years? Just thinking about it was scary. It was too scary. The Great Thousand World was too big. There were only things that he couldn't think of. There was nothing that the Great Thousand World didn't have. He still had to maintain a sense of respect for the Great Thousand World. Even if he was very powerful now and stood at the peak of the Great Thousand World. But there were still many things that could kill him. In the future, he had to be more careful when he walked in the Great Thousand World. Oh no, Sage Muwan is coming. The 9 profound saintess suddenly frowned and said. Hearing that Sage Muwan was coming, Qin Shao immediately frowned. This wasn't good news. Qin Shao was puzzled and asked, "Why is Sage Muwan coming? Could it be that she wants to spy on us? Or to guide us? She shouldn't need to guide us, right? If she wants to spy on us, aren't there 4 Jade Lake saintesses guarding outside? Does Sage Muwan need to come personally?" Sage Muwan was an extremely powerful ancient sage of the 4th step. Her status in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was very high. She was a high-level figure in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. If such a big figure was coming, there must be something important. Therefore, Qin Shao also didn't understand why Sage Muwan was coming here. No matter what Sage Muwan's purpose was, it wasn't good news for Qin Shao. The 9 profound saintess shook her head and said, "You're right. She wants to spy on us. Perhaps Sage Muwan knows a little about my thoughts, or perhaps she knows a little about my relationship with you." When she saw young Master Qin Shao participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection, it is extremely likely that she guessed some things, so she came. She really came for an inspection. The situation wasn't good. How should he deal with this? If it was only the 4 Jade Lake saintesses guarding outside, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, they would guard the door and prevent Qin Shao from leaving. They definitely wouldn't dare to come in and check, so there was nothing to worry about. But if Sage Muwan came, she would definitely come in and check the situation. Once she did, wouldn't it be big trouble? Qin Shao didn't think of a good way to deal with this matter. Now the headache had come. Jiushuan's saintess. Under normal circumstances, 1,000 years should be enough for you to conceive a child, right? Qin Shao asked. The 9 profound saintess nodded and said, "Yes, under normal circumstances, 1,000 years should be enough. But obviously, our situation isn't normal. So, if Sage Muwan comes and sees that nothing is wrong with me, I'm afraid." Qin Shao shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "I'm afraid she will immediately guess that nothing is going on between us. She will also know that I came to participate in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort, not to get you, 9 profound saintess, but to help you. If that's the case, our plan will be completely exposed to Sage Muwan. Sage Muwan won't let it go so easily. It seems that we still have to face what we have to face. There's no way to deal with this headache. This trouble still came." The 9 profound saintess shook her head helplessly, her face full of bitterness. Yes, what was going to come would come, and it would come quickly. She couldn't escape or hide from it. She had to face it. Qin Shao gritted his teeth, and a wave of viciousness surged up. If it's coming, it's coming. It's going to come anyway. But I've been having a headache and haven't thought of a way to deal with it. But there's always a way. Maybe we'll only know how to deal with it when it really comes. Since we've already come this far, there's nothing more to say. No matter how difficult it is to deal with it, it has to be dealt with. No matter how big the price we have to pay, it has to come to an end. No matter how bad it is, I believe the Jade Lake Sacred Ground won't kill me. At most, I'm not qualified to be the Holy Prince Consort, but I believe the Jade Lake's sacred ground won't really give me the death penalty for something like this, right? As long as I don't die, everything else is easy to deal with. No matter how big the pain is, it's nothing. Since I've chosen this path, I've already prepared for the worst. Since I don't have a good plan, I'll just prepare for the worst. It's not a big deal. You'll only know how to get out of this path after you've walked it. The 9 profound saintess looked at Qin Xiao deeply. A strange look flashed in her eyes and disappeared without a trace. Qin Xiao, after hesitating for a while, the 9 profound saintess opened her mouth and said, "Thank you. Thank you. The 9 profound saintess, didn't have any other friends in the past. But since I met you, I have friends. It's my fortune to be able to meet you. I'm just very sorry that I've caused you so much trouble. Although I can't protect you, I'll do my best to reduce the harm the Jade Lake Sacred Ground will do to you. You're Li Sheng's direct disciple. I believe the Jade Lake Sacred Ground won't go too far with you. I'll also do my best to protect you." Qin Xiao curled her lips and chuckled. She hoped nothing would happen. The closer it was to this point, the more relaxed Qin Xiao's mood became. Creak! The door of the room was suddenly pushed open and a powerful figure walked in. It was a familiar figure and a familiar aura. But this time, there wasn't a large group of Jade Lake saintesses around. This person came alone, but her aura wasn't any weaker than the previous time. The person who came was none other than Saint Muwan. After Saint Muwan came in, a hand closed the door. The 4 Jade Lake saintesses who were guarding the door were also left at the door. Saint Muwan didn't let them follow in. As soon as Saint Muwan came in, her eyes locked on Qin Xiao and the 9 profound saintess. Seeing Saint Muwan come, the 9 profound saintess' heart couldn't help but tremble. She was obviously a little nervous. On the other hand, Qin Xiao looked at Saint Muwan without fear. Chapter 2867. Saint Muwan only needed to glance at Qin Xiao and the 9 profound holy maiden to understand everything. She couldn't help but frown slightly. His gaze became much sharper and colder. It wasn't hard to tell that Saint Muwan was angry. It had been 1,000 years, and with the help of the sacred medicine, it was impossible for the 9 profound holy maiden's stomach to be still. "Lord Qin Xiao, you're quite capable. You actually managed to resist the sacred medicine of our Jade Lake Sacred Ground. The sacred medicine of our Jade Lake Sacred Ground isn't easily taken out. Once it's taken out, even a 4th-step ancient saint would find it difficult to resist. I didn't expect you, Lord Qin Xiao, to be able to resist it. Why? Is the 9 profound holy maiden not attractive to you? Or are you here to make fun of our Jade Lake Sacred Ground? Do you think you're so great just because you're the number 1 person on the saint ranking of the Saint Academy, the number 1 genius of the immortal realm, and the direct disciple of Saintly? Our Jade Lake Sacred Ground isn't a place where you can behave atrociously and do whatever you want. If you want to mess around in our Jade Lake Sacred Ground, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences." Clearly, Saint Muwan's words weren't polite at all. It meant that she was very angry. Her anger represented the anger of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, and the consequences would be severe. Qin Xiao wasn't surprised that Saint Muwan saw through him. As long as she wasn't a fool, she would be able to see through him. Moreover, Saint Muwan had already suspected Qin Xiao's motives. Therefore, she had given Qin Xiao the sacred medicine in advance. She wanted to use the sacred medicine to make Qin Xiao submit obediently. Now that she saw the situation, how could she not be sure? Therefore, Saint Muwan didn't give Qin Xiao and the 9 profound holy maiden a chance to explain. She directly made things clear and sentenced Qin Xiao to the crime. In front of a 4th-step ancient saint, it was obviously futile to lie or forcefully explain. A lie would always be a lie, and it would eventually be exposed. There was no practical meaning to it. Moreover, this matter had to be resolved sooner or later. There was no way to avoid it. Since he couldn't avoid it, he could only face it bravely. Anyway, Qin Xiao couldn't think of a better way. He could only bite the bullet and take it 1 step at a time. What else could he do? Saint Muwan, Actually, the Joshua Saintess bit her lips. She wanted to explain for Qin Shao, but she was immediately stopped by Saint Muin. Shut up. Don't you realize you made a mistake? As the first holy maiden of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, your sacred mission in this life is to give your everything, including your life and your body, to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. You must do anything that benefits the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. You must do it unconditionally. This is your responsibility. If you were an ordinary saintess, I wouldn't have bothered with you. However, you're different. You are the first holy maiden of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. You represent the hope of the entire younger generation of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Therefore, you must lead the way and play a good role in everything. Only in this way can you contribute to the development of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. This is the sacred mission that has been imprinted in your soul since the moment you became the first holy maiden of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. You must work hard for this for your entire life. You must even give your everything. This is everything. You should understand. In the entire mortal world, there are only a few people who are worthy of you. Lord Qin Shao can be said to be one of the most ideal candidates. He came to me personally, and I even used the Saint Elixir. However, you missed this opportunity. Where is your sacred mission? Have you forgotten your responsibility as the Jade Lake Saintess just because I asked you to go out? Joshua Saintess, do you know your crime? Plop. The Joshua Saintess immediately knelt down and lowered her head in front of Saint Muin. She said, I know my crime. I have never dared to forget my sacred mission and responsibility. I am willing to give up everything for the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, including my life and body. Oomph. St. Lord Mu Wan coldly snorted and sternly said, If you really knew, then you wouldn't have shown me such an outcome. Joshua Saintess, you have disappointed me too much. You will also disappoint the entire Jade Lake Sacred Ground. If the Saintess knows about this, she will definitely be furious. The Joshua Saintess knocked her head on the floor and said, I know my mistake. I know that I have made a grave mistake. I am willing to accept the punishment. Saint Muin looked at the Joshua Saintess with a motherly love and a strict fatherly gaze. She had expected better from the Joshua Saintess. Qin Shao stood up and said, Saint Muin, don't blame the Joshua Saintess for this. She really didn't want to do this. I just didn't listen to her. The matter between a man and a woman isn't something the Joshua Saintess can do alone. If I, Qin Shao, didn't cooperate, what could the Joshua Saintess do? Since Sage Muon already knows about this matter, then I might as well be frank with you and not beat around the bush. This matter was planned by me, Prince Zhongyang, and a few others from start. I was the one who carried it out. Saint Muin, you must have suspected this long ago. That's why you did this. Saint Muin looked at Qin Shao coldly and said, Yes, you are right. I already felt that this matter was a bit strange, so I took precautions. Although the selection criteria for the first Saint's Prince Consort is very high, it's not easy to meet these conditions. It's all to select a really good young genius from the mortal world to complete the sacred bloodline inheritance. However, I also didn't expect that you, Qin Shao, and Prince Zhongyang would appear. The two of you are publicly recognized as the top young geniuses in the immortal realm. You are also the personal disciples of the reincarnation supremacy. Unless you really like the Joshua Saintess, you shouldn't have participated in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort. To the two of you, the title of Holy Prince Consort is a disgrace. With your pride, I really can't think of any reason why you would participate in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort. Originally, I thought that it was possible that you, Lord Qin Shao, really liked the Joshua Saintess. That's why you did this. I really hoped that this was the case. Unfortunately, the situation didn't go as I wished. What a pity, what a pity. Originally, I'd already thought of the worst possibility, so I was already prepared. I specially prepared the sacred medicine of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground for you, Lord Qin Shao. Originally, I thought that even if you didn't really want to become the Holy Prince Consort and only wanted to help the Joshua Saintess, it wouldn't matter. Under the effect of the sacred medicine, I wasn't afraid that you wouldn't obediently submit. However, what I didn't expect was that you would rather use 1,000 years of endless pain and take the great risk to resist the power of the sacred medicine than to complete the sacred matter with the Joshua Saints. This really puzzles me. You men, do you really have the willpower to resist such a thing? Qin Shao was really embarrassed to discuss such a topic. Qin Shao shook his head and said, I don't know how it will affect others. Even if it's effective for everyone, it might not necessarily be effective for me. Qin Shao. This has nothing to do with the attractiveness of the Joshua Saints. It's because I have my own principles and bottom line. Even if I die, I won't cross these principles and bottom line. I came to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection not to obtain the Joshua Saints, but to help her once. I don't want her to give herself to a stranger, someone she doesn't like. For a woman, I think this is a very cruel thing. It's worse than death. At least, it's hard for me to understand. St. Muin coldly snorted and said, Do you think you're a Buddhist cultivator? Your so-called bottom-line principle is to not touch women? If you're a Buddhist cultivator, I'll accept it. However, do you really think I'll believe such words coming out of your mouth? If it wasn't for the disgraceful status of the Holy Prince Consort, do you really think that with the status of our Joshua Saints, if she wants to find a man, how many outstanding men in the world would go crazy for her? Qin Shao shook his head again and said with a serious face, It's different, St. Muin. I must admit that the Joshua Saints is very beautiful, very elegant, very feminine, and very charming. Basically, most men would be deeply attracted to the Joshua Saints when they see her. To be honest, when I first saw the Joshua Saints, I was also shocked by her. She was stunning at first sight, but the next time I see her, she's still the same. However, I'm very sorry. I already have a woman in my heart. My heart isn't big enough to hold someone else. Therefore, no matter how outstanding the Joshua Saints is, my heart can't hold her. When I look at her, it's purely with a gaze of admiration. I'm only helping her because we're friends. St. Muin frowned again. The Joshua Saints knelt on the ground and kowtowed. She didn't raise her head. What she didn't notice was that when Qin Shao said those words, her delicate body slightly trembled. St. Muin stayed silent for a while, then snorted and said, Then I wonder which lady is so outstanding that she's even better than our Joshua Saints? Is it that Lady Yuan, the peach blossom body princess Xiao Yu, or Lady Ming Yuexin from the Kunlun sacred land? Qin Shao shook his head and said, No, it's not them. St. Muin, you don't even know them. She's just an ordinary lady in my universe. There's no need to talk about it. No matter what she is, she's the most outstanding and the most beautiful in my heart. Enough. All of a sudden, St. Lord Mu Wan shouted angrily. Qin Shao, don't continue to challenge my bottom line. There's a limit to my patience. I've already been very kind to you. This matter started with you, so it must end with you. Since you're involved, your life is no longer in your hands. You must take responsibility and resolve this matter perfectly. Otherwise, don't say that I'm threatening you. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the Jade Lake sacred land so easily. Sigh. Qin Shao sighed helplessly in his heart. He had already guessed it, but there was nothing he could do. Since he was already involved, he naturally had to resolve this matter. Otherwise, why would the Jade Lake sacred land agree to it? How could the Jade Lake sacred land allow Qin Shao to change something so easily? Chapter 2868. Then I wonder how Sage Muin plans to resolve this matter? Qin Shao asked. Even if he had to bite the bullet, Qin Shao had to show his imposing manner. Even if he didn't have the confidence, at least he had the courage. In any case, Qin Shao had already prepared for the worst, so he had nothing to fear. St. Lord Muin looked at Qin Shao with a serious expression. Her expression became abnormally serious. She said in a very serious tone, Mr. Qin Shao, I will give you two choices. First, you can obediently be the sage prince consort. After completing this matter, I'll personally send you out of the Jade Lake's sacred ground and send you off properly. Moreover, you can obtain many benefits. Although it may not help you break through to the third step of the ancient saint realm, it shouldn't be too far away. Such a wonderful thing. Who knows how many people dream of obtaining it, but you're so resistant? This monarch is very puzzled. Puzzled? Qin Shao smiled bitterly in his heart. Perhaps many people didn't understand, but in fact there was nothing to be puzzled about. Wasn't it just the same? Things, after seeing through everything, would fade away. After fading away, everything would become like that. It wouldn't be so mysterious and important anymore. Everything was up to the heart. Everything was up to the heart. Perhaps most people went with the flow, but Qin Shao was a maverick. Second, you can forget about leaving the Jade Lake's sacred ground for at least an era. As for how you'll be punished, the Jade Lake's sacred ground will decide. Don't count on your master, sagely. Even if he comes personally, he may not be able to take you away. For such a thing, the price you'll have to pay will be incomparably huge. So, you should think clearly and think thrice before you act. Don't destroy yourself. That'll be a pity. Sage Muin's words were beating around the bush for Qin Shao and threatening Qin Shao. How could Qin Shao not have thought of these two choices? He had already expected all of this, but were there really only two choices? Perhaps the Jade Lake's sacred ground would only give him these two choices. However, Qin Shao didn't want either of them. Therefore, he had to create a third option. This was something he was thinking about, something he was working hard on, and something he had to take one step at a time. Qin Zhao's mouth twitched. The closer they got to this point, the more relaxed he became. Saint Lord Muwan, I beg to differ with your words. In Sage Muwan's eyes, my life is not in my hands. But as far as I, Qin Shao, am concerned, I am in control of my own fate. Even if it's the heavens, don't even think about controlling my fate. The heavens wanted me dead, so I went against the heavens. If the Tao wants to suppress me, then I will break this Tao. I, Qin Shao, am hot-blooded and brave. What is there to be afraid of? Sage Muwan sneered and said, You want to go against the heavens, break this Tao, and fight against fate. Young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Qin Shao shrugged and said, So what? The light of a firefly can also stir up the heavens. A lowly life can also step on the heavens and stand at the peak of the world. If you don't even dare to think about it, then don't even talk about doing it. Sage Muwan, just think of me, Qin Shao, as a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger. I don't know how high the heavens are or how deep the earth is. I only need to know how capable I am. If I can climb over a mountain, then I will climb over it. If I can't climb over a mountain, then I will open up a path. If there is a path, then I will walk. If there is no path, then I will open it. My hands and feet are on my body. Do you think I can't find a path? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Sage Muwan couldn't help but be slightly startled. She was somewhat stunned. These words didn't seem like something a young man could say. These words were more like the words of a living fossil that had experienced the vicissitudes of life over the endless years. Qin Shao, at such a young age, actually had such high awareness? Even Saint Lord Muin pondered over these words for a moment. They were words that made a lot of sense. To be honest, Sage Muwan also found it hard to believe that Qin Shao could say such words. I think that everyone's fate should be in their own hands and not arranged by others. If even one's own fate is arranged by others, then what's the point of living? Isn't that like a mechanical puppet, like a walking corpse? Life is precious. I think that the most important thing is to have your own thoughts. As long as you know what you want, what you like, and what you hate. Even if there are a lot of helplessness in life, there are many times when you have to make certain choices, endure, give up, and feel wronged. But generally speaking, fate should still be firmly grasped in your own hands. I think that a true expert has to have the courage to go against fate. He has to have the courage to say no to the heavens. If one doesn't even have the courage and strength to control their own fate, then I don't think that they can go far and stand at a truly high position. Controlling other people's fate, I think, is destroying a person. Qin Shao continued. To be honest, He really didn't like the Jade Lake Sacred Ground arrangement for the Jade Lake Saintess. If everyone drank the Jade Lake sacred water to reproduce, then it would be fine. At least everyone would be able to accept it and acknowledge it. But the Nine Xian Saintess was clearly doing something that went against their original intentions. What do you know? Sage Mu Wan asked in return. Then, he continued, love and love are only things that young people like you, whose minds are still filled with fantasies, chase after like a flock of ducks. But to the Jade Lake sacred ground, it's a fatal poison. It's something that we definitely won't touch. Just because you don't chase after it doesn't mean that others don't want to. Everyone has their own rights. If they're willing to do so, then it's fine. But if they're not willing, then why do you have to force them? I just think that by doing this, you'll only destroy the Nine Xian Saintess. It's not worth it. Why do you have to do this? Qin Shao retorted sarcastically. Shut up, Saint Monarch Mu Wan shouted. She looked coldly at Qin Shao and said, this is a matter of the Jade Lake sacred ground. It's not up to an outsider like you to interfere. This is the inheritance of the Jade Lake sacred ground. It's been like this since the birth of the Jade Lake sacred ground. It was because of this inheritance that our Jade Lake sacred ground was able to grow to its current level, scale, and strength. The path that the Jade Lake sacred ground has taken has been proven countless times. Why do we need you, Qin Shao, to say more? You're so young. What have you seen of the world? What do you know? How dare you spout such arrogant words here? Humph. You really don't know your place. All right, this matter ends here. You don't have to say another word. I don't want to hear another word from you. If you continue, don't blame me for being impolite. Sigh. Qin Shao smacked her lips, shook her head helplessly, and sighed. It seemed that Sage Mu Wan was a little overbearing, but there was no other way. They were in her territory now. She didn't have any advantage at all. How could she fight with Sage Mu Wan? But what could she do? Even if she couldn't win, she could still fight. Qin Shao gritted her teeth, and a resolute force surged in her heart. She said, if that's the case, then I have no other choice. I can only offend you. After that, Qin Shao moved and directly pulled the Jade Lake Saint, who was kneeling on the ground. At the same time, he activated the ancient token in his hand. This was the plan that Qin Shao had made long ago. It was also the worst-case scenario. He had no choice but to do it. It was the last plan. In any case, Qin Shao would definitely not do something like sitting and waiting for death. If she fought, she was alone and weak. She definitely couldn't defeat the Jade Lake sacred ground. Whether it was wisdom or strength, she was far from being a match for the Jade Lake sacred ground. If she fought head-on, she would only be at a disadvantage. Therefore, the only hope was to use the ancient token to escape. She had to leave the Jade Lake sacred ground first. As for what to do next, she would make other plans later. Anyway, she would take it one step at a time. The situation was already so bad. She wasn't afraid of making it worse. Qin Shao didn't care whether the Nine Profound Saint was willing or not. He had to pull her away first. If he didn't pull her away, then everything he had done this time would be in vain. Just as the Nine Profound Saints said, Qin Shao could help her once. What about the second, third, or even the 100th time? How could Qin Shao help her? The only way to completely solve this problem was to kidnap the Nine Profound Saint and take her away from the Jade Lake sacred ground. Then, he would see how to solve this problem. Since there was no other way for now, he might as well go crazy and act recklessly. The Nine Profound Saint didn't expect Qin Shao to take her away suddenly. She didn't have any chance to react. Of course, she was only a first-step ancient saint. Moreover, she had just broken through. In terms of strength, she was definitely far from Qin Shao. Even if she wanted to resist, she wouldn't be able to do so in Qin Shao's hands. She was completely stunned when Qin Shao pulled her away. She didn't even have time to react before she was taken away by Qin Shao. The ancient token was still very powerful. A powerful force came out and directly pulled Qin Shao and the Nine Profound Saint into the void, leaving this place in an instant. This was the second time Qin Shao used the ancient token. Qin Shao really felt the pinch when he used it. He didn't dare to use the ancient token when he was in a very dangerous situation. Every time he used it, it would be one less time. This time, for the sake of the Joshuan Saintus, he had used it so easily. Sigh, doing such a heroic act to save a damsel in distress. It was really a thankless task. Soon, Qin Shao walked out of the void with the Joshuan Saintus. The two of them appeared in a forest. Qin Shao couldn't precisely control the power of the ancient token. Therefore, he didn't know where the ancient token would take him. But no matter where it took him, it was fine as long as he left the Jade Lake's sacred ground. You want to give me, Qin Shao, 2 choices and arrange for me, Qin Shao? Do you think it's so easy? Since you know that I'm Li Sheng's direct disciple, you still dare to look down on me? You're really looking down on me. The 9 profound holy maiden's expression dimmed. She looked pained and guilty. She shook her head and said to Qin Shao, Young Master Qin Shao, you shouldn't have done this. You shouldn't have done this. You really shouldn't have meddled in my affairs. You shouldn't have forced yourself to save me. Not only will you harm me, but you'll also harm yourself. I've said it before. This is my fate. I accept it. This is my responsibility. I should shoulder it. As a member of the Jade Lake's sacred ground, and as the Jade Lake Saintess, the first Jade Lake Saintess, I should take responsibility and give everything I have to the Jade Lake's sacred ground. Whether it's my life or my body, it's not important to me anymore. It's not important anymore. I thank you, Lord Qin Shao. Thank you for wanting to help me, but I really don't need it. Chapter 28:69. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and said, I also want to leave, but it's not like I can leave just because I want to. St. Muin and the Jade Lake sacred ground won't let me off easily. To be honest, Holy Lady Jiuxuan, if you don't have any illusions about love, if you are willing to accept your fate and sacrifice everything for the Jade Lake sacred ground, if you see this as a sacred matter and don't have any resistance, then I won't say anything more. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. You're not a fish in a pond. We shouldn't use our own ideas to force others. That's selfish. If you are like the other Jade Lake Saintesses and accept this matter from the bottom of your heart, then I won't say anything more. I came to save you because Yuan and the others asked me to do so. I can see what you're thinking. From the bottom of your heart, you've always been resistant to this matter. It's just that, as the first Saintess of the Jade Lake, you feel that you should take responsibility and bear all this. Therefore, your heart is incomparably conflicted. You want to resist, but you also feel that you shouldn't. As for this matter, it's up to you to think about it yourself. Sometimes, people need to be a little selfish. Sometimes, they also need to be fearless. I think both choices are right. The key is up to you. If there is a loss, there will be a gain. If there is a gain, there will be a need to give up something. You can't have both at the same time. This is an unsolvable situation. How could the Holy Lady Jiuxuan not know this? This was the crux of her problem. It was also the reason why she was hesitating. Yes, it was difficult to have both in life. She had to make a choice. How should she weigh the gains and losses? She wanted to be selfish for once. But could she? As the first Saintess of the Jade Lake sacred ground, could she be so selfish? Could she become the sinner of the Jade Lake sacred ground? Could she resist? She really couldn't do it. Although Yuan and Ming Yuexin had told her a lot, she still couldn't give up her sacred mission and responsibility. Forget it. The Holy Lady Jiuxuan shook her head and sighed. She said, Thank you, Lord Qin Shao. I won't go with you. You can go by yourself. I will try my best to plead with St. Muin for you. I am from the Jade Lake sacred ground and the first Saintess of the Jade Lake sacred ground. My sacred mission and responsibility is very heavy. Everyone cares for me, take care of me, and respect me. How can I let everyone down because of my own selfishness? If young Master Qin Shao is not willing to take me, then I will choose another holy prince consort. I will not force young Master Qin Shao on this matter. In the last words of the 9th profound holy maiden, it was clear that she still had some hope for Qin Shao. She was also implying that she was willing to give her body to Qin Shao. To her, This was also a choice that she did not reject or dislike. Qin Shao understood this as well. She knew what the 9 profound saints meant, but sigh. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. He sighed and said, "Sorry, Holy Lady Jiushuan. I can't help you. If that's the case, then I won't say anything more. Goodbye. Take care." The Holy Lady Jiushuan shook her head and said, "I'm afraid you can't leave." "Can't leave?" Upon hearing the 9 profound holy maiden's words, Qin Zhao's brows furrowed. He subconsciously knew that the situation wasn't good. It seemed that the situation was not as simple as he thought. After Qin Shao looked around, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately discovered a new situation. "We are still in the Jade Lake's sacred ground. We haven't left the Jade Lake's sacred ground?" Qin Shao said in a deep voice. The Holy Lady Jiushuan nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Qin Shao. We are still in the Jade Lake's sacred ground. So it won't be easy for you to leave the Jade Lake's sacred ground. Let's not talk about this for now. I'll try to take you out of the Jade Lake's sacred ground. However, the possibility is very low. But we can only do this now. No matter what, we have to try." Qin Shao smiled bitterly. He was even more helpless. He couldn't use the ancient token. It seemed that the Jade Lake's sacred ground was not a place where he could come and go as he pleased. He thought that he had escaped from the Jade Lake's sacred ground. Once he escaped from the Jade Lake's sacred ground, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. At most, he would leave the immortal realm for a while. In any case, it didn't matter to him whether he stayed in the immortal realm or not. He had originally planned to explore the Great Thousand World. If it weren't for the incident with Little Jade Monarch and Qin Shao wouldn't have returned to the immortal realm so quickly. If it didn't work, he could go to Langia Heaven. He could always hide there. No matter how unhappy the people of the Jade Lake's sacred ground were with him, they wouldn't dare to go to Langia Heaven to capture him, right? As long as he entered Langia Heaven, even if the people of the Jade Lake's sacred ground really dared to go there, Sagely wouldn't hand him over, right? Qin Shao had already made all the plans. Now that things had come to this point, he could only feel helpless. Now, Qin Shao just wanted Miss Fu Yunny to come back quickly. This was her order. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a situation. She had to take responsibility for this. The Jiushuan Saintess was about to leave with Qin Shao when a ray of light descended and blocked their way. The two of them fixed their eyes on it, and their expressions sank. A group of figures appeared. It was Sage Muon, who had descended with more than 100 Jade Lake Saintesses, blocking their way. With such a lineup, no matter how strong Qin Shao and the Jiushuan Saintess were, it was impossible for them to escape. Seeing that Sage Muon had come, Qin Shao really felt like crying. For the first time, he felt like he couldn't escape and could only be a turtle in jar. He even used the ancient token. Last time, under such a dangerous situation, he could use the ancient token to save Fu Yunny. He didn't expect that this time, the ancient token would be ineffective. It was a heartache. It was really a heartache for Qin Shao. Gu Ling was wasted just like that. If he had known this, he wouldn't have escaped. Anyway, he couldn't escape. But obviously, it wasn't Qin Zhao's character to not fight. "None of you can escape." Sage Muon coldly glanced at Qin Shao and the Jiushuan Saintess and coldly shouted. The Jiushuan Saintess didn't have the intention to escape. It was Qin Shao who had forcefully pulled her away. So when she saw Sage Muon, the Jiushuan Saintess immediately knelt down and waited for Sage Muon's punishment. Sage Muon's limpid eyes looked coldly at Qin Shao. It was as if a cold light could be emitted from her eyes. "Qin Shao, your guts are really big. Do you really think you can leave the Jade Lake sacred ground? If our Jade Lake sacred ground allows you to enter freely, wouldn't it be the biggest joke? Do you really think you can leave the Jade Lake sacred ground with a small treasure that your master, Sage Sovereignly, gave you? Our Jade Lake sacred ground won't let you go. Even if your master, Sage Sovereignly, comes personally, he might not be able to take you away." Qin Shao curled his lips and chuckled. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Sage Muon is right. The Jade Lake sacred ground is indeed the most mysterious sacred ground in the immortal realm. No outsider can enter the Jade Lake sacred ground without permission. It really lives up to its reputation. This time, I've finally experienced it. I'm sincerely convinced. I can't help it. It's my fault that my cultivation is too low and my strength is too weak. Naturally, I can't fight against the Jade Lake sacred ground. It's just that I can't just sit there and wait for death. When it's time to fight back, I have to fight back. Even if it's just a symbolic fight, I have to do it. So, Sage Muin, I have no choice. I've already talked to the Joshuan Saintess. Since she's willing to accept the sacred mission and responsibility that the Jade Lake sacred ground has given her, I won't say anything more. I don't care about this matter anymore. You can deal with it yourselves. I apologize for ruining your Holy Prince Consort selection. I wonder if Sage Muin can be magnanimous and let me go? To put it bluntly, Qin Shao participated in the Holy Prince Consort selection because of Miss Fu Yunni's mission and because of Yuan Yuan's request. He had already completed the mission. As for Yuan Yuan's request, he had also completed half of it. The remaining half was the Joshuan Saintess' own fate. She couldn't blame him. Therefore, Qin Shao could report to both sides. Naturally, there was nothing for him to do. However, how could it be so easy for him to leave just like that? How could Sage Muin agree? As expected, Sage Muin snorted coldly and scolded. Qin Shao, what do you think the Jade Lake sacred ground is? Do you think it's your backyard? The Holy Prince Consort selection is the most sacred and important thing in the Jade Lake sacred ground. Especially the first Holy Prince Consort selection. It's the most important thing. It represents the dignity of the Jade Lake sacred ground. The Jade Lake sacred ground announced this matter to the world. Now that you, Qin Shao, have become the first Holy Prince Consort, everyone in the world knows about it. If you leave just like that, wouldn't the world see the Jade Lake sacred ground as a joke? So, do you really think I'll let you go so easily? Qin Shao shook his head and sighed helplessly. He said, then what does Sage Muin want? You can't kill me, right? Besides, even if you kill me, it's useless. I really want to kill you. Sage Muin snorted heavily. Qin Shao truly felt a murderous aura from Sage Monarch Mu Jun's eyes. This woman was speaking the truth. Scary. Women were indeed scary. The entire Jade Lake sacred ground was made up of women. That was even scarier. Qin Shao somewhat understood. No wonder no force in the entire immortal realm dared to provoke the Jade Lake sacred ground. It was because they were a group of women. If a group of women went crazy, the entire immortal realm would tremble. Although we can't really kill you, you can't escape death. However, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Our Jade Lake Holy Land will definitely let you know what rules are, what regret is, and what the price is. This is the first case, and it will definitely be the last. You will definitely be punished as an example to others. So, don't think you'll have an easy time. Sage Muin said again. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand. Suddenly, a powerful force swept over like a cloud. The surging power smashed down on Qin Shao and directly smashed Qin Shao to the ground. A stream of blood gushed out of his throat like a fire dragon. Qin Shao held it in and did not vomit. He swallowed it, and a bloody taste filled his mouth. Author Cruel Death starting today. I'll slowly resume updating. It should be 2 to 3 updates today. I'll adapt these 2 days and slowly adjust. I've made everyone wait. Sorry. Chapter 2870. Ha! Qin Shao spat out a mouthful of saliva and wiped the corner of his mouth. However, he did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. His laughter was a little strange. Seeing that Qin Shao could still laugh at this time, Saint Muwan frowned and looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. What are you laughing at? Saint Muwan asked. Qin Shao looked at Saint Muwan and said, I'm laughing at you because you're ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires, but you want to cut off people's emotions and desires. What's wrong with wanting to pursue love? Love is an instinct given to life by the heavens. It's the way of life, the way of inheritance. It's the most sacred thing. But your Jade Lake's sacred ground treats love as poison and a taboo. Don't you think this goes against the principles of heaven and earth? Don't you think this is ridiculous? Everyone should have the right to choose the path they want to walk, decide their own fate, and decide to give their most precious and sacred thing to someone. Who should have the right? Instead of letting the higher-ups of the Jade Lake sacred ground arrange everything and arrange the lives of all the Jade Lake saintesses so clearly, Yi Futian said, they are people, living beings, women with flesh, blood, and souls. What's wrong with them having some fantasies about love? Love should be the most beautiful thing in life for women. But you want the Jade Lake saintesses to cut off their love and never mention it. Don't you think it's ridiculous? If a person doesn't even have the right to choose the path they want to walk, and is always arranged to walk forward, then they won't be able to go far and can't really grow. You keep saying that you're doing this for the sake of the Jade Lake sacred land's inheritance and development. But in my opinion, you're just using cruel and shameless means to oppress your people. You're using the sacrifices of generations in exchange for superficial prosperity. But in my opinion, this is just a temporary illusion. The real long-term is definitely not like this. Shut up. Hearing Qin Zhao's string of words, Saint Lord Muin became even more furious and shouted sternly. With a wave of his hand, another powerful force came out and knocked Qin Zhao to the ground again. This time, Qin Zhao couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood, forming a blood lotus in the air. It was so solemn and stirring, so mournful. However, Qin Zhao did not fall down. Instead, she stood up immediately and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Instead of getting angry, she laughed out loud again. What's wrong, Saint Monarch Muon? Are you angry from embarrassment? Did I hit the nail on the head? As long as one lives, it is worth it to sacrifice everything for one's family and friends, for one's race, and for one's homeland. But if you have to pay a price, there might not be only one fixed path that is arranged. What your Jade Lake sacred land needs is nothing more than a good bloodline inheritance to give birth to outstanding descendants. There are many good ways to achieve such a goal, but why does the Jade Lake sacred ground have to be so overbearing and unreasonable as to arrange proper positions for the Jade Lake saintesses? Why can't you give them some power to choose? Choosing the Holy Prince Consort? Those Jade Lake saintesses don't even have the right to visit. They can only stay in their boudoirs and quietly wait for the Holy Prince Consort to come and take their bodies. Do they have a choice? Do they have a chance to say no? Did they all do it willingly? As Qin Zhao interrogated Saint Muon, she glanced at the Jade Lake saintesses one by one. They were all Jade Lake saintesses who had already chosen the Holy Prince Consort. They all had experience with such things. Many Jade Lake saintesses listened to Qin Zhao's interrogation and saw Qin Zhao's gaze sweep over them. They couldn't help but have a complicated look on their faces. Obviously, not all of the Jade Lake saintesses had no feelings about this matter. However, not all of the Jade Lake saintesses had the slightest fantasy about love. The 9 profound saintess was definitely not the first person to want to eat grapes. This was human nature. This was an instinct given to people by the heavens. It wasn't that the Jade Lake saintesses didn't have this instinct. It was just that they had been suppressed by the Jade Lake saintess and didn't have a chance to show it. Humph! Saint Muon waved her hand again and hit Qin Zhao until he spat out blood again. In front of a powerful ancient saint like Saint Muon, Qin Zhao didn't have much power to resist. Of course, this was also because Qin Zhao didn't fight back. If he really wanted to fight back, he wouldn't be completely powerless. At least, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Of course, Qin Zhao was also very clear that he definitely couldn't fight with Saint Muon here. It would only be asking for a rebuff. Right now, they were in the Jade Lake sacred grounds. This was a place where experts were as common as the clouds. There were definitely at least a few world deities here, not to mention the fact that Saint Mother Jade Lake was stationed here. How could the Jade Lake saintess be a place where Qin Zhao, a mere second-step ancient saint, could behave atrociously? Moreover, Qin Zhao was somewhat in the wrong in this matter. Not to mention that he was in the wrong. This matter was indeed a matter of the Jade Lake saintess. As an outsider, it was indeed somewhat inappropriate for Qin Shao to interfere in this matter. However, there was no other way. Qin Shao had already joined in. Now, he could only brace himself to the end. Therefore, in the face of Saint Mu Wan's anger, Qin Shao didn't fight back. Instead, he allowed Saint Mu Wan to hit him again and again. This was probably the first time Qin Shao had suffered such a loss. How can you interfere in the matters of the Jade Lake Saintess? Why does the Jade Lake Saintess need to explain our actions to others? You don't understand. That's your business. You're an outsider. Do you want to use your thoughts to force our Jade Lake Saintess? If you're talking about severing relationships, why don't you say Buddhist cultivators? That's severing relationships. It's far more ruthless than the Jade Lake Saintess, isn't it? The Jade Lake Saintess merely severs relationships. Why can't we? Buddhist cultivators have their own paths. The Jade Lake Saintess has its own path. It's not something that an outsider like you, Qin Shao, can meddle in. It's not something that you can understand. You don't understand because you're not us. You're not reincarnation sovereign. You don't have the right to say these things. Do you understand? Saint Mu Wan scolded again. However, Qin Shao obviously didn't understand. He shook his head and said, I, Qin Shao, have no way to interfere or meddle in your matters. I shouldn't have said anything. However, now that this matter has landed on my head, I have no choice but to say a few words. To be honest, in the past, I had many opportunities to enter Buddhism and become a Buddhist cultivator. I even got a Buddhist sarira. But I don't like the severing of emotions and desires of Buddhist cultivators, so I gave up. It's good that Buddhist cultivators sever emotions and desires. It's also good that they're more ruthless than the Jade Lake Saintess. However, there's still an essential difference. Buddha won't force you to become a Buddhist cultivator. It won't force you to sever emotions and desires. It's said that Buddha will help those who are fated. Only if you're fated with Buddha and are willing to convert to Buddhism and cultivate Buddhism will Buddha help you. Only then will Buddha give you the opportunity to sever emotions and desires. In other words, this opportunity is what you want. Severing emotions and desires is also your own choice. It's something that you've thought through clearly. Moreover, Buddha will give you many tests and set up many obstacles for you. It won't let you sever emotions and desires easily. This is a long and slow process. And I believe that this long process will allow you to think clearly about whether you want to do this or not and give him a chance to choose. But what about the Jade Lake Saintess? Did you give the Saintesses of the Jade Lake a chance to choose? Do they have a choice? They can only be arranged. Things are fundamentally different. If the Saintesses of the Jade Lake are willing to do this, then it's their own choice. But what if they weren't willing in the first place? Isn't it cruel for you to force them to do this? Saint Mu Wan said with a cold face, of course they're willing. For the sake of the Jade Lake Saintess and their sacred mission, they're willing to do this. You don't have to worry about such things. Why do you have to deceive yourself like this, Saint Mu Wan? Qin Shao said and continued, if a verbal agreement is considered a willingness, then I'm afraid there's nothing in this world that's not willing. After all, it's not difficult to make a person agree verbally. All the Saintesses of the Jade Lake must agree verbally if you give them a sacred mission. But do they really think so in their hearts? You can deceive others, but you can't deceive your own heart. There's no point in deceiving yourself. If it's fake, then it's fake. Shut up. Saint Mu Wan shouted angrily and hit Qin Shao again, making Qin Shao spit out blood again. Qin Zhao's clothes were completely red with blood. But Qin Zhao's face didn't show the slightest sign of cowering, fear, or admitting defeat. Since it had already come to this point, what was there to be afraid of? Humph, men, take this boy to the prison and wait for the Saintess to deal with him. Saint Mu Wan waved her hand, and an immortal rope tied Qin Shao up tightly, making Qin Shao unable to move. Qin Shao tried his best to break free, but he couldn't move at all. This immortal rope was really powerful. Not only was Qin Shao unable to break free, but it also completely suppressed Qin Zhao's strength, making Qin Shao unable to resist. In other words, Qin Shao was completely a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Even the most ordinary first step ancient saint could easily kill Qin Shao. This time, he really fell into the hands of the people of the Jade Lake's sacred land. He was really going to be slaughtered without any strength to resist. But there was no other way. He couldn't resist from the beginning. Two saintesses of the Jade Lake walked over and grabbed Qin Shao, wanting to take Qin Shao away. Saint Muwan, you can't argue with me, but you don't have to do this. You're a powerful fourth-step ancient saint, so you can't be so stingy, right? Qin Shao curled his lips and said. But Saint Muwan naturally didn't care about Qin Shao. The Jiushuan saintess, who was kneeling there, suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were filled with tears. She looked at Saint Muwan pleadingly and repeatedly begged, Saint Muwan, this is all Jiushuan's fault. It was Jiushuan's audacity to ask Qin Shao to help Jiushuan. That's why such a big mistake happened. Jiushuan has sinned deeply. Please punish me. Sir Qin Shao is innocent. He only wanted to help me out of the goodness of his heart. Sage Muwan, please do not make things too difficult for him. I'm willing to bear all the blame. Author Kan Shang, I haven't dared to ask for flowers for half a month. Now, Kan Shang had to shout a few times. His ranking on the fresh flowers list was about to fall out of the top 15. It really made Kan Shang blush with shame. Such a result was a waste of the book of exceptional superpower, and it was a waste of everyone's support. So, let's fight, fellow cultivators. Let's fight our way back to the top 5. Fight, fight, fight. Chapter 2871. Saint Muwan looked at the 9 profound saintess and shook her head with a disappointed expression. 9 profound saintess, you've disappointed me too much. Yes, you've always been a very outstanding and obedient child. Everyone thought highly of you and treated you as the hope of the next generation of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Yes, you're the most outstanding person among the younger generation of the Jade Lake. You're the object of everyone's respect. Everyone sees you as a role model and listens to your guidance. However, you did such a thing. Fortunately, you know that you're wrong and can reign in time, leaving yourself a chance to turn back. 9 profound saintess. Go to your place of cultivation and reflect on your mistakes. Come out when you've thought things through. Don't plead for mercy for this child. Otherwise, I won't be so nice. Saint Mu Wan. The 9 profound saintess still wanted to say something, but Saint Mu Wan was completely enraged. You shut up too. Saint Mu Wan pointed at the 9 profound saintess and shouted angrily. There's a limit to my patience. If I hadn't spoiled you, how could I have let you off so easily? Men, take 9 profound away and reflect on her mistakes. Without my permission, she's not allowed to leave. If there's a mistake, I'll hold you responsible. The 4 identical Jade Lake saintesses immediately walked out and respectfully left to take the Jiushuan saintess away. The 9 profound saintess saw that Saint Mu Wan was really angry. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. She couldn't calm Saint Mu Wan's anger. Lord Qin Shao, I'm sorry. I've harmed you. I'm really sorry. The 9 profound saintess was taken away with tears in her eyes. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't feel that the 9 profound saintess had done anything wrong. In the first place, he was the one who had come looking for trouble with this matter. This result was within Qin Zhao's expectations. After the 9 profound saintess was taken away, Qin Shao didn't resist. Of course, he didn't have the strength to resist. He was also taken away and locked in the Jade Lake Sacred Grounds prison. The dark prison was like an independent sealed space with no one guarding it. Qin Shao was tightly bound by the immortal rope and locked in this isolated and sealed small space. There was really no way out. There was no way for him to escape. He had already used the ancient token before, but it was useless. He couldn't leave the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Instead, he had wasted it. In addition to the previous ones, Qin Shao had already used the ancient token twice. He could use it 8 more times, and then the ancient token would be completely ineffective. 8 times seemed like quite a lot, but before he became a world god, his master would not bestow upon him any more life-saving treasures. He had already used it twice in such a short period of time. Even 8 times wouldn't be enough. Looking at the empty and dark surroundings, Qin Xiao had an indescribable feeling in her heart. It was the first time she was in such a sorry state. Not only was she beaten up by Saint Mu Wan to the point of spitting out blood, she was also locked in this dark prison. Fu Yunny, oh Fu Yunny, this time it's all because of you. Even my master's name is useless. The Jade Lake's sacred ground doesn't care at all. Sigh, now I really have no one to respond to me, no one to help me. Even if I were to shamelessly ask my master for help, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy for me to leave the Jade Lake's sacred ground. The most important thing is that I can't do anything now that Guanzhong has locked me up here. It's really painful. What should I do? Don't tell me I, Qin Xiao, am really going to be locked up here by the Jade Lake's sacred ground forever, wasting my time and cutting off my cultivation path? Qin Xiao was helpless and anxious. Under such circumstances, there was no way for her to cultivate at all. If it was really like what Saint Muwan said, she would at least lock him up for an era. That would be terrible. If she didn't cultivate for an era, not only would her cultivation path be destroyed, but her talent and potential would also be greatly weakened. An era's time was enough to decide many things. It was best for her to cultivate at the most suitable time, when she had the most motivation and potential. If she missed it, it would be difficult to make up for it again. An era was also an extremely long time for Qin Xiao. After all, it had only been 50 million years since he was born, which was less than 1/20th of an era. Being locked up for an era was an unimaginable thing for Qin Xiao. Therefore, Qin Xiao wanted to get out. But how could he get out? Wait for Miss Fu Yunny to save him? Was that possible? Qin Xiao didn't think that Miss Fu Yunny had the ability to save him. Perhaps he didn't know if she had the heart to do so. The Jade Lake's sacred ground wouldn't allow outsiders to enter. Fu Yunny couldn't even enter the Jade Lake's sacred ground, right? Then how could she save him? It was even more impossible for Yuan Yuan, Prince Zhongyang, and the others. In front of the Jade Lake's sacred ground, they were just ants. The only possibility is my master, Li Sheng. However, it was really difficult for Qin Xiao to ask his master for help. Alas, forget it. Since I'm here, I'll take things as they come. Let's wait here first. Maybe things will take a turn for the better. If something really happened to me, I believe there's no need for me to tell Master about it. Master will definitely know about it soon. After all, this is the immortal realms. There shouldn't be anything that can escape Master's eyes. If my master is willing to save me, he will definitely do so. He doesn't need to wait for me to ask for help. After all, this isn't a very dangerous time. But I think my master won't help me easily. This is something I caused, so I should be the one to solve it. Saint Academy, where Princess Xiaoyu cultivated. What should we do? Brother Qin Xiao has been locked up in prison by the Jade Lake sacred ground. Sister Jiushuan has also been put under house arrest. What should we do now? Yuan Yuan said anxiously. Princess Xiaoyu shook her head and said, I told you earlier that this method wouldn't work. Now, Qin Xiao is also involved. What should we do? What else can we do? That's the Jade Lake sacred ground. We don't have any ability to save him at all. Even Qin Xiao himself couldn't escape. What can we do? Let alone save him. We can't even enter the Jade Lake sacred ground. There's no other way. We had no choice. In the end, we had no choice. But I didn't expect that Brother Qin Xiao would really be involved. Boo-hoo, what should we do now? We can't just leave him to die. Yuan Yuan became more anxious. In fact, it was she who proposed this idea at the beginning, so she felt that she was the most responsible. Princess Xiaoyu turned her head to the side and didn't say anything. She didn't agree with this suggestion at the beginning. Although she now regarded Qin Xiao as her younger brother, she would feel very uncomfortable if Qin Xiao had sex with Jiushuan Saintis in order to help her. So, if this plan succeeded, she would feel uncomfortable. If it didn't succeed, she would feel uncomfortable if Qin Xiao was harmed. Ming Yuexin also remained silent. At this time, Yuan Yuan was a bit like an ant on a hot pan. She was a bit panicked. Sister Ming Yuexin, say something. What should we do? Yuan Yuan shook Ming Yuexin's arm and said. Ming Yuexin shook her head and didn't say anything. She also didn't know what to do. She also had a part to play in this plan. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Prince Zhongyang shrugged and said, You three women came up with a good idea. We brothers were originally very envious of Brother Qin Shao. This kind of good thing didn't happen to us. I didn't expect that bastard Qin Shao didn't know how to cherish this great opportunity. A beauty like Joshuan Saintis was placed in front of him, but he didn't want it. Originally, this matter was very simple. He already got the holy prince consort. After that, isn't it just a matter of having sex? You're happy, I'm happy, and then everyone is happy. Everyone has their own gains and returns with a full load. In the end, he will become a father, and everything will be complete. The best thing is that he doesn't have to take responsibility for it. Waving his hand and not taking away a piece of cloud, what kind of carefree and comfortable feeling is that? I already said that you shouldn't make things difficult for Qin Shao for this kind of thing. It's better to let me do it. Now, you guys just have to let Qin Shao do it. Alas, a good hand was forcefully smashed into pieces by you three women. What do you want me to say? Meng Dali also nodded and said with a look of approval, That's right, that's right. I completely agree with Prince Zhongyang's words. This difficult task shouldn't have been completed by Qin Shao. He's a most unsuitable person. The most suitable ones are Prince Zhongyang and me. If this task was given to us, this matter wouldn't have happened. The three women cast disdainful looks at Prince Zhongyang and Meng Dali at the same time. They said it as if the two of them could successfully become the holy prince consort. Even without the lightning sword sage and the other two, Prince Zhongyang probably wouldn't be able to become the holy prince consort. As for Meng Dali, he didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the selection, let alone be mentioned. Forget it. You guys won't be able to think of a reason. I'd better go save my father. Yuan Yuan was really anxious and directly used her trump card. But Ming Yuexin immediately pulled Yuan Yuan back and said, Yuan Yuan, you can't. Can't. Yuan Yuan looked at Ming Yuexin with a puzzled expression and said doubtfully, Why? Sister Ming Yuexin, don't you want to save Brother Qin Shao? Look at the situation now. What's the point of not doing it? We have no other choice. There's no other way. Ming Yuexin shook her head and said, That's not what I meant. Of course, I want to save Qin Shao, but we still have to remain calm and not act rashly. Otherwise, we'll only get what we want. With Sage Sovereign Li's abilities, there's no way he wouldn't know what we know. If Holy Sage Li is willing to save Qin Shao, then you don't have to beg him. After all, Qin Shao is your father's disciple. How can a teacher not protect him? But if Holy Sage Li doesn't make a move for the time being, then he must have his reasons. Moreover, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground is not an ordinary place, so Yuan Yuan, you don't have to make things difficult for your father. Also, Qin Zhao's life is not in danger for the time being. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground will definitely not do anything to Qin Shao. At most, they will give him some punishment. In such a situation, I'm afraid Holy Sage Li will not personally come to save him. Moreover, this matter has just begun. We still have to give the Jade Lake Sacred Ground some respect and take some time to deal with this matter. We can't rush. If we rush to save him now, it will make the Jade Lake Sacred Ground even angrier. Once the situation becomes too tense, the situation will not be good. It won't be a good thing for Qin Shao. After all, Qin Zhao's life is now in the hands of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Yuan Yuan blinked her eyes and thought for a while. Then, she nodded and said, Oh, author, Kinshang third update, begging for flowers. Brothers, please support me. Kinshang will work hard to recover tomorrow. Everyone, give Kinshang some motivation and get flowers. Chapter 2872. In the depths of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, a forbidden area. Jioshuan, don't make things difficult for us. You can't go any further, or we'll all be punished. 4 Jade Lake Saintesses, who looked identical, blocked the path of the 9 profound saintess, not allowing her to go any further. Although the 4 of them were first-step ancient saints, they were no match for the 9 profound saintess. Therefore, they could not stop the 9 profound saintess at all. The 9 profound saintess had come all the way here from her cultivation place. The 4 of them could only try their best to stop her, but it was to no avail. 9 profound saintess, don't make mistakes again. You're our idol. You're our role model. But this time, you've gone astray. I need to wake up quickly. Don't be blinded by love. Don't be poisoned by love. It's a terrible and evil thing. The 9 profound saintess shook her head. Her face was filled with determination and determination. Sisters, I understand all of this. I'm not poisoned by love. I know what I'm doing. What I'm doing is not what you think it is. Please be magnanimous and let me go in to see the saintess. I, Joshua, am a member of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Even if I die, I'll be a ghost of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. I won't act recklessly. I've been loyal to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground all my life. I've been dedicated to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground all my life. I'll do my best until I die. Saint Mu Wan will be here soon. I don't have time. If 4 sisters still refuse to let go, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I really don't want this to happen. Please help Jiu Xian this time. Jiu Xian really needs your help. Thank you very much. After hearing the Joshuan saintess's words, the 4 Jade Lake saintesses glanced at each other. In the end, their hearts softened, and they made way for the Joshuan saintess. Seeing the 4 Jade Lake saintesses open a path for her, the Joshuan saintess thanked them profusely and quickly rushed into the forbidden area. Just as the 9 profound saintess entered the forbidden zone, a powerful figure descended. Clearly, it was Saint Muan. Seeing Saint Mu Wan, the 4 Jade Lake saintesses immediately knelt down and said in unison, "We know we were wrong. Please punish us, Saint Mu Wan." You, Saint Lord Mu Wan angrily glared at the 4 of them. All of you are rebelling. All of you are like Jiu Xian, singing the opposite tune. Truly audacious. Saint Lord Mu Wan couldn't be blamed for being angry. There was a 9 profound saint lady who gave her a headache, and now these 4 people didn't listen to her. How could she not be angry? On the other side, after the Joshuan saintess entered the forbidden zone, she was quickly blocked by a lightning pool. Behind the lightning pool, the Jade Lake Sacred Mountain could be vaguely seen. Saint Mother Yao Qi lived on the Yao Qi Sacred Mountain, surrounded by lightning pools. No one dared to take half a step closer to that powerful lightning pool. Even if a world god dared to take half a step closer to that terrifying lightning pool, he would definitely be turned into ashes. In a mortal world, there was a saying that one couldn't take half a step closer to the lightning pool. The lightning pool referred to the lightning pool here. The 9 profound saintess knew how dangerous the lightning pool was, so she naturally didn't dare to take half a step closer. She could only kneel down in front of the lightning pool and face the sacred mountain. She repeatedly kowtowed and said, "Saint Mother Grand Ancestor, disciple Joshua knows that she has sinned deeply and is ashamed to face Saint Mother Grand Ancestor. I have let down the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. However, young Master Qin Shao is innocent. There are no feelings between the 2 of us. It's just that young Master Qin Shao has a merciful heart. In order to save me, he didn't care about anything else. He didn't have the intention to provoke the Jade Lake's sacred ground. Disciple knows that she has a sacred mission and never dares to forget it. Therefore, Disciple has done what she should do. However, Disciple can't let anyone know about this except for Saint Mother Grand Ancestor. Otherwise, Disciple can only apologize with death. Saint Mother Grand Ancestor, please be merciful and let Lord Qin Shao go." Disciple kowtows. After saying that, the 9 profound saintess kowtowed again. The 9 profound saintess respectfully knelt on the ground, waiting for Saint Mother Yao Qi's punishment. After a long while, Saint Mother Yao Qi's voice rang out, "Get up, Jushuan. Grand Ancestor already knows your intentions. Although your actions aren't recognized, it's still considered your intentions. Qin Shao. Saint Lord Muin has already taught him a lesson. It can be said that he has suffered a little. It can be considered a punishment for him. If that's the case, then forget it. Thank you, Saint Mother Grand Ancestor. Thank you, Saint Mother Grand Ancestor. The 9 profound saintess hurriedly thanked Saint Mother Yao Qi. After walking down the Magpie Bridge and crossing the extreme Nether River, Qin Shao was also stunned when he left the Jade Lake's sacred grounds territory. Looking at the 4 beautiful Jade Lake saintesses, Qin Shao was still in a daze. My 4 sisters, I wonder if you can tell me what's going on? How's the 9 profound saintess now? Qin Shao asked. However, the 4 beautiful Jade Lake saintesses didn't care at all. Instead, they turned around and left. The immortal magpie flew into the extreme Nether River, and the Magpie Bridge broke, never to be seen again. Looking at the Jade Lake sacred ground from afar, he couldn't cross it. Qin Shao frowned, still in a daze. This time, he was really in a daze. He didn't know what was going on at all. She's letting me go just like that? She's not willing to tell me the reason and just sent me out of the Jade Lake sacred ground directly? What's going on? Didn't Saint Mother Mu Wan say that she's going to lock me up for an era? It hasn't even been a year, right? She's letting me go just like that? Moreover, she didn't do anything to me. She didn't punish me. There can't be such a good thing, right? Logically speaking, this shouldn't be right. What's going on? Although this was a good thing, an extremely good thing, something that Qin Shao couldn't even dream of. This was simply like a big pie falling from the sky. However, in the face of such a big pie, Qin Shao felt a little uneasy, a very uneasy feeling. There had to be a reason for everything that happened. There had to be a reason behind this. But what was the reason? There must be a reason, there must be. Who was it that saved him? Bearing the brunt of this, Qin Shao naturally thought of his master, Saint Li. However, after thinking about it, Qin Shao shook his head and ruled out this possibility. The reason was very simple. If it was really his master who saved him, he should have at least told him, right? Even if he didn't come to see him, he should have at least sent him a voice transmission or scolded him, right? No matter what, he should have at least told him, right? He couldn't have saved him from the Jade Lake sacred ground so quietly, right? However, the Jade Lake sacred ground released him so quickly. After thinking about it, Qin Shao felt that perhaps only his master had such great ability. For an existence at the level of reincarnation sovereign, other than his master, who else would be willing to save him? Human sovereign Fushi? Miss Fu Yunny had such great ability? She could make human sovereign Fushi come to save him? This was obviously a very unrealistic thing. It was just a thought. It was definitely impossible. As for Prince Zhongyang, Yuan Yuan, and the others, they obviously didn't have such great ability. Other than his master, Saint Li, the only other possibility was the Jiuquan Saintess. After all, she was the protagonist of this matter. As the saying goes, whoever started the trouble should end it. The Jiuquan Saintess was that person. Since she started this matter, naturally, she could end it. If it was the Jiuquan Saintess, Qin Shao was very worried. Logically speaking, the Jade Lake sacred ground wouldn't let this matter go so easily. If the Jiuquan Saintess could let this matter go, she would have to pay a certain price. She would have to sacrifice a lot in exchange for this. Otherwise, how could she appease the Jade Lake sacred ground's anger? How did the Jiuquan Saintess come to save him? This was what Qin Shao was worried about. However, he obviously couldn't figure out the reason for this matter. Therefore, Qin Shao could only shake his head helplessly. Forget it. The Jiuquan Saintess is the #1 saintess of the Jade Lake sacred ground after all. No matter what, the Jade Lake sacred ground won't hurt her. At most, they will make her do something she doesn't want to do. But since it's already like this, I can't do anything else. This time, I almost lost my life. I won't do such a chore again, even if I'm beaten to death. It's really a thankless task. The most infuriating thing is that there is no way to really solve this matter. If this matter can really be solved, it'll be a bit of a contribution. After going around in circles, we're only back to the starting point. It's simply a useless effort. Forget it. At least I have an explanation. The rest is not something I can handle. I won't bother about it. Qin Shao shook his head and left. It wasn't good to stay here for long. Qin Shao was a little flustered. It was better to leave quickly and get to a safe place first. He directly returned to the territory of the 9 continents of Huaxia. After seeing the beautiful scenery and breathing in the fresh air, Qin Zhao's mood improved a lot. His tense nerves were completely relaxed. Qin Shao planned to return to the Saint College first. Yuan and the others were probably worried sick about him. Phew, it was really a close call this time. Fortunately, it was a close call in the end. It could be considered a narrow escape, right? Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled bitterly. Let's go back to the Saint College. Just as Qin Shao was about to return to the Saint College, the skies suddenly changed color, the stars moved, and the mountains and rivers changed abruptly. In an instant, Qin Shao appeared in a small world. This wasn't a real world, but an illusory world. What's going on? Qin Zhao's brows furrowed for a moment, but he soon relaxed. However, Qin Shao pursed his lips and said unhappily, Miss Fu Yunny, you really came at the right time. When I needed you, I didn't know where you were. When I didn't need you, you appeared precisely. From the void, a beautiful figure walked out. It was Fu Yunny. When Qin Shao saw Fu Yunny, he was in a bad mood. This time, Fu Yunny had caused him a lot of trouble. Therefore, when he saw Fu Yunny again, how could Qin Shao be in a good mood? Oh, it's only been a few minutes since we last met, but your temper has become much worse? Fu Yunny looked at Qin Shao with her beautiful eyes and said with a chuckle. Qin Shao rolled her eyes at Fu Yunny and said snappily, Why don't you give it a try? Next time, don't look for me for such a thankless task. If you look for me again, I'll get angry with you. Our tasks are definitely thankless tasks. How can there be anything good for you to do? Fu Yunny also glared at Qin Shao and said unhappily. These two people stared at each other the moment they met, as if they were a pair of enemies. Chapter 2873. But you can't cheat me like this, Qin Shao refuted with all his might. Joining the Righteous Alliance, fighting against the Bloodbath Alliance, upholding justice in the world, and defending the righteous path in the world. This was a great thing, but it was also destined to be an extremely difficult thing. Doing missions was definitely not a good thing, but Qin Shao still felt at this time he had really cheated himself. Fortunately, he was still released. Qin Shao really thought that there was a high probability that he would be imprisoned by the Jade Lake's sacred land for an era. How is this cheating you? You say it as if you were suffering a loss. This is obviously a good job, and there's so many things to do. I'm afraid that many men would be envious of you, but you still feel wronged. If it wasn't for the fact that we didn't have a better candidate, you wouldn't have gotten such a good opportunity, Fu Yunny said. Qin Shao was completely speechless. What kind of good job was this? Yes, it might be a good job for others, but for Qin Shao, it was not. Qin Shao did not desire such a good job. Hey, you're a man. Why are you so stingy? Hey, Qin Shao, have I been deceived by you in the past? I've always thought that you're a very magnanimous person who prioritizes the big picture in everything and is willing to sacrifice yourself for others. You also have the courage to sacrifice yourself for the cause of justice. Now it seems that you're not what I imagined you to be. Fu Yunny saw that Qin Shao did not speak, so she added another sentence. Her bright eyes, which were like stars, sized up Qin Shao, as if she was re-examining Qin Shao. Qin Shao curled his lips, shrugged his shoulders, and said, I am not a generous man, and I never said that I was not stingy. I'm not a Buddhist cultivator, and I don't have the so-called bodhisattva's heart. The matter of sacrificing myself for others depends on who it is. How is it, Miss Fu? Are you disappointed in me? That's right. You should quickly let me go. Don't look for me in the future. Then I'll pray for Buddha. Let's go. Stop complaining. I'll bring you to meet someone, Fu Yunny said, not wanting to continue the topic with Qin Shao. To see somebody, Qin Shao raised her eyebrows slightly. She was a little confused. Who was she going to meet? He had just walked out of the Jade Lake's sacred ground by a fluke, and young Miss Fu seemed to have been waiting for him here, stopping him and bringing him to meet someone. The person he wanted to meet seemed to be a very important person. Could it be a high-ranking member of the Justice Alliance? That couldn't be right. Wasn't Fu Yunny a high-ranking member of the Justice Alliance? Although he wasn't a core member, he was still a core member. If he was one level higher than Fu Yunny, then wouldn't he be a world deity? Why would such an existence want to meet him? He had just joined the Justice Alliance not long ago and hadn't contributed much to the Justice Alliance. But let's not talk about this first. I'll go meet him first. Fu Yunny brought Qin Xiao away. On the way, Fu Yunny was still looking at Qin Xiao with a strange gaze, making Qin Xiao feel uncomfortable. There wasn't anything growing on his body. He hadn't seen Fu Yunny for a long time. Could it be that he had become more handsome? Even if he had become more handsome, Fu Yunny wasn't a love-struck fool. Qin Xiao, you're quite capable, aren't you? You were able to make a name for yourself in Guyong City, and even received many benefits from the Guyong City Lord's residence. The moment you returned to the immortal domain, you immediately got a good job. You're the capable one. You're still able to keep your composure. Not bad. Originally, I had no choice but to choose you for this mission. I was still having a headache about how to get you out of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. I thought that it would be better to wait for your master, sagely, to get you out. I didn't think that you'd be so lucky to be released by the Jade Lake Sacred Ground so quickly. Tell me the truth. Did you obediently submit? Fu Yunny suddenly pointed at Qin Xiao and asked, "Hey, obediently submit?" If he was really willing to do so, would he be in such a sorry state now? This young Miss Fu was a trap. Even she knew that it was a trap, but she still chose him to jump in. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes at Fu Yunny and said, "Young Miss Fu, even you couldn't make me obediently submit. Do you think that the 9 Profound Saintess is more capable than you? Are you itching for a beating?" Fu Yunny coldly glared at Qin Xiao. She had taught Qin Xiao a lesson before. If you didn't obediently submit, and sagely didn't come out to get you, then why do you think the Jade Lake Sacred Ground released you so quickly? Fu Yunny asked again. Qin Xiao said unhappily, "I also want to know if I'm really so lucky." Soon, Fu Yunny brought Qin Xiao to an extremely hidden small world. Here, Qin Xiao saw a familiar person, a person that made his eyes widen. 9 Profound Saintess. Seeing the person in front of him, Qin Xiao's eyes widened. He looked at the other party in astonishment and disbelief. After sizing her up, Qin Xiao calmed down a little and said, "Why is it you? Why are you here? Could it be that you're here too?" Qin Xiao didn't ask this question directly, but anyone who knew what Qin Xiao meant. Seeing the 9 Profound Saintess appear here, and being brought here by Miss Fu Yunny, and thinking about the mission given to him this time, how could Qin Xiao not guess that the 9 Profound Saintess was also a member of the Righteous Alliance? The 9 Profound Saintess smiled at Qin Xiao and nodded. "Yes, that's right. Qin Xiao, you guessed right. I'm indeed a member of the Righteous Alliance." She really was a member of the Righteous Alliance. Qin Xiao really didn't expect that the 9 Profound Saintess was also a member of the Righteous Alliance. The Righteous Alliance was too mysterious. Even their own people didn't know of their existence. At present, Qin Xiao only knew of 3 of his own people. One was Fu Yunny, one was Lang Jinghong, and the last was the 9 Profound Saintess. Other than them, Qin Xiao didn't know who else was in the Righteous Alliance. Fu Yunny said, "What do you think? Why would I casually give you such a difficult mission and let you take such a huge risk?" It's precisely because the 9 Profound Saintess is a member of the Righteous Alliance that the Bloodbath Alliance has set their eyes on her. That's why I had no choice but to do this. It's an emergency, and I don't have time to think so much. There's no better way, so I can only take the risk and take this step first. In any case, you, Qin Xiao, are a cockroach. You won't die. He wouldn't die, but he would suffer quite a bit. Moreover, I'm afraid that this matter will become a laughing stock for many people. That's not right. 9 Profound Saintess, weren't you imprisoned by Sage Monarch Muon? Why are you here? Also, why did the Jade Lake Sacred Ground release me so easily? Qin Xiao was still very confused. Fu Yunny said to Qin Xiao, "Take a closer look. Hearing Fu Yunny's words, Qin Shao was startled. He immediately reacted and thought of a possibility. The 9 profound Saintess clone in front of him was the Jade Lake Sacred Ground's original body. This was the only possibility. It wasn't that Qin Shao hadn't thought of this possibility. It was just that Qin Shao felt that since she was the Jade Lake Sacred Ground Saintess, both her original body and clone should be in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. It was impossible for her to leave the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. That was why Qin Shao hadn't thought that the 9 profound Saintess would have a clone outside. That was why he hadn't thought of that. Seeing Qin Zhao's confusion, Fu Yunny explained, "Only the 3 of us know that the 9 profound Saintess has a clone. There's no 4th person. That's why you have to keep this matter a secret. Even the Jade Lake Sacred Ground doesn't know about this. I trusted you completely and treated you as my man. That's why I let you know. Do you understand the importance of this matter?" Cough. Qin Shao coughed awkwardly and said, "Miss Fu, I'm a man. Is it really appropriate for you to say that I'm your man in public? There's absolutely nothing going on between us. You'll ruin my reputation if you do this." Fu Yunny fiercely glared at Qin Shao, too lazy to pay attention to Qin Zhao's joke. She continued, "It's also because of Jiushuan that you were able to leave the Jade Lake Sacred Ground so quickly. She saved you and pleaded with the Jade Lake Sacred Ground on your behalf. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you would have been locked up for an era." Although Qin Shao guessed that it was the 9 profound Saintess who had saved him, he still had many doubts in his heart. Although the 9 profound Saintess was the number 1 Saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, she was only an outstanding figure of the younger generation. In the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, she, the 9 profound Holy Maiden, could not be considered as a truly important figure. How did she beg the Jade Lake Sacred Ground to be merciful and let him go? Choosing the Sacred Ground's prince consort was a sacred matter of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. It was the Jade Lake Sacred Ground's plan to pass down the inheritance. It was of utmost importance and couldn't be disrupted by anyone. Such a big matter shouldn't be resolved so easily just because the 9 profound Saintess pleaded for mercy, right? Unless the 9 profound Saintess was the daughter of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. However, that wasn't the case. The 9 profound Saintess was only a member of the younger generation of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. She was very ordinary. If that was the case, then why did the 9 profound Saintess save him? What kind of price did the 9 profound Saintess pay to save him? All right, Qin Shao, I only brought you here to introduce you to the 9 profound Saintess. There's nothing else for the time being. If you want to go back to the Saint Academy, then go back first. I'll look for you if I have anything else. If there's any mission in the future, I might send the 2 of you together. You have to cooperate well." Fu Yunny added. Qin Shao nodded. It was time to return to the Saint Academy. Qin Shao suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, Miss Fu, I'm sure you know the reason why I'm in such a hurry to return to the immortal realm. My brother's matter and the annihilation of the Exanhua clan should be related to the Bloodbath Alliance. So, I'd like to ask Miss Fu to help me investigate whether the Bloodbath Alliance is targeting me, or if there's someone else behind this, or if it's my enemy who's targeting me. The only person I suspect is Tian Jiao. However, I haven't been able to find him. I'd like to ask Miss Fu to use some of the power of the Justice Alliance to help me investigate this matter. Whether this matter is related to Tian Jiao or not, it's definitely related to the Bloodbath Alliance. So, I'm not abusing my power for personal gain. I hope Miss Fu can help me with this." Fu Yunny nodded and said, I already know about this matter. As long as it's related to the Bloodbath Alliance, our Justice Alliance won't let it go. So don't worry. We've been investigating this matter for a long time. However, we don't have any concrete information yet. Be patient and wait." After hearing Fu Yunny's words, Qin Shao felt much more relieved. Author, Cruel Death say, "I'm rolling on the ground begging for fresh flowers. Everyone, please slow down a bit. Fresh flowers are still not rising. Cruel Death, please." The update is back. Everyone, please give me some fresh flowers. Chapter 2874. After Qin Shao left, the worldlet became quiet, even silent. In front of a lake, two figures stood there, looking at the surface of the lake, which was as calm as a mirror. The thoughts of the two seemed to be reflected in the lake, solidifying. There were no waves, just like an ancient well. Don't you regret doing this? Regret? Alas, do I have a choice? I have no choice. This should be my best choice. I have no other choice. I really have no other choice. Aren't you afraid that Qin Shao will blame you in the future? I have thought that Qin Shao will hate me in the future. If he hates me, I can die in his hands. Alas, forget it, forget it. This matter is really unsolvable. It's just that you have suffered, sister. Perhaps this is my fate. I accept it. We're too weak to resist. Yes, fate is something that even reincarnation supremacy can't completely get rid of, right? How can we, mere ancient sages, resist it? We are all very humble, but we can do a great thing. For this, we are willing to sacrifice everything, including our lives. Hopefully, one day, we will get what we want. Then, our lives will have meaning, and our lives will have value. What's the use of living for a long time in this world? If there is no value in living, no matter how long you live, you are just a living fossil. There are some things that have to be done, that have to be sacrificed, and that have to be pioneers. The people who do these things are not fools, but fearless heroes. Yes, sister, we will not turn back. We will never change our minds. Sacred Academy. Prince Zhongyang and the others knew that Qin Shao had returned safely. They were wild with joy, and their sorrow turned into joy. Especially Meng Dali, who hugged Qin Shao exaggeratedly and said with snot and tears, "Brother Qin Shao, you are back alive. I almost went with Wu Fingqing to choose your grave. I was afraid that one day you would be tortured to death by the Jade Lake Divine Ground. Thank goodness you're still alive. I think if you don't come back soon, the three of us girls will become haggard. Look, Yuan has lost weight." Yuan was stunned by Meng Dali's words. He looked at Meng Dali in confusion and said, "Have I lost weight? No, I feel like I've gained some weight." Ming Yuexin and Princess Xiaoyu glared at Meng Dali and ignored him. "You two are really my good brothers. I'm not dead yet, and you've already chosen a seat for me." Qin Shao curled his lips and looked at Meng Dali and Wu Fengcheng. Wu Fengcheng immediately shook his head and waved his hands, indicating that he had been wronged. "Brother Qin Shao, this idea was Meng Dali's. I only slightly participated." Ha ha ha. With Meng Dali around, there was no need to worry about the atmosphere being bad. "By the way, Qin Shao, how did you get out? Could it be that Holy Sage Li helped you?" Prince Zhongyang suddenly asked. Everyone looked at Qin Shao curiously. They were very concerned about this question. Yuan didn't know whether her father helped or not. She was also very curious. If Ming Yuexin hadn't stopped her, she would have asked her father to help. Qin Shao shook his head. "It wasn't my master. It wasn't Holy Sage Li. Then what else could it be?" Meng Dali's eyes suddenly widened. He seemed to have remembered something. He pointed at Qin Shao and said, "Oh, I know. Good Qin Shao. You're so bad. You pretended to be so reserved before. Hee. In the end, you still obediently bowed down to the Joshuan Saintess, right? You should have said so earlier. It's not a shameful thing. It's such a wonderful thing. Brother, I've been dreaming of this. Unfortunately, God didn't give me this chance. If I had this chance, I would have been so happy that I wouldn't even think of home. Not to mention the Joshuan Saintess. Even if the Jade Lake Sacred Ground sent 10,000 Saintesses over, I would be able to get them all pregnant. Damn it. I want to be the Holy Prince Consort so much that I've gone crazy. What pity. It's really a pity. God is jealous of my talent. He didn't give me this chance. Brother Qin Shao, you don't know how envious I am of you. I'm so envious of you. Shut up. Stop talking." The three women, Princess Xiaoyu, Ming Yuexin, and Yuan, were surprisingly synchronized and had a tacit understanding with each other. They shouted at Meng Dali in unison. After being scolded by the three women, Meng Dali immediately understood the situation. He obediently shut up and made a gesture of sealing his mouth. He didn't dare to provoke these three women. He couldn't afford to provoke any of them. Zhang Yang wanted to say something as well. However, when he saw the three ladies flipping out, he immediately swallowed the words that he was about to say back into his mouth. All right, let's stop joking. Let's talk about serious matters. Did you discover anything during this period? Qin Xiao waved his hand and asked seriously. He really didn't know how to answer this question. Could he say that the Jiushuan Saintess had saved him? If he said that, wouldn't he be questioned? He didn't even know some of the details. He couldn't answer it all. Therefore, he might as well not talk about it. Seeing that Qin Xiao had changed the topic, Meng Dali tactfully didn't ask any more questions. Shaking his head, Meng Dali said, "It's still the same. There's no progress. I really don't know where that prodigy is hiding. I suspect that he has already left the immortal domain. He's definitely not in the immortal domain. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been unable to find any clues after searching for so long. The prodigy is definitely behind these two incidents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fled the immortal domain and hidden himself. This despicable guy better not be caught by us. Once we catch him, we'll definitely let him know how the word death is written." Prince Zhang Yang suddenly frowned. Seeing the change in Prince Zhang Yang's expression, everyone turned to look at Prince Zhang Yang. Did something happen? Sure enough, Prince Zhang Yang immediately said in a deep voice, "The prodigy has returned to the Saint Academy." What? The prodigy had returned to the Saint Academy? Swaggering back to the Saint Academy? That's not right. This wasn't quite what they had imagined. If the prodigy was really behind these two incidents, would he still dare to return to the Saint Academy? Wouldn't he be walking right into a trap? Didn't the prodigy know that Qin Xiao and Princess Xiaoyu were looking for him? He actually dared to return? What's going on? This should have been great news. However, Qin Xiao and the others vaguely felt that something wasn't right. This wasn't a good omen. Perhaps reality would give them another unexpected blow. "Let's go and find the prodigy," Qin Xiao said coldly. No matter what, they had to find the prodigy first. Whether it was him or not, they had to ask him clearly before they knew. Everyone nodded. The group didn't hesitate and immediately set off to look for the prodigy. In the end, they found the prodigy in the Saint Academy's cultivation field. This was usually a lively place. Basically, the students of the Saint Academy could be seen here at any time. Qin Zhao's group of 8 could be considered to have arrived in a grandiose manner. They surrounded the Heaven's Pride as soon as they arrived. Everyone had more or less heard about Qin Zhao's younger brother, Qin Yi, and the Xinhua clan's matter. Therefore, there were some discussions about this matter in private. At this time, seeing Qin Xiao and the others surrounding the prodigy, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. This news also quickly spread in the Saint Academy. Many people heard the news and came to see how this matter would develop. Being stopped by Qin Xiao and the others, and also feeling the cold eyes of Qin Xiao and the others, the prodigy frowned deeply and looked at Qin Xiao and the others in confusion. After glancing around, the prodigy opened his mouth and said, "I don't know. How did I, the prodigy, offend you? I've been away from the immortal realm for some time. As soon as I came back, I was surrounded by you and looked at with hostility. What's the meaning of this? The prodigy, really don't know. How did I offend you? What's the matter? Why don't you say it directly? It just so happens that many of our fellow disciples from the Academy of Sacred Arts are here as well. Let's have a look. Could it be that you want to bully me, the prodigy, by relying on your numbers? Or is it that you, Qin Xiao, are holding a grudge because of what happened before and want to make trouble for me? Although I, the prodigy, am alone, I'm not afraid of you. If you have anything to say, I, the prodigy, will take it." At this time, the prodigy was like a very strong man. He straightened his back and stood there with a determined face. More and more people came to watch, and there were some whispers in private. Xia Dongho came, and Fu Zhongshuan also came. They stood in the crowd and just watched silently. Qin Xiao looked at the prodigy with cold eyes and asked, "When did you leave the immortal realm?" The prodigy raised his eyebrows, and his face became cold. He also looked at Qin Shao coldly and said, "Why do I, the prodigy, have to report to you, Qin Shao, before I do anything? Without your permission, Qin Shao, I can't leave the immortal realm? Do I need to tell you when I left the immortal realm? Who do you think you are, Qin Shao? Why? Do you think that you can bully me, the prodigy, just because you brought people here, you can suppress me with your numbers? I have to admit that the prodigy's strength is indeed not as good as yours, Qin Shao. My popularity is also not as good as yours, Qin Shao. If I fight with you, I will definitely be at a disadvantage. But so what? We don't have the same ideas. Well water does not interfere with river water. If I don't provoke you, you shouldn't provoke me. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't let you, Qin Shao, have an easy time." The prodigy's words really made Qin Shao very unhappy. But thinking about it from another perspective, it was understandable. This matter could not be rushed. If he wanted to convict the prodigy, he could not make an arbitrary judgment based on his own subjective will. Everyone had to be convinced. Qin Shao calmed down and said again, "Prodigy, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. We didn't come here with the intention of suppressing you with numbers or anything of the sort. It's just that we have something to ask you. That's why we did this. Maybe it's a little offensive, but we have no other choice. It doesn't matter if you understand or not. We'll still do the same. You can think that we have numbers and we can bully you. It's up to you. If we don't get to the bottom of this matter, we will never give up. We will not wrongly accuse anyone or impose any crime on anyone. But we will never let anyone go. No matter how strong he is, how powerful his background is, how treacherous and cunning he is, we will find him. So, please cooperate with us, Prodigy. Thank you. Author Cruel Death, 3rd update. I beg for flowers. Chapter 2875. Tian Jiao chuckled. He looked at Qin Shao and said, "What if I don't cooperate? Why? Do you want to attack me here?" Qin Shao looked at Tian Jiao coldly and said, "Then you will know if you try." "Oomph." Tian Jiao waved his hand angrily and said, "You are a bunch of scoundrels. You are unreasonable." "Oomph. I just returned to the Saint Academy. I don't want to be entangled with you. If you have something to say it quickly." Qin Shao said again, "I have already asked my question. When did you leave the immortal domain? Where have you been during this time?" "Left the immortal domain? Ha! Why must I leave the immortal domain? Can't I be in the immortal domain?" Tian Jiao laughed and replied. Hearing this, Qin Shao frowned. Tian Jiao didn't leave the immortal domain? He had been in the immortal domain all this time? How could this be possible? There were so many of them, and they had used so many resources to search for this heaven chosen. However, they didn't manage to find any clues at all. There was no trace of this heavens chosen in the immortal realms at all. If this heavens chosen was in the immortal realms, where could he have gone to? Could he really hide so deeply? Impossible. You can't be in the immortal domain. Don't try to lie to us. Tian Jiao, I think you should tell us the truth. Prince Zhanyang pointed at Tian Jiao's nose and shouted. Tian Jiao glanced at Prince Zhanyang angrily and said, "If you want to condemn someone, why worry about the pretext? You say that I can't be in the immortal domain. Then show me the evidence. If you can prove that I'm not in the immortal domain, then I, Tian Jiao, will be at your mercy today. I won't even frown if you want to kill me or cut me to pieces." Tian Jiao's words were so firm and confident. It didn't seem like he was lying. What was going on? Could it be that Tian Jiao had been hiding in the immortal domain all these years? Then he must have hidden too deeply. They couldn't find any trace of him. It wasn't impossible to say that this was a possibility. Okay, even if you were in the immortal domain all these years, then where have you been all these years? You asked us to take out evidence to prove that you weren't in the immortal domain. Then shouldn't you also take out evidence to prove that you were in the immortal domain and prove where you were during this period of time? Qin Shao didn't continue to argue with the genius on this issue. The heaven's favorite chuckled. "Why would I need to tell you where I've been? If you can't find me, then I must have gone to a very mysterious place. That's my fortuitous encounter. It's the fortuitous encounter that helped me break through to the second step of the ancient saint stage. Do you think I'll tell you? This was heaven-defying. Not to mention the others. Even Qin Xiao was shocked by Tian Jiao. Although he had also broken through to the second step ancient saint realm, he had obtained many opportunities and benefits from the Guiyong City Lord Mansion. That was how he managed to break through to the second step ancient saint realm. That kind of great opportunity could only be found by chance. Moreover, even if he had the same great opportunity, he wouldn't be able to reach such heights without his own heaven-defying talent and potential. However, Tian Jiao had also broken through to the second step ancient saint realm in such a short time. Tian Jiao was the first student in the Sacred Academy to break through to the immortal domain. Qin Xiao thought that he had won back 10% of the competition and that he would be the best in the second step ancient saint realm. But he didn't expect that Tian Jiao had also broken through to the second step ancient saint realm. In terms of talent and potential, Qin Xiao had always thought that Tian Jiao was far from being comparable to him. There was also Zhang Yang, Xia Dongho, and Fu Zhongshuan. They should be able to suppress Tian Jiao. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated Tian Jiao. Such a situation was indeed beyond Qin Xiao's expectations. It was also beyond everyone's expectations. But this was an ironclad fact that was right in front of them. They had no choice but to admit it. If what the Heaven's favorite said was true, then forcing him to reveal the location of his fortune would be too much. It would be like forcing a bandit to do something he couldn't do. Prince Zhongyang and the others also looked at Qin Xiao helplessly. What should they do now? After all, they were in public. All the students of the Sacred Academy were watching. They couldn't cross the line. No, this whole thing seems to have been meticulously planned. Tian Jiao has left the Sacred Academy for millions of years. When he returned, he didn't return to his place of cultivation. Instead, he came here. It's as if he was deliberately waiting for us to come. Tian Jiao said that he had obtained an opportunity and that he couldn't reveal the location of the opportunity. This is directly blocking all of our words. Even if he had really obtained an opportunity, I still don't think that Tian Jiao has such a heaven-defying talent and potential to break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. Moreover, his aura is relatively stable. He didn't just break through. He should have broken through for a while, and his realm should have stabilized. If Tian Jiao has secretly worked for the Bloodbath Alliance and received help from the Bloodbath Alliance to break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm, then the explanation is much more reasonable. There must be something wrong with Tian Jiao. There must be something wrong. Other than him, I can't think of a second possibility. His every move now is obviously a plan to deal with us. Every step is very difficult for us to take. Qin Xiao shook his head in his heart. He didn't believe Tian Jiao's words. Although Qin Xiao didn't believe Tian Jiao's words, the situation was already in Tian Jiao's hands in advance. In front of the Saint Academy's disciples, Qin Xiao and the others naturally couldn't be unreasonable. After thinking for a long time, Qin Xiao looked at Tian Jiao with a solemn face and said, Tian Jiao, you might not know, or you might have heard. During the time you were away from the Saint Academy, my brother was used and framed. He committed a grave mistake and accidentally killed a member of the Xia clan. The Xianhua clan was also annihilated. My two good brothers, Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai, both their true bodies and avatars were destroyed. They can't be resurrected. It's obvious that they're targeting me. Tian Jiao sneered and looked at Qin Xiao with anger. He said, Qin Xiao, oh Qin Xiao, I finally understand. So you're here to denounce me. What? Are you trying to pin a crime on me? Then I'm sorry. I won't fall for your tricks, Qin Xiao. I won't let Qin Xiao pin a crime on me. There is a deep enmity between the two of us, an enmity that cannot be resolved. Yes, if I have the chance, I will do whatever it takes to deal with you. So, it's normal for you to suspect me. I can understand. But suspicions are just suspicions. Everything needs to be based on evidence. Without evidence, you want to convict me forcibly? Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. Qin Xiao. You, Qin Xiao, have offended many people. Why do you only suspect me? Besides, as far as I know, the annihilation of the Xenhua clan has something to do with the Bloodbath Alliance, right? Your brother's matter also has something to do with the Bloodbath Alliance, right? As far as I know, you, Qin Xiao, have always been at odds with the Bloodbath Alliance. You've dealt with the Bloodbath Alliance's forces several times. So, isn't it normal for the Bloodbath Alliance to take revenge on you? What, you, Qin Xiao, don't have the ability to settle this score with the Bloodbath Alliance, so you want to find someone to vent your anger on? Then I, Tianjiao, want to tell you that you're wrong. I, Tianjiao, have never been a master who can be manipulated by others. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Either you take out evidence to prove that I have something to do with this matter and show it to everyone to judge. If you can take out conclusive evidence, not only will you not let me go, the Saint Academy will also not let me go. If you can't take out evidence and still want to pester endlessly, then let's fight. I've lost to you twice, Qin Xiao, but I believe I won't lose to you again this time. You're also a second-step ancient saint, and I'm also a second-step ancient saint. Neither of us is taking advantage of the other. Obviously, Tianjiao was trying to force the Saint Academy to abdicate. Qin Xiao naturally didn't have conclusive evidence. If he did, would he still need to talk so much nonsense? Wouldn't he just come up and fight? The problem was that he didn't have any evidence at all. Everything now was just speculation and speculation. Even if everyone in the Saint Academy supported Qin Xiao in their hearts, it was unreasonable to act forcefully without evidence. If he couldn't stand on the side of reason, it would obviously be very disadvantageous for Qin Xiao and the others. Qin Xiao's face darkened. Tianjiao, I don't want to fight with you, nor do I want to forcibly convict you of any crime. You're right. I really don't have any evidence now. If I did, I wouldn't have said so much and done so many useless things. It's precisely because I don't have any evidence that I can only use the stupidest method to eliminate people one by one. I will look for all the people I suspect and eliminate them one by one. Tianjiao, you're the most suspicious. I'll eliminate you first. Although there's a deep grudge between us, I won't take the initiative to provoke you. It doesn't matter if you want to prove your innocence, or if you want to clear your name, or whatever you want to say. If you insist on being so uncooperative, then I have no choice but to use my fist to do the talking. It's not humiliating for you to prove your innocence, is it? Let's not beat around the bush and speak frankly in front of everyone. If it's one, it's one. If it's two, it's two. There's no such thing as suppressing you or not. I've asked the question clearly, and you've answered it clearly. Then, it's naturally over. It's a very simple thing. There's no need to make it so complicated, right? Even if it's a place of opportunity for you, you've already obtained the opportunity. I believe there's nothing left there, right? Moreover, we don't have to enter the place of opportunity that you mentioned. We just need to use time reversal at the entrance to confirm that what you said is true. Then, you can prove your innocence. It's such a simple thing. Do you have to make it so complicated? Today, in front of everyone, I'll also say something to you. If I've wronged you, I'll solemnly apologize to you in front of everyone. Qin Xiao had no choice but to go all out. He had to force the prodigy to prove his innocence. Tianjiao had a good grasp of the situation, so Qin Xiao could only push him to his death. Tianjiao's face darkened, and a dim light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The atmosphere at the scene seemed a little oppressive and tense. Tianjiao, I think it's better for you to prove your innocence. It's not a bad thing for you. Besides, if you've been wronged, Qin Xiao will apologize to you. If you continue to refuse, it won't be justifiable, right? Fu Zhongshuan suddenly said. As soon as Fu Zhongshuan spoke, everyone agreed. Emotionally, most of them were definitely on Qin Zhao's side. M. Chapter 2876. Under everyone's pressure, after weighing the pros and cons inwardly, the chosen one finally made a compromise. Okay. Since you guys must do this, then I will do as you wish. The innocent knows they are innocent, and the muddy knows they are muddy. Although I am indeed annoyed inwardly, I will let it go. How about this? I will let you guys meet someone, then everything will be clear. Hearing the chosen one's confident words, Qin Xiao and the others could not help but look at each other. Inwardly, they had a bad premonition. That's not right. The chosen one had come prepared. If he was truly behind these two matters, since he dared to swagger back to the Holy Academy, it meant that he had prepared for everything. Otherwise, it had nothing to do with him. The chosen one waved his hand, and a figure quickly congealed before him. When he saw the person before him, instantly, Qin Xiao narrowed his eyes, and a trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. The person before him was not unfamiliar to Qin Xiao. However, not only was he familiar, he was also someone that Qin Xiao hated bitterly. He was someone that Qin Xiao had always wanted to deal with. The person before him was holy warrior Qin Yanjin of the Qinling Qin clan, the true murderer of his teacher, Red Dust Guest. Since he was from the Qin clan, although Qin Xiao had found the Qin clan last time, he could not do anything to Qin Yanjin. Even now, Red Dust Guest had not been resurrected. How could Qin Xiao forget the revenge of his teacher's death? Qin Yanjin was also someone that Qin Xiao wanted to kill. However, Qin Yanjin was a person of the Qin clan and had always stayed in the Qin clan. How could it be an easy task to kill him? Qin Yanjin had always been a great enemy in Qin Zhao's heart. Naturally, when enemies meet, their eyes would be exceptionally red. When he saw Qin Yanjin, Qin Zhao's murderous intent had been aroused. However, clearly, the Qin Yanjin before him had not arrived in person. People outside the Holy Academy could not enter. The Qin Yanjin before him was only an energy clone. Qin Yanjin's energy doppelganger glanced at Qin Xiao, and a strange sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Xiao, didn't you want me to prove my innocence? I guess you won't believe anything I say. So, I simply found a strong witness. Holy warrior Qin Yanjin is from the Qin clan. In the recent few million years, I have been a guest in solitary training at his mansion and never left the Qin clan. This should be enough to prove my innocence, right? The prodigy said to Qin Xiao. Qin Yanjin's energy doppelganger smiled and said, "Yes, I can vouch for this prodigy. Everything he said is true. Not only me, but many people in the Qin family can testify together. Some people in my residence can also testify. Perhaps it's because the prodigy is a guest in my residence and spends most of his time in seclusion with me." Thus, the number of people in my residence who know about this can be counted on one hand. Furthermore, I've also instructed them not to spread this news. Hearing Qin Yanjin's words, Qin Xiao frowned deeply. Was it possible? Could this really be the case? Anyway, from the moment he saw Qin Yanjin, Qin Xiao would not believe a single word he said. If it were someone else of the same status, perhaps Qin Xiao would consider it. However, Qin Xiao did not believe Qin Yanjin. Absolutely not. He, the chosen one, could walk together with Qin Yanjin? Both of them were his enemies. Was there really such a coincidence in the world? It was said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It was not a simple thing for the chosen one to walk together with Qin Yanjin. It was suspicious in itself. Chosen one, when did you become so close to holy warrior Qin Yanjin, staying in his residence for millions of years and enjoying such high treatment? This is the courtesy of a distinguished guest. Princess Yayu asked in a cold voice. Obviously, she was also very skeptical about this matter. Ha ha ha. Before the chosen one could answer, holy warrior Qin Yanjin laughed and looked at Princess Xiaoyu, saying, "Young lady, it's not appropriate to say that. Making friends depends on fate. When a tortoise stares at a mung bean, when you see eye to eye and have the same interests, you will naturally feel that 1,000 cups of wine are not enough. Brother chosen one and I met in a place of opportunity. That is fate. It just so happens that we have the same interests and can chat together. Naturally, we have become sworn friends. Why can't I invite him to my residence to discuss the Tao and improve together? What's wrong with that? Do we have to have known each other for a long time to do this? This logic is not quite right, is it, young lady? Princess Yaoyu was speechless for a moment. If this was the case, it was indeed hard to refute. However, anyone with discerning eyes could see that there must be something wrong. Princess Yaoyu did not believe that the heavenly son would be on such good terms with Saint Qin Yanjin. You, holy warrior Qin Yanjin, can't prove it by yourself, can you? To be honest, I'm not completely convinced by your proof. Even if I believe it, I can't convince everyone, Qin Shao said in a deep voice. Qin Yanjin looked at Qin Shao and chuckled, saying, Lord Qin Shao, I know you have a grudge against me. You see me as an enemy. So, if you don't believe me, then I can understand. It's your business whether you believe me or not. I won't force you to believe anything. It's you who insisted that the Chosen One prove his innocence. Well, now that he has proven his innocence, I will vouch for him with my reputation. Now you, Qin Shao, don't believe my words. Haha, what's wrong? Everything must be done to satisfy you. Qin Shao, if you are so overbearing, why do you need the Chosen One to prove his innocence? Wouldn't it be easier to just convict him? The Chosen One also snorted and said, We are from the same sect. I don't owe you anything, and you have no right to order me to do anything. I only agreed to prove my innocence because we are from the same sect. Even if I don't prove my innocence, what can you do to me? I'll say it again. If you have evidence, show it to me. If you do, not to mention you, Qin Shao, even the Saint Academy won't let me off. If you can't show me evidence and still want to be so arrogant, I'm sorry, but I won't serve you anymore. That's all I have to say. Qin Shao, it's up to you to believe me or not. If you have anything to say, just do it quickly. Obviously, the Chosen One was prepared to be stubborn to the end. After so much foreshadowing, he was completely in the right. It seemed that he had been cooperating, but Qin Shao had been aggressive. If Qin Shao still wanted to do something, he would be criticized by others. Indeed, if he were to put himself in the Chosen One's shoes, he would be considered very cooperative if he could do this. If he wanted to go further, it would be a bit too much. After all, they were all people with status and had their own pride. How could they let others interrogate them as if they had committed a crime? Qin Shao finally understood why the Chosen One was so confident and swaggered back to the Saint Academy. It turned out that everything had been part of his plan from the beginning. Everything had been calculated by him, and everything was in his grasp. If he acted rashly now, he was afraid that he would be criticized by others. That was not a good thing. It could even be said that it would have the opposite effect. Once his fellow disciples of the Saint Academy turned to support the Chosen One, the situation would be very different. What should he do now? Qin Shao also had a headache. Now he was really in a dilemma. He could neither advance nor retreat. He was in a dilemma. What should he do? From the bottom of his heart, Qin Shao really wanted to take action directly. If he could solve it with his fists, it would be simple and straightforward. It would not be so complicated. But he could not do that. He could not do that. Qin Shao tried hard to suppress his emotions and not let himself be so impulsive and reckless. Prince Zhongyang pursed his lips and said, Holy Master Qin Yanzi, it's not that we don't believe you. We are very willing to believe you. It's just that we don't quite believe that he is the Chosen One. And we all know that you and my brother Qin Shao have been at odds for a long time. There have been some grudges between you since a long time ago. As the saying goes, the enemy of one's enemy is one's friend. You and the Chosen One have a common enemy. So you're born to be friends. We can't help but suspect that you, Sacred Venerate Qin Yanjin, would deliberately help the prodigy because of this relationship. Don't get me wrong. I'm just talking about our guess. Of course, it might not be true. So, Holy Master Qin Yanzi's empty words can't completely testify for the Chosen One, right? Actually, this matter is indeed quite complicated to say the least. But if you want to talk about it, it's actually quite simple. As long as either the Chosen One or Holy Master Qin Yanzi is willing to swear with your soul that what you said is true, It will be absolutely convincing. Then, everyone will completely believe it. So, why don't the two of you consider it? In this way, this matter can be settled once and for all. Everyone will be happy and won't be in a deadlock here. Swearing with one soul did not seem like a very big deal. In fact, it was quite a simple thing. However, experts were actually very resistant to such things. Even if it was a small matter, no matter how real it was, no one would be willing to swear with one soul easily. Qin Shao would definitely be very unwilling to do so. Qin Shao would definitely be very unwilling to do so. Therefore, the crux of this matter is how you think about it. That's right. It's very simple. Swear with your souls. Then, I'll absolutely believe it. Otherwise, I'll definitely not believe it. Meng Dali immediately chimed in. Yuan also nodded at once. That's right. Why don't you just get someone to swear with their soul? It's not that troublesome. Really, it's obviously a very simple matter. Why do you have to make it so complicated? Chosen One, you can solve this matter by yourself. Why do you need someone to testify for you? What's the use of that? Isn't it just empty words if you get someone to testify for you? It's still not enough to completely convince us. If you want us to be completely convinced, swear with your soul. It's so simple. Princess Xiaoyu stared at the Chosen One. She naturally wanted the Chosen One to swear with his soul as well. There is absolutely no way he could lie about this. If this matter could not be confirmed, she would not be satisfied. That's right, Chosen One. Swear with your soul. In fact, it's not a big deal. We believe that you're innocent, but you have to prove yourself. Chosen One, Holy Master, we also believe in you. Swear with us. The onlookers also started to kick up a fuss. Chapter 2877. Ha ha ha. All of a sudden, the Chosen One laughed wildly. After laughing for a while, the Chosen One finally stopped. He glanced at the crowd coldly and finally fixed his eyes on Qin Shao. Qin Shao, do you really think I'm a pushover? Do you really think you can step on my head and do whatever you want? That's right. I, the Chosen One, have been defeated twice by you, Qin Shao. Even my clone was killed by you, Qin Shao. In front of you, Qin Shao. I, the Chosen One, am a loser. At least, I used to be a loser. Therefore, even though you, Qin Shao, are so aggressive and bullying me, many of my fellow disciples in the Sacred Academy are still on your side. They want me, the Chosen One, to listen to your orders obediently and not to resist. Resistance is a crime. I, the Chosen One, would like to ask you all, what crime have I committed? You want me to prove my innocence? I was unwilling to do so. You all spoke together, and I agreed. I even found Saint Qin Yanjin, who was willing to testify for me. Saint Qin Yanjin is a member of the Qin clan. He is a high-level figure with a high status in the Qin clan. Can't you believe his words? You still want to force me to swear on my soul? Does that mean you still won't believe me after I swear on my soul? Do you really think I, the Chosen One, am a pushover that you can bully? Then I'm sorry. I, the Chosen One, have to resist this time. If you want me to swear on my soul, I'll leave you with 2 words. No way. The Chosen One's resistance was sonorous and forceful. Some people felt that he had indeed gone too far. It sounded like the Chosen One was a pitiful person. Originally, the Chosen One was very eye-catching in the competition for the Holy List. He had advanced triumphantly and steadily ranked in the top 3. In the end, he was defeated by Qin Shao with 1 sword strike. He was extremely disappointed. Then, the first student to become an ancient sage was defeated by Qin Shao, and he even lost his doppelganger. Therefore, all the geniuses seemed to be suppressed by Qin Shao all the way. They were completely restrained by Qin Shao. With Qin Shao around, he would never be able to shine as a genius. Thinking about it this way, geniuses were indeed quite pitiful. A person who was so dazzling, so proud, and so talented had been suppressed to the point of being unable to raise his head. What kind of sorrow was this? What kind of pain was this? Perhaps only the Sky Prides themselves knew this the best. Qin Shao knew that Tianjiao was trying to gain sympathy, but he had to admire his brilliant means. Everyone's emotions were indeed stirred up by him. The atmosphere at the scene had obviously changed a lot. Under such circumstances, it was really difficult for her to make a move on him. What good means? Tianjiao was indeed very good. He put himself in the position of the victim and did a good job to win everyone's sympathy and turn it into a helping hand for him. If Qin Shao still wanted to make a move on him, he would probably end up as a target of public criticism. But this was not the end. Tianjiao's eyes fell on Qin Shao again, and he continued. Qin Shao, I know what you're thinking. You just think that I, the chosen one, have been defeated by you and that I'm an easy target to bully. So, no matter what happens, blame it on me, the prodigy, first. It doesn't matter if it's my heaven's chosen's doing or not. Just directly believe that it's my heaven's chosen's doing. On the surface, you pretended to be very sanctimonious and gave me a chance to prove my innocence. However, when I proved my innocence, you, Qin Shao, brought up so many problems. In the end, you, Qin Shao, have the final say. You can do whatever you want. Humph, I, the chosen one, am a student of the Sacred Academy. I'm also a person with a reputation. How can you, Qin Shao, convict me like this? You want to convict me of nothing more than to convict me of being a spy of the Bloodbath Alliance. You want to nail me to the pillar of shame so that I will never be able to rise again. You, Qin Shao, are really able to think of such a crafty scheme. You forced a student of the Sacred Academy to be a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. Are you trying to make a move on me, or to ruin the reputation of the Sacred Academy? Is there really such a deep hatred between me, Tianjiao, and you, Qin Shao? Do you, Qin Shao, have to use such a vicious means to deal with me and frame me? The justice is clear. Aren't you, Qin Shao, afraid of retribution? I, Tianjiao, may have been defeated by you before, but this time I won't refuse you. I won't be controlled by you. If you want to frame me like this, how can I, Tianjiao, just sit and wait for death? Tianjiao continued to lead the crowd, stirring up the crowd's emotions and harvesting sympathy and support from the crowd. Obviously, the situation was slowly becoming unfavorable to Qin Shao and the others. What the? Meng Dali couldn't help cursing angrily. Tianjiao, you can't slander me like this. I just want you to make a soul oath. It's so simple. You can say everything directly and everyone will believe in it. How dare you drag it into this? You're really something. We didn't mean to force you, but we also didn't use force on you. Don't you feel guilty for saying such things? Then you, Meng Dali, are helping the evildoer. Don't you feel guilty? Tianjiao retorted. You, Meng Dali's face turned green with anger. Who are you talking about? Who the hell is helping the evildoer? No. What do you mean by helping the evildoer? We're doing justice for the heavens, okay? We're doing justice, okay? I think you're the one who has a guilty conscience, right? You don't dare to admit it, and you even made up so many reasons. I admire you for your talent. Humph, the heavens have their own conclusions. Tianjiao snorted coldly and replied. Both sides were in the right, which confused the crowd. Who should they believe? Emotionally, they were naturally more willing to believe Qin Shao and stand on Qin Zhao's side. However, the words of the Sky Pride earlier on did seem to make sense as well. The actions of Qin Shao and the others were indeed a little overbearing and overbearing. If they were in Tianjiao's shoes, they would definitely be unwilling to do so. That's enough, Qin Shao suddenly shouted. He looked at Tianjiao coldly and said, It seems that the older, the wiser. No wonder you dare to be so bold. Okay, I admit it this time. Today's matter ends here. However, I won't stop here. I'll definitely get to the bottom of this. As long as Tianjiao can't prove his innocence, I won't let you off. I'll follow you closely until I find out the truth. I, Qin Shao, will tear apart any hypocritical face in the end. And I, Qin Shao, believe that day won't be too far away. It won't be. Tianjiao snorted coldly and said expressionlessly, Suit yourself. You can do whatever you want. But don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't provoke me again. You, Qin Xiao and I have long been minding our own business. We'll go our own ways. If you provoke me again, don't blame me for being rude. If you can find evidence, then you can denounce me. If you can't find conclusive evidence, then you'd better stay away from me in the future. Otherwise, I won't be as easy to talk to as I am today. If we can't get along, then there's no need to say anything more. Goodbye. After saying that, Tian Jiao waved his hand and left. Qin Xiao and the others didn't look too good, but they could only watch as Tian Jiao left. What else could they do? There was no way to stop Tian Jiao. If they made a move now, it would obviously be helping Tian Jiao. Let's go, Qin Xiao said in a deep voice. He quickly left with the crowd, leaving behind many onlookers. There was an uproar and heated discussion. This matter was indeed very thought-provoking. Xia Dongho and Fu Zhongshuan stood at the side without saying a word. The two of them looked at this matter with the attitude of an expert. Xia Dongho, what do you think? Fu Zhongshuan suddenly asked. Xia Dongho frowned slightly and said, I've been investigating this matter all these years, but there hasn't been any progress. This matter is too strange and mysterious. The operation is very tight and seamless. There are no clues left behind. The only thing I'm sure of is that it has something to do with the Bloodbath Alliance. Moreover, it's the involvement of the Bloodbath Alliance's elite forces. These two incidents are very targeted, and they have a very good understanding of the situation. That's why there's such an effect. Therefore, I think it's very likely that there's a spy in the plan. That's why there's such an effect. If it's just the strength of the Bloodbath Alliance, the possibility is not high. The person who secretly cooperated with Qin Xiao must have a deep hatred for him. Speaking of Qin Xiao's guess, it's not wrong. But whether it's Tian Jiao's doing or not, I can't say for the time being. But judging from Tian Jiao's performance today, I think he's a little more suspicious. Yes, I also think Tian Jiao is a little more suspicious now. What he did just now was nothing more than to gain sympathy and to win everyone's support. That's why he went to restrain Qin Xiao and the others, so that they won't dare to make a move on him. Fu Zhongshuan also nodded and said in deep agreement. The two of them had the same idea. After a pause, Fu Zhongshuan continued. If this is really the case, Tian Jiao has become very scary now. This person is not a good person to begin with. If he goes astray and falls into the devil's path, he will become even more terrifying. We have to be careful of this person in the future, lest we get bitten by him. Oomph. Xia Dongho chuckled with a hint of disdain. If he becomes a demon, my sword will not spare him. On the other side, Qin Xiao and the others returned to Qin Zhao's place of cultivation. Everyone's mood was not very good. They did not expect to be defeated so badly by Tian Jiao in this confrontation. They clearly knew that this matter definitely had something to do with him, but there was no way to convict him of crime. Qin Xiao, what are we going to do now? This Tian Jiao is too cunning and scheming. If we can't take him down in one fell swoop, it will be much more difficult to deal with him next time. And I don't think he will leave the Sacred Institute in a short period of time. In the Sacred Institute, we can't act recklessly. Damn it, too despicable and shameless. Mingda cursed angrily. Qin Xiao frowned deeply. He was really at his wit's end. He also wanted to know what to do now. No one had a good idea, and they were all having a headache. They did not expect Tian Jiao to play such a trick and make a fool of them all. It was indeed difficult to deal with Tian Jiao now. Author Can Shang say, third update, the hardworking Savage Shang is back. There's one more update tonight. Everyone, throw your fresh flowers over and give Savage Shang some motivation. He hasn't even made it into the top 10 on the Fresh Flowers leaderboard. This really makes Savage Shang blush with shame. I feel like this is a disgrace to the absolute theurgy book. This is our honor. I hope everyone will protect it with Kanshang and fight together. Chapter 2878. I don't believe you. Why don't we wait for an opportunity? I don't believe that the prodigy will stay in the Sacred Academy forever. He will leave eventually. As soon as he leaves the Sacred Institute, we'll capture him and bring him to a safe place. Then, We'll interrogate him properly. I don't believe that he won't tell us the truth. Meng Dali spat out his saliva and suddenly said fiercely. Wu Fengchen grinned and said, "You are a bandit. A bandit is a bandit. What's there to be afraid of? Since the prodigy is acting so shamelessly, why should we be polite to him? Let's just kill him." Meng Dali had a bad temper. They were really forced into a corner and had no other choice. The prodigy had indeed found himself a good protective umbrella. They couldn't take him down just now. As long as the prodigy continued to hide in the sacred academy, Qin Xiao and the others would feel helpless. How could they take him down? They couldn't touch him at all. Taking action against the prodigy in the sacred academy would not only violate the academy's rules, but also cause gossip. When the commotion came out, most likely many of his fellow disciples would stand on the prodigy's side. This was what the prodigy wanted to see, right? If he really did that, he would first ruin his reputation. Not only would he ruin his reputation, but he also wouldn't be able to do anything to the prodigy. At that time, even if he was in the right, he would become unreasonable. If the prodigy schemed again, he would most likely be condemned by everyone. Therefore, the current move was very crucial. How to take it was the most important. The prodigy had forced him into such a dangerous situation. It was indeed a smart move. I don't believe you. The Bloodbath Alliance's tentacles are getting more and more rampant. They even dare to extend their reach into the Sacred Academy and the 100 Schools of Thought. The prodigy is definitely loyal to the Bloodbath Alliance. That Qin Yanjin must have also become a pawn of the Bloodbath Alliance. Damn it. A high-ranking figure of the Qin clan from the 100 Schools of Thought has become a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. He even dares to testify for the prodigy in such a high-profile manner. Isn't this equivalent to telling us his identity? He's really arrogant enough to treat us as nothing. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. I'm thinking that the entire Qin clan has fallen. Meng Dali said angrily. Wu Fengchen immediately stopped him. Meng Dali, your words are getting more and more ridiculous. You can't spout nonsense like this. Qin Yanjin's tea is only Qin Yanjin's alone. Qin Yanjin is a second-step ancient saint, but he can't play a decisive role in the entire Qin clan. The 100 Schools of Thought are the cornerstone of China. They're the staunch protectors of the human world. How could they work for the Bloodkiller Alliance? That's impossible. If it really comes to that, then it would be terrifying. The Bloodbath Alliance has always kept a low profile in the Immortal region. They don't dare to extend their reach. Meng Dali smacked his lips and shrugged. I'm just saying, I don't really think that the Qin clan has fallen. It's indeed impossible. If the Qin clan has fallen, then the Immortal region is in danger. I don't believe that the Bloodbath Alliance can be so powerful. The Immortal region is the strongest sanctuary in the Great Thousand Worlds, except for the Great Path Sanctuary. How would the Bloodbath Alliance dare to go against the Immortal region? Wouldn't that be courting death? However, Qin Yanjin must have become a traitor. Sooner or later, I'll drag him out and let him know how to write the word death. Qin Xiao said in a low voice, Don't worry, Qin Yanjin is mine. I'll take care of him sooner or later. Let's not think about this for now. Let's think about how to deal with the Heaven's Pride. Since he has returned, we can't stop. We must take him down as soon as possible. His wishful thinking is good, but it may not be invulnerable. His return to the Holy Academy is a false start. He's overconfident. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Xiao. Prince Zhanyang frowned and asked, Qin Xiao, do you have a solution? A solution? Everyone's spirits were instantly lifted. Qin Xiao looked at everyone with deep eyes and said in a low voice, There's no good solution, but there's a crazy solution. I've thought about it, and this matter is almost unsolvable. There's no good way to deal with the Heaven's Pride. If we want to deal with the Heaven's Pride, the only breakthrough we can make is to make good use of his conceit, his arrogance, and his deep hatred for me. This is the only breakthrough. As long as we can make good use of this breakthrough, we can definitely make him admit it himself. What we need to do is to make good use of this point, then we can convict him. Hearing Qin Zhao's plan, everyone fell silent. Obviously, this plan was not specific. There are still many things involved in it, and they all needed a good solution. Based on this general plan, no one could see anything practical, and it was difficult to predict the success rate. The Heaven's Pride is so cunning. I'm afraid it's impossible to make him admit it to you in person, right? Meng Dali said after thinking for a while. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Of course it's very difficult, but it's not completely impossible. It all depends on how you plan this matter and push it forward." Just like how the Heaven's Pride schemed against us, he had planned everything in advance. That's why he dared to swagger back to the Saint Academy. He also predicted our series of actions, and he made use of our series of actions to complete his plan. In the end, we became his protective umbrella, and he mercilessly checkmated us. This is the brilliance of the plan. What we need to do is to devise such a brilliant plan to trap the Heaven's Pride. I already have a specific plan in mind. Listen to it and see if there's anything that needs to be improved. Therefore, Qin Shao explained the plan in detail, which even he thought was crazy. Everyone listened attentively. After listening to it, they fell silent and began to analyze and ponder. Meng Dali was the first to speak again. "Qin Shao, you're as smart as a ghost. Your mind is full of dirty tricks. However, I have to say that your plan this time is beautiful. It's really not bad, and it's really crazy. You've schemed against all of us, and even got Diening Long involved. But I say, Brother Qin Shao, are you so sure that you can get Diening Long involved? Will Diening Long listen to you? Besides, the Heaven's Pride must be watching you now. If you do anything, you won't be able to escape the Heaven's Pride's eyes. If you go to see Diening Long, I'm afraid the Heaven's Pride will be on guard. He won't give you the chance." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, Meng Dali, you're right. The Heaven's Pride will definitely keep a close eye on me. So if I do anything, he will be aware of it and be on guard. This is a bad part, but at the same time, it's also a good part. It can also be used to make a fuss. There are two sides to everything. It depends on how you make good use of it. If you use it well, it's a sharp sword, a sword that kills without spilling blood. If you don't make good use of it, you'll hurt yourself. I have to see Diening Long in person, but I can't let the Heaven's Pride know that I'm going to see Diening Long. I can't let any of you go to see Diening Long otherwise. The Heaven's Pride will be aware of it. Even if we can't ask Xia Dongho and Fu Zhongshuan to help us, the Heaven's Pride will be suspicious. And this is the first problem that we have to face. How to overcome this problem is the most important step." Meng Dali scratched his head and said in confusion, "If we can't do this and can't do that, then how can we overcome it? Isn't there no solution?" Slap. Prince Zhang Yang slapped Meng Dali and said angrily, "Are you stupid? The so-called no is just that we can't let the Heaven's Pride know. If we can avoid the Heaven's Pride, then everything will be fine. The Heaven's Pride will keep an eye on Qin Shao, but he won't be the one monitoring Qin Shao. Even if he is the one monitoring Qin Shao, he won't be able to find out where Qin Shao is cultivating. So, we just have to find a way to avoid the Heaven's Pride surveillance. Isn't that much easier? I don't believe you. So that's how it is. I understand." Meng Dali patted his head and suddenly felt relieved. He immediately laughed and said, "Then don't talk so much nonsense. Brother Qin Shao, just give us the order and assign the task to us. Let's take action. I can't wait. I want to take down the Heaven's Pride as soon as possible." I can't let him get away with it. The Sacred Academy had always been incomparably dull, and nothing new would happen. Everyone lived in peace. They cultivated on their own and lived a very stable and peaceful life. There weren't many students in the Sacred Academy. Everyone was usually busy with cultivation. They got along well with each other, and there was a sense of camaraderie. But recently, many things happened in succession in the Sacred Academy. First of all, Princess Xiaoyu couldn't take it anymore. She rushed to the Heaven's Pride's cultivation place, destroyed it, and beat him up. The Heaven's Pride didn't attack Princess Xiaoyu because they were from the same school. However, this matter naturally violated the rules of the Sacred Academy and provoked the elders to take action. Princess Xiaoyu was imprisoned in the Holy Prison and was punished severely. Princess Xiaoyu became the first student to violate the rules of the Sacred Academy and the first student to be locked in the sacred prison. Such a matter naturally caused a heated discussion among the students of the Sacred Academy. Many people were very protective of the fairer sex. After all, Princess Xiaoyu was still a girl. Moreover, she was a very popular woman in the Academy of Holy Light. There were many men who adored her. However, in the discussions of the students, they all felt that Princess Xiaoyu was indeed too impulsive and impulsive. The Heaven's Pride became a victim and won a lot of sympathy. Many people even began to stand up for the Heaven's Pride. Not long after Princess Xiaoyu's accident, something new came out. This time, Qin Xiao and the others had a major internal disagreement. They argued endlessly and became the big news of the Sacred Academy. Qin Xiao and the others were a famous group in the Sacred Academy. They were a group of 4 men and 4 women. They were as close as brothers and sisters, and they almost became sworn brothers. But even if they didn't become sworn brothers, in the hearts of the people, they were as close as sworn brothers and sisters. But maybe the accident of Princess Xiaoyu was the trigger. In addition, Qin Xiao had been angry and wanted to settle accounts with the Heaven's Pride. The new hatred and old hatred made it difficult for Qin Xiao to bear. So, there were internal differences, and it gradually evolved into a quarrel. Under the extreme quarrel, Qin Xiao's anger was ignited, and the quarrel evolved into a fight. Meng Dali and Wu Fengsheng were seriously injured by Qin Xiao on the spot. Zhang Yang was also seriously injured in order to stop the fight. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2879. In the end, he was so agitated that he angered the god of Yinglong World, who ordered him to imprison Qin Xiao in his cultivation place for 100 million years. He was not allowed to leave. Such a punishment could be said to be very heavy, causing the whole Saint Academy to sigh. Qin Xiao, that was a symbolic figure of the Saint Academy, ranked first on the Saint ranking, the Immortal Realm's #1 genius, and Li Dui's personal disciple. With so many halos around him, his brilliance shone the entire Immortal Realm. However, Qin Xiao seemed to have gone mad, as if he was possessed by the devil. Therefore, Yinglong World also imprisoned him, so that he could calm down, reflect on his mistakes, and return to the right track. These few things could be said to have caused an uproar in the entire Saint Academy. Not only the Saint Academy, but also the entire Immortal Realm. For a time, countless topics about Qin Xiao were brought up. Qin Xiao had always been a hot topic. His deeds could always cause a stir in the Immortal Realm, and naturally this time was no exception. Furthermore, the commotion this time was definitely not small. This time, Qin Xiao's reputation could be said to have a great impact and damage. Saint Academy, the cultivation place of the geniuses. Humph, Qin Xiao. Oh, Qin Xiao, what trick are you playing? A trick of self-injury? Princess Xiaoyu was sent to the Saint prison. She should have asked for it. There shouldn't be a problem. She is already in the Saint prison. She can't cause any trouble. The Exinhua clan was annihilated, and her only brother, Xiao Dao, is also dead. I can understand Princess Xiaoyu's feelings. It's normal for her to go crazy. Qin Xiao, you're acting so crazy. Don't you feel like you're exposing yourself too much? Based on your relationship, can Qin Xiao really be so ruthless to Prince Zhongyang and the others? You want to play the trick of self-injury, trying to lure me in? Haha, do you really think I, the geniuses, am so easily fooled? However, since you, Qin Xiao, want to lure my prodigy into your trap, then my prodigy will fulfill your wish. You just want to meet me, right? Then I'll send myself to your door to make you happy. I'd like to see how capable you are. The geniuses laughed sinisterly for a while, then got up and went out. It was Qin Xiao's place of cultivation. Although Qin Xiao had been imprisoned, it was fortunate that his place of cultivation had not been completely isolated. However, given World God Raindragon's orders, Qin Xiao didn't dare to take even half a step away from where he was training. As for the others, they did not dare to come close to Qin Xiao's cultivation place at this time. Thus, for a time, This place seemed to have become a forbidden area of the sacred academy, a desolate and desolate place. Within the hall, Qin Shao sat cross-legged by himself with his eyes closed as he meditated and cultivated. Suddenly, the corners of his eyes twitched. He knew that someone had come. It was the fish that had swum over. However, this big fish was clearly not that easy to catch. Making him take the bait was definitely not an easy task. Qin Shao continued to close his eyes. Suddenly, a figure condensed in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao's expression suddenly changed, and he opened his eyes. When Qin Shao saw the prodigy in front of him, his eyes suddenly turned cold and gloomy. A wave of anger gushed out of him. He seemed to have gone mad, and he became somewhat ferocious and ferocious. Obviously, Qin Shao was very angry and hateful towards the geniuses. When enemies met, it was natural for their eyes to blaze with hatred. After his anger subsided, Qin Shao snorted coldly and said, "An energy clone. It seems that your real body is already outside my cultivation place. How dare you? The geniuses barge into my cultivation place." The geniuses spread his hands and laughed. "Ha ha! Isn't this what you want to see, Qin Shao? Haven't you been waiting for me to come to your door? I'm here today to fulfill your wish. What? Don't you welcome me? If you don't, then I'll leave. It's just an energy clone. I'll give it to you as a gift." Qin Zhao's expression became even colder. He looked coldly at the geniuses and said, "Since you're here, you're a guest. Although I don't welcome you, since you're here, let's have a chat. You're right. I've been waiting for you to come to my door. You're quite tactful, aren't you? To think that you'd come knocking on my door. However, why did you send an energy clone here? What's the meaning of this? Why? Are you afraid? Are you afraid that I've dug a hole for you to jump into?" Ha ha ha. The geniuses laughed again and said, "Yes, you're right. Haven't you been digging a hole? Haven't you been waiting for me to jump into it? Qin Shao, you've been digging so hard. You've been looking forward to it. Therefore, I can't bear to see you like this, so I came to your door. Isn't it good to fulfill your wish? My real body wants to come in, but this is your territory. Without your permission, my real body can't come in. Why don't I be a good person to the end and send myself to my death? Let my real body come in. I'll give you a chance to set me up. How about that?" Seeing the geniuses speak so confidently, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. Qin Shao naturally knew that the geniuses were not fools. In fact, he was a very shrewd person. He absolutely couldn't be underestimated. The geniuses were definitely a cunning old fox. Since he dared to come, he must have made all the preparations. It was definitely not easy to set him up and let him walk into a trap. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to do it. If it were so easy to succeed, it wouldn't give him such a headache, and he wouldn't have taken such a crazy path. Now, it was a difficult and fierce battle. Whoever could control it in the end would be the winner. In such a battle, both the truth and the lies had to be mixed together. There was only one ultimate goal, which was to make the geniuses admit that those two things had something to do with him. However, if he wanted to lead the geniuses to this path, he had to compete with him in a battle of wits and courage. Since the geniuses dared to come in person, Qin Shao actually had some confidence in his heart. From the moment the geniuses came to his door, he had given him a great opportunity. Although the prodigy himself was full of confidence and came with absolute confidence, he was still very confident. However, this kind of excessive confidence often turned into conceit. In the end, he was defeated by this kind of conceit. The key now was to see how Qin Shao would control this matter and guide it. Humph! Qin Shao glanced at the geniuses disdainfully and said sarcastically, "You're talking as if you'll dare to come in if I let you in. This is my place of cultivation. In my place of cultivation, if I do something to you, as long as it's not too excessive, my superiors won't say anything. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just asking you, do you dare to come in? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You just want to see me make a fool of myself after seeing that I've been imprisoned. You just want to make fun of me and make fun of me. You want to build your happiness on top of my pain? I think you made a mistake. I've already been imprisoned. It doesn't matter if I make some trouble. In the face of Qin Zhao's half-threatening, half-provoking, and half-provoking words, the geniuses shook his head and laughed. Interesting, really interesting. Qin Zhao. Oh, Qin Zhao, do you only have these few simple moves after using them again and again? Don't you think such a low-level provocation is too old-fashioned? Is it too retarded? You're using such a method to deal with me. I really feel like you're humiliating me. It seems that you haven't made any progress in these years. You're still so naive and retarded. In the face of the genius's mockery, Qin Zhao shrugged and said, the trick doesn't have to be brilliant. The key is whether it's useful or not. A useful trick is a good trick, no matter how low-level it is. A useless trick, no matter how brilliant it is still bullshit. I, Qin Zhao, am not like you, who has lived 2 lives and who knows how many epochs of the universe you've lived. I, Qin Zhao, am still young. I've only lived for more than 50 million years. Compared to a prodigy like you, of course, I'm far inferior. So, there's no need to play any tricks in front of a cunning old man like you. Isn't that asking for a rebuff? It's better to be straightforward and play something simple and useful, isn't it? If I say so, you'll definitely fall for it. You'll definitely come in with your real body. So, of course, I don't have to try so hard to use any tricks. If you use too many tricks, you'll be too weak. Aren't you tired? The geniuses looked at Qin Zhao and chuckled for a while. After laughing, he said, interesting. It seems that you, Qin Zhao, are becoming more and more interesting. You're also a little self-aware. You're not as arrogant as you used to be. To be honest, I'm really not used to a Qin Zhao like you. You're deliberately pretending to be weak to me. You don't have any good intentions. Haha. On the surface, you don't seem to want to use any tricks, but in fact, you're hiding a lot of trouble in your belly. I know what you're thinking, what you're scheming, and what you want to do. All your thoughts, all your plans, all your tricks, in fact, are transparent to me. I've already known them like the back of my hand. I can see through everything with one glance. Why? Because your tricks are too inferior and too childish. In front of me, they can't be called tricks at all. I know what you want to do with one glance. All along the way, you people have been playing the trick of injuring yourself to gain my confidence. You've been using all kinds of tricks, even at the expense of your reputation, to set up this big plan. You're just trying to confuse me and lead me into your trap step by step. It sounds like a perfect trap, a very clever one. Perhaps it can confuse others. However, it's a pity. In the eyes of the geniuses, it's really too childish and retarded. What do you want to play? All your tricks have long been under the control of the geniuses. Do you think you're still capable of playing with me? Do you think you can still trick me? Do you think you can still trick me into falling into your trap? After listening to the genius's analysis, Qin Zhao's expression did not change at all. Instead, he chuckled. After laughing, he made a gesture of invitation. Go ahead. Get lost. I don't welcome you here. However, the geniuses did not hurry to leave. Instead, he smiled and said, what's wrong? I've seen through all your plans. Are you angry out of embarrassment? TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm really happy to see you so frustrated. I'm very happy to see you like this. You're angry out of embarrassment and want to drive me away. Are you admitting defeat? Get lost. Qin Zhao roared angrily. He pointed at the genius's nose and shouted, so what if I'm angry out of embarrassment? So what if I can't trick you? So what if I'm imprisoned? Geniuses, don't be complacent too early. One day, I'll kill you with my own hands. And that day won't be too far away. Geniuses, just you wait. If I don't kill you, I, Qin Zhao, swear that I'm not human. Chapter 2880. Wow. Tian Zhao clicked his tongue and looked at Qin Zhao with a smile. He was really in a good mood. Looking at Qin Zhao's furious look, Tian Zhao's heart was filled with relief. It was too satisfying. He would only be happy when Qin Zhao was unhappy. He would only be happy when Qin Zhao was in pain. Anyone can say harsh words, but it's useless to me. The prodigy wagged his finger at Qin Shao and smiled. He continued, although I know that you're just putting on an act to confuse me and lure me into your trap, that's all. But I'm still very happy to see you like this. It's a rare scene to see you put in so much effort to pretend to be in pain, anger, and madness in front of me. I quite like it, even though I know it's all fake. But it doesn't matter. Life is like a play, and it all depends on acting skills. As for your acting, Qin Shao, it's still lacking a little. But it doesn't matter. I'll be happy with you. Whatever show you put on, I'll play along with you. What do you think? Do you want my real body to come in and talk to you? Let's see if you have the ability to make me fall into your trap, Qin Shao. Qin Shao sneered. He said disdainfully, you already said that I was tricking you. I dug a big hole and waited for you to jump into it. I was deliberately scheming against you and plotting against you. Since you've seen through it, why are you still so polite? Why do you have to come to me? It's not like you're asking for trouble. Haha, you want this opportunity, don't you? I'm a person who likes to help others achieve their goals. Although you're my opponent, my enemy. But for me, I just like to see you defeated. I feel very happy when I see you hate me, but can't do anything to me. Didn't you say it yourself? I want to build my happiness on top of your pain. Only then will I be happy. The heavens chosen laughed. There was a ruthless and wild energy in his bones. He also had the determination to ruthlessly humiliate Qin Shao and trample Qin Shao under his feet. The genius had suffered great losses in Qin Zhao's hands several times. He had been defeated twice by Qin Shao. Even his doppelganger had been killed by Qin Shao. This deep hatred made it impossible for the genius to give up so easily. Now that he had found an opportunity, the genius would not let go of Qin Shao easily. He would not let Qin Shao have an easy time. He would definitely trample on Qin Shao to vent his anger. How could he let go of this great opportunity so easily? Even if the heavens chosen knew that there was great danger, he was still willing to jump into this pit. Even if there was really a pit, he firmly believed that he could cross this pit and would not fall into it. He did not think that Qin Shao had such ability, shrewdness, and calculation. He did not think that Qin Shao had such ability, shrewdness, and calculation. Not to mention other things, he had lived tens of thousands of times longer than Qin Shao. He believed that he was much more experienced than Qin Shao in all aspects. What kind of schemes had he not seen before? Qin Shao, a brat who was still wet behind the ears, wanted to scheme against him. How could it be so easy? With such absolute confidence, the heavens chosen was not afraid of anything. While he knew that Qin Shao was scheming against him, he was also scheming against Qin Shao. Therefore, it all depended on whose scheme was more brilliant. However, he had full confidence in himself. Therefore, he was not afraid of directly delivering himself to Qin Zhao's door. He was not afraid of sending himself to the edge of Qin Zhao's pit. He wanted to see if Qin Shao had the ability to trap him into a big pit. And Qin Shao had already predicted that he would have such thoughts. The heavens chosen was an extremely conceited person. When he was in the Fumu Immortal Palace, he was extremely arrogant. Except for the Fumu Immortal Palace Master, he did not take anyone seriously. To him, no one was worth mentioning. They were far from being on par with him. In fact, he wasn't even willing to take a second look at them. When he was in the Fumu Immortal Palace, Qin Shao was just a small ant to him. It was just that he did not want to kill Qin Shao. Otherwise, he could have easily killed Qin Shao in the Fumu Immortal Palace. His conceit was still in his bones, and it would be stronger at this time. After tens of millions of years, he had been suppressed by Qin Shao. He was suppressed until he could not breathe. He was suppressed until he lost his brilliance. He hated Qin Shao to the core. Now, he could finally turn over and play with Qin Shao. How could he miss such a great opportunity? If he let Qin Shao go like this, it would be too easy for Qin Shao. It would be a great loss for him. If he did not take this great opportunity to humiliate Qin Shao, trample on him, and trample on him, he was afraid that he would not have another chance in the future. Therefore, he brought out his extreme conceit, his arrogance that looked down on everything. When he was scheming against Qin Shao, Qin Shao was also scheming against him. The two of them were like two peerless masters. They seemed to see through each other and were constantly scheming against each other. There was a scheme in a scheme, and there was a scheme in a scheme. Truth and falsehood were all mixed together, making it difficult to distinguish between them. Life was like a play, and it all depended on one's acting skills. At this time, the two of them were actually acting. They were both desperately releasing their acting skills and doing their best to deal with each other. Well, you want to jump into the pit, don't you? Then why don't you come in? In my place of cultivation, do you think I'm afraid of what you, the Chosen One, can do? Oh no. In fact, I should be hoping that you, the Chosen One, can do something here. In this way, I will have a good reason to deal with you, won't I? In terms of conspiracy, shrewdness, calculation, and cunning, perhaps I, Qin Shao, am still too inexperienced. I knew that you were the culprit. You are definitely related to both of these incidents. I accused you on the spot. In the beginning, when everyone was supporting me, you still fought back and even turned against me. Everything has already been within your calculations. You made me truly recognize a terrifying genius. You even made me feel like I was back to the time when I was in Fu Xiu's immortal palace. Looking at you is like looking at an invincible god. Maybe I can't compare with you in other aspects, but when it comes to fists, I, Qin Shao, have always been confident. I won't play games with you. Don't let me find a chance to play games with you. Once I have a chance to play games with you, it will be the time of your death. Qin Shao didn't play games. He pointed at the Chosen One's nose and said so bluntly. It was obvious that he, Qin Shao, would kill him sooner or later. Don't be so arrogant as to say it out loud. Qin Shao knew very well that he couldn't hide from the Chosen One's eyes. It was meaningless to play games. On the contrary, he would expose all his plans. Therefore, Qin Shao simply came straight to the point and exposed everything. He didn't hide anything. I'll expose everything in front of the Chosen One. I want to see which one is real and which one is fake. If he couldn't win, he would use the stupidest way. At this time, Qin Shao was indeed a little confusing to the Chosen One. At least, he couldn't completely understand him. This was a little different from the Qin Shao he imagined. However, he was still extremely conceited and incomparably confident in himself. This strength supported him. Therefore, the Chosen One was still not afraid of anything. He walked in with his real body. The Chosen One waved his hand and isolated the hall, so that Ah Dong and Wu Qi couldn't hear the sound inside and see the situation inside. Oh, I thought the Chosen One was really fearless. It seems that you're still very careful in your actions. Are you still playing with restrictions in my cultivation place? Qin Shao sneered. The Chosen One smiled faintly and said, I just don't want our conversation to be heard by others. They're just some servants who can't be put on the table. How can the servants listen in when a master is talking? That's not good, right? You are the master, so you should act like one. You can't be too casual. That's not good. Qin Shao nodded and said in agreement, Yes, you are right. That's indeed the case. Since you, as Sky Pride, prefer to be quiet, then I might as well go deeper. After saying that, Qin Shao also made a move. He cast a few restrictions and used the law of space to make the place even more sealed. Even if a second step ancient saint came, he wouldn't be able to enter. What do you think, Chosen One? Don't you think I'm a good friend? Qin Shao said with a smile. The smile on the genius's face became even more mysterious, with a sense of mystery and eeriness. There seemed to be a knife hidden in this smile, and it was an extremely sharp knife. That smile was a little scary. After laughing, the Chosen One looked deeply at Qin Shao and said, Why? Do you want to kill me here? A cold light flashed across Qin Shao's mouth. He said in a deep voice, Yes, didn't you already see through everything? Didn't you already know what I was going to do? Didn't you give birth to needles a long time ago? Don't you know what I'm thinking? So, don't you know what I want to do? I just want to kill you first. The Chosen One made a pleased gesture to Qin Shao. He wasn't worried at all. He said methodically, If you are not afraid of death, then go ahead. If you can kill my Chosen, then I'm useless, and I deserve to die. Of course, even if I really die in your hands, Qin Shao, you will immediately come down to die with me. I won't lose anything if you are with me. You should know that my biggest wish now is to kill you. Qin Shao. It is not only my biggest wish, but also my life goal. At least, it is my life goal recently. You will feel uncomfortable if I don't kill you. Why don't you try? What if you can really kill me? You should have a dream, right? What if it comes true? In fact, I also want to kill you. But to be honest, although I am extremely conceited, I really don't have the confidence to kill you. Qin Shao. This makes me very distressed and conflicted. Hearing the Chosen One's words and seeing his reaction, Qin Shao was also guessing what the Chosen One was thinking at this time. It was definitely not an easy task to scheme against a genius like him. If he neglected any small detail, he was afraid that all his efforts would be in vain. Therefore, Qin Shao was very careful. He didn't dare to neglect any details. He was always paying attention to the Chosen One and guessing what he was thinking. Humph, you sure are dreaming. Qin Shao chuckled and said, if I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. Why give you a chance to talk so much? I want to kill you with my fists, but I am not stupid enough to exchange my life for yours. You really think highly of yourself if you want to exchange my life for yours. Don't daydream about such a good thing. Chapter 2881. Of course, even if you do, you don't have the strength to kill me. Besides, I believe you, Qin Shao, won't be so stupid as to pay a life for a life. As for you, Qin Shao, you've always been a steady and cautious person. So, aren't you tired of pretending to be crazy all these years? The genius nodded and said. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, as long as I can kill you, it doesn't matter if I'm a little tired. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. As long as I can trap you, I think I can bear it even if it's 10 times or 100 times more tiring. Ha ha ha. The genius laughed out loud. It's a good idea, but unfortunately, reality is often cruel. It's a good idea, but it may not work. Reality might give you a resounding slap in the face. Qin Shao shrugged and said, so let's wait and see. Who knows? Maybe I'll really succeed. You said that you should have a dream. What if it comes true? Yes. The genius nodded. That's right. You can give it a try. So, what do you plan to start? Qin Shao curled his lips and said, do I still need to try? Didn't you deliver yourself to my doorstep? The prodigy said, that's right. I've delivered myself to your doorstep. But why do I feel that you, Qin Shao, don't have the ability to do anything to me? I'm here to make myself feel good. I'm here to build my happiness on top of your pain. What's the effect? Qin Shao asked. The genius smiled and said, the effect is very good. At present, it's basically reached my expectations. Of course, it's still not enough for my goal, so I think there's still some areas that could be improved. In fact, Qin Shao, you don't have to waste your effort. I know your thoughts, and your calculations like the back of my hand. Since I dare to come here, I have already calculated everything. I calculated that you can't do anything to me. No matter what, you can't do anything to me. Although this is your place of cultivation, there are only the two of us here. There's not even a single outsider. Oh, that's not right. Perhaps there are two outsiders. Don't you still have two spirit beasts? They should be in your inner world, right? Let's just say that they are foreigners. But so what? First, you can't get any solid evidence to prove anything about me. Second, you can't kill me directly. What else can you, Qin Shao, do? Besides, you don't have any helpers. Princess Xiaoyu was sent to the holy prison by me, and she's having a much harder time than you. Prince Zhongyang was taken away by Emperor Xianyuan a long time ago. It is said that he is no longer in the immortal region. As for Yuan and Ming Yuexin, they were sent out on a mission. The remaining Ming Dali, Wu Fengsheng, and Princess Ru Xian are not even worth mentioning. Even if they want to, they can't do anything for you. Their every move is under my nose. They have been estranged from you. They have never come to you. So, Qin Shao, you're just a loner now. To be honest, I really feel that you are a little pitiful. really pitiful. Oh, by the way, do you know what people outside are saying about you now? I'm afraid you don't know, and you don't want to know, do you? Forget it, forget it. Seeing that you are so pitiful, I won't say it, lest it irritates you. With a cold face, Qin Shao looked at the Chosen One gloomily and said coldly, "Are you very proud to see me in such a sorry state?" "It's okay." The prodigy pursed his lips and said, "Well, at best, you're in a bit of a sorry state, but it's not that bad. That's why my mood can't really reach its peak. So, I came to see you. I want to see if I can use the power of anger to make my mood better." "Are you so sure?" Qin Zhao's voice became even heavier. Not only did his voice become heavier, but his mood also became heavier. His expression had already become very unsightly. The Chosen One laughed again and said calmly, "Because I can see through you, but you can't see through me. I can know you like the back of my hand, but you know nothing about me. I know all of your plans and all of your moves. How can you possibly defeat me? How can you trick me? Your plan is actually very simple. You just want me to come to you, then make me confess and admit that I did those two things. Am I right?" Qin Shao said coldly. "Do you mean you dare to admit that you did those two things? I want you to admit it. I have always wanted you to admit it because this is my only way. I have no other choice, but I know you don't dare to admit it, even if I beat you to death." "That's right. No one would admit it even if they were beaten to death. It's normal that you, the Chosen One, don't dare to admit it. I have indeed been having a headache over this matter. I have been thinking about this matter and plotting this matter. Didn't you say that you know me like the back of your hand? Didn't you say that you know what I am thinking and all my plans? Then why don't you help me figure out what I have to do to make you admit that those two things were indeed done by you, the prodigy? You do have enough confidence. As long as you are in the Saint Academy, I can't do anything to you before I get conclusive evidence. Soft methods won't work, and hard methods won't work either. No matter what, as long as I dare to do anything to you, you will definitely find a way to make me suffer. In the end, I will still be the unlucky one. And you can watch me put on a good show and vent your anger at the same time. But this may not be enough for you to vent your anger, right? Ha ha ha." The Chosen One chuckled and shook his head, saying, "It's such an inferior method of provocation again. It's really vulgar and stupid. There is no skill in it at all. Qin Shao, is this all you have? Well, after all, you're still too young. If you don't suffer more, how can you grow up?" "But, Qin Shao, have you ever thought about this? Even if I admit to those two things in front of you right now, and that it was indeed my prodigy who did those two things, what can you do? What can you do? If I admit to it in front of you, do you think you have conclusive evidence? Aren't you too naive?" Qin Shao frowned. After a long silence, she said, "What else can I do?" The Chosen One laughed disdainfully, saying, "Since you are so naive, I will teach you well. Well, I will teach you for free. Don't be too grateful. First, you have no way to use treasures such as memory crystal balls with recording functions, so you can't record everything here. I will not give you the chance to record it. Second, I have used special means to set up a restriction in this space. In this restriction, the space will be disrupted, so even if you use time reversal, there is no way to restore the scene at that time. Of course, if you can ask Sagely to come, then maybe you can restore it. Third, no one else can break in here, only the two of us. If you have to add the two spiritual beasts in your inner world, then it will be 3 people. It's a pity that your spiritual beasts can't testify for you. Their testimony will not be recognized. So, even if I admit to those two things in front of you right now, what can you do about it? Do you think you've got evidence? But in fact, you can't get any evidence at all. You can't take away your so-called evidence at all. Do you think you could just rely on your mouth? Who will believe you? Even if they believe you, what can they do? Without conclusive evidence, the Sacred Academy will not convict me." Boom! Qin Shao was stunned on the spot, as if he was struck by lightning. Is it really like this? Does that mean that no matter what, there is no way to deal with me? How can this be? Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with a complicated look, and he suddenly became a little agitated. Gritting his teeth, Qin Shao suddenly looked coldly at the prodigy and said, Do you really think that I, Qin Shao, have to rely on the Sacred Academy to deal with you? I, Qin Shao, have always been a person who does not abide by the rules. I have always been a person who only believes in myself and not others. So, do you really think that I will entrust this great hatred to the Sacred Academy and wait for conclusive evidence to accuse you? If you really think so, then I can only say that you, Prodigy, don't understand me at all. Of course, I don't dare to kill you in the Sacred Academy. If I kill you, I will die. I certainly won't do such a stupid thing. But I don't believe that you, Prodigy, will hide in the Sacred Academy for the rest of your life and never leave. You, Prodigy, only have this body left. Can you stay in the Sacred Academy forever and never leave? You can wait. I can wait too. You can wait. I can wait too. There's a saying in my hometown. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. For me, Qin Shao, to take revenge, let alone 10 years, even if it takes 10,000 universe epochs, I can still wait. I won't forget and will always guard you, Heaven's Pride. I, Qin Shao, just want to confirm whether those two things were done by you, Prodigy. Although I am very sure that it was done by you, Prodigy. But if I can hear you admit it yourself, Prodigy, I will be more relieved. Do you really think that I have done so many things over the years to deliberately plot against you, Prodigy? Humph, I don't have the time to plot against you, Prodigy. At the very least, even if I plot against you in the Sacred Academy, I may not be able to avoid killing you. Even if I can kill you, you won't be killed by me, Qin Shao. How unpleasant would that be? My enemies, I will deal with them with my own hands. Therefore, a prodigy like you can only die in my hands. Prodigy smiled evilly and looked at Qin Shao with deep eyes. At this time, no one knew what he was thinking. Qin Shao looked at Prodigy with cold eyes. Prodigy also looked at Qin Shao with deep eyes. The two looked at each other, and fierce sparks flew. No one knew what the other was thinking. The two seemed to be in an invisible competition, which was incomparably fierce and violent. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive, as if the space would explode at any time. After a long time, Qin Shao suddenly shouted angrily, "Get out of here, Prodigy. You are just a hypocritical and insidious villain who dares not to admit what you have done. I don't want you to admit anything. It is enough that I have decided in my heart. Just wait and see. If you have the guts, don't ever leave the Sacred Academy. Otherwise, when you leave the Sacred Academy, it will be your death day." Chapter 2882. Ha ha! Seeing Qin Shao fly into a rage out of humiliation, extreme hatred, and extreme helplessness, the Heaven's Chosen laughed happily. He was in a good mood again. What he wanted was this situation, and what he wanted to see was Qin Zhao's reaction. The more unhappy Qin Shao was, the happier he was. He laughed so recklessly, so happily, and in his laughter was the proud posture of a winner. Okay, then you can wait, Qin Shao. I'm really not in a hurry. It's not so easy for you, Qin Shao, to kill me. You must have the opportunity first, and you must have the strength. Opportunity, maybe you will have it later. But strength, I'm afraid you won't have it anymore. The Sky Pride looked at Qin Shao smugly as he spoke with a playful look on his face. After saying that, Tian Jiao chuckled again and said, "You just want me to admit whether those two things have anything to do with me. You've schemed and done so many things, set up so many traps, used so many means, and racked your brains. Isn't it all for this? Since you, Qin Shao, are so persistent, then fine. I, Tian Jiao, shall grant you your wish this once. I can really tell you today. You guessed right. I was the one who did those two things. You can't get me, but can I get the people around you? Your brother is the person you care about most, but he is too frivolous and naive. He acts impulsively. This is the best person to use. So, I borrowed your brother's hand to kill the children of the Xia family without any effort at all, and let your brother commit a heinous crime. How about this? Isn't it very clever to kill with a borrowed knife? Gotcha! Gotcha! Qin Zhao's fists were about to be crushed, and his emotions were surging, and his anger was monstrous. The boundless rage was like a flood or a ferocious beast, incomparably turbulent. Qin Zhao was truly enraged right now. He wanted nothing more than to kill that genius right there and then. The impact of that incident on Qin Yi was too great. Not only did it have a great impact on Qin Yi, but it also had a great impact on himself. He hasn't given an explanation to the Xia family yet, and this matter can't be avoided. He has to face it and do what he has to do. Qin Yi was also affected by this incident. Now he can only hide in Langya Heaven and can't come out. If this matter is not solved, then Qin Yi can't leave Langya Heaven for a day. This time, Qin Zhao was selfish and took Qin Yi away from Nine Continents College. This made people in the world criticize Qin Zhao, which obviously has a great impact on Qin Zhao's reputation. However, Qin Zhao had no other choice. He definitely could not watch his own brother die just like that. If this matter was really done by Qin Yi alone, Qin Zhao may not be like this. Let Qin Yi's avatar make an explanation, which can be regarded as a profound lesson for himself, which is not a bad thing. But Qin Zhao was very clear that this time, Qin Yi was also used by others. It was an unintentional move. There is a mistake, but the crime should not be fatal. And the culprit of all this is Tian Jiao. Although Qin Zhao knew it for a long time, at this time, listening to Tian Jiao admit it personally, the feeling is naturally very different, so that Qin Zhao can't wait to kill Tian Jiao. Resisting the urge to explode was an extremely painful thing. Looking at Qin Zhao's extreme anger and having to forcibly suppress himself, Tian Jiao's heart was very happy. He has been waiting for so many years, but he has been waiting for this day. He wants to torture Qin Zhao with his own hands and let him live a life worse than death. Simply killing him would be letting him off too easily. Killing is always just an inferior means of revenge. It's more fun to torture a person. Tian Jiao has been crazy for a long time. Everything he did was just to torture Qin Zhao. This is all his purpose. I can understand that you schemed to frame Qin Yi. After all, he is my brother, my closest relative. His business is my business. What about the Xinhua clan? The Xinhua clan is innocent, isn't it? Why do you have to be so cruel? Why do you have to annihilate the Xinhua clan? Qin Zhao's eyes were red. He clenched his fists and asked coldly. Tian Jiao laughed. The Xinhua clan is also something you care about. As long as it is something you care about, I want to destroy it. Only in this way can I make you suffer extreme pain. As long as it can make Qin Zhao suffer, I am willing to do it, regardless of everything. I know that you, Qin Zhao, are a person who values friendship and righteousness. You came from a universe, and the immortal realm is not your hometown. I have no way to deal with your hometown. But there are not many people you care about in the immortal realm, so I naturally have to find a way to destroy them one by one. First your brother Qin Yi, then the Xinhua clan, then Fatty Kai, and the Free City. In the end, there are only a few people in your hometown left. No hurry, no hurry, none of them can escape. I will deal with them one by one, huh? How is it, Qin Zhao? Are you very angry? Do you want to kill me? Do you want to do it? Why don't you do it? Now is a good time for you. I personally sent you to your cultivation place and admitted these things. Why don't you dare to do it? Obviously, Tian Jiao is provoking Qin Zhao, using this method to provoke Qin Zhao and suppress Qin Zhao. This is a very good thing for Tian Jiao. If he can make Qin Zhao unhappy, he will be happy. And this method is obviously extremely vicious. Qin Zhao also found it difficult to suppress his emotions. Only by doing his best to suppress them did he manage to not explode on the spot. Qin Zhao's heart is really very painful. He is struggling very much. He wants to kill Tian Jiao at all costs first. But Qin Zhao is also very clear that it is not so easy to kill Tian Jiao. Geniuses weren't people that he could kill just because he wanted to. Since the Heaven's Pride had dared to come and provoke Qin Zhao again and again, he naturally had some confidence that he wouldn't be killed by Qin Zhao so easily. If Tian Jiao does not have this little confidence, then he is really stupid to send himself to Qin Zhao's door. Qin Zhao, you are really crazy. You are a student of the Sacred Academy, a righteous person, but you are willing to degrade yourself and become a demon. If you have any problems, you can just come at me. Why do you have to hurt the innocent? If you do this, you are guilty of the most heinous crime. Once your ugly face is exposed, you will not be tolerated by the righteous path. Do you think you can still live? Do you think you can live by defecting to the Bloodbath Alliance? You're just burying yourself and ruining your bright future. Qin Zhao, you are a top genius and a student specially trained by the Sacred Academy. You are 5th on the holy list. You can be said to be very good in all aspects. As long as you are given time and are willing to work hard, your future will be boundless and your achievements will be extraordinary. You will have a bright future. But you secretly defected to the Bloodbath Alliance. Don't you think it is a pity that you have fallen so low? Pity. The muscles on Qin Zhao's face twitched fiercely, and his expression suddenly became ferocious. He looked at Qin Zhao with gloomy eyes. You also know it is a pity, but isn't it all thanks to you, Qin Zhao? If it weren't for you, Qin Zhao, would I, Qin Zhao, have ended up like this? Step by step, it is all because of you, Qin Zhao. It is all because of you, Qin Zhao, that I have no way out, no way back. It is you who has always been above me, stepping on me, making me unable to raise my head, making me unable to see the light of day. How can I, Qin Zhao, be willing to do this? How can I be willing to be suppressed by you for the rest of my life? Therefore, I naturally have to resist. Naturally, I can't do this. As long as it can deal with you, Qin Zhao, I am willing to do it. If I don't do it, I'll go mad sooner or later. Sooner or later, I'll ruin myself. Isn't it better now? Do you know why I broke through to the second step of the Ancient Saint stage so quickly? It is because of the Bloodbath Alliance's help that I am like this. As long as I work for the Bloodbath Alliance, I can continue to gain benefits, improve my realm, and become stronger. At the same time, I can deal with you. Why wouldn't I do something that can kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Crazy. He was really crazy. He was completely crazy. In order to deal with him, Qin Zhao was willing to go to such lengths. This was a real case of qi deviation. Qin Zhao really didn't want to say anything to such a person. It was better to let him die. Even if he said one more word, Qin Zhao would feel that it was a waste of breath. Such a person was completely hopeless. Killing him would be enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. I hate the Bloodbath Alliance the most in my life. As long as I meet a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, I will do everything I can to kill them. Qin Zhao, you have already committed heinous crimes. Not only will I not let you off, but the Sacred Academy will also not let you off. The righteous people in the world will not let you off either. Your crimes and your face will be exposed, Qin Zhao said coldly. Ha ha ha. However, the Heaven's Chosen did not get angry. Instead, he laughed wantonly. There was a hint of complacency in his laughter. There was also a hint of playfulness and disdain in his laughter. Qin Zhao looked at Qin Zhao and clicked his tongue. Qin Zhao, oh Qin Zhao, why are you still so naive? You are so naive that it is laughable. I have told you so much, but you still don't understand? You haven't improved at all. Don't you have the slightest awareness? Since I dare to come here, it means that I've already calculated everything. I've already seen through you. All of your methods are within my expectations. Since I dare to come, naturally, I have already prepared everything. I'm not afraid of any tricks you can play. I have already admitted that those 3 things were done by me. I have already admitted that I have already cooperated with the Bloodbath Alliance and worked for the Bloodbath Alliance. What can you do to me? Yes, you have heard me say it yourself. You have evidence, but can you take it out? Your mouth alone cannot be used as evidence. No one will believe you. You cannot convict me, Qin Zhao, of any crimes. Ha ha ha. I know that you have been scheming. I know what you're trying to do. So, I will fulfill your wish. I will fulfill your wish. But so what? Even if I fulfill your wish, you still can't do anything to me. How does this feel? Not bad, right? Qin Zhao's face darkened. She said coldly, Don't you think it is a little too early for you to be so smug? Tian Jiao shrugged and pursed his lips. Too early? I don't think so. Haven't I always been so smug? I came here to be smug in front of you. Chapter 2883. Are you done laughing? Qin Shao asked. The heavenly legend smiled and said, almost. Of course, I can laugh a little longer. Qin Shao chuckled. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on his face, and he said, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Your laughter is over. Now it's my turn to laugh. Your turn to laugh? The smile on the heavenly legend's face faded a little. He looked at Qin Shao with deep eyes. What did he mean by it was Qin Zhao's turn to laugh? What did he mean by that? Subconsciously, the heavenly legend felt that something was wrong. Was there something wrong? What was Qin Shao up to that he didn't know? It didn't make sense. It couldn't be. Everything should be within his calculations. There shouldn't be any tricks. Even if he admitted it personally, what could he do? It couldn't be used as evidence. Qin Zhao's two spirit beasts couldn't be used as evidence. There was no recording of what he said at that time. How could he convict him based on Qin Zhao's words? There shouldn't be any loopholes in all this. There shouldn't be any problems at all. It was perfect. The heavenly legend thought carefully in his heart. Then he felt relieved. This time, his action could be said to be impeccable. There was no way that Qin Shao could catch him in any way. Therefore, there was no problem at all. Qin Shao deliberately said this just to scare him. Qin Shao, you're still so stubborn at this time. Okay, then let me see how you can laugh. The heavenly legend shook his head and chuckled. He looked at Qin Shao disdainfully. Qin Zhao's face was expressionless. He just stood there and looked at the heavenly legend coldly. All of a sudden, a divine and powerful aura descended. It could suppress everything in this world and make this world surrender under the feet of this divine and powerful aura. Feeling this powerful aura, the heavenly legend's face suddenly changed. Suddenly, it became distorted and ugly. He was extremely panicked. Along with this divine aura, a stalwart figure also walked out of the void. He stood in front of the heavenly legend with a majestic face. His eyes were like a divine aura. It was irresistible. Yinglong, the god of Yinglong world. After seeing the person in front of him clearly, the heavenly legend's face suddenly turned pale. His body became weak, and he almost fell to the ground. He looked extremely panicked, and his body trembled violently. The god of Yinglong world. It's over, it's over. It's all over now. At this moment, the genius even had the heart to commit suicide. To think that something that he had not expected to happen, even if he was beaten to death. The genius glared at Qin Shao furiously. By now, he had finally understood everything. This was all part of Qin Zhao's plan. He was furious, and he was incomparably mad. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. He thought that this time, he had completely played Qin Shao in the palm of his hand. He had manipulated Qin Shao and severely humiliated Qin Shao to vent his anger. But he didn't expect that the one who had the last laugh was not him, but Qin Shao. Irony. Shame. This was really a great irony. Qin Shao, I'm going to kill you. The heavenly legend's anger had reached the extreme. It was unbearable. He roared crazily and rushed toward Qin Shao. He wanted to kill Qin Shao, but the god of Yinglong world was here. How could he let the heavenly legend do whatever he wanted? Arrogant. The god of Yinglong world snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force of law directly suppressed the heavenly legend. The heavenly legend was forced to kneel on the ground, unable to move. Although the heavenly legend roared crazily, struggled, and resisted, there was no way for him to break free. In front of the god of Yinglong world, he naturally had no power to resist. He knew that he was done for. He had killed himself with his own hands. He thought that he had already won, but he didn't expect that he would be tricked by Qin Shao like this. What went wrong? It didn't make sense. How could the god of Ing Long World appear here? How in the world had Qin Shao been able to convince World God Rain Dragon to help out with something like this? And hadn't he been monitoring this matter? Recently, no one had gone to find the god of Ing Long World. How could Qin Shao get in touch with the god of Ing Long World? What was going on? What the hell was going on? What went wrong? The heavenly legend was very puzzled. He didn't know what was going on at all. Looking at the struggling genius on the ground, Qin Shao laughed coldly and said, "This is called those who commit too much injustice will bring about their own destruction. You asked for it. Serves you right. You are very smart and good at calculation. You can know everything in my heart like the back of your hand. Playing tricks? Maybe I'm not as experienced as you are. But if you can plot against me, can I, Qin Shao, plot against you? Beating someone at their own game is always the simplest way, isn't it? Since you can see through all my calculations, since you can know everything about me like the back of your hand. Well, I'll let you do that. I'll expose everything to you. I'll give it all to you. Because only in this way can you have enough courage and confidence to step on me fearlessly. You even dare to admit in front of me that those things were done by you. You admit that you have already joined the Bloodbath Alliance, received benefits from the Bloodbath Alliance, and worked hard for the Bloodbath Alliance. This irrefutable evidence is enough to sentence you to death. It's enough to prove my innocence. It's enough to kill you. I really want to kill you with my own hands, but I won't act on impulse. Even if you don't die in my hands, as long as I can kill you, it's enough. Even if it's for the people of the Xinhua clan, the people who died in the Free City, and my brother Qin Yi, it's enough. Yes, you are in control of everything. That's right. Logically speaking, I really have no chance of winning. But this world is ruled by justice, so justice will definitely defeat evil, and light will definitely illuminate the darkness. You've been monitoring me and Prince Zhongyang, paying attention to all of our movements. I, Qin Shao, really can't find any teachers in the Saint Academy, but there are always ways. Don't forget, the god of Ing Long World is only a clone in the Saint Academy, but his real body is still with Emperor Xianyuan. Zhongyang was summoned by Emperor Xianyuan, so naturally he can see the god of Ing Long World. Then I'll talk to the god of Ing Long World about this. Do you think the god of Ing Long World will believe me? Or you? As long as you dare to come to my door, as long as you still have your extreme conceit, then I have a way to make you talk. As long as you talk, the evidence will be irrefutable. I can't testify for myself, and my spiritual beast can't testify for me, but the god of Ing Long World should be able to testify for me, right? Pucci, the genius could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Now he finally understood what was going on. He had thought of everything, but he had missed this. Yes, the god of Ing Long World in the Saint Academy was just a clone of him. The god of Ing Long World was a follower of Emperor Xianyuan. Prince Zhongyang went to the Emperor Xianyuan, so naturally he could see the god of Ing Long World. This was something that none of the geniuses had thought of. What he didn't expect was that the exalted world god Rain Dragon, the dean of the Sacred Institute, would be so cooperative with Qin Shao. He had actually been hiding in the shadows this entire time, waiting for him to confess to his crimes. Something like this didn't seem like something a world deity could do at all. After all, the god of Ing Long World was not an ordinary world god. Among the world gods, the god of Ing Long World had an extremely high status. The god of Ing Long World was a figure in the same period as the Emperor Xianyuan. He had accompanied the Emperor Xianyuan to conquer the country. No one knew how powerful the god of Ing Long World was. Many people said that the god of Ing Long World might be the most powerful person after the reincarnation supremacy. Although it was just a rumor, no one had ever objected to it. Although it had not been acknowledged by many people, the fact that no one objected to it at least explained something. World God Rain Dragon was an exalted figure. In fact, his status in the immortal realm was not much lower than that of the reincarnation supremacy. It could even be said that the Emperor Xianyuan and the god of Ing Long World called each other brothers instead of monarch and minister. It was precisely because of this that the heavens chosen had never expected such a situation to happen. This was something that he had not expected. It was indeed something that he had neglected. It was said that a single mistake could lead to everlasting sorrow. It was indeed so. A single careless move had actually caused him to fall into a situation where he had lost everything. How laughable was this? As the saying goes, cleverness leads to the downfall of cleverness. The more intelligent a person is, the more common the problem, which is extreme self-confidence and conceit. I always feel that everything is within their calculations. They know everything like the back of their hands. The situation is completely under their control. There will be no trouble. What I'm using is just the heart of a prodigy like you. I have long known that you think this way. You think that you know me like the back of your hands. None of my calculations can escape your eyes. If I don't do this, how can you admit all this in front of me so easily? If you don't admit all this, even if I can persuade the god of Ing Long World, in fact, I can't do anything to you. Unfortunately, you are too conceited. You want to trample me to death. You want to humiliate me. You want to give me a great blow and make me collapse. It is precisely because of this that you dare to admit everything. But it is a pity that you have lost this battle. This is what happens when you think you are clever. Lost. Lost. The heavens chosen laughed wildly at himself. How ironic this was. He had lost. Lost so miserably and thoroughly that he did not even have a chance to make a comeback. The most ridiculous thing was that this time he had lost himself, not to Qin Shao. He had been too conceited. He had been too self-righteous. He had wanted to trample on Qin Shao to death. He had already trampled on Qin Shao enough, but he still wanted to trample on Qin Shao further. It was his conceit that led to his carelessness. That was why he had ended up like this. Yes, as long as he clenched his teeth and refused to admit it, no matter what means Qin Shao had, he would not be able to defeat him. But it was too late to say all this now. It had become a fact, and it was useless to say more. Qin Shao, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. The heavens chosen roared crazily and struggled desperately. His expression was distorted to the extreme, and his emotions were extremely violent. If he were to let him go now, he would definitely kill Qin Shao at all costs. Everything that he had done, everything that he had worked so hard for, had completely collapsed at this moment. It was sad and ridiculous. God of Ing Long World, thank you for your help. The truth is now known to the world. Qin Shao thanked the god of Ing Long World. The god of Ing Long World waved his hand and nodded to Qin Shao with a smile. I will take him away first. This matter will be known to the world. Author Cruel Death Happy Lantern Festival, everyone. Chapter 2884. What? Tianjiao defected to the Bloodbath Alliance. This scum is not worthy to be a student of Sacred Institute. He is a disgrace to our Sacred Institute. How can there be such trash in our Sacred Institute? Yes, it's too abominable. We have wronged Qin Shao. It turns out that Tianjiao is the one behind all this. This person is too insidious and cunning. I knew Tianjiao was not a good person. Him defecting to the Bloodbath Alliance is no exception. This Bloodbath Alliance is too arrogant. They dare to extend their tentacles to our Sacred Institute. This is simply a provocation to our Sacred Institute. I can't tolerate it. Why don't we go and make a petition so that our Sacred Academy can move a muscle and squeeze the Bloodkiller Alliance? That's right. They are indeed too arrogant. They dare to behave atrociously in our Bloodbath Alliance. Aren't they courting death? We can't blame the Bloodbath Alliance. We can only blame Tianjiao for his own depravity. I don't think the Bloodbath Alliance has the guts to provoke us. It must be Tianjiao himself who went to the Bloodbath Alliance. He can't blame others. Yes, Tianjiao is too sinister. He is a complete villain. This kind of person deserves to die 10,000 times. Killing him 100 times is too easy for him. Xia territory, Xia clan, a place. Two middle-aged men stood there side by side. Both of them looked very serious and cold. In their deep eyes, there was a flash of light that made people tremble. These two people were obviously not easy to deal with. The aura emitted from their bodies was extremely powerful. If Qin Xiao was here at this time, he would definitely recognize who one of them was. It was Xia Jun, Xia Laming's father. Previously in Jiuzhou College, Qin Xiao had a good fight with Xia Jun. Xia Jun's son died in the hands of Qin Xiao, which made him furious. He wanted to kill Qin Yi as soon as possible, but he was forcibly taken away by Qin Xiao. Therefore, Xia Jun hated Qin Xiao very much at this time. He was very unhappy. Xia Jun, the Sacred Academy has already announced to the world that he secretly joined the Bloodbath Alliance. Qin Xiao was right before. His brother Qin Yi was indeed deceived by the Chosen. Lei Ming's death was also related to this prodigy. The Heavens Chosen personally admitted to this matter, and the god of Yinglong world announced it himself. It shouldn't be fake, another middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Saint Master Xia Jun snorted coldly, but the hatred in his eyes did not weaken at all. He shouted, "So what? Even if what Qin Xiao said is true, so what? So what if there's a Heavens Chosen behind this?" The prodigy defected to the Bloodbath Alliance and committed a heinous crime. The Sacred Institute will execute him. We don't even need to do anything. He's already dead. The Heavens Chosen is going to die, and so is Qin Yi. No matter what the reason behind this is, my son Lei Ming died in the hands of Qin Yi. I don't need to know the reason. I just need to know the most direct murderer. Just because of this, I want to kill Qin Yi, which is also a reasonable thing to say. Qin Yi, I will kill him. If Qin Xiao wants to stop me, then I will kill him first. Another middle-aged man frowned deeply and said, "Xia Jun, calm down a little. We can understand your mood very well. We are also very angry. But things have happened. Don't be immersed in anger and hatred. Don't always carry such intense emotions. Qin Yi has been sent to Langya Heaven by Qin Xiao. It is impossible to kill Qin Yi unless Qin Yi will leave Langya Heaven. But think about it. Qin Xiao will not let Qin Yi leave Langya Heaven. Qin Xiao is, after all, the #1 seed student of the Sacred Institute and the disciple of Li Sheng. He did not directly offend our Xia family. I'm afraid that we will not only offend the Sacred Institute, but also offend Langya Heaven. This is not a joke. Qin Xiao, you better not move. Xia Jun clenched his fist and hammered hard, and said, "Qin Yi can't move, and Qin Xiao can't move. Can we only swallow this matter? Could it be that my son Lei Ming's clone was killed for nothing? Could it be that the Xia family's face has been slapped for nothing? Don't you want the dignity of our Xia family? This matter, we can't just let it go, we can't." Another middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Well, of course, we can't just let it go. Qin Xiao still has to be dealt with, but we can't kill him. Didn't he say that he would give us a satisfactory explanation? Besides, the god of Yinglong world has also asked our ancestor, and our ancestor said to give Qin Xiao some time. For the time being, let's endure it first. Don't make too much trouble, otherwise, I'm afraid our ancestor will not be happy." Only then did Xia Jun fall silent. His eyes flickered with an extremely complicated expression. The Chosen One was arrested by the god of the Yinglong world himself, and his crime was announced to the world. Even the god of the Yinglong world directly announced to the world that the Sacred Institute removed the Chosen One. The crime of the Chosen One was spread back to the southern wilderness and to the Fujin Ridge. Originally, the southern wilderness was proud of the Chosen One, not to mention the Fujin Ridge. The prestige of the Chosen One in the Fujin Ridge has long surpassed that of the Palace Master. As soon as his crime was announced to the world, the Fujin Ridge was quickly erasing the traces of the Chosen One. The most complicated mood was the Palace Master. To him, this was the best card in the world. Unfortunately, he didn't play it well. Of course, he couldn't blame himself. He just didn't have such good luck. Originally, there was Princess Xiaoyu, the Chosen One, and Qin Xiao. If the three of them could get along peacefully, their combined strength would shine brightly in the entire immortal realm. With the help of the three of them, it wouldn't be difficult for the Fujin Immortal Palace to dominate the southern wilderness. But now, the Chosen One's crime was monstrous. He sided with the Bloodbath Alliance and was about to be executed by the Sacred Institute. He was the scum of the immortal realm and would never be able to rise again. What about Princess Xiaoyu? Although the Fujin Immortal Palace Master and Princess Xiaoyu were still master and disciple, it was obvious that Palace Master Fu Zong could no longer call himself Princess Xiaoyu's master. The Xianhua clan was exterminated, and Xiao Dao died a tragic death. Princess Xiaoyu probably wouldn't return to the Fujin Ridge in the future. It was probably wishful thinking to expect Princess Xiaoyu to help him. As for Qin Xiao, it was needless to say, this was fate. Palace Master Fu sure lamented over this for the umpteenth time as well. It was all his fault for having such a bad life. Of all the people he could have chosen, he just had to pick a genius. On Qin Xiao's side, everyone came back and gathered together for a celebratory feast. Ha ha, this feels great. I've finally taken care of that cunning genius. It seems that no matter how calculating he is still no match for our Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, have you been promoted to the most cunning old fox? I'll have to call you Old Fox Qin from now on. Meng Dali laughed heartily. Everyone was in a good mood. After convicting the Chosen One, Princess Xiaoyu was naturally acquitted. Qin Xiao was the one who came up with this plan from the very beginning. He asked everyone to cooperate and set up the plan step by step. Only then did they manage to defeat the genius. Prince Zhongyang put his arm around Qin Xiao's shoulder and said, "Brother, I used to think that Zhongyang, was the only one among the younger generation in terms of talent. But now, it seems that you and I can fight to a draw. Not bad, not bad. If your looks were better, you could be as good as me. But looks are given to us by our parents. It can't be changed. So, brother, you are destined to be just a little bit worse than me in this life. But it's just a little bit. It's okay. We are brothers." Hearing Prince Zhongyang's shameless words, the others were already used to it. Meng Dali laughed and said, "I don't believe you." Yuan Yuan pouted and said unhappily, "Shameless Zhongyang, you are nothing compared to my brother Qin Xiao. Here, you are at most the second most handsome. Meng Dali and Wu Fengsheng are almost the same as you." "Bah, Yuan Yuan, don't think that you can slander me just because you are cute. If you go against your conscience again, I will sue you for slander. You are not cute anymore," Prince Zhongyang retorted sarcastically. The habitual bickering between the two of them caused everyone to laugh heartily. They laughed, they were happy, they drank, they bragged, and they bickered. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said with a straight face, "This time, I have to thank everyone for their cooperation and sacrifice that we were able to take down the prodigy so smoothly. Especially Princess Xiaoyu. She risked her life and was directly sent to the Saint Prison. And Zhongyang, Dali, and Fengsheng, you were also badly injured by me. If you want to thank me, how can you leave me out? It is my duty to deal with the geniuses. No matter what price I have to pay, it is what I should do. It is everyone who helped me take revenge. I, Xiaoyu, am grateful to you. I'm really happy and honored to be able to meet all of you," Princess Xiaoyu said. Her Xianhua clan was exterminated. If there was one person who suffered the most and hated the geniuses the most, it was obviously Princess Xiaoyu. Therefore, the person who should be the most grateful was indeed Princess Xiaoyu. Prince Zhongyang smiled and waved his hand. "Haha, we are all on the same side. Don't be so sour. If you say more, you will be treating us as outsiders. The 8 of us are a family, just like brothers and sisters. We work together. No matter who is in trouble, it is the 8 of us. This is our greatest friendship, the most ironclad relationship, and the most sincere affection. I hope that no matter how time changes, no matter how we change, we will never forget the purest, truest, and deepest friendship between us, a friendship of life and death. I hope that whether it is now or in the future, it can be maintained until the end of time. Originally, I wanted to say that we should swear on our souls that we will live and die together. We may not be born in the same year, month, and day, but we will die in the same year, month, and day. But after thinking about it, I don't think it is necessary because we have already sworn to be brothers in our hearts. I also believe that we can do this without swearing. Those things are nothing more than a ritual. As for the ritual, it's more like there's an external force binding us. It's not so pure and real. I think our friendship is the purest and truest. It can withstand any test and does not need to be bound by anything. Everyone nodded their heads heavily, deeply touched by his words. Qin Xiao nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. I think Zhang Yang is right. I have known him for so long, and for the first time, I feel that his words are very reasonable and full of philosophy. If Zhang Yang says that he is very talented now, I will definitely admit it. Let's not talk too much. I also hope that the 8 of us can live and die together and live forever. Come, let's drink to our purest, truest, deepest, and greatest friendship. Cheers!" Author Cruel Death originally. The first chapter was released earlier, but because of the backstage review, it was released much later. Chapter 2885. Good things usually did not last long. Soon, bad news spread. The prodigy who was imprisoned in the Holy Prison and awaiting trial at the Holy College had escaped. Logically speaking, a prodigy should not have the ability to leave the Holy Prison. Therefore, it was inferred that he had been rescued by the Bloodbath Alliance. To be able to quietly kidnap a prodigy from the Holy Prison of the Holy College under the nose of the god of Long World, their methods could not be said to be weak. For a prodigy, the Bloodbath Alliance had mobilized such a force. It was obvious that the Bloodbath Alliance valued the prodigy very much. The Holy College immediately responded and announced to the world, and even to the 8 regions, that they had issued a bounty for the prodigy in the Great Thousand World. The identity of the prodigy was completely confirmed. Saint Qin Yanjin of the Qin family had also gone into hiding and disappeared. The Qin family also tried their best to clarify this matter, trying to cast aside the negative impact that Qin Yanjin had on the Qin family. Since the prodigy had been identified as a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, Qin Yanjin, who had tried his best to testify for the prodigy, obviously could not escape from being involved. At the very least, he was definitely worthy of being suspected and investigated. Now that Qin Yanjin's identity was unknown, everyone naturally thought that he had absconded to avoid punishment. However, the Qin family refused to admit this point and made some far-fetched explanations. They also said that the Qin family would definitely give the world an explanation. In fact, the world did not want Qin Yanjin to really join the Bloodbath Alliance and secretly work for the Bloodbath Alliance. After all, the Qin family was the surname of the 100 schools of thought, the representative power of the 9 continents of Huaxia. If even the people of the Qin family joined the Bloodbath Alliance, it would be simply too terrifying. Therefore, due to the influence of this matter, the human world could not help but set off a mighty movement against the Bloodbath Alliance, specifically to attack the power of the Bloodbath Alliance. Some people even took the opportunity to cause trouble and wiped out many forces that were suspected to be part of the Bloodbath Alliance, or some other forces that were innocent. As a result of this massive movement, the human world was in a state of turmoil. Of course, this was just a small matter, and it wouldn't have much of an impact. Qin Xiao and the others did not care about this matter. They were more concerned about the fact that the prodigy had been rescued by the Bloodbath Alliance. If Qin Xiao had known this would happen, he would have killed the prodigy at that time. Although doing this, the Bloodbath Alliance's prodigy, it was better than letting the prodigy escape, right? Since the Bloodkiller Alliance valued Tian Jiao so much, and Tian Jiao had nowhere else to go, he would definitely devote himself to the Bloodkiller Alliance. He would become the Bloodkiller Alliance's minion, a demon, and a dark force. The prodigy's strength was not weak, and he was also very cunning. If the Bloodkiller Alliance helped him, he would definitely become even stronger. and he would be a great disaster. However, it was too late to say this now. The Bloodbath Alliance's prodigy would not appear in the celestial realm for a while. Therefore, the most important thing now was to take care of his own matters and immerse himself in cultivation as soon as possible to increase his strength. Only then would he have the ability to protect himself and the people around him. The enmity between him and the Heavens Chosen would never be resolved. It would never be resolved until one of them was dead. The next time the Bloodbath Alliance's prodigy came out, it would be incomparably crazy. Therefore, Qin Shao had to be prepared for everything. He had to work harder in his cultivation. He could not stay in the Saint Academy. He had to go out and explore. Qin Shao went to Hu Ling's Wind Cloud Academy to see Bailey Fusu and young Master Yu. Both of them had broken through to the fourth step Heavenly Venerable Realm and were considered very powerful. Bailey Fusu and young Master Yu had their own paths. Qin Shao was more at ease with them. After all, they had good conditions in all aspects and were developing well in the celestial realm. Everything was going smoothly. If they continued to develop at this rate, as long as they were given time, they would definitely be able to break through to the Saint Realm. Qin Shao was more worried about the Desolate Land's big brother. They were now in Tianshan City. Although they had the care of the Tianshan City Master, their resources were still limited. Moreover, the cultivation environment was indeed a little bad. Of course, their talent and potential were not particularly outstanding. Compared to Bailey Fusu and young Master Yu, they were much worse. Although the Tianshan City Master was very powerful and had always been in charge of Tianshan City. However, Qin Shao could not help but worry now. If one day the prodigy came back, the first to attack would be either Bailey Fusu and the others or Tianshan City. It was more likely to be Tianshan City. After all, Bailey Fusu and the others were in the Wind Cloud Academy. The Wind Cloud Academy belonged to the Hu clan. There were also experienced third-step ancient saints in the Wind Cloud Academy. There were also many ancient saints in the Wind Cloud Academy. With the Hu clan behind them, the prodigy would not easily attack the Wind Cloud Academy. Therefore, Qin Shao was still a little worried about Tianshan City. He also made a trip to Tianshan City to talk to the Tianshan City Master about this matter. The Tianshan City Master was not afraid of anything, so Qin Shao could rest assured. However, after thinking about it and seeking the opinions of the Desolate Land's big brother, Qin Shao decided to let them stay in Langya Heaven for a while. Firstly, as long as they went to Langya Heaven, it would be the safest. Qin Shao could be completely at ease. Secondly, Langya Heaven's cultivation environment. It would indeed be much better than Tianshan City. In fact, Qin Shao had this idea for a long time, but he had not been in a hurry to do it. In the past, there was no special need. Now, Qin Shao still felt that it was necessary. Qin Shao also asked Bailey Fusu and young Master Yu for their opinions, but they were obviously unwilling to go back to Langya Heaven with Qin Shao, so Qin Shao did not force them. Instead, he gave them a few treasures in case they needed them. Qin Shao brought the Desolate Land's big brother and the others to Langya Heaven and settled them down. Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei were very happy when they learned that the Desolate Land's big brother and the others had come. They finally had company. Although they had completely integrated into the environment of Langya Heaven over the years, they were still outsiders after all. When they saw the Desolate Land's big brother and the others, they naturally felt more cordial. They were people from their hometown. Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei were quite well behaved in Langya Heaven over the years. They didn't make any trouble, which made Qin Shao a little relieved. After settling everyone, Qin Shao went to see the fifth brother, young Master Fengyi. Oh, isn't this the first holy prince consort of the Jade, Lake Sacred Land? It hasn't been 10,000 years yet. Sixth brother, how can you be willing to leave the beauty and run back to Langya Heaven? Hee, why can't your body bear it? When young Master Fengyi saw Qin Shao, he immediately made fun of him. Qin Shao looked embarrassed. He smiled bitterly and said, "Fifth brother, don't make fun of me. Holy Prince Consort, I really can't bear it. If it wasn't for Yuan Yuan's bad idea, I wouldn't be so embarrassed, and my bad reputation would be spread out. Sigh. My innocence in this life has been ruined just like that. I'm afraid I'll be labeled as the holy prince consort for the rest of my life. Young Master Feng, he came over and patted Qin Xiao on the shoulder. He couldn't help but smile on his face. I can only sympathize with you spiritually. So it's not that I want to criticize you, but the Joshuan saintess is also a great beauty. She was sent to your mouth, and you didn't even eat her? Isn't it shameful? You don't know, but many people say that you are not a man at all. Some say that you must be weak in that aspect, or have some problems with your sexual orientation. It's said that a man who is not romantic is a waste of youth. You're now a teenager. Why are you so conservative? As long as it doesn't overflow, it's okay. You're a little too conservative. Your senior brother, I've envied you once. Qin Xiao was speechless. He shook his head and still didn't change his mind. He said, even if everyone thinks so, I still don't think so. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I insist on doing what I want to do. That's fine. I can let myself down, but I can't let others down. This is unfair to everyone. Besides, I'm still young. I won't have many thoughts about the matters between men and women. Young Master Feng, he pursed his lips and smiled. He pointed at Qin Xiao, but no one knew what he was trying to say. However, young Master Feng, he didn't say anything. Instead, he pulled Qin Xiao to sit down and took out some good wine and dishes. He started drinking with Qin Xiao. After a few cups of wine, young Master Feng, he said seriously, Sixth brother, I think you have really gotten into trouble this time. I didn't expect that the Bloodbath Alliance would be so arrogant as to directly rescue someone from the Saint Academy. They actually managed to rescue someone from under the nose of the Ying Long World God. It's really not simple. It seems that the Heaven's Pride will become a very important chess piece of the Bloodbath Alliance. And this chess piece is most likely used to deal with you. So, in the future, the Prodigy will definitely go all out to deal with you, Sixth brother. Sixth brother, you must be more careful in the future. You must be prepared early. Don't be caught off guard. Qin Xiao nodded and said, Yes, fifth brother, I think so too. I also know this. So, I sent some people from my hometown to Langia Heaven to get rid of my worries first. It's not that easy for the Heaven's Pride to deal with me. Even if he has the help of the Bloodbath Alliance, I don't believe that my hard work and cultivation will be surpassed by his opportunistic tricks. In terms of strength, I want to make sure that the Heaven's Pride will never be able to beat me. With absolute strength, no matter what the Heaven's Pride does, it will all be in vain. Yes, that's right. As long as our fists are hard enough, no one can scheme against us. Young Master Feng, he nodded and asked, Then, sixth brother, what do you plan to do next? Haha, fifth brother, I come to find you. I'm not waiting for you to give me an idea or something, to show sixth brother the right path. Qin Xiao smiled at young Master Feng. Young Master Feng, smiled and pointed at Qin Xiao. However, he had expected this. He slapped his thigh and said, Okay, for such a small matter, I can still help. Qin Xiao immediately said, Then why don't you help me with another matter first? The truth about the Heaven's Pride has been revealed to the world. My brother Qin, he was used by the Heaven's Pride. I've been thinking about how to give the Qin Xia family an explanation. Now that the Heaven's Pride has admitted his guilt, I only need to revive Xia Laming's clone and apologize. I think it should be enough. For this matter, I also want to solve it as soon as possible to give my brother Qin true freedom. Not only physical freedom, but also mental freedom. This will have a huge impact on his cultivation. Chapter 2886. In young Master Feng, he nodded and said, Yes, no matter who it is, this matter will have some effect on their body and mind. It's best if we can solve it quickly. This matter is a mistake for Qin, but it's also a trial, a lesson, and a chance to grow. It's not necessarily a bad thing. But if we want to solve this matter, there's still some trouble. That brat from the Summer Clan was killed by a strange power from the Bloodkill Alliance. Although that brat from the Summer Clan was only a fourth-step Empyrean, his cultivation was very low. Originally, if you want to revive a fourth-step Empyrean brat, sixth brother, it's almost the same if you go all out. And you also have the help of Baby Mo, that third-step Empyrean Saint Realm Divine Beast. However, the Bloodkiller Alliance's power is extremely strange and powerful. Furthermore, it has an extremely powerful backlash. If we want to revive Xia Leiming, we will have to endure that terrifying backlash. We will have to pay quite a price. According to Senior Brother's speculation, at least a fourth-step Empyrean Saint Realm existence needs to go all out and pay a certain price to successfully revive that summer brat. Qin Xiao nodded. Of course, he knew this. If it was easy, he would have done it long ago and didn't need to ask young Master Fengyi. In fact, Qin Xiao was always unwilling to ask, but if he wanted to cultivate to the fourth-step Empyrean Saint Realm, he didn't know how long it would take. It might be measured in hundreds of millions of years, or it might be measured in epochs. Either way, one had the courage to do it. But to break through to the fourth-step Empyrean Saint Realm was easier said than done. The main thing was the problem of time. Qin Xiao wanted to solve this matter as soon as possible, so he had the cheek to ask young Master Fengyi, "Senior brother, I can help you with this and revive that brat from the Summer Clan. However, after reviving that summer brat, I reckon I'll have to rest for a while. Right now, I have to make a trip to the Great Tao Sacred Realm. So, for this matter, how about we wait for your senior brother to finish his business in the Great Tao Sacred Domain and return?" Young Master Feng, he said again. Qin Xiao nodded at once and said gratefully, Okay. Thank you in advance, fifth brother. By the way, fifth brother, are you going to the Great Tao Sanctuary? Do you have something important to tell me?" Young Master Fengyi smiled and said, "It's nothing too important. I just have an old friend who has been inviting me to do some things together. So I picked a time to go." "Oh, by the way, Qin Xiao, weren't you worried about not having a good plan for the next step? Why don't you make a trip to the Great Tao Sanctuary with me? The Great Path Sanctuary is the head of the 8 Great Sanctuary and the first sanctuary to be born in the Great Wide World. Moreover, it's a very inclusive sanctuary. The Great Path Sacred Realm can be said to be a paradise for cultivators, as well as a paradise for adventurers. Walking around in the Great Path Sacred Realm should be of great help to your cultivation. You're now in the second step Ancient Saint Realm. If you want to improve your realm, it's obvious that cultivating behind closed doors is definitely not going to work. So, you have to go out more, see more of the world, experience the many wonders of the great wide world, and improve your abilities in all aspects. With more experience and more knowledge, one's horizons will naturally widen. Cultivation will also become much easier. The Great Path Sacred Realm is really a place worth visiting. Yes, it just so happens that this is a good opportunity. I should be staying in the Great Path Sacred Realm for a while. It's a good opportunity to bring you and Yuan there. Yuan has always been clamoring to go to the Great Path Sacred Realm. In the past, her realm was too low and her strength was too weak, so she was not allowed to go out. Now that she's in the first step Ancient Saint Realm, it's time for her to go out and see the world. Hearing Fifth Brother's words, Qin Zhao's heart was suddenly moved. He also felt that it was a great opportunity to go to the Great Path Sacred Realm and experience it. Hearing Fifth Brother say that he could bring Yuan along, Qin Xiao could not help but think, "Fifth Brother, why don't we bring a few more people? Bring Zhang Yang, Ming Yuexin, and Princess Xiaoyu?" No. Young Master Feng immediately waved his hand and said, "There can't be too many people. If there are too many people, it will be too ostentatious. Besides, I'm not used to bringing so many people to the Great Path Sacred Realm at once. This is a responsibility. If you want to go, I'll bring you and Yuan. Otherwise, you can go alone. It's cultivation, so it's not good to have too many people." Qin Xiao nodded. What he said made sense. If there were too many people, it would be more like going out to play, not to cultivate and experience. It was still okay to go with only Yuan. Since fifth brother said so, then so be it. He was originally asking for his help, so he could not ask for too much. Yuan happened to be in Langya heaven, so there was no need to wait for Yuan to rush back from the Sacred Academy. Soon, Qin Zhao's group of 3 set off for the Great Path Sacred Realm. Thinking of going to the Great Path Sacred Realm of her dreams, Yuan's mood was especially good. She was very happy along the way. With young Master Feng Yi leading the way, the journey was naturally safe and smooth. It only took 10,000 years to reach the Great Path Sacred Realm. Looking from afar, one would find a very obvious problem. Wow, the Great Path Sacred Realm is really big. It feels like it's at least twice as big as our immortal region. And it's so beautiful, so beautiful. It's like a magnificent and dazzling gem. It's so beautiful. This is the Great Path Sacred Realm. Yuan screamed excitedly from afar. The Great Path Sacred Realm was unquestionably the most powerful among the 8 sacred realms. It was also the largest and the most beautiful sacred realm. It was fully deserving of being the head of the 8 sacred realms. The Great Path Sacred Realm had always been crowned as number 1. But what was interesting was that the Great Path Sacred Realm was a very open and inclusive sacred realm. Just like in the immortal region, you would rarely see people from other sacred realms. The first time Qin Zhao saw people from other sacred realms was in the 8th Sacred Realms Palace. The second time was in Guyong City. But those belonged to the forces outside the 8 sacred realms. But the Great Path Sacred Realm was more like the center of the 8 sacred realms. The beings from the other 7 sacred realms liked to gather in the Great Path Sacred Realm. So, in the Great Path Sacred Realm, there were many people from other sacred realms. They took root in the Great Path Sacred Realm and formed many forces. Basically, in the major cities of the Great Path Sacred Realm, one could see the figures of the beings from the other 7 sacred realms. But other than that, the Great Path Sacred Realm also has many places where the beings for the other 7 sacred realms gather. They built cities and territories that belong to the people from the other 7 sacred realms. Oh, this Tang city in front of you is one of them. This Tang city was originally built by an ancestor from the immortal region. It was also named after his surname. I don't know how many years have passed since then. That city Lord Tang is no longer in this world. His descendants seem to still be living in Tang City. The current Tang City also doesn't have a city lord. It's under the control of a few major forces. As for you guys, you can start from here. Slowly understand the Great Tao Sacred Realm and explore it. I still have things to do. I won't bring you guys along. When it's time to leave, I'll come find you. Good luck. Young Master Feng Yi pointed at the huge city in front of them and said to Qin Zhao and Yuan. They had already arrived at the Great Path Sacred Realm. Qin Zhao was already prepared and nodded. Let's go, let's go. Yuan was even more straightforward. She waved her hand impatiently at young Master Feng Yi. This move hurt young Master Feng Yi a little. Shaking his head, young Master Feng Yi said to Qin Zhao with a serious face, "Sixth brother, since I'm not here, I'll leave little junior sister to you. You can protect little junior sister well. If something happens to little junior sister, then I'll hold you responsible." Okay. Senior brother Feng Yi, let's go. We'll be fine. Yuan urged again. After that, she pulled Qin Zhao and walked towards Tang City. Let's go, Qin Zhao. Let's go first. Don't mind senior brother Feng Yi. He's really getting more and more long-winded. Cough. Only Yuan would dare to talk to young Master Feng Yi like that. Qin Zhao shook her head and smiled. She signaled goodbye to senior brother Feng Yi with her eyes. This little girl, she's really... Young Master Feng Yi was so angry that he bitterly smiled. Looking at the two's departing backs, young Master Feng Yi's face revealed a deep and strange smile, causing others to not understand what he meant. Little girl, senior brother can only do this much for you. The rest is up to you. Qin Zhao let Xiao Gu, Baby Mo, and Jing Yang out. The two saw that they'd arrived at the Great Tao Sacred Realm and were especially excited. Of course, Their excitement was mostly because they wanted to play, especially baby Mo. He was even more childish than Yuan Yuan, and especially playful. Yuan Yuan and baby Mo were more like a pair of master and servant. Qin Xiao suspected that if they spent more time together, baby Mo would betray her and submit to Yuan Yuan. The most excited one was Jing Yang. This time, after knowing that they'd come to the great Tao sacred realm, Qin Xiao specially brought Jing Yang along. Qin Xiao hadn't forgotten about the matter of his master, old man Lu He. He'd been waiting for this opportunity. Since he'd come to the great Tao sacred realm this time, he naturally had to take a look at this matter. If he could directly avenge his master, old man Lu He, that would naturally be the best thing. When Jing Yang returned to the great Tao sacred realm, he was so excited that he stood rooted to the ground. He was so emotional that his eyes quickly turned red. How many years has it been? It's been dozens of universe epochs. I, Jing Yang, have finally returned to the great Tao sacred realm. Master, if you know this in the underworld, you'll definitely be incomparably gratified, right? Ha ha, great Tao sacred realm. I, Jing Yang, have returned. Master, don't worry. Young Master has already grown very powerful. Young Master will definitely avenge you. Young Master will definitely finish what you weren't able to do back then. Those who harmed you back then, I hope they're still alive. Young Master will definitely make them pay the price for what they did back then. Definitely. Jing Yang was incomparably emotional as he looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. Two streams of tears flowed down his face uncontrollably. How many years had he, Jing Yang, waited for the words of his old master before his death? After waiting for a long time in the darkness, under the 1 in a billion hope, he'd finally waited for this day. This feeling, this pain, without experiencing it personally, there was no way to understand it. Qin Xiao patted Jing Yang's shoulder heavily. His heart was also somewhat heavy. It could be said that Jing Yang and his master, old man Lu He, had contributed greatly to his current achievements. Qin Xiao would always remember this great kindness in his heart. Author, can Shang say, where are the fresh flowers? Are there no more? Brothers and sisters who love fresh flowers, please vote for Kanshang. I'm still ranked 10th on the fresh flowers list, which really makes me feel ashamed. During the new year, the updates were slow, so Kanshang didn't have the face to ask for fresh flowers. Now that the updates have resumed, the fresh flowers are still pitifully few. Chapter 2887. After a long while, Jing Yang's emotions gradually calmed down. He had waited for this moment for far too long, which was why he couldn't suppress his emotions. Now, he had finally returned to the great Tao sacred realm. He was getting closer and closer to avenging his old master. Jing Yang's mission in life was to avenge his old master. Jing Yang, can you tell me the specifics of the situation now? Qin Xiao asked. He had asked Jing Yang a few times before, but Jing Yang refused to say much each time. He only said that the time wasn't right. Now that they were in the great Tao sacred realm, the time was right. Jing Yang nodded and looked eagerly at Qin Xiao. He said, Young Master, this matter is rather complicated and slow to explain. Young Master, please listen to me patiently. Jing Yang began to talk, and Qin Xiao and the others listened carefully. First, he talked about the basic situation of the great Tao sacred realm. The great Tao sacred realm was not divided into 3 realms like the immortal domain. The 3 realms were completely isolated and not connected to each other. It was very difficult to go to each other's territory. The great Tao sacred realm was also divided into 3,000 realms. However, the 3,000 realms of the great Tao sacred realm were like the territories of the immortal domain. Of course, each realm of the great Tao sacred realm was not as large as the territories of the 9 states of Huaxia. The 3,000 realms divided nearly 90% of the great Tao sacred realm's territory. The rest of the land belonged to various factions, or to some secret and forbidden areas. The 3,000 realms of the Great Tao, sacred realm, each had a realm lord. The realm lord ruled over that realm. Of course, the 3,000 realms were not the true ruling power of the Great Tao sacred realm. The true ruling power of the Great Tao sacred realm was the Yuan clan, the Beast Mountain, the Jiuqian Tao Palace, the Celestial Palace, and the Xuanji sect. The 3,000 realms were basically equally divided and controlled by these 5 supreme powers. They were divided into 5 regions, and each supreme power ruled over one region. Other than these 5 supreme forces, below them were the 3,000 sector lords. This was very different from the celestial realm. For example, in the 9 provinces Huaxia country, it was a boundless territory governed by the 100 schools of thought, which was divided into 100 surnames. Each surname was an incomparably huge force. As for the 3,000 sector lords, only those who were capable could become them. Anyone could challenge the realm lord, and the winner would get the position. Those who obtained the title of realm lord would be recognized by the 5 great surnames, and would be bestowed with the supreme authority to manage and rule a realm. The realm lord had the authority to command all the living beings in this realm. All power was at his disposal. Generally speaking, world overlords were either world deities or 4th-step Empyrean saints. Thinking about it, 3,000 sector lords, just this alone, was an incomparably powerful force. The Great Tao sacred region was unquestionably the strongest of the 8 regions. Even if 3,000 sector lords were domineering enough, just the fact that there were 3,000 world overlords meant that there were at least 3,000 ancient saints of the 4th step. There were also plenty of world deities as well. In the celestial realm, ancient saints of the 4th step were extremely rare, and there wouldn't be many of them. It would be considered not bad if there were several hundred of them, right? But in the Great Tao sacred region, there were several thousand of them. How terrifying! Old Man Lu He was a member of the Lu clan of the floating Luo realm. Originally, the Lu clan could be considered a relatively powerful force in the floating Luo realm. In the entire floating Luo realm, they could be considered as a force with some reputation. As for Old Man Lu He's story, it was more melodramatic. It was so melodramatic that Qin Xiao and the others were very angry when they heard it. This was especially true for Xiao Gu, who couldn't stop himself from cursing. Qin Xiao was so angry that he also wanted to curse. To put it simply, Old Man Lu He had picked up an abandoned child when he was young. Since Old Man Lu He had no other biological siblings, he treated the child as his biological younger brother. When the father saw that he was happy, he became benevolent and adopted the child. He treated the child as his own son and adopted the child as his own. But how to put it? Old Man Lu He's father was very strict. Since young, his foster son's talent and potential were stronger than Old Man Lu He's. However, he was smarter, so smart that he was somewhat cunning. He always liked to take advantage of opportunities. Therefore, he always made Old Man Lu He's father unhappy and would often be punished. However, the foster son couldn't sense Old Man Lu He's good intentions. He only felt that Old Man Lu He's father was too biased. An adopted son was an adopted son. After all, he wasn't his biological son. No matter how hard he worked, how good his talent and potential were, or how successful he was far inferior to his biological son. After a long time, it naturally slowly grew. Jealousy and hatred grew, and it grew deeper and deeper. However, his foster son was extremely shrewd and cunning. On the surface, he called Old Man Lu He his brother. He would always give in to his older brother, side with his older brother, and help his older brother. Old Man Lu He was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Naturally, he didn't expect that his brother, who had grown up with him and lived with him for countless years, would always want to scheme against him and his family. In the end, his foster son broke through to the 2nd step of the ancient saint realm. After his wings were fully hardened, he began to make a move on Old Man Lu He and the Lu clan. In the end, the outcome was obviously very bad. Old Man Lu had died miserably in his hands. Old Man Lu He's father and the Lu clan also suffered. As for what happened after that, Jing Yang didn't know. After all, he hadn't always been by Old Man Lu He's side. Therefore, his knowledge of the situation was limited. This was the general situation. To put it simply, Old Man Lu Ha had picked up an ingrate. The Lu clan had raised such a heartless foster son. She was worse than a dog. Not only did he not remember the Lu clan's kindness in raising him, but he also repaid kindness with enmity. He was incomparably deranged. This kind of person was the epitome of being ungrateful to the point of incisiveness. Such a person was simply infuriated by both men and gods. When Qin Shao and the others heard this, they were furious and cursed loudly. Even Yuan cursed a few times in anger. She had never cursed before, but when she learned that such a person existed, she really couldn't hold herself back. Young master, remember this old dog's name. His name is Jigeo, so, Jing Yang said angrily. Jigeo, so. Qin Shao recited the name in his heart and remembered it. It was the name of his master, Old Man Lu He's great enemy. This person was also someone he wanted to kill. After calming himself down, Jing Yang continued, Young master, we have just arrived in the Great Tao sacred region. We are still very unfamiliar with the environment here. Although I have lived in the Great Tao sacred region before, my knowledge is still very limited and limited to the Fuluo realm. I'm not familiar with other places, such as the Zilin realm here. I am completely unfamiliar with it. Several dozen epochs have already passed. After such a long time, many things might have changed with the passage of time. We know nothing about the Lu clan's current situation or the situation with that old dog, Jigeo Sa. If a worker wants to do his job, he must first sharpen his tools. Therefore, I don't think we need to be in a hurry. We have already waited for several dozen epochs. Waiting a little longer won't make much of a difference. Since he had come this time to avenge his old master, he had to be fully prepared. If we weren't fully confident, I wouldn't have suggested you take action. There will be ample time in the future. Young master, you will have plenty of opportunities to do this. There is no need to be in a hurry. If you can take revenge this time, then do so. If not, it will be the same the next time you come. The most important thing right now is to figure out the situation before we make any plans. Young master, this is the first time you have come to the Great Tao sacred region, and Princess Yuan is also here. Young master, there is no need to be in a hurry to avenge the old master. Qin Shao thought about it and nodded. Jing Yang's words did make sense. When doing things, it was better to have a plan and be organized. One couldn't act rashly. That would only ruin things. Indeed, the matter of revenge couldn't be rushed. It wouldn't make much of a difference. Only by making all the necessary preparations could one succeed. Several dozen epochs ago, Jigeo Sa was a very powerful second-step Empyrean saint. Now that several dozen epochs had passed, it was unknown how much he had grown. Whether or not he was still in the Fuluo world was also not a definite thing. Therefore, even if they rushed to the Fuluo realm now, they might not be able to find Jigeo Sa. It was because of this that Qin Shao suppressed the impulsive flame in his heart. It was better to take this matter slowly and consider it at length. All right, Jing Yang, you can return to the inner world first. I will discuss with you if there is any news, Qin Shao said to Jing Yang. Jing Yang nodded. It was indeed a little strange for a second-step Empyrean like him to follow a group of Empyrean saints like Qin Shao. Therefore, he would rather stay in Qin Zhao's inner world. It was more comfortable. Qin Shao, Yuan, Baby Mo, and Little Gu walked toward Tang City. Yuan and Baby Mo were holding hands. They were so happy that they looked like little girls who were leaving home for the first time. When the two of them were together, they brought the word cute to its peak. Therefore, they attracted a lot of attention along the way. The rate of turning heads was 200%. Everywhere they passed, people stared at Yuan and Baby Mo. There were even some shameless men who were almost drooling. A hint of greed flashed in their eyes. However, when they sensed the powerful aura exuding from the two women, they immediately dispelled any thoughts of seducing them. Tang City was indeed a place where people from the 7 domains gathered. The people on the streets were all living beings from the 7 domains. They all exuded different auras. Different styles of clothing were mixed together, showing a very exotic atmosphere. Empyrean saints were not valuable here. They could be seen everywhere. Although Empyrean saints were mainly here, Empyrean saints were very common here. Therefore, when those Empyrean saints saw Qin Shao and the others, they were not surprised at all. They did not deliberately respect them either. They just glanced at them casually and did not pay much attention to them. To them, Empyrean saints were not high and mighty in this place. They did not receive such good treatment. They were the same as them. They were just slightly stronger than them. It was said that everyone below Empyrean saints were ants. Logically speaking, Empyrean saints were ants in front of Empyrean saints. They were a huge level lower. Empyrean saints should be respectful and reverent in front of Empyrean saints. They should be regarded as gods. However, this principle was broken here. Empyrean saints and Empyrean saints were equal. This feeling was even stronger than what Qin Shao felt in Guyong City. It was not that it was bad, but it really needed some time to get used to it. Author Kan Shang continues to write. Thank you for the flowers. Thank you very much. Chapter 2888. The all-knowing book spirit wasn't useful here. She didn't know the situation here, so she couldn't provide any information to Qin Shao. Therefore, they could only rely on Qin Shao and the others to find out about the situation in Tang City. Fortunately, Tang City wasn't that big. In such a city, the strongest existence was probably a second-step ancient saint at most. It was unlikely that there would be a third-step ancient saint. After all, it was just a small city. While there were many ancient sages in the area, the ones he had met along the way were mostly ancient sages of the first step. Moreover, many of them were old antiques who had lived for a long time. As for the younger ones, they should be people who had just come out to explore the world. There should be a lot of people like Qin Shao and the others who came out to explore the world. If they wanted to inquire about information, the first place Qin Shao thought of was a restaurant. This was the place where information gathered and spread. If they wanted to know about the situation in Tang City and other places outside of Tang City, going to a restaurant was obviously a very good choice. In any city, most of the shops should be restaurants and inns. Therefore, such a place was very easy to find. As long as they stood on the street, they would definitely be able to see it with a glance. Yo, you must be people from the immortal domain, right? Ha ha. It's better to meet by chance than by invitation. Our Immortal's Home restaurant is opened by people from the immortal domain. Look, I'm also a person from the immortal domain. I also cultivate the immortal Tao. Since you're people from the immortal domain, of course you should go to a restaurant opened by people from the immortal domain to have a drink or two, right? The owner of our restaurant is very hospitable and attached great importance to his hometown. Therefore, when people from the immortal domain come to the restaurant, all the dishes are 20% off. Moreover, there are many free gifts and incomparably warm hospitality. Dear guests, please come in. The waiter will lead the way. Just as Qin Shao and the others were looking for a restaurant, a thin man who looked like a waiter jumped out and looked at Qin Shao with a smile on his face. The waiter was obviously very discerning. He could see at a glance that the group of 4 was led by Qin Shao. Therefore, as long as he could deal with Qin Shao, the matter would be settled. For Qin Shao, it didn't matter where he went. Since there was a restaurant opened by people from the immortal domain, he would go and have a look. Following the waiter, the 4 soon entered the Immortal's Home restaurant and entered a private room. The waiter was enthusiastically recommending all kinds of dishes to Qin Shao, but Qin Shao obviously didn't care about it. He wasn't here to drink. Waiters. The waiter suddenly laughed and said to Qin Shao, "Of course there's no problem. This little one is known as the little smart person of Tang City. I know everything about Tang City, big and small. I should be able to tell you a thing or two about anything. Heh but, sir, can't you order the dishes first before listening to what I have to say? Hearing this, the hot-tempered Xiao Gu snorted. Didn't we order the wine and dishes? We ordered a lot. The waiter smiled awkwardly at Xiao Gu and said, "This guest must be joking. This little bit of food isn't even enough for one person to eat. I estimate that it's only enough to fill the gaps between one's teeth. How can it be called little? It's very little. Maybe this, sir, doesn't go to restaurants very often. People who go to restaurants, especially big shots like you who are in the ancient saint realm, can drink for at least 100 years or even 10,000 years. I'm afraid that you can't even eat and drink for half a day." Qin Shao understood the meaning of these words. It seemed that the waiter was also taking a commission based on this. Since that was the case, then forget it. Let's be extravagant for once. Qin Shao increased the amount by 10 times, then gave the waiter some chaos source stones. Only then did the waiter tell Qin Shao and the others about the situation in Tang City and the basic situation of Zilin Jie. The realm lord of Zilin Jie was actually from the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary, not the Great Path Sanctuary. Only then did Qin Shao and the others know that many of the 3,000 realms in the Great Path Sanctuary had realm lords from the other 7 realms and not from the Great Path Sanctuary. And the number of realm lords from the other 7 realms was not small. According to the waiter, there might be 200 to 300 of them. In other words, almost 1/10 of the 3,000 realm lords were not from the Great Path Sanctuary. It seemed that many of the people from the Immortal Domain were realm lords from the Great Path Sanctuary. Now, that was interesting. It was said that the realm lords from the other 7 realms would have more people from the other 7 realms. For example, the realm lord of Zilin Jie was from the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary, so it was also a place where people from the other 7 realms gathered. There were many cities like Tang City in Zilin Jie, where people from the other 7 realms gathered. In particular, there were more people from the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary in Zilin Jie. They were also the most powerful and barbaric people. With the Sector Lord supporting the people of Sword Cultivator Sanctuary, it naturally helped to raise the flames of the people of Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. In Zilin Jie, even people from the Great Path Sanctuary did not dare to provoke people from the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. Qin Shao was a little relieved. It was no wonder that there were no ancient sages of the sword cultivation path walking in Tang City. There were other ancient sages of the sword cultivation path, but there were no ancient sages of the sword cultivation path. It seemed that ancient sages from the sword cultivator Dao had a very high status in Zilin Jie, so they would not walk around casually. Speaking of this, the waiter specially told Qin Shao and the other 3 not to offend ancient sages from the Sword Cultivator Dao in Zilin Jie. Otherwise, if they did not do it well, they might get into big trouble. Moreover, the waiter proudly said that ancient sages from the Sword Cultivator Dao also had shares in the Immortals Home Restaurant. As for Tang City, no matter what, there was no city lord or anything like that, nor was there any obvious ruling power. The strongest one should be an adventure team from the Giant Sword Gang. The reason why they were called the strongest was that they were indeed very strong. Secondly, they were all from the Sword Cultivator Dao, so naturally, no one dared to provoke them. In this way, they naturally appeared to be the strongest. When the Giant Sword Gang stomped their feet, the entire Tang City would shake. The waiter also said proudly, the owner of the restaurant and the Giant Sword Gang were sworn brothers, so no one dared to provoke their restaurant in Tang City. No one dared to behave atrociously in their restaurant. Hearing the waiter's proud words, Qin Shao felt a little strange. He had a feeling that something bad was going on. Qin Shao also asked the waiter if he knew anything about the Wuluo world. The waiter directly shook his head, saying that he had never even left Tang City. He knew nothing outside of Zilin Jie. Since he could not get any information, he could only leave it at that for the time being. After sending the waiter away, Xiao Gu curled his lips. As he drank his wine, he said unhappily, "What the hell is this? He cheated us of so much money and only said such trivial things. This money was wasted. It's not worth it. That's all. I can ask anyone on the way. This waiter thinks too highly of himself. He also thinks too highly of his restaurant. Damn it. If he pisses me off, I'll tear down this restaurant. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. He knew that Xiao Gu was just venting his emotions and would not do anything rash. Forget it, Xiao Gu. Let's go. Ask the waiter to come over and settle the bill, Qin Xiao said. This restaurant was really a scam. Their food was really expensive. However, Qin Xiao was too lazy to care about anything. However, not long after Qin Xiao and the others left the restaurant, an ancient sage quickly came over with dozens of fourth-step heavenly venerables and surrounded Qin Xiao and the others. The middle-aged ancient sage looked coldly at Qin Xiao and the others and shouted, "Stop! You can't leave." Huh? Qin Xiao frowned deeply and glanced at those people. These people were obviously from the Immortals' home restaurant. Qin Xiao recognized the ancient sage in the lead. He was the shopkeeper of the Immortals' home restaurant. He had seen him when he entered the restaurant earlier. The shopkeeper of the restaurant led a group of subordinates to stop them. What was the meaning of this? Get out of my way. Xiao Gu was furious and shouted. He glared at the shopkeeper and said, "Damn it, do you really think we're easy to bully? We drank such expensive wine and ate such expensive dishes in your restaurant, but we didn't say anything and paid the price. Yet, you still want to block our way? Do you think we're critically ill if a tiger doesn't attack a cat? If you don't want to die, just stand there. If you don't get out of my way, I'll eat you. Get out of my way. If this was the immortal realm, I would have eaten you. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant?" The shopkeeper of the restaurant glanced at Xiao Gu coldly and snorted disdainfully. He said softly, "I don't care where you come from. I don't care if it's your first time in Tang City or your first time drinking in our restaurant. But you still have to abide by the rules. Paying for your meal is a matter of course. You can't afford to dine and dash anywhere, can you? The few of you drank so much wine and ate so many dishes in my restaurant. You didn't pay up, so you just patted your buttocks and left. Do you really think that this is a small city in the immortal domain where you can eat without paying? Since you've come to Tang City and entered our restaurant, you have to abide by the rules here. You can't pay less for the wine and dishes. You can leave after you've paid." What? Qin Zhao's frown deepened. Did they run into a black restaurant? They had clearly settled the bill with the waiter just now. How could they dine and dash? Did they bring people to surround them just to rob them? Wasn't this a little too blatant? Wasn't this too arrogant? Even if it was a black restaurant, they shouldn't play like this, right? Playing like this was simply insane. Who would dare to enter their restaurant like this? That's not right. This restaurant's business was still quite good. Although the food was indeed more expensive and a little black-hearted, it wasn't to the extent that people would scoff at it. It was still acceptable if they didn't pay too much. But what was the meaning of this move now? Directly robbing in broad daylight? Once such a reputation spread out, who would enter this restaurant? No, it didn't make sense. Such a big restaurant shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. What was going on? No, the situation here was definitely not so simple. This was not a simple case of robbery. Qin Xiao immediately knew that something must have happened. Xiao Gu was about to get angry again, but he was pulled back by Qin Xiao and retreated behind him. Xiao Gu gritted his teeth. It was so hard to endure, but since Qin Xiao had spoken, he naturally obeyed. "Shopkeeper, are you sure you're not mistaken? We have already paid the waiter just now. How can you say that we are eating a free meal?" Qin Xiao said. The shopkeeper of the restaurant frowned slightly, looked at Qin Xiao, and said, "Is that so?" But the waiter and the old man didn't say so. Since this fellow cultivator said that he had paid, in order to figure out this matter, I wonder if you can come back to the restaurant with me. I'll call the waiter over and confront him face to face. If he misunderstood you, the old man will apologize to you. Author Cruel Death here comes the 4th update. Please continue to ask for flowers, everyone. Chapter 2889. As long as one wasn't a fool, one would know that there must be something fishy going on. It couldn't be so simple. Not to mention the waiter of such a big restaurant. Even the waiter of a small tea house would not make such a low-level mistake. When doing business, regardless of whether it was shady or not, it would generally follow the principle of credibility. No matter how shady a place was, there would still be some basic credibility. If he took the money and said that he didn't take it, then it was no longer shady. It was daylight robbery and the nature of a bandit. I don't believe you. Old man, you look very bad. Get lost, get lost. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Xiaogu had a bad temper. If it weren't for Qin Xiao stopping him, he would have already made a move. Why would he talk so much nonsense with them? The restaurant manager chuckled. His face was full of confidence, as if he had a card up his sleeve. He was not afraid that Qin Xiao and the other three would make a move. After all, they were 4 ancient sages. However, the restaurant manager still did not take Qin Xiao and the other 3 seriously. After laughing, the restaurant manager said again, "Gentlemen, our restaurant is open for business. We are really not afraid of being smashed by anyone. We are all people of the immortal region, so I am more polite to you. There is nothing excessive about it. I just want to invite the 4 of you back to confront each other and explain the problem clearly. If this is a misunderstanding, then it's nothing. The old man will naturally handle it and give the 4 of you a satisfactory explanation. If the 4 of you refuse to cooperate again and again, the old man will think that the 4 of you really want to eat and dash here and there. Then, the old man will not be polite. Although the 4 of you are all ancient sages, I'm afraid you are far from being able to behave atrociously here. Hey, how dare you threaten us? You're quite arrogant. Do you believe that I won't tear down your restaurant?" Xiaogu was even more unhappy. Wasn't he looking down on them too much? Did he want to use this small restaurant to bully them? Not to mention this small restaurant. Even if the entire Tang City was added together, it probably wouldn't be qualified. Tang City wasn't a big place to begin with, and it didn't have any powerful forces. The powerful forces were here. This shopkeeper was really used to being a local tyrant. In his eyes, there was no one who crossed the river. He felt that whoever came to this territory, they could settle down. Given Xiao Gu's explosive temper, he wouldn't waste words and would just directly attack. However, Qin Xiao didn't want to make a big scene as soon as he arrived, so he still wanted to wait and see what kind of tricks the other party was going to play. After all, as a newcomer, Qin Xiao wanted to keep a low profile. "Okay, we'll go with you," Qin Xiao said. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, the shopkeeper's lips curled into a sly smile, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Soon, the shopkeeper led Qin Xiao's group of 4 to a very large private room. This private room was obviously very high-end and was used to entertain distinguished guests. The shopkeeper didn't call the waiter over. Instead, he took out a bill and handed it to Qin Xiao, saying, "This is the amount you spent just now. You can leave after you settle this bill." Qin Xiao glanced at the amount on the bill. It was actually 100 times higher than before. Just that small amount of things, just now, had cost 300,000 Chaos Source Stones. Now that it had increased by 100 times, it became 30 million Chaos Source Stones. Moreover, there were many more things on the bill that they hadn't ordered at all. 30 million Chaos Source Stones. An ordinary ancient sage would only be able to take out 30 million Chaos Source Stones if they went bankrupt. Although Qin Xiao could easily take it out, how could Qin Xiao admit to such an amount? "Pfft, you old man, I knew you were very bad. You wanted to scam us, right? Dream on." Xiaogu took the bill angrily and tore it to shreds. Qin Xiao looked coldly at the shopkeeper of the restaurant and chuckled. He was calm and composed and didn't seem worried at all. He said, "Just say it, shopkeeper. What is it that you don't have to beat around the bush? Why don't you just say it directly? We are all sensible people. Such a despicable method is truly laughable." "Ha ha ha." The shopkeeper laughed out loud. He looked at Qin Xiao with a somewhat appreciative gaze and said, "Not bad, not bad. Young people still have some eyesight. You're also tactful enough and straightforward enough. In that case, things will be easy. Let me introduce you to someone." As soon as the innkeeper finished speaking, A young master in luxurious clothes walked out. His forehead was very high, and there was a hint of foppishness between his brows. The corners of his lips curled up into a devilish smile. One look at this person, and one would think of an ignorant and incompetent foppish young master. His face was full of arrogance. He was definitely an arrogant person. Such a person was either very strong or had some background. Relying on the fact that he had a big backer, he could do whatever he wanted. The aura of the person in front of him was only that of a one-step ancient saint. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't be that strong. Therefore, the possibility of the latter was more likely. Looking at the shopkeeper's respectful manner towards him, it was enough to see this point. Qin Shao had never liked such a young master. In fact, he was even a little disgusted. As soon as the young master walked out, his gaze landed on Yuan's body. His eyes were filled with greed, and he did not hide it at all. This was a domineering aura. It was as if he was telling everyone that this woman was his prey. Being stared at by this young master with such an improper gaze, Yuan felt very uncomfortable all over. She couldn't help but shrink behind Qin Shao and stick close to Qin Zhao's body. Qin Shao could even feel some softness on his back. Qin Shao knew that this was Yuan's body. However, at this time, he naturally couldn't deliberately avoid Yuan. He could only let Yuan stick close to him. Baby Imo was not afraid of anything. She comforted Yuan and even hugged her in her arms. She looked like she wanted to protect Yuan. The actions of these two people looked very delicate, cute, and moving. Such a delicate action made the young master like them even more. The evil smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. The greed that flickered in his eyes showed that he was determined to obtain Yuan. Qin Shao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the culprit was Yuan. It turned out that Yuan was chosen by this young master. That was why the shopkeeper of the restaurant cooperated with this young master to put on such a show. What was the background of this young master? Was it the owner of this restaurant, or was it someone related to the Giant Sword Group? Everyone, let me introduce you. This is young Master Qiao Jian, a member of the Giant Sword Group. Young Master Qiao, Jian's brother, young Master Qiao Hong, is the leader of the Giant Sword Group. He is also recognized as the strongest person in Tang City. Young Master Qiao Jian is an honored guest of our restaurant. He is also a close friend of our restaurant owner. The restaurant owner said to Qin Shao and the other three with a warm face. Qin Shao snorted coldly in his heart. It was as he had guessed. He really was a member of the Giant Sword Group. The only people who could cover the sky with one hand in Tang City were the members of the Giant Sword Group. So he was the brother of the leader of the Giant Sword Group. No wonder he was so arrogant and domineering. He was a complete playboy. His ruffian nature was very strong. Qin Shao had always hated such people. And then, after listening to the restaurant owner's introduction, Qin Shao did not have any reaction. He looked like he did not care and asked indifferently. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the restaurant owner almost choked and spat out a mouthful of saliva. He stared at Qin Shao with his old eyes and said, "What's wrong? Although it's your first time in Tang City, it should be your first time in the Great Path Sanctuary, right? You asked the waiter so many questions just now. Don't you know the Giant Sword Group's background in Tang City?" The old man introduced young Master Qiao Jian to you in such a grand way. Do you still not understand? I think you're playing dumb, right? Young man, I think you're quite smart. Don't play dumb. Qin Shao chuckled indifferently and said, "It's our first time in Tang City. It's also our first time in the Great Path Sanctuary. That's right. We know some basic information about Tang City. The Giant Sword Group is the most powerful force in Tang City. We know this. But what does this have to do with us? First, we won't stay in Tang City for long. We're just passing by and will leave soon. Therefore, everything in Tang City is just a passing cloud to us. We are not interested in it, nor do we need to understand it in depth. Second, we don't need to make friends with the Giant Sword Group. It doesn't mean anything to us. That's why we're not interested in what you're saying to me. Since this is a misunderstanding, We are too lazy to pursue it. Can you let us go? The restaurant owner almost choked and spat out a mouthful of blood. This tone was a bit frivolous. As long as one was not a fool, one could understand the situation in front of them. This guy could still say such frivolous words? Mr. Xiao Jian laughed evilly. He pointed at Yuan Yuan and said with a big smile, "You guys can get out. This girl wants to stay. Beautiful, cute, tasteful. I like this kind of woman. I really can't stop. Poo poo poo." Yuan Yuan suddenly snorted at Mr. Xiao Jian angrily and said angrily, "Go to hell, you ugly monster. You have a bad heart. You are a shameless bastard. I hate people like you. Stay away from me. I feel disgusted when I see you." Mr. Xiao Jian was not angry at Yuan Yuan's scolding. Instead, he laughed happily and said, "You are a bit shrewish. You have a personality, different from other people's shrewdness. This kind of shrewdness is cute and charming. Too interesting. She is truly a rare beauty that only appears once in a million universe epics. It seems like the heavens are not unkind to this young master. They actually sent such an interesting beauty to this young master's side. Yes, if it is a gift from God, I will definitely get it." Hearing Mr. Xiao Jian's shameless words, Yuan Yuan shivered in disgust. She had goosebumps all over her body. She was so disgusted. After saying that, Mr. Xiao Jian's eyes were full of disdain. He looked at Qin Xiao, Baby Mo, and Xiao Gu with some threat. He shouted coldly, "Why don't you three get out of here? Do you want me to invite you out? Before I get angry, get out of here as far as you can. Don't make trouble for yourself. Otherwise, I'll end your journey in the Great Path Sacred Realm right here." "Humph, you don't know how high the sky is. You don't have any eyes at all. You dare to come out like this. I am afraid you won't even know how you died." Chapter 2890. The manager of the restaurant also chimed in. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. When you go out, you have to recognize reality. This is not the immortal region. Since we're all from the immortal realms, this old man is kindly reminding you all, don't regret it when the time comes. That will be too late. It's her fortune to be chosen by young Master Yijian. She should be happy. Not everyone has this kind of good fortune. For young people, young Master Yijian doesn't have much patience. Don't think about provoking him. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Qin Shao looked at the manager of the restaurant calmly and said coldly, "Senior, you also came out of the immortal region. As people who came out of the immortal region, not only do you not care about your hometown, but you also cheat the people of the immortal region. I'm afraid that after you left, your conscience has been eaten by dogs? What's the difference between a heartless person and a pig and a dog?" Ha ha ha. The manager of the restaurant laughed instead of being angry. He looked at Qin Shao with a pitiful and amused expression. After sizing him up, he joked, "Sometimes, when I hear such childish and ridiculous word from you young people, I really feel like laughing. Hometown? How long has it been since the old man left the immortal region?" The old man himself doesn't remember. What people of the immortal region? The immortal region is so big. Do I know you? Do I need to talk about feelings with you? Do you have even the slightest relationship with this old man? So you really think that in the eyes of the old man, you're different from the others? In the great Tao sacred realm, you have to learn to accept everything. Whether it's the 8 great sacred realms, the great 1,000 secret realms, or the life in the endless universe, they're all equal. There's only the difference between high and low. There's no difference between hometown and not hometown. Talking about feelings, that's only for you. Feelings, to us, are worthless. Do you understand? In this world, only benefits are eternal. You see, the old man gave you a very vivid lesson for free. It's worth it. Reality was often so cruel, so naked, so merciless, and so resplendent with all your feelings. In fact, Qin Shao knew about this, but he didn't like it either. After all, there was still a process between knowing and fully accepting. Then do you really think that the giant sword group can cover the sky with one hand and do whatever you want in Tang City? Qin Xiao asked again. This time, without waiting for the innkeeper to answer, young Master Qiao Jin smirked and said, "Sorry, the giant sword group can cover the sky with one hand in Tang City. They could do whatever they want. So, to this young master, the four of you are just four slightly stronger ants." Although the four of you are all in the Empyrean Saint stage, once you arrive in Tang City, you won't be able to do anything. I'm sorry, but they'll all have to obediently submit to our giant sword group. If this young master wants you to die at midnight, you won't be able to live past midnight. It's the good fortune of 8 lifetimes that this young master likes this cute little girl. Don't try to provoke my little patience. The consequences will be very serious. I'll give you 3 more breaths to get out. If you don't leave after 3 breaths, then leave your lives here. To be honest, in front of the beauty, this young master really doesn't want to see blood. Young Master Qiao Jin's words were incomparably frivolous. This was an arrogant tone, the contempt of a king who suppressed everything. It was as if he was the only supreme god here. No one dared to go against his will. Such an arrogant and domineering aura really made people feel very uncomfortable. If Qin Xiao hadn't stopped Xiao Gu again and again, Xiao Gu would have already attacked. Although Xiao Gu's strength wasn't very strong, his temper was definitely very bad. Miss Yuan, this bastard is too despicable. His face is also extremely ugly. I'll go teach him a lesson for you. See if I don't tear his stinky mouth. Xiao Gu grinned and turned his head to say to Yuan. Yuan nodded in agreement. Okay, go ahead. Tear it apart. Oh, Yuan. Not bad, not bad. This name is a perfect match. Just hearing it makes me feel that it's cute. TSK. I really like it more and more. Facing Xiao Gu's attack, young Master Qiao Jin was very daring. He displayed the aura of an expert. He still stood there like a mountain. It was as if he didn't care about Xiao Gu and didn't care about him at all. This was a kind of extreme contempt. It was the same feeling as when a giant dragon saw an ant coming to kill it. Did the giant dragon need to care about an ant's provocation? Obviously it didn't. Young Master Qiao Jin's eyes were still greedily looking at Yuan and calling out her name. The enraged Lil Gu rushed to the front of young Master Qiao Jin. Xiao Gu was from the Beast Clan. He wasn't good at other techniques. His strong points were his wild power and strong defensive ability. The Beast race had always been stronger in terms of strength. Therefore, Xiao Gu's fist crashed toward young Master Qiao Jin. The strong power seemed to want to smash young Master Qiao Jin into meat paste. However, before Xiao Gu could reach young Master Qiao Jin, hundreds of swords flew out from young Master Qiao Jin's body. The swords whistled through the sky. Hundreds of swords whistled and formed a strong sword formation. It directly formed a huge barrier, blocking Xiao Gu's path. Xiao Gu couldn't even get close to young Master Qiao Jin. Xiao Gu's fist heavily hit the sword formation. However, he couldn't break the sword formation. The sword array had completely blocked Xiao Gu's attack. Moreover, countless sharp sword lights rushed toward Xiao Gu. Fortunately, Xiao Gu's defensive ability was strong enough. He could only use his body to resist the attack of the sword lights. "Break for me," Xiao Gu shouted angrily. However, he still couldn't break young Master Qiao Jin's sword formation. Xiao Gu's strength wasn't very strong, but he wasn't weak either. In the first step Empyrean Saint stage, he could be considered to be in the upper middle tier. However, in front of young Master Qiao Jin, he clearly felt that he was much weaker. It seemed that young Master Qiao Jin's strength was really strong. Xiao Gu had been holding back his anger for a long time. He finally had a chance to attack, but he couldn't take it down. Naturally, he was unhappy. The anger in his chest burned. He started to attack crazily. However, the difference in strength was not something that could be made up for with just a bit of anger. Haha, you're just a beast with some brute strength. You really don't know your own strength. You're just a frog at the bottom of the well. So pitiful. Saint Sun Xiao, Jin glanced at Xiao Gu and said disdainfully. After he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. Suddenly, the sword Qi in his hand became incomparably turbulent and howling. Under the turbulent sword lights, they gathered at one point and attacked fiercely. Under such a sword, Xiao Gu was sent flying. Xiao Gu was in so much pain that he rubbed his chest. His clothes were torn apart. If it was a human, a large wound would have been left on his chest. Although Xiao Gu wasn't injured, he was obviously defeated and sent flying. He looked a little embarrassed. Xiao Gu had a bad temper. How could he admit defeat so easily? He wanted to continue. He hadn't transformed into his original form yet. This wasn't his strongest state. Xiao Gu, you're not his opponent. Come back. Qin Xiao stopped Xiao Gu. Although Xiao Gu was unhappy, he knew that his strength wasn't as good as young Master Qiao Jian's. If he continued to fight, he would be the one at a disadvantage. So, he should leave it to his master. Seeing Xiao Gu retreat, young Master Qiao Jian gave a disdainful smile. Clapping his hands, he looked at Qin Xiao with disdain and said, "Looks like you're the leader of the four. Come, that beast doesn't have much strength. It seems like your strength should be the strongest. Go ahead, let this young master see how capable you are to dare to be so untactful here. Don't say that I'm bullying you. How about the three of you come together and leave my Miss Union behind? I'll bring 2 beasts with me. This combination should be okay. It'll save you the trouble. Come at me together." "Go to hell. Who's yours?" "Humph." Yuan Yuan scolded angrily. She wanted to do it herself. Baby Amo was also unhappy. Although she was a member of the beast race, it was still intolerable for her to be called a beast. Qin Xiao sneered. Taking 2 steps forward, he looked at young Master Qiao Jian coldly and said, "Are you very strong?" Young Master Qiao Jian glanced at Qin Xiao. Curling his lips, he replied indifferently, "It's okay. At least in the first step of the ancient saint realm, it's hard for anyone to gain an advantage over me. It's more than enough to deal with frogs at the bottom of a well who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But in front of a beauty, I don't want to be too bloody. Otherwise, if it was any other time, you would all be lying on the ground. Why would I give you the chance to talk so much nonsense? It's a pity that my benevolence is not cherished by you guys. Come. Boy, come out. It looks like you want to fight. A hero saving a beauty? You want to be a hero? There are many people who want to be heroes in this world. But most of the time, they're all cowards. A hero is not something a person like you can be. You people don't have any self-awareness. You're so ignorant. Come fight. Come to me all at once. Today, I'll open your eyes. I'll let you know how big this world is." Young Master Qiao Jian was still blindly confident. He disdained Qin Xiao and the others, but he also had absolute confidence in his own strength. The manager of the restaurant shook his head with a smile. He looked at Qin Xiao and the others with sympathy. He muttered in his heart, "When you go out to experience the world, you have to pay a price. This world is like this. The road of cultivation is extremely long and cruel. Humans can either stay in their nest for the rest of their lives and live an ordinary life, or they want to be more exciting and travel the world. Then they will truly feel how terrible and cruel this world is. Many people would die under such cruel circumstances. Only a few lucky ones are able to hone themselves and grow stronger. Survival of the fittest is the most basic survival rule in this world. Young people should always pay some tuition fees. Over the years, I've personally witnessed the deaths of countless ignorant Empyrean saints. Ancient saint realm? Humph, it's just the beginning of the real high-level cultivation. In the Great Thousand World, a one-step ancient saint realm is not worth anything. To be able to travel the Great Thousand World to experience the world, the minimum requirement is to be an ancient saint realm. It's not easy for a first-step Empyrean saint to be able to survive for so long. Chapter 2891. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly turned cold. His expression changed, and his gaze instantly turned cold. It was a sign that he had entered the state of battle. It meant that Qin Zhao had made his move. In the next moment, Qin Zhao appeared in front of young Master Yijian. He was only 2 fists away from young Master Yijian. At such a close distance, if Qin Zhao attacked young Master Yijian, he wouldn't even have the chance to dodge. He wouldn't be able to react in time. With such a fast speed, young Master Yijian and the manager of the restaurant were both shocked. What's going on? The restaurant manager's face instantly turned pale with fright. His eyes widened as he stared at Qin Zhao with a dumbfounded expression. For a moment, he really couldn't believe it. Wasn't his speed too inconceivable? In an instant, he appeared in front of young Master Yijian. Young Master Yijian did not even have the chance to react. It was scary just thinking about it. He broke out in cold sweat. So fast. Young Master Qiao Jian's mouth was wide open in shock. He was shocked. Even the prideful smile on his face froze in an instant. Not only did it freeze, but it also shattered in an instant. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. If Qin Zhao had directly attacked him just now, he wouldn't even have had the chance to react, right? It was too scary. Just thinking about it made him scared. This feeling was simply like the feeling of an apprentice meeting a top expert. It was the feeling of being completely crushed in all aspects. Therefore, not only was his arrogance shattered in an instant, but his confidence had also completely collapsed. His powerful aura in front of Qin Zhao instantly disappeared, dropping to 0. The battle had not started yet, but young Master Yijian had been defeated. He did not even have the courage to fight. This was a complete suppression of aura. It defeated the opponent invisibly. Of course, this required the support of powerful strength in order to achieve such an effect. No matter how strong young Master Yijian was, he was just a first-step ancient saint. Qin Zhao was not just a second-step ancient saint. With his strength, if he attacked with all his strength, a third-step ancient saint would not be Qin Zhao's opponent. Hence, it was not difficult for him to crush Mr. Qiao Jian. Just one move was enough to let young Master Yijian know that he was not his opponent. As long as he completely suppressed young Master Yijian in terms of aura, it would be easy. Kneel down. Qin Zhao and Mr. Qiao Jian stared at each other at a close distance. They could feel each other's breath. Their eyes were like 2 swords facing each other, each showing their sharpness and sharpness. However, it was clear that Qin Zhao had completely crushed young Master Yijian in all aspects. Especially in the battle of confidence, young Master Qiao Jian was utterly defeated. He was completely crushed by Qin Zhao and was trampled under his feet. Qin Zhao's aura became stronger and stronger. Young Master Yijian became weaker and weaker. In the end, his body trembled. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Under the suppression of Qin Zhao's powerful and sharp aura, young Master Yijian was afraid. It was an involuntary reaction. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The air seemed to have solidified. The shopkeeper and the others were completely stunned by Qin Zhao. The sudden roar, the strong impact, and the previous influence of the atmosphere were stacked together. Suddenly, it formed an invincible power that struck deep into one's soul. The roar was like the wrath of a god. This shout also broke the last line of defense in young Master Qiao Jian's heart. The line of defense that he was struggling to support. Plop! Young Master Yijian could not control himself. Perhaps it was a subconscious action. With a plop, he knelt down in front of Qin Zhao. Of course, it was not only the aura that suppressed him. Qin Zhao's last roar was also driven by the power of his heart. The heart power attacked young Master Yijian completely. With the cooperation of these forces, it achieved such an effect. Young Master Yijian, the arrogant young Master Yijian, the high and mighty young master, was now obediently kneeling in front of Qin Zhao. Not only did young Master Yijian kneel down, all the ancient Saint Realm guards in the restaurant also knelt down. In fact, the shopkeeper's legs also went soft, and he almost knelt down. When he knelt down halfway, he suddenly reacted. He quivered and immediately stood up. There was a lingering fear in his heart. He had almost knelt down. That would have been really embarrassing. However, when he stood up, his eyeballs almost fell out. Young Master Yijin. At this moment, he saw young Master Yijin kneeling in front of Qin Shao. The shock brought by this naturally made him speechless. The great young Master Yijin was kneeling in front of others in Tang City. This was not only a great humiliation to young Master Yijin, but also a great humiliation to the giant sword group. Where did this young man come from? How daring, how daring. The way the shopkeeper looked at Qin Shao finally changed. How did he meet such a powerful guy? Oh no, young Master Yijin was going to suffer a great loss. The key was that this was his immortal home restaurant. If the giant sword group wanted to punish him in the future, his restaurant would not be able to escape. This time, it was really a big trouble. At this moment, the shopkeeper really wanted to cry, but had no tears. He even had the thought of dying. What was this? How could such an unlucky thing happen to his restaurant? If he had known this would happen, he would have persuaded young Master Yijin not to have any ideas about the girl. Great, now he had kicked a hardboard. However, since things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet and walk to the end. Haha, boss, well done. You should trample on that bastard like this. Xiaogu was finally happy. He was in a good mood. Yuan was also happy. He cheered for Qin Shao and wanted Qin Shao to continue trampling on him. Such shameless people, their faces should be trampled on. Damn it, young Master Yijin finally reacted. How could he kneel? He, young Master Yijin, had never knelt to anyone in his life. He did not expect that the first time he knelt was to a kid from the immortal region. How could he tolerate this? Young Master Yijin's expression suddenly became ferocious and furious. He tried his best to stand up and resist with all his might. However, how could Qin Shao allow him to do as he wished? Kneel for me. Qin Shao harumphed coldly. He pushed his heart power to the extreme. At the same time, the power of several great laws formed an invisible mountain and pressed down heavily on young Master Yijin's body, binding him and pressing him down. In front of Qin Shao, how could young Master Yijin resist? Therefore, no matter how he resisted, how he struggled, how he was angry, how he screamed, he could not break free from Qin Zhao's restraining power. He still knelt there, looking extremely miserable. He was destined to swallow this humiliation himself. Bastard, let go of me. Otherwise, it will be too late for you to regret. Young Master Yijin cursed angrily as he could not break free. Qin Shao chuckled and looked at young Master Yijin with disdain. He said, "Let go of you? Why should I let go of you? At this time, you're still so stubborn. Don't you think it's funny that you're still trying to threaten me? I know you're from the Giant Sword Group. I know your brother is the leader of the Giant Sword Group. I know your background, but I'm not afraid. So, what do you think you can use to threaten me? Just by relying on your stinky mouth? Even if your stinky mouth has been soaked in a cesspool, even if it has been blessed, I'm sorry, but it can't threaten me. I don't care if your Giant Sword Group can do whatever you want in Tang City. I'm sorry, but I'm not afraid of your Giant Sword Group. You're the one who sent your face to me to be slapped. Originally, I really couldn't be bothered to deal with a shameless person like you. However, you insisted on seeking death and sent your face to me. I had no choice but to slap you twice to give you a vivid lesson. I believe that after this lesson, you'll remember it in your heart. All right, what did you just say? You want us to regret it? Speaking of which, we're still young and have just come out to explore. We really don't know what regret looks like. Why don't you teach us so that we can learn something? Puff. Young Master Qiao, Jin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Shao had slapped him in the face for all the big words he had just said. His face was almost swollen. How the hell would he know that this was the situation? If he had known, he wouldn't have spoken so boldly just now. At this moment, he really wanted to cry, but had no tears. He really had the impulse to bury himself. This was the first time he had lost so much face. Who are you? Aren't you a first-step ancient saint? Young Master Qiao Jian asked in a deep voice. Qin Xiao curled her lips and said, I'm just a nobody. It's not worth mentioning. You won't know me even if I tell you. As for whether I'm a first-step ancient saint or not, it's not important. What's important is that you've provoked us. So, we can't let you go so easily. I remember every single one of the vicious words you said just now. Although I'm not a very vengeful person, I'll usually take revenge on the spot. So I want to ask you, young Master Qiao Jian, what do you want to say now? Obviously, Qin Xiao wanted to give young Master Qiao Jian a chance to admit his mistake, so that he could step down and end this matter. After humiliating young Master Qiao Jian, Qin Xiao could stop now. However, it depended on young Master Qiao Jian's attitude. He didn't want to cause trouble, but if there was a problem, Qin Xiao could definitely fight to the end. If he could just muddle through. However, young Master Qiao Jian obviously didn't appreciate Qin Xiao's good intentions. Young Master Qiao Jian laughed angrily. He stared at Qin Xiao with a crazed and ferocious face. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll spit on you. Humph, I don't care who you are. I don't care what kind of background you have in the immortal region. Here, you're all nothing. I'm very sorry to tell you that you've committed a big crime. You're dead. Your lives are over. Just wait. My big brother and the others will be here soon. Your death will come soon. In Tang City, no one has dared to provoke me. Since I was born, no one has dared to treat me like this. You're dead. You're dead. Author Cruel Death said. Third update. Chapter 2892. Yo, big brother. This bastard is quite stubborn. Big brother, continue to step on him. Step on him hard. Don't give us face. Torture him to death. Let's see how stubborn he is. He still doesn't believe us, Xiaogu shouted. He was a person who liked to watch a show and was not afraid of anything. If Qin Xiao let him go, Xiaogu would definitely eat young Master Qiao Jian. He was courting death if he dared to have any ideas about Yuan Yuan. Even if this bastard apologizes, I won't forgive him. Qin Xiao, don't be polite. Kill him and cripple him first, Yuan Yuan said, still looking angry. Hearing Yuan Yuan's fierce words, Qin Xiao shook her head and smiled. Yuan Yuan was really a little bad now. But how should he put it? It was better than a blank piece of paper, right? If she was really a blank piece of paper, it would not be suitable for her to stay outside. It would be better for her to stay in Langya Heaven. However, it was obvious that Yuan Yuan did not want to stay in Langya Heaven. Since she was outside, she should learn to be bad. As long as she did not forget her original intention and did not change her nature, it would be fine. She only needed to slightly change the things that could be changed. This was also good. Even if it was a little fierce, the feeling when Yuan Yuan said it was completely different from Xiaogu's. Yuan Yuan said it in a very cute and playful way. It was the kind of words that didn't make people feel that they were harsh words. Since young Master Qiao Jian did not know what was good for him, Qin Xiao would not be polite. There was a limit to his kindness. Stop it, stop it. Just as Qin Xiao was about to attack Mr. Qiao Jian, an angry shout came. A golden-robed old man walked out. His face was covered with a layer of frost. His eyes were cold, and his expression was furious. He rushed over as fast as lightning. As soon as he walked out, he pointed at Qin Xiao and shouted angrily. Then, four figures with powerful auras quickly appeared and stood behind the golden-robed old man. The manager of the restaurant quickly walked over and stood behind the golden-robed old man. All five of them were ancient saints of the first step. The golden-robed old man also had the aura of a first-step Empyrean saint, but his aura was much stronger than that of the innkeeper and the others. He was most likely a first-step Empyrean saint. If he guessed correctly, then the old man in gold should be the owner of the Immortal Home Restaurant. He should be the best friend of young Master Qiao Jian that the shopkeeper mentioned. With young Master Yi Jian's arrogance, those who could interact with him shouldn't be weaker than him. From this, one could infer that the golden-robed old man's strength was not below young Master Qiao Jian's. His strength was definitely formidable. At the very least, he was definitely in the upper echelons of Empyrean saints. He even had 5 first-step Empyrean saints behind him. This was a force that could not be underestimated. It was no wonder that he could open such a big restaurant in Tang City. It was impossible for him to not have some power. The golden-robed elder's eyes fell on Qin Shao. His gaze was incomparably deep. He sized up Qin Shao as soon as he arrived. Want to see who Qin Shao was. He actually dared to eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts, daring to harm young Master Yijian in Tang City. But what made the golden-robed old man frown was that he couldn't see through Qin Shao. He couldn't see the depth of the young man in front of him. Was his cultivation level too high? Or was his method of hiding his aura too good? Obviously, Qin Shao belonged to the latter. He deliberately hid his aura, not wanting others to know that he was a second-step Empyrean saint. Therefore, the golden-robed old man was puzzled. He felt that Qin Zhao's aura was unfathomable. He couldn't tell whether he was a second-step Empyrean saint. But to be able to beat young Master Yijian to the point that he couldn't fight back, he should be a second-step Empyrean saint. But no matter what, even a second-step Empyrean saint wouldn't be able to behave so atrociously in Tang City. Who are you? Do you know where you are? Do you know who he is? Your action is really arrogant. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? The golden-robed old man asked Qin Shao in a deep voice. Qin Shao glanced at the golden-robed old man, pursed his lips, and said casually, "You're the owner of the restaurant, right? You're also from the immortal region. Speaking of which, we're from the same hometown. But now it seems that in the great thousand world, being from the same hometown is a very cheap thing. It's useless at all, so I won't bother with you. Since we're all practical people, let's talk about something practical. I know what you want to ask, so don't talk so much nonsense. I'll tell you directly. This is between us and young Master Yijian. It has nothing to do with you. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't get involved. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." It was simple and straightforward, but it was filled with a sense of overbearingness. If Qin Shao was ruthless, it would be very terrifying. The golden-robed old man's face suddenly turned gloomy. This was a blatant warning to him. He didn't take him seriously at all. It was a kind of contempt. No matter what, he was a well-known figure in Tang City. In Tang City, he was an existence that no one dared to provoke. After standing in Tang City for countless years, he could be considered to have built a foundation, but wouldn't be polite and respectful when they saw him. Today, he was looked down upon by a foreign kid. Wasn't this the same as humiliating him? How could he tolerate it? The golden-robed old man's face turned gloomy and cold. It was very ugly and scary. "Young man, it's better not to be too arrogant. If you stop now and let young Master Yijian go, there might be a chance for things to turn around. If not, then I'm afraid." When he said this, the golden-robed old man's cold eyes swept over little Guyunyun and baby Mo. He continued, "You're not the only one who will be unlucky. Your friends will also be implicated. The choice in life is very important. Often, a choice can determine a person's fate, even the life and death of a group of people. So, young man, you should think twice before you do anything. After all, there's no medicine for regret in this world." Even at this time, the golden-robed old man still looked down on Qin Shao with a superior attitude. He was considered an experienced person. He had secretly sized up Qin Shao and the other 3. The 4 of them had just come to Tang City and the Great Path Sacred Realm for the first time. They all looked very young. They should have just broken through to the ancient saint realm and came out to experience it. For such people, even if they had some background, it was useless. Yuan and Little Gu were both ancient saints' realm of the first step. Baby Mo was an ancient saint realm of the third step and had the bloodline of a divine beast. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Qin Shao had asked Baby Mo to conceal his aura. Therefore, in the golden-robed old man's opinion, Baby Mo was only an ancient saint realm of the first step. As for Qin Shao himself, he had concealed his aura as well. The golden-robed old man couldn't see through him, so he assumed he was a second-step ancient saint realm cultivator. At best, they were a second-step ancient saint realm cultivator and 3 first-step ancient saints. No matter how strong they couldn't be that strong. In front of the giant sword group, they were far from enough. Therefore, the golden-robed old man naturally didn't think much of Qin Shao and the others. Yes, you're absolutely right, Senior. There's no medicine for regret in this world. That's why, before everyone does something, they should show kindness 3 times before they act. Whatever you do, you should consider the consequences. So, only by doing more good deeds and less evil can you guarantee a better life. I, Qin Shao, have always followed this principle. Qin Shao nodded and said in deep agreement. Hearing Qin Shao agree with him, the golden-robed old man's expression softened a little. He continued, Yes, that's right, young man. Young people are frivolous and impulsive. This is a common problem. Now that things haven't developed to the point of no return, there's still room for redemption. Therefore, young man, quickly let go of young Master Qiaojian. If you continue, there's no turning back. At that time, it'll be too late for regrets. However, Qin Shao clearly didn't intend to let go of young Master Qiaojian. He shook his head and said, No, Senior, I think you're mistaken. I've always agreed with what you said, and I've always treated it as my basic principle. Therefore, I've always done the same thing. Because I've followed this principle, I've done this kind of thing. To do this, I've done it 3 times. I agree with what you said because I want young Master Qiao Jian to hear it. He shouldn't agree with this principle. Therefore, people don't use their brains when dealing with things. That's why they act arrogantly and do whatever they want. I think you should tell young Master Qiao Jian more about this kind of principle. Maybe he could be saved. The golden-robed old man thought that Qin Shao was going to stop, but he didn't expect Qin Shao to change the topic and directly attack him with a sword. He was so angry that his face suddenly turned green. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The golden-robed old man's face quickly darkened. He stared at Qin Shao with extreme anger. Young Master Qiao Jian was also angry, but he still didn't want to lower his head. He continued to say fiercely, Young man, you're Qin Shao, right? I'll remember you. I'll let you be proud for a while. Soon you'll cry. I'll make sure you can't even cry. Now, I'll return the humiliation you gave me back to you 10 times, 100 times. And those people, none of them can escape. Daring to threaten him? Qin Shao wasn't afraid of other people's threats the least. Qin Shao raised his head to look at the sky. His eyebrows slightly arched, and the corners of his mouth curved into a cold smile. The main character is here. Qin Shao felt a group of powerful auras quickly approaching. Soon, more than 10 figures descended and surrounded Qin Zhao's group. These people all released powerful auras. Their auras weren't less than the golden-robed old man's. Apparently, they were all very strong. The leader was a tall and strong man who looked 70% similar to young Master Qiaojian. However, he was obviously much stronger than young Master Qiaojian. His face was cold and resolute, with a trace of fierceness. This wasn't something that young Master Qiaojian, who looked like a playboy, could compare to. Without guessing, this person must be the leader of the giant sword group, Yahong. Judging from his aura, he was a second-step ancient saint. However, his aura was extremely strong. Among the second-step ancient saints that Qin Shao had seen, Yahong was probably the strongest. To be able to become the leader of the giant sword group and lead so many ancient saints, it was enough to show how strong Yahong's strength was. Other than Yahong, there were 2 more second-step ancient saints. In other words, based on the current situation, there were already 3 second-step Empyrean saints and a dozen first-step Empyrean saints in the group of giant swords. It was no wonder that the giant sword group could dominate the entire Tang city. Author Cruel Death 4th Update, Begging for Flowers. Chapter 2893. The giant sword group came with a supreme aura. It was as if the only king in the world had arrived. Once they arrived, everything in the world had to bow down to them. Trembling was the right way to open the world. Big brother, save me. Seeing that Commander Yahong had arrived, young Master Yijin immediately grabbed onto a life-saving straw and hurriedly asked for help. When the giant sword group arrived, their powerful aura had already pressed down, causing the air here to completely solidify. The atmosphere was extremely tense and oppressive. The air was filled with the thick smell of gunpowder, which made people afraid. The golden-robed old man and the other 5 quickly retreated to the side. There was no need for them to participate. The giant sword group would take care of everything. They only needed to watch the show. The golden-clothed old man was hoping that guild leader Yahong would not vent his anger on their restaurant. The wind was rustling, and the place was rustling. Under this kind of pressure, Xiao Gu felt very uncomfortable. Luckily, he had enough confidence. He knew that his big brother would protect him, so he could quickly adjust himself. He wasn't afraid of anything. If it was an ordinary first-step ancient saint, he would probably be frightened. Qin Xiao, on the other hand, had a calm and composed look on his face. His expression did not change at all. "Shut up, you be Astra-starred." Unexpectedly, Commander Yahong's reply to young Master Yijin's call for help was a stern reprimand. It was a reprimanding tone. Being reprimanded by his big brother, young Master Yijin was clearly stunned. He looked at his big brother in a daze. Commander Yahong angrily glared at young Master Yijin and continued to reprimand him. "You're a disappointing guy. You've been causing trouble for me all day. You need your big brother to clean up for you. You've caused so much trouble for me all these years. Every time I've lectured you, you wouldn't listen. Yijin, how many times do you need your big brother to teach you before you can remember and listen? If you continue like this, you'll kill yourself sooner or later. Big brother can't protect you for the rest of your life, nor can he wipe your ass for the rest of your life. The key is for you to understand right from wrong, walk the right path, and cause less trouble. Do you have any reason to ask Big Brother for help?" Big Brother, young Master Qiao Jian, was at a loss for words. He wanted to force an explanation. However, Commander Yahong clearly didn't give Mr. Yijin a chance to speak. Instead, he cupped his fists apologetically to Qin Xiao and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Qin Xiao. I apologize on behalf of my brother. I hope you can be magnanimous and not lower yourself to his level. This bastard has been spoiled by my parents since he was young, so he can't change his bad habits." I don't know how many times I've taught him, but he still won't change. Fortunately, this incident didn't cause any irreparable losses. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. I'll definitely teach this bastard a lesson when I get back. I also hope that the few of you will let this matter rest and not bicker with him. They thought that trouble was coming and that a battle was about to happen. They didn't expect that Commander Yahong didn't help Mr. Yijin vent his anger. Instead, he apologized to Qin Xiao and the others so sincerely. He wanted to settle the matter. Logically speaking, when the giant sword group's power was placed here, they had an obvious advantage. At least in the eyes of outsiders, the giant sword group had an absolute advantage. However, Commander Yijin didn't use his strength to bully the weak. Such a matter caused Qin Xiao and the other 3 to be very surprised, especially Xiao Gu. He directly scratched his head and looked at Commander Yahong in confusion. Then, he looked at Yuan and Baby Mo. He was very puzzled and muttered, "What the hell is going on? That's not right. Why does it feel like this isn't normal at all? What the hell is this? Damn, I still want to have a big fight. I haven't fought in a long time. My hands are getting calluses. They're itching." Yuan and Baby Mo were also dumbfounded. The situation had changed too quickly. Baby Mo glanced at Xiao Gu disdainfully and said jokingly, "You forget it. You're the weakest in the giant sword group. I'm afraid you can't even beat him. If you want to fight, I'm afraid you can only find that shopkeeper to fight. Ba ba ba. Baby Mo, don't look down on people. No, don't look down on beasts. We're all beasts. Is it appropriate for you to look down on me like this? Xiao Gu smacked his lips and said indignantly, Who says I can only fight with that shopkeeper? Aren't there 4 other first-step Empyrean saints? Besides, aren't there those 4th-step Heavenly Venerables fellows? I can't beat the giant sword group. Can I take care of these little bastards? Qin Shao looked deeply at the sincere Commander Yahong. He curled his lips and smiled faintly. There's a saying in my hometown. It's called not hitting a smiling person. Since Commander Yahong is so righteous and took the initiative to apologize to us, if I, Qin Shao, still insist on not letting it go, it would seem that I'm very stingy. Well, it's normal to get into a fight when we're outside. It just depends on whether you've crossed that line or not. As long as you haven't crossed the line in my heart, then I, Qin Shao, can muddle through. Since you, Commander Yahong, are willing to give us face, I, Qin Shao, am naturally willing to take a step back. As long as you're willing to stop, then we won't pursue anything further. We're just passing by Tang City and we'll leave soon. We don't want to create any enmity. That will only affect our mood, won't it? Ha ha! Commander Yahong laughed and nodded repeatedly. He said in great agreement, Yes, yes. What fellow Qin Shao said is very true. Actually, it's not a big deal. It'll be resolved if we talk it out. The key is that the wrong side will bow their heads and admit their mistake. Fellow Qin Shao is also a righteous person. I, Yahong, respect people who are righteous the most in my life. If possible, I really want to make friends with you. Ha ha. Want to make friends with me? Qin Shao chuckled in his heart. Forget about it. Although Qin Shao wasn't disgusted with Commander Yahong, he was still disgusted with his younger brother. Making friends with the brother of a person he disliked wasn't a good thing. So, of course, he couldn't make friends with him. Besides, there was no need for this. He was about to leave Tang City. He had only met Yahong once. Then I'm afraid that I, Qin Shao, won't have the fortune to make friends with Commander Yahong. Since this matter is over, we have other things to do. We'll take our leave first. Qin Shao wasn't hypocritical. He directly said and rejected Commander Yahong's offer to make friends. Qin Shao let go of young Master Yijian and prepared to leave with Yuan Yuan and the others. There wasn't much to stay in Tang City. It was better to leave early. Young Master Yijian quickly retreated behind Commander Yahong. Commander Yahong glared at him fiercely. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to say anything. Young Master Yijian was obviously not a generous person. He was even a vile person who held grudges. Although he was hiding behind guild leader Yahong, his eyes were like that of a venomous snake and a wild beast as he stared at Qin Shao with a sinister and ruthless expression. If Liz could kill, young Master Yijian would have killed Qin Shao 1,000,000 times. Lord Qin Shao, please wait. Commander Yahong shouted when he saw that Qin Shao was about to leave. Qin Shao stopped and turned to look at Commander Yahong. His eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, What's wrong? Does Commander Yahong regret and don't want us to leave here? Ha ha ha. Commander Yahong raised his head and laughed. He waved his hand and said, No, no, no. Daoist Qin Shao must have misunderstood. I didn't mean that. If I really wanted to do something, I would have done it just now. I wouldn't have said so much and scolded my brother so badly, right? I am indeed very sincere in apologizing to fellow Daoist Qin Shao. As for this younger brother of mine, I also hate him for not living up to my expectations. Sigh, it's not easy to be a brother. It's really not easy. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about these troublesome things. It's like this, fellow Daoist Qin Shao. In order to express my apologies, I would like to invite you all to my place for a few drinks. I would like to express my apologies with some wine. It could be considered a more formal apology. At the same time, I also respect young geniuses like Daoist Qin Shao. At such a young age, you've already cultivated to the second step of the ancient realm. You're a true genius. I, Yahong, respect and admire such a monstrous genius like Taoist Qin Shao. Therefore, I've long wanted to make friends with you. Haha, of course. Making friends wasn't something that could be forced. Just like the relationship between men and women, a forced melon won't be sweet. It's okay. Taoist Qin Shao doesn't have to feel burdened. I'm just casually saying that. I'm not demanding anything. But even if we can't make friends, we should be able to get to know each other a little, right? Although Yahong was very sincere in his invitation, Qin Shao and the other three were clearly not interested. Therefore, Qin Shao also directly refused. Commander Yahong, I'm very sorry. We still have things to do. We can only thank you for your invitation. Let's part ways here. Qin Shao had made Commander Yahong despair twice, which made young Master Yijian very unhappy. In the end, he couldn't hold it in and exploded in anger. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and shouted angrily. Qin Shao, what's with your attitude? My big brother is so polite to you, but you keep rejecting him. You really think you're something? Shut up. But before young Master Yijian finished speaking, Commander Yahong sternly scolded him and glared at him. He said sternly, if you don't listen to me, I will lock you up so that you can reflect on your actions. Hurry up. Apologize to Lord Qin Shao. Commander Yahong's voice was so strict that young Master Yijian didn't dare to resist. Young Master Yijian clenched his teeth. Although he was full of anger, he was afraid of his big brother's prestige and still said to Qin Shao, I'm sorry. This apology is not sincere at all. You don't even know how to apologize? Ha! Xiao Gu curled his lips and said. This made young Master Yijian's expression very ugly. He clenched his fists and hatred filled his chest. But he couldn't vent it. What kind of pain was this? This was a pain that made people want to go crazy. Commander Yahong said again, Dao friend Qin Shao, I'm sorry. I apologize to you again. So you see, fellow Taoist Qin Shao, please give me, Xiao Hong, a chance to express my apology. I've already asked someone to prepare some wine and dishes. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, please give me some face. Other than some wine, I think there's something else that Dao friend Qin Shao might be interested in. Can you give me some face? Chapter 2894. Originally, Qin Shao really didn't want to say anything more. It was better to leave directly and save some trouble. He didn't want to be entangled too much. Qin Shao didn't need to care whether Leader Yahong was a hypocrite or not. As long as he didn't provoke him, everything else didn't matter. However, this guild leader Yahong was playing with the suspense, and it had indeed aroused some of Qin Zhao's interest. If there was something he was interested in, what could it be? Since he, guild leader Yahong, said so, then he must be serious about it. No matter what leader Yahong wanted to do, Qin Shao felt that he could still go and take a look. Anyway, he wasn't afraid of anything. It wouldn't be so easy to plot against him, Qin Shao. Thinking of this, Qin Shao agreed. Since leader Yahong invited me so kindly, then I'll accept. I'll go and disturb you. Ha! Straightforward people I like. Then, fellow Qin Shao, please come this way. Also 3 friends, please. Captain Yahong laughed heartily and made an inviting gesture to Qin Shao and the others. The group of people from the giant sword group led the way in front. On the way, Xiao Gu couldn't help but say, Big brother, I always feel that these people are not so kind. Is it really okay for us to go with them like this? Qin Shao pursed his lips and looked at Xiao Gu with a smile. Not bad. Your brain has finally opened up a little. What did he mean? Was he praising him or scolding him? Xiao Gu scratched his head and looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. Baby Mo glared at Xiao Gu and scolded with a smile. You're stupid. Master knows that there is a tiger in the mountain, but he still goes to the tiger's mountain. It's also called that. If you don't enter the tiger's cave, you won't get the tiger's cub. With me here, I'm not afraid of them playing tricks. I'm just afraid that they can't take out any benefits. So, why do you care so much about them? You just need to follow Master. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Okay, don't quarrel. Just listen to my orders and don't ask too much. All right. Xiaogu also shut up. In any case, he didn't know anything, so following his master was definitely the right choice. The mansion of the Giant Sword Group was built in the most prosperous place in Tang City. The mansion was built to be incomparably grand and illustrious, showing their powerful strength and status. The Giant Sword Group had already become a huge force in Tang City. However, there weren't many real members of the Giant Sword Gang. There were only about 20 of them. Of course, these 20 or so true members were all exceedingly powerful, and they were all extremely powerful. Mr. Qiao Jin's power was at the bottom of the Giant Sword Group. Other than these 20 true members, there were tens of thousands of cultivators who worked for the Giant Sword Team. They called themselves members of the Giant Sword Team. In fact, there was no lack of ancient saints among them. In this way, the Giant Sword Group was enriched and turned into a huge organization. This should be one of the ambitions of the Giant Sword Group. They wanted to slowly and completely control this city. If they could take root in Tang City and completely dominate this city, it would be very good. In the Great Path Sacred Realm, any force that could dominate an area and become a local emperor had some strength. Looking at the situation, the Giant Sword Group should have this ambition. Commander Qiao Hong treated Qin Xiao and the other three with great hospitality and accompanied them throughout the whole process. After drinking and eating to their heart's content, Commander Qiao Hong got down to business. Brother Qin Xiao, it's like this. Earlier, we found a place of opportunity. If the information we have is correct, it should be a treasure trove left behind by an extremely powerful fourth-step Empyrean saint or even a world deity. The value of the place should be immeasurable. If we can get it, it will definitely be a great harvest for us. It's even possible that our cultivation and strength will be greatly improved and benefited. So, I invited Brother Qin Xiao and the others to come over. Firstly, I want to express my apologies. Secondly, I want to see if there's any possibility of cooperation. Let's go and get this big treasure together. After this round of drinking, Commander Qiao Hong also felt that the distance between him and Qin Xiao had narrowed a lot, so he also called him brother, which seemed to be more intimate. Intentionally or unintentionally, it was obvious that Commander Qiao Hong was narrowing the distance between him and Qin Xiao. This kind of friendship was nothing, but from the beginning, Qin Xiao knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to have any interaction with Commander Qiao Hong. Therefore, he naturally felt a little awkward when he rejected this matter from the bottom of his heart. Qin Xiao put down his wine glass and looked at Commander Qiao Hong. Commander Qiao Hong, I believe in your sincerity, but there are some things that I think we still have to make clear in advance. I'm a straightforward person, so I think Commander Qiao Hong can also be straightforward. After all, we're not fools. Everyone has their own things to do. It's meaningless to play some low-level tricks. Ha ha! Commander Qiao Hong laughed and nodded. He agreed deeply and said, That's right. Brother Qin Xiao is right. I agree with what you said very much. My sincerity is definitely not just what I say. I believe Brother Qin Xiao can also see it. Since I want to cooperate with Brother Qin Xiao, I naturally have to make things clear in advance. Everything has to be done properly. Besides, cooperation has to be consensual. It can't be forced. I don't mean anything else. I mainly want to express some apologies. As for cooperation, that's another matter. Brother Qin Xiao, just take it as a listen. If you feel a little interested, we can talk about it in detail. If you're not interested, just take it as a listen. It's nothing. Since he had already said so much, it would be inexcusable if he didn't listen to him. Since Qin Xiao came to drink this wine, he was a little interested in what Commander Qiao Hong said. After all, he came to the great Tao sacred realm to adventure and gain experience. Naturally, he had to find something interesting to do. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time and wouldn't be of any help to his cultivation. Cultivation was to go out and gain experience. Experience was one thing, but doing some interesting things. Only when there was some adventure, and some adventure, could it be called adventure. So, without some magnificent experience, without some wind and rain tempering. How could it be possible? Commander Xiao Hong, I have a few questions. First of all, discovering a land of opportunity and treasure is a huge stroke of luck. This is something that can only be chanced upon and not sought after. Since you found a big treasure, you shouldn't want it to be known by outsiders. You should keep it for yourself. Why tell us? You also want to rope us in. Isn't that equivalent to giving us a big gift? If we really want to join, then we have to get a share. We naturally won't do things that don't benefit us. Qin Xiao continued to ask. Commander Xiao Hong said with a serious face, if we have full confidence, do you think I will still say this to you, Brother Qin Xiao? We have already discovered it, but we haven't gotten this treasure yet. That means we have tried, but we haven't succeeded yet. It's very painful to say. We have tried twice. Each time, we sacrificed a brother's clone, but we failed. So, we're also very helpless. We have been looking for some partners, but we haven't found the right one. It wasn't until I met Brother Qin Xiao today that I had this idea. After all, in the land of Tang City, Brother Qin Xiao, you may know that there are not many experts in the land of Tang City. So, it's difficult for us to find a special candidate. Brother Qin Xiao, you're a second-step Empyrean saint, and I can tell that your three friends are very strong. Most importantly, Brother Qin Xiao, your strength is very strong. I estimate that you are not inferior to me. So, if Brother Qin Xiao joins us to help, I think we can give it another try. Of course, this matter is still quite dangerous. I don't want to hide this from you. After all, it is very likely that there will be some accidents when the time comes, and we will have to pay a price. So, you have to consider this carefully. Guild leader Yahong's words were still very sincere, and there was nothing wrong with them. Qin Xiao continued to say, since Commander Xiao Hong also said that there's a great danger, then I wonder what Commander Xiao Hong can use to tempt us and make us willing to take this risk. Haha. Commander Xiao Hong laughed again and said, first of all, I think Brother Qin Xiao should be a man with courage, aggressiveness, responsibility, and courage. He is a young genius with vigor and vigor. Young people still have a drive to cultivate desperately in their bones. Brother Qin Xiao, all of you have come out for nothing more than adventure and experience. Since that is the case, I clearly feel that this is a good opportunity for all of you. If you want to train yourself, then you naturally need to do some dangerous things. Only in this way can you stimulate yourself. Opportunities often coexist with danger. I think I don't need to explain this most simple truth. This is one of the benefits. I believe it is also the most important and most attractive benefit for you. Secondly, once you successfully get the treasure, then we will allocate a certain amount to you. If you really succeed, then it will be a great fortune for you. Of course, making a fortune is secondary. The most important thing is that it may be of great benefit to your cultivation. This is priceless. How will the specific benefits be distributed? After you join in, we will talk about this matter in detail and strive to reach a point where both of us can accept and be satisfied. Of course, this must be distributed according to merit. Contribution is the most important. After listening to Commander Xiao Hong say so much, Qin Xiao also became thoughtful. He was silent for a moment, as if he was analyzing this matter and weighing the pros and cons. Yuan and the other two wanted to be relaxed. This matter was left to Qin Xiao to decide. In any case, they followed Qin Xiao's footsteps. There was nothing wrong with it. Qin Xiao was still there hesitating. Commander Xiao Hong couldn't help but say, Brother Qin Xiao, this is a rare opportunity. It would be a pity to miss it. I think no matter what, let's try it first. If there is a chance, we will fight. If there is no chance, we are not stupid. We will definitely retreat. There is nothing to lose by trying, right? Chapter 2895. In fact, Qin Xiao had already decided in his heart, but he deliberately hesitated to show that he was very serious. If he wasn't interested from the beginning, Qin Shao definitely wouldn't have agreed so easily. Since he agreed to come and drink this wine, it meant that he was interested from the beginning. Since he was interested, he naturally wouldn't give up so easily now. Okay, we can cooperate. Qin Shao finally agreed. After Qin Shao agreed, Leader Yahong discussed with Qin Shao about the specific distribution of benefits. In general, Leader Yahong was very sincere, so Qin Shao didn't bargain much. In the end, everything was settled. After that, both sides didn't hesitate and immediately set off. On Qin Shao's side, 4 people participated. As for Leader Yahong's side, he also sent out 4 people. 3 second-step ancient saints were in the lineup, and 1 first-step ancient saint formed the lineup of these 4 people. The giant sword group didn't send out many people, but in fact, at the critical moment, the second-step ancient saints were the most important. Therefore, the first-step ancient saint wasn't important. If not, Leader Yahong wouldn't have spent so much effort to invite Qin Shao and the others to join the cooperation. To put it bluntly, Qin Shao was the only one who was valuable in his eyes. Only Qin Shao was valuable. As for Yuan and the other 2, they were completely incidental. On the giant sword group side, the only ones who could play a key role were the 3 second-step ancient saints. The team of 8 people set off. A few years later, everyone came in front of a huge chasm. The chasm was located between a mountain range, and it was as if it was directly cut open. It was unknown how long it was, how deep it was, and how wide it was. From afar, one could feel a sharp sword qi surging out from the chasm, causing people to be afraid and not dare to approach. This was the place of treasure and opportunity that Leader Yahong mentioned. From afar, one could feel a terrifying and dangerous aura. There must be extreme danger hidden in the chasm. However, it made sense. Without such danger, it would be impossible for there to be a hidden treasure. Qin Shao sized up the ravine as he approached. He was also astonished. Every section of this chasm is so neat, and the line is also incomparably straight. It doesn't look like it was formed naturally, but rather man-made. What kind of person could create such a huge chasm? Moreover, this chasm is actually filled with terrifying and sharp sword qi. It's bottomless, and it's impossible to see what's inside this chasm or what dangers exist. Looking at this chasm is like looking into an abyss. It will make people feel an indescribable sense of fear. It's not that simple. Qin Shao shook her head and said. Guild leader Yahong nodded and said, "Yeah, brother Qin Shao, you guessed right. This chasm isn't naturally formed. It's man-made." It's said that this chasm was created millions of universe years ago. When a reincarnation paragon of the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary was traveling here, he suddenly had an inspiration and created a powerful secret manual. That's why this chasm was left behind. This chasm is 10 billion miles long, and it's unknown how deep it is. It's said that no one can walk to the deepest part of this chasm. It's said that the deepest part of this chasm contains the powerful sword chi and sword intent of the reincarnation paragon. Even if a world god went down, he would be smashed to pieces and wouldn't be able to survive. However, there's also a saying. It's said that if anyone dares to take the risk and walk to the deepest part of this chasm, they can cultivate and comprehend the Tao of sword cultivation and even obtain a trace of the reincarnation paragon's inheritance. There are many sayings. As for which one is true, it's unknown. At least I've never heard of anyone who has really walked to the bottom of this chasm. We've also tried, but it's impossible. It's far from being possible, so we didn't dare to try too much. The treasure trove we found is in this chasm, in the depths of that chasm. Our problem is how to find the treasure trove and get close to it. Based on the information we have, it's not difficult to find the treasure trove. What's difficult is how to get there. Walking in this chasm is very difficult and dangerous. You might be in danger at any time. This chasm is filled with endless sword chi. Even the sword chi is very terrifying. In addition, the whistling sword wind also carried an extremely powerful killing power. If you're not careful, You might die here. Qin Shao was surprised. This chasm was really man-made. It was left behind by a reincarnation paragon. TSK. Just thinking about it was terrifying. It was too terrifying. A sword could actually leave such a chasm. This was not the scariest part. The scariest part was that even though millions of universe epics had passed, this chasm was still filled with powerful and terrifying sword chi. It had become an extremely dangerous place. It was too incredible to think about. It was simply unbelievable. What kind of power did the reincarnation's sovereign use at that time to leave such a chasm? Qin Shao could not help but have a small question in his heart. Was the reincarnation paragon really that powerful? To be honest, Qin Shao did not think that his masterly Shang could be that terrifying. He was also at the level of the reincarnation paragon and had received some guidance from his master. Although it was not much, he did not feel that there was any qualitative leap in his cultivation. Was this chasm really left behind by a reincarnation paragon? However, it seemed that the most powerful realm in the Great Thousand World was only the reincarnation paragon. Perhaps there was a difference between the strong and the weak among the reincarnation paragons. His master had not been a reincarnation paragon for long, so he might belong to the weak kind. Shaking his head, Qin Shao threw away these distracting thoughts in his heart. Let's not care about this first. We'll talk about it after we break through. Commander Yahong had only heard some legends, but it might not be true. Things that happened millions of universe epics ago were too long ago. It was possible that things would change as time went by. Brother Qin Shao, before we go down, I still want to remind you that it's very dangerous down there. The one-step ancient saint realm is extremely dangerous down there. If you're not careful, you might lose your life. So, Brother Qin Shao, can you consider letting the three of them stay here and wait for us, or put them into your inner world? Commander Yahong suddenly said. However, before Qin Shao could answer, Yuan was the first to disagree. No, I want to follow you. How can I miss out on such a fun thing? Don't worry, I can protect myself. Don't worry about me. Yuan did not agree, and Baby Mo did not agree either. She also wanted to follow her master. However, Qin Shao said, how about this? Yuan will follow me. Baby Mo, you and Xiao Gu will stay here. Baby Mo and Xiao Gu wanted to protest, but Qin Shao glanced at them. Seeing Qin Zhao's gaze, the two of them had no choice but to swallow the words that were about to come out of their mouths. They could only nod obediently. Commander Yahong then said to Qin Shao, although Xiao Shan is a small ancient saint, I'm afraid that an ordinary two-step ancient saint is no match for him. Therefore, it's fine for him to follow us. He can have more strength. Qin Shao nodded and did not object. It was up to Commander Yahong to decide. Thus, the team of 8 became 6 people. The 6 of them began to move and enter the chasm. After sending off the 6 of them, Xiao Gu sat there with an aggrieved expression and muttered, You're bullying me because I'm weak, right? Is it my fault that I'm weak? It's not my fault at all, okay? I want to be strong too, but my body doesn't allow it. It doesn't allow it. What can I do? Big brother, you're so mean. You won't let me go to such a fun place. Perhaps I can be of help at a critical moment. Slap. Hearing Xiao Gu complaining about his grievances, Bao and Mo couldn't help but give Xiao Gu a tight slap in the face. He pouted and said, You feel wronged? I'm the one who feels wronged. I'm clearly a third-step ancient saint, but I'm being treated as a one-step ancient saint and left here. How wronged am I? I'm clearly the strongest here. Okay? Even Master might not be a match for me. I can't even go with you. Who am I supposed to tell? Hearing Baby Mo's words, Little Gu's heart instantly felt at ease, and he immediately felt relieved. Haha, that's true. With Baby Mo accompanying me, I won't lose out. Slap. Baby Mo kicked him again and said grumpily, You pig brain, you're not a pig beast. You're an ancient giant beast, after all. Although you don't have the bloodline of a divine beast, you're not inferior. Can't you use your brain a little? What do you mean by that? Xiaogu was confused. He looked at Baby Mo and said unhappily, Baby Mo, we're both beasts and master spirit beasts. Don't think you can bully me just because you're strong. If you bully me again, I'll cry in front of you. Do you believe me? Baby Mo was so angry that he wanted to kick Xiaogu again, but Xiaogu cleverly dodged. Are you stupid? Master told us to stay here and gave us a meaningful look. There must be a reason for that. Master is so smart. He must know that this matter isn't so simple. That's why he asked us to stay here and act as backup. Even you feel that Commander Yahong might not be reliable. How could Master not know? With Master's personality, he definitely wouldn't have asked us to stay here. Even if you little goo aren't strong enough, this Bao Bao is very strong. Even if Master wanted to keep a low profile, he could have kept us in his inner world. He definitely wouldn't have left us here casually. That's not Master's style. So, since he left us here, there must be a reason for him to do so. We're staying here to guard this place. We're very useful. This is an important task that Master gave us. Hearing Baby Mo's words, Xiaogu tried his best to analyze. After thinking for a while, Xiaogu slapped his head and became excited. That's right, Baby Mo, you're absolutely right. Yes, Master style isn't like that. When there's really danger, Master would have kept us in his inner world instead of staying here. Since Master asked us to stay here, he must want us to stay here and do something important. That explains it. I finally understand. Baby Mo rolled his eyes at Xiaogu. He squatted under a tree and drew small circles. Chapter 2896. Qin Zhao's group of 6 carefully moved forward in the chasm. Just as Leader Yahong had said, the chasm was very dangerous and sword chi could be seen everywhere. Some of them came one by one, which was fine as they wouldn't be hurt if they were careful. But sometimes it was like a crazy rainstorm where thousands of sword chi came rushing over, which was a little scary. In this chasm, if one was careless, one's life would be in danger. It was indeed true that ordinary first-step Empyrean saints would have a slim chance of survival if they were to enter this place. The more they walked in the chasm, the more shocked Qin Xiao was. He thought more than once in his heart, was this chasm really caused by a reincarnation supremacy of the sword cultivator's sanctuary? Qin Xiao felt that it was a little impossible. Even a reincarnation supremacy wouldn't have such great strength, right? The main thing was that this chasm had existed for millions of universe epochs. After such a long time, the sword chi in the chasm was still so powerful and terrifying. Even after such a long period of decline, it was still able to retain such a powerful force. It was truly inconceivable. After all, Qin Xiao was the personal disciple of reincarnation supremacy. Therefore, he naturally had some doubts about it. On the way, Qin Xiao even expressed his doubts to Leader Yahong. However, Leader Yahong smiled and said that they were just insignificant ancient saints. In front of reincarnation supremacy, they were just weak ants. How could they guess the strength of reincarnation supremacy? Anyway, Leader Yahong believed in this legend. Qin Xiao could only smile. They were indeed weak ants in front of reincarnation supremacy, but ants might be able to guess the strength of a giant elephant. Besides, he was a personal disciple of a giant elephant. Qin Xiao also discussed this with Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan thought for a while and said, if my father goes all out, he should be able to do it. However, I don't know if he can maintain such great strength for millions of universe epochs. He carefully moved forward in the chasm. Finally, he was blocked by a huge storm of sword chi. This huge storm of sword chi occupied the entire chasm and penetrated tens of millions of feet from top to bottom. It looked like a huge, devouring whirlpool. The group also stopped in the distance. If they got closer, the sword chi there would be very strong and dangerous. From afar, they could feel the terror of the huge storm of sword chi. If someone with weaker strength saw this, they would have long been in awe and would have taken a detour. This detour could be avoided, but it was obvious that Leader Yahong's goal this time was here. Leader Yahong pointed at the huge storm of sword chi and said to Qin Shao, "Brother Qin Shao, the treasure place I told you about is in that huge storm of sword chi." Qin Zhao's gaze was also sizing up the huge storm of sword chi. He frowned and said, "Leader Yahong, you can't see anything from here. That place is completely occupied by the storm of sword chi. It's very fierce and dangerous. I can't see the situation inside. I don't know how Leader Yahong is so sure that there's a great treasure place inside. Moreover, it's not easy to enter the huge storm of sword chi. I can clearly feel that it's very dangerous." Qin Zhao's meaning was very clear. If he couldn't be 100% sure that there was a great treasure inside, Qin Shao definitely wouldn't take such a big risk. Qin Shao also felt the dangerous aura. How could it be so easy to enter the huge storm of sword chi? There was nothing worth Qin Shao to take such a risk. Qin Shao definitely wouldn't take such a risk. It wasn't worth it. Leader Yahong said, "Brother Qin Shao, don't worry. I'm very sure. That's why I want to take a risk. Riches and honor are sought in danger. If I wasn't 100% sure, then I wouldn't be like this. Moreover, I've already tried twice before. I've already lost the lives of 2 brothers. We've paid so much. How could we risk it for something uncertain? Let's go. Let's go a little further. There's a place over there. I'll make Brother Qin Shao believe me." Since Leader Yahong said so, Qin Shao naturally didn't say anything. He tacitly agreed with Leader Yahong's actions. Under Leader Yahong's lead, the 6 people slowly pushed forward. Leader Yahong and the others had the previous 2 experiences, so they were more familiar with this place. They could successfully avoid most of the dangers and reduce the degree of danger to the lowest level. In addition to the strength of the 6 people, they naturally reached the front of the huge storm of sword chi without any danger. They were already very close. Moreover, the position of the 6 people at this time was very good. It was like a blind spot. There was no sword chi surging there. Therefore, it was very safe there. They didn't need to resist or dodge the sword chi at all. They could stand there at ease. That was a safe zone, but that safe zone wasn't big. It was estimated that if they squeezed, it could only hold a dozen people. Outside that space, it was full of sword chi. It was very dangerous. Just by standing there, one could clearly see the sword chi whizzing past them. It was quite frightening. However, those sword chi wouldn't enter here. It was very strange, which made Qin Shao very surprised. Originally, they were already close to the huge storm of sword chi. It should be very dangerous. It should be full of sword chi and had already begun to surge. However, they didn't expect that there would be such a place. It was really interesting. Qin Shao continued to look inside the huge storm of sword chi, but he still couldn't see the situation inside. It was full of whistling and violent storm of sword chi. The space was completely distorted. There were countless faults, cracks, and broken points in the void. Therefore, there was no way to see the situation inside. "Brother Qin Shao, watch me." Leader Yahong seemed to see the doubts in Qin Zhao's heart. He patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said to Qin Shao. After saying that, Guild Leader Yahong made his move. Both of his hands quickly formed a series of hand seals. Waves of power poured into the huge sword chi storm, forcibly paving a path. Through that path, it directly seeped into the sword chi storm. Soon, on the inside of the cliff, a hole appeared. Through the hole, one could vaguely see some buildings and other things inside. Moreover, on a stone wall, a few words could be seen. The unfettered one was here. Seeing this, the void quickly recovered. The vision disappeared and returned to its original state. Leader Yahong also withdrew his power. This was all he could do. The unfettered one was here. Qin Shao saw this line of words and couldn't help laughing. Was this graffiti? Who was this unfettered one? Leader Yahong continued. "Brother Qin Shao, we discovered this situation by accident. After looking up a lot of information, we finally know who this unfettered one is. The unfettered one is an expert who is free and unfettered. Long before the universe era, he was an extremely fierce existence of the fourth step of the ancient saint realm. However, he pursued freedom, so he wasn't very famous. Not many people know his name. There are very few records about him in the great Tao sacred realm. We were lucky to know this. We were even more fortunate to have obtained a notebook of his. It recorded all kinds of strange stories about the unfettered one's travels. His handwritten notes are also one of his signature features. We just happened to get that one. It's the record of the treasure inside. According to the unfettered one's notebook, there is a big treasure inside. He was traveling here and found it by accident. Moreover, the treasure has existed for a long time, but no one has ever entered it. The unfettered one wasn't interested in these things, so he didn't take anything and left everything behind. Not only did he record this situation in his notebook, but he also left a glimmer of hope for the future generations. If they see his notebook, they can try and see if they can get the big treasure. In fact, we didn't really believe it at first. However, after checking some of the records of the unfettered one, we began to believe it. Therefore, we came to take a look. Sure enough, according to the instructions of the unfettered one, we really saw the cave inside and saw the words left by the unfettered one. Therefore, we completely believed everything that was said in the notebook. There's a big treasure inside the huge Sword Chi storm. As long as we can pass through the barrier of the Sword Chi storm, we can get the big treasure inside. Hearing Commander Yahong's words, Qin Shao began to believe that what Commander Yahong said should be true. Such a story should be very difficult to make up. Moreover, it was indeed very serious. There was no doubt that it was true, but whether it was good or not was a big question mark. Of course, Qin Shao didn't deliberately care about this. This Sword Chi storm is too big. Moreover, it's incomparably turbulent and airtight. It's an impenetrable barrier. It's not that easy to pass through this Sword Chi storm safely. It's too dangerous. Yuan shook his head and said. Commander Yahong said seriously, yes, of course it's very dangerous. If it was that easy, we would have done it long ago. If it was really that easy, then I'm afraid that the big treasure wouldn't have been left until today. It would have been taken away long ago. This place isn't a particularly hidden place. The reason why the treasure hasn't been taken away by others is because there is this natural barrier protecting this place, making it difficult for people to enter. Moreover, not many people know that there's a big treasure inside. Therefore, even people with strength might not think of entering to take a look. Most of them will take a detour. However, what we need to do is precisely to enter that Sword Chi storm. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, Commander Yahong, you also know that it's very difficult and very dangerous. If that's the case, are you really confident that with us, we'll be able to successfully enter and obtain the treasure? Commander Yahong smiled and shook his head. If you say that I have absolute confidence, then it's obviously impossible. If I really have absolute confidence, then I'm afraid that I would have thought of a way to pull someone over. But opportunities will definitely not be sent directly to your hands. You will definitely need to work hard, try, and fight for it. Only then will you be able to obtain it. There's no absolute confidence, but there's still some hope. We can give it a try, right? Author Cruel Death 4th Update. Asking for flowers. Chapter 2897. Even if we want to fight, we should at least see some hope, right? It's not advisable to fight blindly. Qin Shao added. Commander Yahong nodded and said, That's natural. We have to see some hope before we fight. But as for hope, we have to give it a try before we know. Based on our previous 2 attempts, there are 2 things that will hinder us the most if we want to enter the land of treasures. As long as we can overcome these 2 aspects, we will be able to successfully enter the ancient realm. The first one is naturally the Sword Chi storm. The Sword Chi storm is indeed very terrifying. If we're not careful, we'll all die inside. Although the sword chi storm is powerful, as long as we're fast enough, there's hope to block the power of the sword chi storm and enter the treasure trove. If we work together, we can still resist the power of the sword chi storm. The second problem is the space inside. The space inside is chaotic and distorted, so our path forward is incomparably rugged. If it's only the barrier of the sword chi storm, we can enter the treasure trove long ago. The biggest obstacle is the chaotic and distorted space. Brother Qin Xiao, your attainments in the law of space are not bad. I also have some research in the law of space, but my level is relatively average. So, it's difficult to smoothly pass through the chaotic and distorted space. According to my estimation, if we work together, we should be able to open a passage through the sword chi storm for about half a breath. So, if we want to smoothly enter the treasure trove, we must reach it within half a breath. If it's under normal circumstances, there's naturally no problem at all. But to pass through the chaotic and distorted space to reach the treasure trove, there are some uncertainties. Not only are there some uncertainties, there's also some danger. But with such danger, I think it's still worth a try. To tell you the truth, Brother Qin Xiao, it's precisely because I know Brother Qin Xiao's attainments in the laws of space that I'm trying so hard to rope you in. Let's work together and take down this great treasure. Hearing up to this point, Qin Xiao finally understood what guild leader Yahong was planning. It turned out that he wanted to leave the most dangerous trial to himself. If he were to barge into the distorted space alone, he would probably lose his life if there was any danger. This wishful thinking was indeed well thought out. Seeming to have seen through Qin Xiao's thoughts, guild leader Yahong continued, Brother Qin Xiao, you don't have to worry about anything. I'm not trying to scheme against you. I'll go in with you, Brother Qin Xiao. The rest of you will stay outside to provide support and do your best to open a path for us. Then, we'll go in together. In this way, even if there is any unexpected danger, we will face it together. In this way, Brother Qin Xiao can rest assured, right? Hearing guild leader Yahong's words, Qin Xiao laughed in his heart. It sounded like they were going to face it together, bear it together, and face the risks together. But after thinking about it carefully, he understood. He, guild leader Yahong, didn't dare to really let Qin Xiao go in alone. If he really let Qin Xiao go in alone, wouldn't it be up to Qin Xiao to decide what was inside? In the end, most of the benefits of the great treasure would probably fall into Qin Xiao's pocket. Therefore, it was necessary for him to make such a move. But when it came to speaking, sometimes it was just so charming. No matter what, it was definitely a skill. Different sayings conveyed different meanings. Yuan pouted. She also wanted to go in together. Qin Xiao transmitted to Yuan, you stay outside. These people might not have good intentions. I will go in with guild leader Yahong. If they do anything, you act according to the plan. Unless you have no choice, try not to make a move. If you make a move, try not to reveal too much of your strength. I want to see what tricks they want to play. At most, there will be some treasures left behind by a fourth-step ancient saint. There won't be much to gain from it. Since Qin Xiao had already said so, Yuan could only reluctantly agree. She didn't care about the treasures. She just felt a little curious and wanted to go in and have some fun. But it was better to think about the overall situation. Brother Qin Xiao, what do you think of this plan? Guild leader Yahong asked. Qin Xiao seriously sized up the storm of sword chi. He frowned and thought for a while. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart for a while, he finally said, all right, since I have such an opportunity, I will feel somewhat unwilling if I don't give it a try. Moreover, Guild leader Yahong really trusts us. He directly brought us here and told us a lot about the situation of the treasure trove. If I were to cower now, I would appear to be too disloyal. It would be somewhat unreasonable. Besides, we cultivators shouldn't shrink back in the face of an opportunity. Instead, we should work hard to grasp it firmly. Ha ha ha. Guild leader Yahong laughed heartily. He nodded repeatedly and said, yes, Brother Qin Xiao is right. I think so too. I really wish I could have met Brother Qin Shao earlier. If we had met earlier, maybe we could have become good friends. Could they become good friends? Qin Shao laughed in his heart. This was still a big question mark to be answered. It was still unknown whether he could pass this stage. Since Qin Shao had agreed, the group began to make a detailed plan for the next step. As soon as the plan was made, the 6 of them began to take action. Leaving Yuan Yuan alone outside, Qin Shao wasn't worried about anything. With Yuan Yuan's strength, guild leader Yahong might not be able to do anything to him. Furthermore, Yuan Yuan had a life-saving method on her. If she really had no other choice, she would still have a life-saving method. Moreover, Baby Mo was still here. If something really happened, Baby Mo could come over to help in a short period of time. With Baby Mo's strength, he could easily sweep through the entire giant sword group. It should not be a problem. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao could be at ease. He was not afraid of guild leader Yahong and the others playing any tricks. Attack. Following the order, Qin Shao and the others attacked with all their strength at the same time. Of course, Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan were holding back, so they naturally couldn't really attack with all their strength. If they really attacked with all their strength, it would probably scare guild leader Yahong and the others. Therefore, Qin Shao only used the power of the law of immortal Tao and the law of space, as well as the heaven-splitting sword art. With such a move, it was enough to make his strength not much weaker than guild leader Yahong. Yuan Yuan also erupted with power that was close to the second step of the ancient saint realm, which made guild leader Yahong and the others look at him in a new light. Such a cute little girl, they didn't expect her strength to be so good. No wonder she dared to follow them. However, they only looked at her in a new light and didn't care too much. The combined power of the 6 people formed a terrifying force. Like a giant sword, it directly stabbed into the sword chi storm. The powerful force forcibly tore open a hole. Guild leader Yahong and Qin Shao didn't hesitate. After the 2 of them looked at each other, they quickly rushed over and directly entered the hole that was torn open. As soon as they entered the hole, the 2 of them felt as if they had entered a confusing maze. Spatial faults could be seen everywhere in front of them. The space was distorted to the point that it was out of shape, and there were broken holes. Moreover, in the sword storm, the space inside was constantly changing and tearing. It was very terrifying. Once they were torn apart by the spatial fault, Qin Shao and the others would be in danger. It was definitely not a joke. Confusion, distortion, and rupture. Moreover, for the time being, the storm of sword chi was torn apart and temporarily repelled, making this place appear calm and tranquil. If the power dissipated and the sword chi storm returned, it would become even more terrifying. It was even possible that they would die inside. Brother Qin Shao, hurry up. I'll listen to your command and assist you. Guild leader Yahong said anxiously. Qin Shao nodded and didn't hesitate. He immediately analyzed the distorted space in front of him. Qin Zhao's law of space had already been cultivated to the small success stage. In terms of level, it was still not bad. To Qin Shao, it was naturally not a difficult task to create a space in this place. In fact, as soon as Qin Shao came in, he could almost understand how he came back with a glance. He could find a relatively safe route that could enter the treasure trove in a very short time. But Qin Shao obviously couldn't do so. If he did, he would only expose himself. For the time being, Qin Shao couldn't be completely sure that guild leader Yahong had ulterior motives and wanted to use him. But there was no way to be sure that guild leader Yahong didn't have any ulterior motives. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao would definitely be careful and on guard. Whether it was true or not, it would depend on what guild leader Yahong did later on. Even if it was real gold, it still needed to be refined by fire. Qin Shao led guild leader Yahong and deliberately took some wrong paths, deliberately creating some difficulties. There were even a few times that it was very dangerous and almost life-threatening. In this way, at the last moment, guild leader Yahong became incomparably nervous. In the end, they walked through the passage and arrived at the treasure trove. The two of them jumped into the cliff cave and finally quieted down. They were completely safe. At this time, the power of the others also dissipated and disappeared. The sword chi storm returned once again, annihilating and swallowing the place, becoming incomparably terrifying. Ha ha ha! Guild leader Yahong laughed loudly. He was in a good mood and seemed a little excited. Li Shi, brother Qin Shao, you are indeed Li Shi. You are worthy of being a genius who has mastered the law of space. It seems that I have found the right person to pull you, brother Qin Shao, into the group this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I don't know how long it would take for me to reach the treasure trove. Brother Qin Shao, let's do as we discussed earlier. We'll divide the treasures according to the method we discussed earlier. This time, your contribution is the greatest. Let's divide according to what I said. What do you think? Qin Shao nodded and said, all right, let's do as guild leader Yahong said. Chapter 2898. The treasure trove was right in front of him. For Commander Yahong, he had put in a lot of effort. After 3 attempts, he finally came in. It wasn't easy at all. Therefore, Commander Yahong was still a little excited at this moment. Qin Shao seemed very indifferent. No matter how big the treasure trove was, he could still look at it indifferently. In terms of vision and height, Commander Yahong obviously couldn't compare with Qin Shao. Not to mention other things. Just the fact that Qin Shao was the direct disciple of Reincarnation Sovereign was enough to beat Commander Yahong by 800 times. Let's go, brother Qin Shao. Let's go inside and have a look. Ha! Life's opportunities are hard to come by. It's not easy to encounter them, and it's even harder to be caught. But if you work hard, you can always create some opportunities. Guild leader Yahong laughed heartily and made an inviting gesture to Qin Shao. The two entered the cliff cave. But once they entered the cave, they were completely dumbfounded. The reason for that was because the cave was completely empty. There was simply nothing there at all. Nothing? Qin Shao frowned slightly. His eyes looked around carefully again to see if there was anything hidden that wouldn't be easily discovered. But after a careful inspection, Qin Shao still had to confirm that there was indeed nothing inside. Even the traces were difficult to detect. There were some things left, but they were useless. There weren't too many obvious traces. There should have been someone who had cultivated here for a period of time in the distant past. Perhaps they had left some things behind, or perhaps someone else had gotten here before them. But perhaps there was nothing here from the beginning. Impossible? How could this be? How could it be empty? There's nothing here? Commander Yahong's face darkened. For a moment, he couldn't accept the fact in front of him. He looked around, but didn't find anything. This cliff cave wasn't big, so in fact, he didn't need to look too carefully. Basically, he could sweep it with a glance. Qin Zhao's eyes finally fell on the words left by Saint Xiao Yaozi. Xiao Yaozi was here. These few words were clearly visible. The strokes were powerful, and there was a sense of confidence and strength in the words. It wasn't overbearing, but if one looked carefully, they would feel that it was powerful and terrifying. Just from these words, it was enough to prove that Senior Xiao Yaozi was indeed an extremely powerful existence. It seemed that Commander Yahong's information about Senior Xiao Yaozi was correct. Then, could it be that they were deceived by Senior Xiao Yaozi? Brother Qin Shao, take a closer look and see if there are any spatial barriers or something like that. Commander Yahong suddenly said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao shook his head and said, I've already checked carefully. There really isn't any. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Commander Yahong, this expression. Qin Zhao's brows furrowed slightly. He was even more certain of his previous guess. If she was a fox, her tail would be exposed sooner or later. It was impossible for her to hide it so well. If you don't believe it, then check it yourself. I've already checked. I also hope there are treasures. Qin Shao said coldly. Commander Yahong's eyes flashed with a strange light, but he quickly recovered. Commander Yahong said, Sorry, Brother Qin Shao. I was too excited just now. Of course, it's not that I don't believe you. I just don't want to believe that there are no treasures here. Logically speaking, Senior Xiao Yaozi wouldn't make such a joke. What we got is Senior Xiao Yaozi's personal notes. It's recorded that there are treasures here. So, when we came in and saw that there was nothing, we naturally felt a little disappointed. Qin Shao shook his head. I was also thinking about this problem just now. I think you might have come too late. Someone else beat us to it. Didn't you say that Senior Xiao Yaozi was a powerful existence who was a four-step ancient saint 10,000 epochs ago? The notes you got. It's very likely that it was left behind by Senior Xiao Yaozi a long time ago. It's been so long. Maybe someone else has already gotten it and taken the treasures. Or perhaps there was a dangerous existence that just so happened to discover this place and conveniently took away the treasures. That is also very possible. According to Senior Unfettered Z, the treasures here are enough to make even fourth-step Empyrean saints go green with envy. So if other powerful existences entered here, they definitely wouldn't let it go. I think the biggest possibility is that we're too late. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Commander Yahong fell silent, and his face became gloomier. He certainly didn't want things to be like this, but now it seemed that this was more likely. So what if he didn't believe it? There was no way to change the facts in front of him. Qin Shao didn't care. Although he was a little disappointed at first, he soon calmed down. Of course, it was best if there was an opportunity. If there wasn't, then there was no need to force it. Sigh. After a long while, Commander Yahong let out a long sigh and shook his head. He bitterly laughed helplessly. If that's the case, then the biggest possibility is that we came too late, so we missed this great treasure. Sigh, but there's nothing we can do about it. Since that's the case, we can only do so. Forget it, let's go. Let's go out. So the two of them retreated empty-handed. Going out was the same as going in. Commander Yahong asked Yuan and the other three outside to work with them to create a passage. Then, the two of them left together. However, with the experience of coming in just now, it was much easier to go out. The two of them quickly came out. When the two of them were about to leave the passage, Commander Yahong suddenly attacked Qin Shao. And the moment he attacked, it was obvious that he was ruthless. Commander Yahong suddenly attacked Qin Shao with all his strength, vicious and vicious. Qin Shao had always been on guard against Commander Yahong. Naturally, he had already expected that Commander Yahong was up to no good and wanted to attack him. So, Qin Shao was already prepared. When Commander Yahong attacked him, Qin Shao quickly reacted. Moreover, Qin Shao could be considered to be bold. In this narrow passage, the two of them were so close to each other. If one side suddenly attacked, it would be difficult to dodge or fight back. In terms of time, there would be some delay, and it would bring him a lot of trouble. But Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. He was very bold. Even if Commander Yahong suddenly attacked him, he could still remain calm and had a plan to deal with it. Commander Yahong, your foxtail finally showed. You finally bared your fangs to me? Qin Shao coldly snorted and said to Commander Yahong. Ha ha ha. Guild leader Yahong laughed out loud. It seems that you, Qin Shao, have been prepared for this. Did you expect this? It seems that you are much smarter and clever than I thought. But so what? Even if you expected it, it's useless. Since you're already involved, you've already fallen into my trap. You won't be able to get out of it, and you won't be able to escape. So, Qin Shao, you'd better accept your fate and accept your death. You humiliated my brother and challenged the dignity of our giant sword group. Do you really think I can easily forgive you? I was so friendly with you before and even acted so well. It was just to lure you and take advantage of you. What a pity I'm unlucky. I was a step too late, and the treasure was taken by someone else. Since there is no treasure, I will naturally vent my anger on you first. Qin Shao sneered and said, It seems that your acting is still very good. You deserve to be called an old fox. You old foxes are very good at acting. I have to say, I am a little bit deceived by you. Fortunately, I never trust anyone easily, so even if I feel that there is nothing wrong with you, I will not believe you easily. Besides, I feel that I am not very good to you, so I have been resisting you from the bottom of my heart. I have already guessed that you would be like this. Umph. Since you have already guessed that I would be like this, you still dare to cooperate with me? You are really not afraid of death, are you? Leader Yahong sneered and asked. Was he not afraid of death? Didn't he know that there was something called the bold with skill? Qin Shao chuckled and did not explain anything. At this time, Leader Yahong's fierce offensive had already reached Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's figure moved and disappeared from that place in an instant. He was nowhere to be seen. Where was he? Commander Yahong's power completely missed. It didn't hit Qin Zhao's body, but Qin Shao had already disappeared without a trace. Where was he? Where'd he go? Leader Yahong was also instantly dumbfounded. What was going on? Suddenly, Leader Yahong had a bad premonition in his heart. His face instantly became a little ugly and dignified. Not good, not good, not good. Sure enough, just as Leader Yahong's feelings surged in his heart, he felt a very strong sense of danger coming from behind him. Before he could react, an incomparably sharp sword chi surged from behind him. What a powerful movement technique. How'd he do it? What a sharp and overbearing sword chi. There is danger. Leader Yahong was shocked and quickly turned around to fight back. Sure enough, he saw that Qin Shao had already arrived behind him. But as soon as he made a move, he clashed with Qin Zhao's sword chi. His face instantly turned pale. The sharp and domineering sword chi was unstoppable and peerless. Leader Yahong's power could not be blocked at all. He could not block it at all. He was crushed like a dried twig. Not only that, but at the same time, there was a powerful force that surged over. It was like a huge mountain that fiercely smashed into Leader Yahong's body, sending him flying backward into the turbulence of the sword chi storm. Not good, not good, not good. Danger! Guild Leader Yahong was scared out of his wits once again. His face had long lost all color. However, under Qin Zhao's two attacks, he had no way of blocking them at all. Even though he attacked with all his might, he was still defeated and was sent flying. On the other side, Qin Shao did not tangle with Leader Yahong. He directly flew out of the passage. Leader Yahong was directly sent into the turbulence of the sword chi storm by Qin Shao. Immediately, a terrifying spatial tearing power enveloped him. At the same time, the sword chi storm rushed back and sealed the passage. Hurry up and read it. Chapter 2899. Once the passageway was sealed, Commander Yahong naturally had no way to walk out of the terrifying sword chi storm. At this moment, the sword chi storm and the distorted space surged. Even the terrifying, tearing force brought by the spatial rupture smashed onto Commander Yahong's body. At the moment when the passageway was sealed, Commander Yahong's extremely angry and desperate voice could be heard. Ah, no, no. The despair in this voice was obviously more dominant. It could be seen that Commander Yahong's situation was very bad. His life was in danger, and he was basically going to die inside. Outside, the other three people were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The three of them really didn't expect that Commander Yahong would be sent into the sword chi storm by Qin Shao. The last person to leave the passageway was actually Qin Shao. One had to know that Commander Yahong had already planned everything. Moreover, he suddenly attacked Qin Shao. Logically speaking, Qin Shao shouldn't be able to react at all. Even if he reacted, there was no way he could resist Commander Yahong's attack. In the end, he would definitely be schemed against by Commander Yahong and be sent into the sword chi storm. He would be swallowed by the sword chi storm and killed inside. Everything should be going according to this script. However, he didn't expect the situation to be reversed in the end. Commander Yahong could be considered to have gone for wool and come home shorn, right? He didn't expect that a sneak attack on Qin Shao would actually cost him his life. Why would such a situation happen? There was only one possibility, and that was that Qin Zhao's strength was far above Commander Yahong's. That was why he could turn the tide and reverse the situation at the time of danger. That was why such an ending happened. This made the three people even more shocked. For a moment, they couldn't believe it. Qin Zhao was also a second-step ancient saint. Among the second-step ancient saints, Commander Yahong's strength should be very strong. They were both second-step ancient saints. How could Qin Zhao's strength be much stronger than Commander Yahong's? This was a very inconceivable thing. It was simply incomprehensible. If he was much stronger than Commander Yahong, then he should be a third-step ancient saint. Could Qin Zhao, who is only a second-step ancient saint, be that strong? Brother Qin Zhao, as you expected, these people have been scheming against us. They are really a group of bad people. Yuan quickly retreated to Qin Zhao's side. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion came from within the storm of sword qi. A hole was forcibly cut open in the sword qi storm, and a figure rushed out of the hole in a very sorry state. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. The person who came out was naturally none other than guild leader Yahong. At this time, he was in an extremely sorry state. His body was covered in blood, as if he had just come out of a blood pool. His body was covered with ghastly wounds and bloody wounds. It was a frightening sight to behold. Moreover, his aura was also somewhat weak. It was obvious that he had gone through a life and death battle, risking his life to come out alive. Commander, when the other three saw guild leader Yahong walking out, they all became nervous and worried. They quickly went to guild leader Yahong's side. Qin Zhao looked at guild leader Yahong. He did not expect him to be able to walk out of the sword qi storm alive. It seemed that he should have some life-saving trump card that saved his life. Otherwise, with his strength, it should be impossible for him to walk out alive. However, this was not important. If he was not dead, then he was not dead. It was not important. It was naturally the best thing to be able to kill him directly. Qin Zhao was giving him a taste of his own medicine. If guild leader Yahong died in the sword qi storm, it would save Qin Zhao a lot of trouble. If not, it did not matter. It was not difficult for Qin Zhao to kill guild leader Yahong. Qin Zhao was completely confident that he could easily kill guild leader Yahong with his sword. It was already very clear in the exchange just now. Guild leader Yahong's strength was relatively strong. However, in front of Qin Zhao, he was still far from enough. Given Qin Zhao's current confidence, unless he was facing an extremely powerful third-step Empyrean saint, he would be able to treat them with indifference. Qin Zhao, guild leader Yahong, who was covered in blood, looked even more ferocious. At this time, he was like a wild beast that had gone mad. That pair of eyes flickered with a gloomy and terrifying light. He stared at Qin Zhao, looking very frightening. Those two words were like a clap of thunder as they were firmly enunciated. There was extreme anger in his words. He was almost killed by Qin Zhao in the sword qi storm. He used all his trump cards to barely come out of the sword qi storm and save his life. At this time, guild leader Yahong naturally hated Qin Zhao to the bone. He hated him very much. Qin Zhao looked at him indifferently. He looked at guild leader Yahong with a light and casual expression. He curled his lips and said with a chuckle, "Not bad, guild leader Yahong. It seems that you still have some strength to be able to come out alive. I thought that you only knew how to play some tricks. It seems that you also have some strength. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that you have already provoked me." Guild leader Yahong gritted his teeth and sneered. He looked at Qin Zhao fiercely and said, "So what if I have provoked you? Qin Zhao, you are so young. I didn't expect you to be so shrewd. It seems that you have already begun to suspect me from the beginning. However, you can endure it and pretend to cooperate. Your acting is still not bad. I'm a little puzzled." "Since you knew from the beginning that I was scheming against you, why did you pretend to cooperate?" Qin Zhao chuckled and said, "Guild leader Yahong, I was just praising you for being a smart person. Why are you not smart now? Is there still a need to say this question? Don't you know in your heart? If I had directly rejected you at that time, would you have been so kind to let people leave the restaurant? I'm afraid that if I had rejected you, you would have revealed your ferocious face and directly attacked me, right? Although I don't want to harm you, guild leader Yahong. However, I don't want to cause too much trouble. Moreover, your guild leader Yahong said that there was something that I was interested in, so I naturally wanted to see what it was that was worth my interest. So, I naturally cooperated with you, Captain Yahong, to put on such a show. Aren't you the same, guild leader Yahong? You also know that from the beginning, I didn't completely trust you, but this isn't important to you, is it? Guild leader Yahong nodded and said, yes, it doesn't matter to me whether you completely trust me or not. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, that's enough. As for whether you are sincere or have ulterior motives, it doesn't matter. What I care about is whether you are willing to participate or not. Anyway, in the end, we will have to shed all pretense of cordiality, so it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. It seems that while I'm scheming against you, I'm also being schemed against by you. But perhaps both of us actually knew all of this long ago. It's just that we have a tacit understanding with each other and didn't reveal this matter. Instead, we silently cooperated with each other. So now it's time for us to have showdown. I have thought of many possibilities, but I really didn't expect that we would have showdown in such a form. Now that things had developed to this point, guild leader Yahong was both angry and helpless. He also didn't expect that he would actually suffer a big loss from a young boy. But all of this, he would get it back. He would definitely get it back. Guild leader Yahong looked coldly at Qin Shao and said, Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, I admit that I have underestimated you. However, you're also a little too happy, a little too arrogant. So what if you know all of this? Even if you dodged my sneak attack just now and escaped this calamity, so what? Do you really think that I will let you go? Qin Zhao's gaze turned cold as she looked at guild leader Yahong and said, I know that you will definitely not let us go easily, but there is no other way. I have no choice at all. From the beginning, I had no choice. I had to face all of this. Just as the saying goes, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. We just happened to pass by Tang City, and we just took a stroll in Tang City. We drank some wine, and trouble came knocking on our door. Moreover, we couldn't get rid of it. What can we do? That's why what's going to come will come. Even if we want to escape, we can't. But since we can't escape, then we have to face it bravely. Humans have to struggle and grow up in the face of fate. So, there is nothing to say about this matter. We have no choice but to deal with all of your orders, guild leader Yahong. But before that, I have something to be honest with you, guild leader Yahong. Guild leader Yahong frowned and looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled face. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't think of a reason, so he couldn't help but ask, what is it? Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled proudly. I already knew that you, guild leader Yahong, had bad intentions, so do you really think that I will do my best to help you check that cliff cave? Do you really think that if I really found something, I will tell you, guild leader Yahong? Since I've already guessed that you, guild leader Yahong, would scheme against me, how could I not think that even if I got the treasure, you, guild leader Yahong, would still not let me go? You will still find a way to snatch all the things. So, do you really think I need to help you, guild leader Yahong? Now, I might as well tell you frankly. In fact, there are some situations in that cliff cave. Although I didn't check it specifically, there are mysteries in it. I think the real treasure should be in that mysterious place. Since Senior Xiao Yaozi left the notes, it must be true. It can't be false. In fact, there should still be treasures in there, but you can't see it. I won't help you find it. What? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, guild leader Yahong suddenly trembled with anger. His eyes were spewing out intense anger, almost forming into flames. Guild leader Yahong snorted coldly and said, Qin Shao, don't try to provoke me. Do you think I will believe your words? There is obviously nothing in there. Don't try to make such a lie to provoke me, or want to use it as a bargaining chip. It is absolutely impossible for me to let you go. I don't think you should make such a small calculation. This little trick can't escape my eyes. I won't believe you at all, you know? You'd better keep your thoughts to yourself. Things have come to this point. I can't let you go. You all should obediently accept your death. In BSB. Hurry up and read it. Chapter 2900. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "Believe it or not, that's your business, but I think you, Captain Yahong, have always been very puzzled in your heart. In that cliff cave, there are no traces of other people coming here. At least, there are no traces of other people coming here for a long time. There are no other auras. Perhaps it's possible that someone else got here a long time ago. If it's someone who got the notes of Lord Xiao Yaozi, since they have already come in and obtained the treasure, it's impossible for the notes to be spread out. I think that with the thinking of a normal person, this possibility is almost zero, right? If it's just an existence like Lord Xiao Yaozi, the possibility is actually very small. This cliff cave should have existed for a very long time. When Lord Xiao Yaozi found it, no one had been inside. That means that, in fact, people with ability generally won't come to this kind of place. Even if they came, they wouldn't deliberately go to the Sword Chi Storm to see the situation. After all, there should be a lot of Sword Chi Storms like this in the chasm. It's not eye-catching. So, do you really think that I'm lying to you? In fact, Captain Yahong had some doubts in his heart. When he heard Qin Zhao's words, he had already begun to doubt in his heart. However, he felt that this was Qin Zhao's trick to save his life, so he didn't want to pay too much attention to it. However, the temptation of the treasure was indeed not small. Captain Yahong hesitated in his heart. After weighing the pros and cons, he said, "Okay, Qin Zhao, don't you just want a chance? Then I'll give you a chance. As long as you can bring me in again to get the treasure, then I can consider letting you go. But don't try to play any tricks. The lives of those two beasts are in my hands, and your friend must also stay as a hostage." Ha ha ha. Qin Zhao laughed and shook his finger. No, no, no. I think Captain Yahong has misunderstood. I definitely won't bring you into the treasure trove again. Since our cooperation has fallen apart, do you think I will bring you in again? That treasure, I can clearly take it all for myself. Why should I share it with you? You're thinking too much. I'm just telling you. I don't have any other thoughts. Playing with him? Hearing Qin Zhao's teasing words, Commander Yahong's face immediately turned gloomy and unsightly. He glared at Qin Zhao angrily. How dare you? You're about to die, and you still dare to trick me? He was simply courting death. Commander Yahong was enraged. His murderous aura soared as he stared coldly at Qin Zhao and said coldly, "Those two beasts have fallen into my hands. Are you two going to obediently surrender? Or should I do it myself? Are you an idiot?" Qin Zhao scolded without any trace of politeness. If death is inevitable, who would surrender without putting up a fight? Who wouldn't fight to the death? I think you've been acting superior for too long, haven't you? You can even say such naive and idiotic words. I really feel anxious for you. Don't talk so much nonsense. Please start your performance. Commander Yahong was quite angry. What a sharp-tongued brat. Someone who dared to talk to him like that wasn't even born yet. This brat actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. This was simply unforgivable. Bring them over. Following guild leader Yahong's words, a group of figures rushed over. Qin Zhao had long known that Xiao Gu and Mo Bao Bao had fallen into the hands of guild leader Yahong and the others. Of course, this was Qin Zhao's idea. Otherwise, with their strength, how could they possibly catch Baby Mo? When Baby Mo showed his might, even Qin Zhao was afraid. There were more than 10 figures in that group, and young Master Yijian was among them. Including Commander Yahong's group of 4, the Giant Sword Group's main force members could be said to have all come out. Such a lineup wasn't small at all. At this moment, young Master Yijian and the others caught Baby Mo and Xiao Gu and detained them. A group of people also quickly surrounded Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan. All of them were murderous, and their eyes were fierce like wolves and tigers. Their wolfish nature had been suppressed for a long time. Young Master Yujian's eyes were full of greed and viciousness as he looked at Yuan Yuan. His smile was very eerie. "Little girl, do you think you can escape from my hands? None of the women that this young master fancies can escape from this young master's palm. You should feel very honored to be chosen by me. Little girl, I'll now give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. If you obediently obey this young master and serve this young master well, this young master can consider sparing the lives of these two beasts. As for that Qin Shao, he dared to step on me and humiliate me like that. I won't forgive him. He'll definitely die. Little girl, if you don't know what's good for you and don't obey me, then then don't blame this young master for being merciless and ruthless. I'll definitely get you. You can't resist. Instead of being forcefully taken by me, why don't you obey me? This way, you can save two people. Why not? If you obediently obey me, I can even give Qin Shao a quick death. I won't let him die so painfully. I'm afraid he doesn't want to suffer a fate worse than death, right? Ha ha ha. Qin Shao, didn't you have fun stepping on me before? Do you really think my big brother will side with you? I'll take back all the grievances that I've suffered from you. I've given you the choice. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Time is of the essence." Yuan Yuan angrily stared at young Master Yujian and said, "I choose you to die. People like you shouldn't live in this world. You're a bastard, a shameless rogue. You're a disaster. Ha ha." Facing Yuan Yuan's scolding, young Master Yujian didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. "So what if I'm a disaster? Little girl, you're too naive and pure. In this world, those who live well are disasters like me. Haven't you heard of a saying? Good people don't live long, but disasters live for 1,000 years. Therefore, not only will this young master be alive, I will also live well. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Only a fool would blindly cultivate. The joy of cultivation is to make yourself happy, comfortable, and carefree. If you want to do something, then do it. I don't have any other hobbies. I just like to drink wine, flirt with girls, and step on clowns. That's what I want to do. Being a sanctimonious hypocrite isn't a good thing." Pooh. Yuan Yuan scolded again. "I believe that karma exists in this world. It's not that it doesn't exist. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Once the time is up, your karma will descend. Since the beginning of time, evil will never prevail over good. The darkness will always be illuminated by the light. Those who are unjust will die. People like you won't have a good ending. Ha ha ha, naive. You're still too young." Young Master Yujian laughed again. He looked at Yuan Yuan with a playful gaze. "Evil will never prevail over good. That's just bullsh**. This world is already filled with darkness and evil. The so-called light? It's just a bit of afterglow curled up in the corner. Relying on this bit of light to illuminate the darkness? What a laughable thing that is. All right, time's up. Little girl, hurry up and tell this young master your choice." Yuan Yuan gave young Master Yujian a disdainful look and said, "I choose you to die. Didn't I say it before? Is there something wrong with your brain?" Young Master Yujian's face darkened. He snorted angrily. "I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. If you don't obey, then I'll use force. After all, I only need your body, not your heart. To me, it doesn't make much of a difference." Then, young Master Yujian said to leader Yahong, "Big brother, go kill that Qin Shao. Leave this girl to me. Don't hurt her. When I'm done playing, I'll reward her to the brothers. This young lady is definitely a stunner." Leader Yahong laughed eerily. His gaze locked on a Qin Shao. Like a poisonous snake, he stared at Qin Shao. "Do it." Suddenly, an order was given. But what surprised Leader Yahong was that the order wasn't given by Leader Yahong, but by Qin Shao. Who was he giving the order to? Just as Leader Yahong and the others were confused, Baby Mo suddenly attacked. The two first-step ancient saints who were holding baby Mo sensed great danger approaching. But baby Mo didn't give them a chance to react. He attacked directly. A powerful force instantly penetrated their saint bodies. The scorching flames directly burned the two of them. The terrifying force quickly devoured their lives and soul consciousness. It was irreversible and dragged them to death. No, I don't want to die. The two first-step ancient saints didn't even have a chance to resist. They died in Baby Mo's hands. Baby Mo didn't hesitate when he attacked. He attacked directly. Her sudden attack caught the two first-step Empyrean saints completely off guard, and they were hit by Baby Mo's attack. Under Baby Mo's powerful strength, it was only natural that he would lose his life. Mo Bao Bao was a third-step ancient saint. If he unleashed his full strength, he would be able to fight a fourth-step ancient saint. Therefore, killing two first-step ancient saints wasn't a difficult task for him. Such a scene suddenly made all the people of the giant sword group dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded and stood on the spot like wooden stakes. They were all petrified and shocked to the point of no return. His gaze towards Baby Mo became incomparably fearful. How could this be? What kind of strength was this? Third step ancient saint? Everyone in the giant sword group was dumbfounded. Leader Yahong and young Master Yajian were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Their faces instantly turned pale. They weren't fools. How could they not know that they were really unlucky this time? They had provoked someone they couldn't afford to provoke. It's over. It's over. It's over. What should they do? Run. Leader Yahong immediately said to young Master Yajian. Then he gave an order to the others. Kill them together. Although the giant sword group followed Leader Yahong's lead, they weren't fools in the current situation. If they charged forward, wouldn't they be courting death? Why would they do such a thing when it was obvious that they were going to die? Thus, once guild leader Yahong's words fell, everyone scattered and fled in all directions. No one dared to go and hold back Qin Xiao and Mo Bao Bao. At this time, it was best to run. Chapter 2901. You want to leave? All of you better stay here. Don't even think about leaving. If you don't want to die, stop right there. Qin Xiao snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the light magic cube flew out and formed a huge cage, trapping everyone inside. At the same time, he used the space law to completely isolate the space. It was double insurance to ensure that no one could leave. The people from the giant sword group tried their best to escape, but they were all blocked. They couldn't escape. Seeing that they couldn't escape, many of them started to panic. They didn't know what to do and were filled with fear. Such a crisis was something that they had never experienced before. What should they do? What should they do? The people from the giant sword group started to panic, including Leader Yahong and the two second-step ancient saints. They all panicked as they smelled the scent of death. Admit defeat and don't move anymore. There were already many people from the giant sword group who didn't dare to move anymore. If they resisted, they would die. Those who resisted were all killed by Baby Mo one by one. Qin Xiao's gaze locked onto Leader Yahong and young Master Yajian. To Qin Xiao, he only needed to capture these two culprits. As for the others, they weren't important. If they wanted to resist, he didn't mind killing them. If they begged for mercy, he would let them go. Big brother, what should we do? Are we going to die? Big brother, think of something. Young Master Yajian panicked. He saw Baby Mo's terrifying strength and knew that his big brother was at a disadvantage when he fought with Qin Xiao. Then he saw that Qin Xiao had completely sealed the place so that no one could escape. Seeing this, he knew that he had offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. All of this happened because of him. He, young Master Qiao Jian, was naturally the main culprit. Therefore, he should be the one responsible for all of this. Shut up. Leader Yahong scolded and said angrily, "You only know how to cause trouble for me. How would I know what to do?" This time, I'm going to die because of you." This time, his big brother was scolding him from the bottom of his heart. Young Master Qiao Jian felt really bad and wronged. The other members of the giant sword squad either died or admitted defeat. Those who admitted defeat obediently went to the side. Xiao Gu yelled at them and reprimanded them. It was only at this time that Lil Gu could show off a little. There was nothing he could do about it. Being weak was his weakness. Under Baby Mo's relentless attacks, there were only 5 people left in the giant sword squad. They raised their hands in surrender, along with the Clifhong Guild and young Master Yijian, the 2 brothers. In the blink of an eye, the giant sword group of more than 20 people had been reduced to only 7 people. It was truly shocking. The one who felt the worst was Leader Yahong. He had watched as Baby Mo massacred his giant sword gang, even sacrificing a second step Empyrean saint. Such a huge loss was a devastating blow to the giant sword regiment. It was a heavy blow to the giant sword regiment. One must know that many people in the giant sword squad had already sacrificed their clones. They were only left with their original bodies. But now that even his original body was dead, he was truly dead. Mo Baobao's move had directly weakened the strength of the giant swords by at least 50%. But the scary thing was that it wasn't over yet. Leader Yahong only felt that the giant sword squad that he had painstakingly created was going to be finished. And all of this was because of his ignorant and incompetent brother. It was all because of him. At this moment, guild leader Yahong really had the urge to kill Mr. Yijian. But he also hated himself. It was because of his extreme protectiveness that such a situation had occurred. At this time, the giant sword squad had either died or surrendered. Only leader Yahong and young Master Yijian were left. Baby Mo glared at the 2 of them. As soon as Qin Xiao gave the order, she would come over and kill them. Therefore, under the suppression of Baby Mo's powerful aura, leader Yahong and young Master Yijian's nerves were stretched to the extreme. This was the aura of death. Qin Xiao, who are you? Under the oppressive atmosphere, leader Yahong couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He couldn't help but ask. Qin Xiao pursed her lips and said, "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you've offended me. Actually, this matter itself isn't that big of a deal. In the beginning, I didn't want to pursue anything. I could just muddle along and turn big things into small things. Once everyone was harmonious, everything would be over. But you, guild leader Yahong, just had a scheme against me like this. You just had to send us to our deaths. You went too far. Since you, guild leader Yahong, won't give us a way out, then do you expect me to give you a way out?" After that, Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the trembling young Master Yijian. She said, "And you, young Master Yijian, I really want to tell you that you're a toad that wants to eat swan meat. Your dreams are great, but reality is cruel. You're not only a toad, but a shameless, despicable, and perverted toad. How do you 2 brothers want to die?" Leader Yahong and young Master Yijian's faces were incomparably pale and ugly. How to die? They didn't want to die. But in such a situation, how could they keep their lives? "How about this? I'll give you a chance. You 2 brothers can attack together. As long as you can take 10 moves from me, then I'll let you live. How about that?" Qin Xiao suddenly said. Such arrogant words, under normal circumstances, would definitely be seen as a great humiliation by leader Yahong. But at this moment, leader Yahong seemed to have caught a life-saving straw. His eyes lit up as he saw a glimmer of hope. If it was just 2 against 1, he didn't have much confidence in winning against Qin Xiao. However, if it was only 10 moves, then there was still hope. In a hopeless situation where they had no choice, seeing such hope, Commander Yahong and young Master Yijian naturally had a strong desire to survive. Both of their eyes lit up as they saw the hope of survival. "Qin Xiao, are you sure we only need to take 10 moves from you and you'll let us go?" Leader Yahong asked in a deep voice. Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Of course Qin Xiao, always keep my words. As long as you can take 10 moves from me, then I'll let you 2 go. I won't go back on my words. You don't have to worry about me playing word games. I really don't want to do that with you. Not only will I not do anything to you, but my friends won't do anything to you either. They'll let you go and won't pursue anything. Of course, the premise is that you can really take 10 moves from me. Are you sure you won't go back on your words? Leader Yahong asked again worriedly. Qin Shao said with certainty, I won't go back on my words. Ha ha. After getting Qin Zhao's confirmation, Leader Yahong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Shao, you're too arrogant and self-righteous. You don't put me in your eyes at all. Yahong, was able to establish the giant sword group and rely on my own efforts to get to where I am today step by step. I didn't get to where I am today by luck. I relied on my hard work and my fists to get to where I am today. To be honest, I'm not afraid of many people in the second step of the ancient saint realm. Even if I'm not as strong as you, Qin Shao, I can still take 10 moves from you. However, I only need to exchange 10 moves with you. I have absolute confidence in that. There won't be any problems. Yahong, have been roaming the underworld for so many years. I've accumulated some experience, and I'm definitely worthy of my reputation. Although I don't like your arrogance, I like your way of doing things this time. Since you're so confident, Qin Shao, bring it on. I'd like to see how you're going to kill the two of us within 10 moves. Mr. Qiao Jian laughed happily. Big brother, I like people who are overconfident. You want to kill the two of us within 10 moves? This was simply the biggest joke in the world. I know your strength, big brother. You're definitely the number one person in Tang City. The number of second-step ancient saints who have lost to you is at least 80, if not 100, right? It's just 10 moves. Big brother, you can easily take it all by yourself. There's no need for me to make a move. The two brothers regained some confidence and felt good about themselves. Brother Qin Shao, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to do this? You're not ruthless enough. Isn't it a little too easy for these two bad guys? Yuan pouted and suddenly said. Qin Shao looked at Yuan, thought for a moment, and nodded. Yes, you're right. I was too gentle. Since Yuan isn't satisfied, I'll be more ruthless. Let's do it this way. 5 moves. 10 moves is a little too much. The damage isn't deep enough. 5 moves should be enough, right? 5 moves? Yuan blinked and said, Why don't Brother Qin Shao let Yuan do it? I think my 5 moves should be enough. Your 5 moves are still a little too much. Ahem, all right. Qin Shao curled his lips and changed his mind again. 3 moves then. I wanted to keep a low profile. It seems that my strength doesn't allow me to do so. Forget it. Since my strength doesn't allow me to do so, I won't keep a low profile. 3 moves will do. Yes. Brother Qin Shao is the best. Do your best. Yuan nodded with satisfaction. These two people seemed to be having a very funny conversation. But to Captain Yahong and the other man, every word was like an incomparably sharp knife, ruthlessly slicing and twisting on their souls. Every word was like a heart-rending. Every word was a heavy blow to their soul wills, ruthlessly stimulating them and even humiliating them. 3 moves? He actually only allowed them to block 3 moves? Wasn't this a great humiliation to them? No matter what, he was still a second-step Empyrean saint. He had defeated dozens of second-step Empyrean saints before. At the very least, he had never met a worthy opponent in the second-step ancient saint realm. He had never been defeated. Qin Shao actually said that he would kill the 2 brothers in 3 moves. Wasn't this a great humiliation to him? Wasn't this a great humiliation to them? Captain Yahong was originally in a good mood, thinking that he had a chance to live. But now, he was more angry and full of hatred for Qin Shao. He was furious. He was filled with hatred, but he could only grit his teeth and endure it. What could he do? His life was still in Qin Zhao's hands. He had no choice but to lower his head. Humph, Qin Shao, it's too early to boast. Be careful not to bite your tongue. 3 moves, right? You said it. Don't go back on your word. Captain Yahong snorted coldly. Chapter 2902. Killing someone in 3 moves. That was incomparable confidence and arrogance. Qin Shao also had some arrogance in him. It was just that he would not easily reveal it. I want to see how you, Qin Shao, kill me in 3 moves. Commander Yahong snorted coldly and waved his hand. A golden tortoise shell flew out and enveloped Commander Yahong and young Master Yujian. At the same time, Commander Yahong exerted all his power and formed a boundary. It combined with the golden tortoise shell to form an unbreakable protective umbrella. This was where Commander Yahong's confidence came from. It was not only his own protective power, but also his life-saving treasure. The combination of these 2 factors gave Commander Yahong absolute confidence that he would be able to withstand 3 moves from a 3rd-step ancient saint. He did not believe that Qin Shao had the ability to kill him. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Come on, Qin Shao. It's the first time I've met someone as arrogant as you. Then let me give you a good lesson and give you a deep lesson. Captain Yahong said with a crazy face. He wanted to take revenge for the humiliation that Qin Shao had given him. Teach him a lesson? Qin Shao laughed when he heard that. Just based on guild leader Yahong, he still wanted to teach him a lesson? Since he wanted to teach him a lesson so much, he would teach him a lesson. Qin Shao was about to make a move when Yuan ran over and said, "Brother Qin Shao, why don't you let me play for a while? How about I try it first? If it doesn't work, I'll let you do it." Play? Was this kind of thing fun? Commander Yahong spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Yuan's words. How could he say that he was playing with their lives? All right, I'll let you play first. Since Yuan had spoken, Qin Shao was generous. With Qin Zhao's approval, Yuan immediately jumped with joy. Great, we can have fun. Big brother Qin Shao, step to the side and watch this lady. Although Qin Shao had been switched from a 2nd-step Empyrean Saint to a 1st-step Empyrean Saint, Commander Yahong wasn't happy at all. This was a great humiliation to him. His dignity was once again being ruthlessly rubbed against the ground. It was a great humiliation. To him, Xiao Hong, such a thing was an extraordinary humiliation, a humiliation that he could not accept. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling, and his teeth were grinding. Yuan made a move. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a flying knife of Li Sheng flew out from her jade-like hand. Li Sheng's flying knife had 1 number, 3 numbers, and 9 numbers. Soon, there were 9 Li Sheng's flying knives. Each of them was a saint artifact level Li Sheng's flying knife, and their quality was not inferior to the one that Li Sheng had given to Qin Shao. It was the first time that Qin Shao had seen Yuan use Li Sheng's flying knife. Yuan had never used her Li Sheng's flying knife before, but this time, she finally used it. Obviously, the flying knife was Yuan's most powerful move. At this time, Yuan also used all her strength to deal with Commander Yahong and Qin Shao. Li Sheng's flying knife? Someone from Li Sheng's sect? Commander Yahong frowned when he saw Yuan use Li Sheng's flying knife. He had heard of the Li Sheng Gate before. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. Li Sheng's sect was only deeply rooted in the immortal realm. This was the Great Path Saint realm, and there was no trace of Li Sheng's sect. So, even if they were from Li Sheng's sect, so what? Here, even if they were dragons or tigers, they had to lie down. The 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers in Yuan's hand seemed to have transformed into a real dragon, bringing with it a peerless sharpness. It whistled through the 9 heavens, causing the world to tremble. The space clearly felt the powerful force from Li Sheng's flying knife. Under the sharp sharpness, the space seemed to be torn and pierced. Qin Shao watched Yuan's move, and he clearly felt that Yuan's attainment in the flying knife was still above his. However, this was also a very normal thing. Yuan's attainment in the flying knife was originally higher than Qin Zhao's, so it was not strange that she had been suppressing him. After all, the main focus of Qin Zhao's cultivation was on the cultivation of Dao. He did not put much effort into the flying dagger. He spent less energy and time, so naturally, there would not be too much improvement speed. But Yuan Yuan was different. Her father was Li Sheng, the creator of the flying knife. The blood flowing in Yuan Yuan's body was the bloodline of the flying knife. No matter in terms of bloodline inheritance, talent potential, or environmental resources. Regardless of which aspect, Yuan Yuan had an absolute advantage over Qin Shao. In addition, she was ahead of Qin Shao at the beginning, so it was very normal that she was still firmly suppressing Qin Shao now. Yuan Yuan's flying knife had already reached the advanced level, and her use of Li Sheng's flying knife had obviously reached a very high level. At this time, for Yuan Yuan, controlling Li Sheng's flying knife was simply a matter of free will. "Flying knife, go!" Yuan Yuan suddenly shouted and waved her jade-like hand. The 9 Li Sheng's flying knives, which had been impatient for a long time, whizzed out and turned into streaks of flowing light, flying toward Commander Yahong and his companion. The way of the flying dagger was originally extremely domineering, extremely sharp, and extremely fierce. He pushed the power of the sharp light to the extreme. Once this kind of extreme power burst out, it had a kind of invincible power that could sweep the heavens. The 5 people of the giant sword group, who were curled up in a corner, were all trembling with fear at this time. The way they looked at Yuan Yuan had completely changed. Only now did they know that this cute and immature little girl was so terrifying when she was angry. Her strength had actually reached such a level. They were afraid that even if the 5 of them combined their strength, they would only end up dead. She was clearly only at the first step ancient saint realm, but the strength she displayed was so powerful to such an extent. It was too terrifying. It was true that one could not judge a book by its cover. The giant sword group was completely finished, wasn't it? The giant sword group, which dominated the land of Tang City, was originally thought to have great development and great achievements, was going to be finished just like that. In life, one could not afford to make a single mistake. A wrong step was probably the end of the whole game. 9 Li Sheng's flying knives flew across the sky, whistling through the 9 heavens, with the momentum of a violent wave that could destroy everything, and the power to destroy all, fiercely attacked. Rays of sharp light directly collided with the huge golden turtle shell. The 9 Li Sheng's flying knives fell heavily one by one, colliding with a loud sound like the sound of the sky. It was as if lightning had descended from the 9 heavens. Every single one of them was earth-shattering and heaven-shaking, causing the entire world to tremble. The huge golden turtle shell's defensive ability was indeed very strong. Under such a peerless sharp light, it was actually able to withstand and did not break. In the collision of forces, it was still able to withstand. Humph! Seeing this, Commander Yahong also sneered with a somewhat complacent look. While laughing, Commander Yahong said, "This is the shell of the 9 Abyss Black Turtle. The 9 Abyss Black Turtle is the descendant of the ancient divine beast Xuanwu. It has a strong divine beast bloodline and can be considered half a divine beast. Its turtle shell is extremely hard, and its defensive ability is extremely strong. Even an ordinary 4th-step Empyrean saint wouldn't be able to break the tortoise shell. You're just a little girl. Even if you're very strong, you can forget about breaking my 9 Abyss Black Turtle shell. Do you think it's so easy to kill me, Yahong? 1 move has already been used. There's still 2 moves left. What other abilities do you have? Show them all." Commander Yahong was indeed proud. At this moment, he felt that he had vented some of his anger and regained some of his dignity. As long as he blocked the first move, the rest would be stable. Moreover, the 9 Abyss Black Turtle's shell had not reached its limit to block the first move. Moreover, even if the 9 Abyss Black Turtle's shell had reached its limit, didn't it still have its own defensive power? How could it be so easy to kill him, Yahong? Even if he stood there and did not defend, an ordinary 3rd-step ancient saint would not be able to kill him with an all-out attack. This thing is really hard. I can't even break it. Are you unhappy? Yuan Yuan pouted, her face full of displeasure. She wanted to do it herself. She did not expect to be thwarted as soon as she made a move. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and walked over. Yuan Yuan, let me do it. No. Yuan Yuan immediately refused. She said to Qin Xiao, Brother Qin Xiao, please let me try again. Anyway, there are 3 chances. I think 1 is enough. There's no need to try 3 times. So, let me try again. If it really doesn't work, I'll let you finish the 3rd time, Brother Qin Xiao. I can't do it. I can't even break this turtle shell. Cough. Qin Xiao coughed dryly. 1 move? To be honest, Qin Xiao was not completely confident that he could kill Commander Yahong in 1 move. After all, he had a powerful life-saving treasure, his own defensive ability, and a strong life force. No matter what, he was an extremely powerful second-step ancient saint. It was not easy to kill him. Under the protection of such a defensive power, it was possible that an ordinary 4th-step ancient saint might not be able to kill him in 1 move. If Yuan Yuan's second attempt didn't have any effect, then the final pressure would completely fall on him. If he wanted to kill Commander Yahong in 1 move, the success rate would not be very high. He would not have much confidence. However, seeing Yuan Yuan's expression, he was afraid that if he stopped her now, she would not be happy. Forget it. 1,000 gold could not buy a beauty's happiness. Since Yuan Yuan liked it, then let her be. If he really could not kill the 2 brothers in 1 move, then so be it. In fact, there was no deep hatred, so it was not necessary to kill them. At least, Qin Zhao's mood was not that strong at the moment. Therefore, it did not matter. Okay, then you try another move. You can't play with the 3rd move anymore. You must give it to me, Qin Xiao said. Yuan Yuan immediately nodded happily and said, Yes, 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 yes. Brother Qin Xiao, I understand. I will definitely not fight with you for the 3rd move. Then back off, back off. This lady is going to go crazy and attack with all her strength. Roar, roar, roar. This lady is going to reveal her wild and explosive side. I'm no longer reserved. Hearing Yuan Yuan's words, Qin Xiao could not help but want to laugh. She, Yuan Yuan, had a wild and explosive side? If she could be so wild and explosive, then it would be really refreshing. Qin Xiao really wanted to see this side of Yuan Yuan. What was it like? Author Cruel Death said, the 3rd move is even better. Chapter 2903. Roar. Yuan Yuan shouted loudly, looking like she was going to use all her strength. The 9 flying daggers fused into one and instantly became even sharper and sharper. Not only that, Yuan Yuan's hands quickly struck the void, forming a hand seal. As Yuan Yuan formed a hand seal, an illusory, flying dagger flew out from her body, soaring in the sky and hovering above her head. As soon as the illusory, flying dagger appeared, the entire land shook, as if it was going to crawl under the flying dagger. The flying dagger displayed great power, and Qin Xiao couldn't help but become more alert. As expected of Yuan Yuan, he didn't know what kind of technique it was, but it looked very powerful. This should be Yuan Yuan's innate divine ability. Yuan Yuan was the daughter of Li Sheng, the daughter of Reincarnation Sovereign, so it was normal for her to have innate divine ability. As soon as the innate divine ability was used, Yuan Yuan's greatest power was completely released. Commander Yahong and young Master Yijin suddenly became nervous. They could feel the power of Yuan Yuan's power, the power of the 2 flying daggers, the peerless sharpness, and the fierce power that could make the land tremble. Big brother, young Master Yijin was really scared, and some fear surged in his heart. After all, he was only a 1st-step ancient saint, and his defensive power was very ordinary. Once the defense of the 9 darkness black turtle shell was broken, he would be in danger of dying. So at this moment, he naturally panicked. Shut up, Commander Yahong shouted. He didn't have absolute confidence, so he could only brace himself to resist. Whether he lived or died, he could only leave it to the heavens to decide. Commander Yahong gritted his teeth and used all his strength to strengthen his defensive shield, to resist Yuan Yuan's strongest attack. "Break for this lady," Yuan Yuan suddenly yelled. As soon as she shouted, the two flying daggers whistled out at the same time, and the power of the blades soared to the sky, revealing its peerless sharpness. The golden light seemed to have been cast by golden water as it flooded the area. In an instant, it completely annihilated the sky and even covered the original light of the chasm. The saber slashed through the void, causing the entire world to fall silent. Not a sound could be heard. It was as if the entire world had frozen, waiting for the saber to tear through the sky and reach the firmament. The two sabers fully displayed the extreme power and sharpness of the sabers. Powerful, sharp, masculine. This was the overbearing aspect of the flying dagger Dao. At this time, Yuan Yuan went all out and used her strongest move. This might be the first time she used her strongest move in battle. Clang clang, the two throwing knives directly hit the shell of the 9 abyss black turtle, and the collision created extremely intense sparks. Guild leader Yahong's own defensive power was instantly destroyed upon contact, completely collapsing. At this time, both of them widened their eyes and tensed their heartstrings. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the two flying daggers. They were extremely nervous. This was a matter of life and death. If they were not careful, they might really die here. Once the 9 abyss black turtle shell was broken, they would be in great danger. Therefore, at this time, the two of them were naturally tense to the extreme, and their palms were covered in cold sweat. Crack! A cracking sound suddenly came from the 9 abyss black turtle shell. Hearing this sound, guild leader Yahong and his companion jumped in fright, and they almost jumped up. It was like a fierce blow to their souls. Crack! Another cracking sound was heard. A few cracks had appeared on the 9 dark mysterious turtle's shell. Moreover, the cracks seemed to be spreading more and more. This was a sign of danger, so guild leader Yahong and his companion immediately became incomparably nervous. Their hearts were already in their throats. The cracking sound continued to ring out, and soon the entire 9 abyss black turtle shell cracked open. It felt like it was in imminent danger and was on the verge of collapse. If it took a step further, it would definitely be a situation of collapse. But this step, it seemed to be very strong and did not take a step forward. Finally, Yuan Yuan retracted her somewhat weak hand and panted loudly. She had already done her best and attacked with all her strength. But in the end, she was still unable to break the defense of the 9 abyss black turtle shell. This caused Yuan Yuan's mood to not be too good. She pouted, and a trace of resentment flashed past her eyes. That broken turtle shell is really hard. This lady has already used her innate ability, but I am still unable to break it. Huff! Huff! Looks like my strength is still not strong enough. I have to work harder. Yuan Yuan muttered to herself, as if she was somewhat frustrated. If this kind of frustration could motivate Yuan Yuan and make her work even harder to cultivate, then it would be a good thing. Qin Xiao walked over and patted Yuan Yuan's shoulder and comforted her. You are already very good. That 9 abyss black turtle shell has already been broken by you, and it only has the last bit of perseverance left. However, it won't be of much use anymore. After all, this 9 abyss black turtle shell is in existence with the bloodline of a divine beast, so it is extremely hard. I'm afraid that an ordinary 3rd step ancient saint will not be able to break it even if they use all their strength. You are only a 1st step ancient saint. It is already very heaven-defying for you to be able to do this. That's true. After all, I am only a 1st step ancient saint. It is indeed not bad for me to be able to do this. Hearing Qin Zhao's comforting words, Yuan Yuan immediately became happy again. Yuan Yuan was actually an extremely simple person. She did not have any thoughts at all. She was also very easy to comfort and coax. In particular, she was very obedient to Qin Xiao. So when she heard Qin Zhao's comforting words, she immediately felt relieved and happy. It was easy for her to be happy and it was easy for her to be sad. It was easy for her to laugh, and it was easy for her to cry. All in all, she was a very simple lady. Her simplicity made people want to protect and cherish her. This was a weakness that people could not help but want to hold in their hands. All right, Yuan, let me do it now. I will help you solve everything, Qin Shao said again. Yuan nodded and made a gesture to Qin Shao, saying, Yes, you can do it, brother Qin Shao. I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Since Yuan can do this, brother Qin Shao, you can definitely kill those two bad guys directly. Although this is the last chance, brother Qin Shao, you can definitely succeed. I am watching your wonderful performance. Qin Shao pursed his lips, and the corners of his mouth curved into a devilish smile that carried a strong sense of confidence. This was his last chance. He would definitely grasp it. He would definitely succeed. That was Qin Zhao's confidence. Qin Shao held the heaven-opening sword in his hand and looked coldly at Commander Yahong and young Master Yujian. It was like the gaze of the god of death, with a strong, murderous intent. Commander Yahong and young Master Yujian escaped from Yuan's hands, but they were not in a hurry to be happy. They immediately entered a tense atmosphere. The two of them also stared coldly at Qin Shao. They looked at Qin Shao and looked at the god of death. But they want to escape death. They want to live from the hands of death. Chapter 2904. This gaze wasn't long, but to the two of them, it was as long as an epoch of the universe. If there was a medicine for regret in this world, the two of them would definitely give up everything and even bear a lifetime of debt in exchange for the medicine for regret. Young Master Yujian was already regretting his actions. It was all because of his lust. Leader Yahong was also regretting that he had always indulged Yujian. He could be considered a veteran of the Jianghu, but this time he suffered a big loss and suffered a big loss. His heart was burning with anger. He wished he could personally end this disappointing younger brother of his, who only knew how to cause trouble for him. Even if he was lucky enough to survive this time, the giant sword group had already suffered a great loss. It would be difficult for them to dominate the land of Tang City. Wasn't this an extremely heavy blow to him, Guild Leader Yahong? He had spent so many years of effort, and half of it was destroyed. How could his heart not bleed? Block this sword, you must block this sword. Leader Yahong gritted his teeth and prayed in his heart. Young Master Yujian's body had already begun to tremble. An inexplicable fear surged in his heart. He was really scared. The 9-abyss black tortoise shell had already cracked to such an extent. There was no doubt that Qin Shao would be able to break this 9-abyss black tortoise shell when he attacked. As for how strong the final power would be, it was still unknown. Young Master Yujian was only a first-step ancient saint. He didn't have any special defensive treasures. Facing such a situation, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to block Qin Zhao's final attack. So, how could he not be scared? Big brother, you're strong and your defense is strong. Help me block Qin Zhao's attack later. Young Master Yujian cried and begged. Scram, I don't have a brother like you. I can't even protect myself now. How can I take care of you? You're on your own now. Leader Yahong scolded angrily. Big brother, you can't abandon me. I'm your only younger brother. I'm your only relative in this world. Big brother, I've been listening to you all these years. You can't just ignore me. If you don't, I'll really die. My clone is already dead. Nothing can happen to my original body. Otherwise, I will really die. Mr. Qiao, Jian begged bitterly. Shut up. Commander Yahong gritted his teeth and cursed. He glared at young Master Yujian and said, You made me like this, and you still have the face to say that? I didn't kill you because you're my only brother. I can't even protect myself now. How can I have the energy to protect you? Big brother, you still have me. Even if your clone is dead, you still have your main body, right? This is my true body. If I die, I'll really die. Big brother, young Master Yujian said anxiously. However, Commander Yahong glared at young Master Yujian with his cold and murderous eyes. Young Master Yujien was so scared that his face turned pale. It was as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned. What a terrifying gaze. A gaze filled with murderous intent. He had only seen such a gaze when his big brother killed someone. Did his big brother intend to kill him? So scary, so scary. Young Master Qiao Jian felt as though a knife was pressed against his throat. If he dared to say another word, the sharp knife would directly pierce his throat. It was as cold as death. It was as scary as death. At this moment, Qin Shao made his move. His heaven-opening sword slashed down with a swoosh. It tore through the 9 heavens as if it was splitting the heavens and the earth. With one slash, the heavens and the earth were destroyed and the sea turned dark. It was as if the heavens and the earth had entered into chaos and fell into endless darkness. The sword could split the heavens. The sword was sharp. The 5 fundamental laws, the law of immortal Tao, the law of great Tao, and the law of heart. This was the power of a total of 8 laws. The power of the inner world was also displayed by Qin Shao. That terrifying power was comparable to the pure power of a 4th-step ancient saint. At this moment, Qin Zhao's heavy sword had no edge, but it was extremely sharp. All of his power roared out, and it was as if the Milky Way was overturning. When Qin Shao went all out, he could indeed fight against a 4th-step ancient saint. Whether it was power, the sharpness of his sword, or the control of the laws, Qin Shao was very strong. He gathered all these together perfectly and shot them out with all his strength. Naturally, he was terrifyingly strong. If he had 3 chances, Qin Shao wouldn't have revealed all his strength in front of Commander Yahong. He wouldn't have gone all out. However, he had no choice now. He had to ensure that he could kill Commander Yahong and young Master Yujien. The boast he made was going to come true, right? Otherwise, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? Therefore, Qin Shao had no choice but to go all out and use his strongest move. The heavens and the earth were destroyed, and everything was silent. Pump! The 9-abyss black tortoise shell directly exploded and turned into pieces that scattered in all directions. It couldn't withstand a single blow. How could it block Qin Zhao's sharp power? It's over. Young Master Yujian's face was extremely pale. He knew he was going to die. If his big brother didn't save him now, he would die. As soon as the 9-abyss black tortoise shell broke, he felt the extremely terrifying destructive power surging toward him. In the face of such a powerful force, he only felt that he was like a weak and lowly ant, extremely small and insignificant. Ah, block it, block it, block it! Guild leader Yahong also gritted his teeth and yelled with his eyes wide open. However, when the unparalleled sharp sword slashed down, when the power of the 8 great laws surged and smashed down, when the power of the inner world was everywhere, it was as heavy as Mount Tai. Nothing in the world seemed to be able to stop Qin Zhao's wave of attack. Too strong, too domineering. In an instant, it shattered all of Commander Yahong's resistance. It couldn't withstand a single blow and collapsed like a mud wall. They weren't on the same level at all. No, no, no. How can this be? How can he be so strong? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This doesn't make sense at all. No matter how strong he is, he can't be so strong, right? Is Qin Shao really just a brat at the 2nd-step ancient saint stage? It doesn't make sense. Looking at his young age, he should have cultivated for at most 100 million years. How can he be so strong? That strength is definitely something that only ancient sages of the 4th step would possess. No matter how young he is, there's no way he could be an ancient sage of the 4th step, right? What's going on? What kind of monster did I provoke? Despair, extreme despair. This was the kind of despair that Commander Yahong had never felt before. Under such extreme despair, Commander Yahong was quickly annihilated by this terrifying power. Dead. A powerful existence who dominated Tang City died under Qin Zhao's sword just like that. No, Lord Qin Shao, Lord Qin Shao, spare me, spare me. I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Young Master Yujian desperately begged for mercy. But how could Qin Shao care about him? This guy was the main culprit. Naturally, he couldn't let him go. It would be difficult to appease Yuan's anger if he didn't kill him. Soon, young Master Yujian's voice was completely annihilated. He was completely dead. He was really dead. His original body and clone were destroyed. Unless a powerful existence was willing to resurrect him, he would be completely buried in the long river of history. However, in order to resurrect a first-step Empyrean saint, one had to be a fourth-step Empyrean saint at the very least. Moreover, one would have to pay a great price to resurrect a first-step Empyrean saint. Generally speaking, one had to be at the world god realm to do so. However, resurrecting a first-step Empyrean saint would require a hefty price to pay. Generally speaking, no one was willing to resurrect an ancient saint. This had quite a big impact on him as well. Resurrecting a life was an act that defied the heavens and went against the great Tao. Therefore, it was natural that he would be punished by the great Tao. If he resurrected a weak life form, the impact wouldn't be great. Guild leader Yahong and Mr. Yujian both died under Qin Zhao's sword. Qin Zhao then put away his sword and retracted all of his power. The light dissipated and the heaven and earth regained its tranquility. What was left were two cold corpses without any aura of life. The 5 members of the Giant Sword Regiment who had surrendered were all trembling in fear as they looked at Qin Zhao in horror. At this moment, Qin Zhao was a god of death in their eyes. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on them. Seeing Qin Zhao's gaze, the 5 of them were even more frightened. They lost their composure and trembled. Even their leader was unable to retaliate in front of Qin Zhao and was killed on the spot with a single slash. How could they possibly have any strength to resist? Wasn't it courting death to provoke such a powerful and terrifying existence? Plop! The 5 of them suddenly knelt down in front of Qin Zhao and begged for mercy. Young master, please spare our lives. We were just following orders. We didn't mean to harm you. Seeing the 5 of them kneeling down and begging for mercy, Xiao Gu was in a good mood. He curled his lips and said, "TSK, weren't you all very arrogant before? You were so powerful, but now you're so cowardly? You're not good people either. I think we should kill you all, so as not to let you go out and harm others." Hearing Xiao Gu's words, the 5 of them panicked and hurriedly defended themselves. Qin Zhao waved his hand and said softly, "Okay, that's enough. There's no need to say anything more. Since I said that I won't kill you if you surrender, I'll keep my word. You're not so abominable that I must kill you. However, I'll still give you a word of advice. Evil is self-destruction. You guys for the Giant Sword Gang aren't good people either. I'm sure you've done a lot of bullying. With such a person leading your Giant Sword group, I don't think there's anything worthy of my attention. So, you're on your own now. If I see any of you doing evil again, I'm afraid you'll end up like them. This time, I'll let you go first." Scram! Qin Zhao waved his hand and put away the light. He also put away the space barrier and opened the space. The 5 of them didn't dare to stay any longer. After thanking him, they fled in panic and soon disappeared. Chapter 2905. After sending these people away, this matter finally came to an end. The Giant Sword Group was basically crippled, and there was probably no way for them to recover. The 5 people who ran away just now would probably not return to the Giant Sword Group. There was no way this news could be concealed. Once it was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge backlash. At that time, the Giant Sword Group would probably be swallowed up. The replacement of forces was a very normal thing in this world. This was also a natural law. In addition, the Giant Sword Group was a force that did not do much, so it was fine if they were destroyed. Brother Qin Zhao, you just said that there really is a treasure in there. Now that the matter is resolved, let's quickly go and check it out. Yuan quickly pulled herself out of the matter just now and said excitedly. To her, this was a fun thing to do. She wanted to have some fun. Okay, then let's go in and have a look. Little Goo, baby Mo, you two stay here. Qin Shao nodded and said. Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan quickly entered the cliff cave. They returned to the empty cliff cave. Yuan Yuan carefully looked around and frowned slightly. This place is so strange. I feel like I can't sense anything, as if there's really nothing. But I keep feeling that something is not right. But what is wrong, I can't tell. I just have this feeling it's strange. Qin Shao smiled and said, It's not strange because something is wrong. Because your attainment in the law of space is not that deep, so you may not be able to directly sense where the problem is, but you vaguely feel that there is a problem. The law of space, I seem to have mastered it. Hee, not only the law of space, I have also mastered the other 4 fundamental laws. Yuan Yuan winked at Qin Shao and said with a playful face. Hearing Yuan Yuan's words, Qin Shao was stunned for a moment and was slightly surprised, but immediately his face was full of surprise. Who would have thought that Yuan Yuan would also become a destiny cultivator? This was truly a miracle, not to mention the immortal realms. Even in the entire Great Thousand Worlds and the 8 Great Saint Realms, those who could become heavenly mandate cultivators were definitely rare existences. Moreover, in order to become a heaven's mandate cultivator, one would need a very long time of accumulation. People like Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan who became heaven's mandate cultivators at such a young age were extremely rare. Qin Shao couldn't help but admire Yuan Yuan in her heart. Yuan Yuan's talent and potential were indeed superior. She was not inferior to her at all. Being able to become a heavenly mandate cultivator was the best proof. Geniuses like Zhang Yang, Xia Dongho, and Fu Zhongshuan had yet to become destiny cultivators. Perhaps they would all become mandate realm cultivators in the future, but it would still take a period of hard work to achieve that. Don't be in a daze. I became a heavenly mandate cultivator much later than you, so there's nothing to show off. Anyway, we're all geniuses. Yuan Yuan stuck out her pink tongue and smiled mischievously. Qin Shao smiled. Such confident words coming from Yuan Yuan's mouth didn't make people feel that she was narcissistic at all. Instead, it felt like she was serious about something. Women were really mysterious. There was always a mysterious power coming from their bodies. Qin Shao didn't waste any time and began to act. Soon, the space barrier here was broken and the barrier was torn apart. As soon as the space barrier was broken, the place changed and directly turned into a huge secret chamber. This secret chamber was still empty. At a glance, there was still nothing in it. Not only was there nothing, but it also gave people a very strange and gloomy aura. It was a very bad aura. Such an aura immediately made people feel a sense of danger. This feeling naturally made Qin Shao put up a high level of vigilance immediately. Subconsciously, he felt that something was wrong. The situation was wrong, very wrong. Yuan Yuan also seemed to be a little scared. She went behind Qin Shao and unconsciously held Qin Zhao's arm with both hands. She didn't regard Qin Shao as an outsider and really regarded him as her brother. Or maybe she was scared and didn't care so much that she didn't notice that men and women shouldn't touch each other. With Yuan Yuan holding his arm, Qin Shao felt the soft touch from his arm. He didn't have any evil thoughts to feel or think about anything. Qin Shao glanced around coldly, and soon his eyes fell on the wall. This was the wall where Lord Xiaoyao Zi left his words before. The wall still felt like the wall, but the strange thing was that the words on it were a little different. Compared with the original words, there were more words. In addition to Xiaoyao Zi's visit, there was a line of words. Haha, the fated person of the future generation. If you see this line, then congratulations, you've won the prize. Welcome to the heavenly pit. Seeing this line of words, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. Won the prize? Jumped into the heavenly pit? What did this mean? According to the literal meaning, this place was not a treasure trove at all. It was just a huge pit. This was very bad news, which made Qin Shao smile helplessly. Fortunately, the only consolation was that he didn't feel any terrible danger for the time being. At least for the time being, it was safe. Therefore, the situation was not very bad. At least there was still a lot of hope. As long as the situation was not too terrible, at most he would suffer a little loss. As long as he didn't die here, it was fine. It was just an ordeal. It was not a big deal. Huff, huff. This senior Xiao Yao Zi is really bad. Isn't he trying to scam others? Yuan pouted angrily and said. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, this matter may not be blamed on Lord Xiao Yao Zi. This place is obviously not made by Lord Xiao Yao Zi. I guess that the hidden space is made by Lord Xiao Yao Zi. However, he could only blame Senior Xiao Yao Zi for this. He knew that this was a pit, but he deliberately left a line of words here. After covering it up, it only left, Lord Xiao Yao Zi was here. This sentence itself was very confusing. Moreover, Lord Xiao Yao Zi also left a note, saying that there was a treasure here. It was a bit of a scam. But Qin Xiao felt that this place should not be made by Lord Xiao Yao Zi. Maybe he just wanted to make a joke. After all, there weren't many people who could see through the spatial barrier. Those who could enter this place should be relatively strong. Qin Xiao's gaze continued to scan the area. As expected, he soon saw another line of words. This line of notes was obviously different from Lord Xiao Yao Zi's. It could be seen that it was left by different people. It was written like this. I was bored and found such an interesting place. So I buried a pit here for the fated people of the future generation to come in. If you can find this place, then congratulations, you've won the prize. Although this pit is a bit of a scam, under normal circumstances, it won't take your life. At most, you'll be trapped for 8 to 10 universe eras. This space is a great Tao space that I accidentally created. When someone comes in, the great Tao space will be activated and dissipate in about 9 universe eras. If you want to leave early, then find a way to break this great Tao space. Remember, you can't use brute force to break it. Unless your strength is above mine, then it's also possible. Otherwise, don't waste your energy and think about how to break it with a great Tao space. All right, the fated people of the future generation. I just want to trick you for fun. Unfortunately, I won't leave my name. You won't know who I am. You won't even have the chance to scold me. Ha ha, just thinking about it makes me happy. Seeing this line of words, Qin Xiao was a little drunk. It seemed that this line of words should be the masterpiece of the senior who created this great Tao space. Just out of a playful heart, he created such a great Tao space. But there was no other way. He, Qin Xiao, had already fallen into this divine pit. He couldn't blame others. He could only blame himself for being a little unlucky. However, Qin Xiao looked at this problem more optimistically. Didn't he come to the great Tao, sacred realm, this time to gain experience? A little bit of hardship was a better way to gain experience. If he continued to gain experience, it probably wouldn't have any effect. Therefore, thinking about it this way, this might not be a bad thing for Qin Xiao. Who are these people? Seriously, why do they all like to play with people? They made us jump into a big pit. This is great. We're all trapped in this space of the great Tao. Judging from the meaning of these words, it's probably not that easy to break out of this great Tao space and leave. Yuan pouted angrily again. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, well, it shouldn't be that easy. However, this is still considered good. These two seniors are already considered to be relatively benevolent. This kind of pit isn't scary. It's just a little troublesome. It's not dangerous. At most, it can trap us for some time. It's not easy to find such a good trial. That's why we should be happy. In a great wide world, there are all kinds of people with evil intentions. There are many bad people who purposely leave terrifying pits behind to lure others in and kill them for fun. It's already good that the two seniors didn't kill us. Yuan blinked. After thinking for a while, she nodded and said, yes, it seems to be true. Forget it. Let's start to study this great Tao space and see how to break it. Brother Qin Xiao, how about we make a bet? A bet? Qin Shao laughed and said, "Don't tell me you want to compete with me to see who can break this great Tao space first. There doesn't seem to be anything to compete with, right?" "Yes, yes. Brother Qin Shao, you're so smart. You can read my mind." Yuan immediately nodded and laughed. "Ahem, I'm a roundworm?" Qin Shao coughed awkwardly. Yuan was slightly stunned for a moment, and then she seemed to react. She quickly shook her head and waved her hand, saying, "No, no, no. Brother Qin Shao, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Of course, you're not a roundworm. This is just a metaphor. You're comparing me to a roundworm. Then I'm similar to a roundworm, right?" Of course, Qin Shao knew that Yuan didn't mean that. She just wanted to make a joke with her and tease her. "Huh, no, 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 really not. I'm not comparing you to a roundworm." "Yes, yes, yes. Oh, I don't know what to say. Anyway, you're not a roundworm." Yuan was so anxious that she was about to lose her composure. Chapter 2906. Seeing Yuan blushing anxiously, Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. Her current appearance was truly indescribably adorable. There was a certain charm to it. She was cute, but also a little delicate, and there was an indescribable seriousness and a little stupidity. This kind of feeling made people want to hold her in their arms and love her dearly. Okay, Yuan, don't joke around. If you really want to play, then I'll play with you." "How do we play? What are the rules? Just tell me," Qin Shao said. Only then did Yuan calm down a little. After thinking for a while, Yuan said, "It seems that there's nothing worth gambling with. How about this, Brother Qin Shao? If you lose, then you and I will be sworn brothers and sisters. How about that?" This, ahem. Qin Shao coughed twice and said, "Don't you always call me brother? I also treat you as a sister. There's so many of us, and we are all brothers and sisters. Do we still want to be sworn brothers? Besides, if I were to marry you alone, what would that count as? If Zhang Yang and the others know about it, won't they scold us to death?" Yuan shook her head and said with a determined look, No, this is different. Although I have always called you Brother Qin Shao, you have always taken care of me as a sister. But this isn't legitimate. We haven't spilled blood, and we haven't bowed to the heavens. Without this ceremony, it doesn't feel that we are so close. So, Brother Qin Shao, why don't we still be sworn brothers? Didn't Ming Dali mention this before? There are too many people, and it does feel a little awkward. Now there are only two of us. Isn't it just right? Anyway, if you don't say it, and I don't say it, no one will know. Qin Shao really felt a little speechless. He felt that swearing to be sworn brothers was a hot-blooded action. Without this hot-bloodedness, it felt a little strange to suddenly talk about this matter. However, since Yuan had spoken, Qin Shao couldn't say anything. Therefore, Qin Shao asked again, Yuan, what if you lose?" Yuan pouted and said, "If I lose, then that's easy to handle. Don't worry, Brother Qin Shao. I won't let you suffer. If I lose, then I'll become your sworn brother. I'll call you Big Brother, and you'll treat me as your little sister. What do you think?" Qin Shao really had an impulse to vomit blood. When did Yuan learn to be so shameless? Isn't it all the same? Qin Shao smiled bitterly. However, Yuan said in all seriousness, "It's different. It's completely different. One was you looking for me, and the other was me looking for you. How could it be the same, right? It's definitely different." Fine. If that was the case, Qin Shao could only choose to admit defeat. Okay. As long as you're happy. Since you want to do this, then so be it, Qin Shao said with a smile. This matter was not a big deal. Anyway, he did treat Yuan as his little sister. Moreover, Yuan was his junior sister, so she could be considered as his little sister. Therefore, it was not a big deal to become sworn brothers. After all, their relationship had reached this point. It was just another ceremony. The two began to seriously examine this great path space. This great path space was not big. It was only the size of a large secret chamber. However, this space was completely sealed, forming an independent sealed space. The surrounding walls were not real. They were born from the Great Path. This space was also filled with the power of the Great Path. It was like countless threads covering the entire space. If they wanted to leave this space, they must find a way to break this Great Path space. The senior also said that if they used brute force, they wouldn't be able to get out. Although Qin Zhao's strength could reach the level of a fourth-step ancient saint, if he unleashed his full strength, it should not be enough to break open the Great Path space. Unless they used the ancient token, it was possible to leave. Of course, even if this was possible, Qin Zhao would definitely not use this trick easily. He would definitely try it first to see if he had the ability to directly break this Great Path space and leave here in the best way. This was the most meaningful thing for Qin Zhao. This was also a test, a difficult obstacle. His current cultivation was at a time when he urgently needed to undergo hardships. With this mentality, Qin Zhao's heart was naturally able to calm down completely, and he wholeheartedly immersed himself in inspecting this space. He carefully examined everything in this space, not letting go of any details. It was definitely not enough to just rely on the naked eye. After checking for a while, Qin Zhao released his consciousness and let his consciousness completely infiltrate this Great Path space to feel everything in this Great Path space. Soon, Qin Zhao felt that his consciousness had entered a mysterious world of the Great Path. The laws of the Great Path were like lines, frames, walls, and bricks. Then, these piled up into a huge and magnificent building. At this time, what Qin Zhao had to do was to find a way to break this huge and magnificent building and then find the only exit. This huge and magnificent building was not only huge and complicated, but also like a huge maze. Every checkpoint was guarded by the foundation of the laws of the Great Path. If he wanted to break through this great Tao space, he would have to go through all the trials and clear all the trials. Although Qin Zhao's laws of the Great Path had been cultivated to the minor realm, he felt that if he wanted to break this Great Path space, he had to cultivate the laws of the Great Path to the profound realm. This gave Qin Zhao a fright. How could it be so easy to break through the laws of the Great Path to the profound realm? It was too difficult, too difficult. This was equivalent to an increase in cultivation level. However, at this time, there was no other way. No matter how difficult it was, he could only break through. Otherwise, he was afraid that he could only use the ancient token to leave here. This was not the choice that Qin Zhao wanted. In Qin Zhao's heart, there was still a powerful force that must break this Great Path space. Cultivation, didn't it require such a wild force? It needed to be hot-blooded and hard-working, and it also needed a wild force. Hoo-hoo, Brother Qin Zhao, this seems to be very difficult. My laws of the Great Path seem to be only at the minor realm. I didn't cultivate the laws of the Great Path much before. I just broke through not long ago. I didn't expect that I would have to test the laws of the Great Path now. What should I do? I feel that if I want to break this Great Path space, I need to have a very deep grasp of the laws of the Great Path. Is it not possible to reach the minor realm? Yuan's voice suddenly came. Qin Zhao shook his head and replied, I might not be able to reach the minor realm. I'm not very sure. I'm trying. Yuan's voice was heard again. She continued, then this young lady will be at a disadvantage in this competition. Brother Qin Zhao, your great Tao should have already been cultivated to the small success realm, right? You have a big advantage over others. Hee, but you have to work hard. I won't admit defeat. I will definitely chase you to the end. Oh. Chase you to the end. It was not Qin Zhao's fault that his thoughts were not pure. This sentence was really very ambiguous. Of course, Yuan certainly did not know the ambiguity in this sentence, so she said it completely unintentionally. Qin Zhao could only smile bitterly in his heart. To Yuan, there was no difference whether she won or lost, right? Anyway, in the end, Wasn't he the one who would suffer a loss? Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this. It was better to break this great path space quickly. Leaving here was the right thing to do. Hao Yuanyuan wanted to play. Let her be. Qin Shao continued to devote himself to the study and comprehension of this great path space. This was also a kind of understanding and cultivation of the laws of the great path. Chapter 29:07. Paper couldn't wrap up the fire after all. No matter how well it was hidden, there would always be a time when it would be exposed. The giant sword group's vitality was greatly damaged, and the members also withdrew and left one after another. Some died, some left, and there weren't many left. As soon as the news spread, naturally, all the forces were eyeing this fat piece of meat covetously. Who didn't want to dominate the land of Tang City? The giant sword group had been dominating the land of Tang City for a long time, and no force dared to fight the giant sword group head-on. But now, the situation was different. All the major forces naturally revealed their ferocious fangs. Soon, there were forces fighting the giant sword group, causing the entire Tang City to fall silent. There was an uproar and chaos, and there were even many people who took advantage of the situation to loot. The giant sword group was completely finished. Many people also sighed with emotion. A force that had dominated the Tang City for so long was finished just like that. The speed was so fast that it made people speechless. They didn't even have time to react. Something that they had never thought of, but it happened. In a quiet palace 10 billion miles away from Tang City, 3 miserable figures were hiding in the darkness. Their bodies were all stained with blood. It was obvious that they had just experienced a bloody battle. The leader was none other than Leader Yahong. Now his name, as the leader of the giant sword group, could be considered to exist in name only. Seeing that only 2 people were left with him, Leader Yahong felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. The brothers of the giant sword group who had licked the knife together for so many years were either dead or scattered. In the end, only 2 people were left by his side. 1 out of 10 survived. How ironic was this? His life's blood, sweat, and tears had been destroyed in a single day. And all of this, who was to blame? Qin Shao. Leader Yahong's fists were about to shatter. The anger in his heart had also reached the extreme. Hate, he really hated. All of this was because of Qin Shao. Everything was because of Qin Shao. It was because of Qin Shao that he ended up in such a sorry state. It was because of Qin Shao that his huge sword were destroyed here. It was because of Qin Shao that he was deserted like a stray dog. The culprit of all of this was Qin Shao. His hatred for Qin Shao had already penetrated deep into his bones. Qin Shao, you killed my brother, destroyed my giant sword group, destroyed my life's work, and forced me to such a dead end. Even if I die, I won't let you go. I definitely won't let you go. No matter what price I have to pay, I will kill you. Kill you. Leader Yahong gnashed his teeth. His eyes were gloomy and cold. In his mind, he quickly formed a crazy plan. The 2 people following him were clearly in low spirits. The huge blow of the destruction of the giant sword corps was hard for them to accept. Big brother, they're too strong. Now that there are only 3 of us left, it's easier said than done to take revenge. Why don't we hide for a while and recuperate first, then think of a way to take revenge? It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge after 10 universe eras. We don't have to rush, said a second step ancient saint. The other first step ancient saint immediately agreed. Yes, big brother. We only have 3 people left. We can't sacrifice anymore. Otherwise, we won't be able to turn the situation around. Commander Yahong heavily patted their shoulders and said, in times of danger, only the 2 of you didn't abandon Big Brother. Only the 2 of you are Big Brother's true life and death brothers. Big Brother is very grateful to you for this and should also accept this affection. Don't worry, I've already lost so much. I won't act blindly without thinking. I'll only take action when I have a foolproof plan. But we must take revenge. Otherwise, we can only live in this shame for the rest of our lives. It'll make us suffer a fate worse than death. Big Brother has a way. I'll take you to see a powerful senior. I could be considered to have some sort of relationship with that senior. Plus, as long as you can pay the price, he'll do anything. Even if I have to spend all my life savings, even if I have to give up some things, I'm willing. When the two heard that, they were overjoyed. It seemed like there was hope for revenge. The three of them immediately moved. Celestial Waterhouse. At the peak of a huge mountain, there was a huge lake. There was an opening in the lake, forming a waterfall with a drop of more than 10,000 feet. It splashed up a sky full of mist, filling the entire sky. Under the illumination of the light, it formed a dense mist. Rays of rainbows formed, turning this place into a land beyond the heavens, a true paradise. In the lake, there was a palace floating on the water, looking very sacred, elegant and leisurely. The entire lake was protected by an incomparably powerful barrier, shrouding it so that outsiders couldn't barge in. At the end of the waterfall, a gate of heaven stood there, as if it was the gate of heaven that guarded everything here. On both sides of the gate of heaven, there stood a ferocious beast with a strange appearance. It was an extremely ferocious beast. These ferocious beasts were extremely violent and bloodthirsty, incomparably savage. As long as the master gave the order, they wouldn't rest until they were dead. They were wild beasts that fought. Once they entered a battle, they wouldn't be afraid of pain or death. They wouldn't give up until they were dead. Moreover, these ferocious beasts had extremely strong offensive power, and they were very good at attacking. These two ferocious beasts were actually first-step ancient saints. Ordinary second-step Empyrean saints would have to avoid such a ferocious beast. Otherwise, if they were to provoke them, their lives would be in danger. Allowing two ferocious beasts to enter the gate of heaven, it was enough to show the supreme aura. Such a majestic aura was enough to deter people from acting rashly here. A boy led Commander Yahong and the other two across the lake, walking towards the palace. Commander Yahong and the other two looked a little nervous. They moved forward cautiously, not daring to do anything improper. They were as obedient as puppets. Very soon, the boy brought the three of them to the door of a hall. The boy coldly said, "Wait here. You can enter after Master opens the door." After saying that, he left directly, ignoring Commander Yahong and the other two. Commander Yahong was very tactful. After nodding, he stood there respectfully and waited. The other two looked nervous and a little excited. The second-step ancient saint whispered, "Big Brother, is this the Master of Heaven River Palace?" Commander Yahong nodded. The second-step ancient saint was even more excited. He said, "Big Brother, you have a lot of connections. If we can get the Master of Heaven River Palace to help, we can avenge our great hatred. Qin Shao and the others will definitely die. However, it's said that we have to pay a great price to get the Master of Heaven River Palace to help. The Master of Heaven River Palace's asking price is very strange. It's not completely measured by wealth. Sometimes, there will be some strange requests. If we want to get the Master of Heaven River Palace to kill Qin Shao and the others, I'm afraid we'll have to pay a great price." Commander Yahong nodded and said, "The rumors are true. It's extremely difficult to get the Master of Heaven River Palace to help. We have to pay a great price. Some people can't even get the Master of Heaven River Palace to help them even if they go bankrupt. However, getting the Master of Heaven River Palace isn't the most difficult thing. The most difficult thing is to meet the Master of Heaven River Palace. The most difficult thing is to meet the Master of Heaven River Palace. Not everyone can come to the Heaven River Palace. Because I have some connections with the Master of Heaven River Palace, I was able to come to the Heaven River Palace and meet the Master of Heaven River Palace. With this opportunity, I can talk about the price. No matter how great the price is, I'm willing to pay. No matter what, I'll definitely get my revenge." The other two nodded solemnly. They couldn't help but admire Commander Yahong. Crack! At that moment, the door of the palace opened. Commander Yahong said to the two of them, "The master of Heaven River Palace doesn't like to see strangers. The two of you stay here and wait for me." Although they also wanted to see the master of Heaven River Palace, they didn't dare go against Commander Yahong's words. Therefore, they could only stay. Guild leader Yahong strode into the palace, and the palace door closed once again. After passing through the long corridor, Guild leader Yahong quickly saw a figure lying on a huge throne. The figure casually glanced at Guild leader Yahong. He chuckled and said, "Yahong, you still came to beg me." Commander Yahong immediately knelt in front of the master of Heaven River Palace and said respectfully, "Please help me, Palace Master. I'm willing to pay any price." "Oof, that's not what you said last time." The master of Heaven River Palace sneered. Commander Yahong's face darkened. He hurriedly said, "That was then and this is now. I believe that you won't lower yourself to the same level as me. This time, please help me." Yahong kowtows. Commander Yahong kowtowed to the master of Heaven River Palace as he spoke. However, the master of Heaven River Palace laughed. After laughing, he shook his head and said, "You don't have anything worth my help now. You can't pay the price I need. Therefore, you'd better leave." "What? Can't pay the price?" Commander Yahong's face became rather ugly when he heard that. He stared at the master of the Celestial River Palace in shock. He could afford it before, but he couldn't afford it now? Was the master of Heaven River Palace really so temperamental and fickle? Did he no longer need what he wanted? "I can afford it. I definitely can afford it. Even if you want my life, Yahong, will not frown. As long as the Heaven River Palace Master can help me this time, Yahong, am willing to give up everything and listen to your orders." Commander Yahong clenched his teeth and made up his mind as he spoke again. The Master of Heaven River Palace shook his head again and said, "Your giant sword group only exists in name now. That's all you have left. What's the use of your life? What's the use of your submission? That was then and this is now. Previously, I still wanted something from you. Unfortunately, after so long, I'm not that interested anymore. Now, there's nothing on you that can attract me. So what's the use of giving everything you have? Let's go. You'd better save the trouble of taking revenge. Don't waste your efforts. Waste your time. Don't waste your time." Commander Yahong felt extremely uncomfortable when he heard this. How could this be? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Please enlighten me, Master of Heaven River Palace. Commander Yahong wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could tell that the Master of Heaven River Palace was implying something. NBSB, hurry up and read it. Chapter 2908. You don't understand. I think you don't even know how you died. You are merely a second step ancient saint. There are too many people in this world that you can't afford to offend. Have you lived for so long in vain? The Heaven River Temple Master chuckled and said sarcastically. What did he mean? Commander Yahong was stunned when he heard the Heaven River Temple Master's rebuke. How could he not understand what he meant? Did the Heaven River Temple Master mean that Qin Shao was someone he couldn't afford to offend? Did this kid really have such a powerful background? He was merely someone from the Immortal Region. Even if he had a powerful background, he wouldn't be able to do anything in the Great Tao Sacred Realm, right? All right, you can scram now. If you want to die, that's your problem. Don't ask any more questions. The Heaven River Temple Master waved his hand and asked him to leave. Commander Yahong wanted to ask more questions, but when he saw that the Heaven River Temple Master had asked him to leave, he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only leave first. His heart was still filled with doubts, shock, and confusion. He was still wondering who exactly Qin Shao was. What kind of powerful background did he have? Even the Heaven River Temple Master didn't dare to touch him. Could he be a descendant or disciple of a worldly immortal? But that couldn't be right. Even if he had a worldly immortal as a background, the Heaven River Temple Master wouldn't be so afraid. Could his background be even more powerful than that? Although he was still full of doubts, Commander Yahong's thoughts of revenge had been doused by the Heaven River Temple Master's words. Could he only admit defeat? So what if he didn't admit defeat? He wasn't afraid of risking his life. But the problem was that even if he risked his life, it would be useless. Commander Yahong walked out of the hall dejectedly. He didn't say a word and left the Heaven River Temple with the other two. He was extremely depressed along the way. The second step, Ancient Saint couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, what's going on? Is the Heaven River Temple Master's price too high?" Commander Yahong shook his head and said, "The Heaven River Temple Master doesn't dare to offend Qin Shao. We can only admit defeat this time." What? Hearing guild leader Yahong's words, the two of them were truly quite shocked. Even the master of the Heaven River Temple did not dare to provoke him. Wasn't that too terrifying? Who was the master of the Heaven River Temple? He was a fourth-step Empyrean saint who had made a name for himself a long time ago. In the Zilin realm, he was definitely one of the strongest. It was said that even the realm lord of Zilin world had to show some respect to the master of Heaven Water Palace. He did not dare to provoke the master of Heaven Water Palace. From this, one could see how powerful the Heaven River Palace master was. Some even said that if the Celestial River Palace Master wanted to, he could replace the current master of Zilin Field and unify the entire field. Even if it was just hearsay, it was enough to tell. Even the Heavenly River Temple Master didn't dare to provoke Qin Shao. It was too scary to think about. It was really scary. The two of them looked at each other for a while, but their eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. It was as if guild leader Yahong had suffered a heavy blow. His mood was incomparably low, and he felt as if all his hopes had turned to dust. At this moment, he felt that life was meaningless. Suddenly, puff, puff, two sharp swords pierced through guild leader Yahong's saint body. The powerful force was like a deadly venom that quickly devoured guild leader Yahong's soul and consciousness, causing his life force to drain away quickly. Guild leader Yahong was already heavily injured. Now that he was in low spirits, he was defenseless. Guild leader Yahong's eyes widened. He looked at his two brothers with a ferocious and pained expression. He thought he was his most trusted brother. But these two brothers had sneakily attacked him and wanted to kill him. But it was too late. He had no power to fight back. "I treated you like my brothers and trusted you the most. How dare you betray me? Damn it, damn it. You'll die a horrible death. You'll die a horrible death." Guild leader Yahong roared in anger and knelt on the ground in pain. The two men had a crazed look on their faces as the second step Ancient Saint said, "Hee, I'm sorry, boss. We have no choice but to do this. Now that the giant sword group is destroyed, you have no one to rely on. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to make a comeback. What's worse is that you've provoked a terrifying existence. So, if we continue to follow you, we'll be seeking death. But if we leave you openly, we're afraid you'll kill us in a fit of anger. That's why we decided to go all the way and let you die, big brother. First of all, it'll relieve us of our worries and allow us to leave in peace. Second, if Lord Qin Shao comes after us one day, we can take it out to save our lives. Third, most of the wealth of our giant sword group has always been in your hands. It's time to give it to us. Hee, as long as you're dead, we can rest easy. With your wealth, us two brothers will be able to live a carefree and unfettered life. After leaving Zilin world, we'll find a good opportunity to come out and do something big. Wouldn't that be great? Do you really think we're loyal to you? Do you really think we'll follow you at all costs? Don't be too naive. All these years, when have you really treated us as brothers? You only have your brother Eugene in your eyes. That bastard, he's the weakest and has contributed the least, but he's the most domineering and has received the most benefits. Do you really think we're all very balanced? With a boss like you, we've long had objections. We're just suppressing it in our hearts. Leader Yahong was angry, but he was also a little speechless. For a moment, he couldn't say anything. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. This world was too cruel and realistic. When he was in power, everyone was extremely loyal to him. They called him Big Brother as affectionately as possible. When he lost power, he ended up being betrayed by his friends and family. In the end, he had to die at the hands of his own people. What kind of tragedy was that? What kind of irony was that? The myriad of emotions of life surged into his heart for a moment, making him feel like he'd been enlightened. But it was all too late. Doing too much injustice leads to one's own destruction. Karma would come. Baby Mo, it's been 1,000,000 years. Why haven't Big Brother and the others come out yet? I'm so anxious, Little Goo asked anxiously. He was an impatient person to begin with. Baby Mo said in annoyance, Little Goo, you've asked hundreds of times. Aren't you annoying? I've heard so much that my ears are about to grow calluses. We're so close to Master. We can sense with our souls, okay? Can't we clearly sense that Master is fine? Master must have obtained some good opportunity, so it's normal for him to be delayed a little. Even if you don't cultivate, I still have to cultivate. Don't disturb me. Go do what you need to do. Isn't the all-knowing book with you? Continue to flirt with your little sister Shu Ling. Cough, cough. Little Goo coughed awkwardly and said, Little sister Shu Ling is just a book spirit after all. She's not a real life. It's fine to joke and chat with her, but how can I really flirt with her? Shoo, shoo, shoo. Baby Mo waved his hand at Little Goo. On the other side, in the Great Path space, Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan had been trapped here for 1,000,000 years. Both of them were still trying hard to find a way to break out of this Great Path space and find a way to get out. This Great Path space was very complicated. It was too difficult to break out. However, the good thing was that even though it was very complicated, as long as one could overcome the complicated problems, one could comprehend some of the true essence of the Great Path Law. This was also a very big boost to one's cultivation of the Great Path Law. Therefore, in general, this Great Path space was a space that trapped people. At the same time, it was also a space that allowed people to cultivate and comprehend the Great Path Law. It was a mixed bag. Speaking of which, it was a prank by that ancestor. He wanted to play a joke on the later generations. He dug a deep hole and waited for the fated people of the later generations to jump in. However, at the same time, it also gave the fated people of the later generations a chance to experience hardships. Of course, it was very, very difficult to seize this opportunity. After all, this was only a sealed space constructed by the Great Path Law. It was not a space that was specially designed to teach the true essence of the Great Path Law to the later generations. Therefore, there was a fundamental difference between the two. Relatively speaking, the difficulty was probably no less than 10 times or 100 times. It was precisely because of this that Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan were also troubled. They were trapped for 1,000,000 years and still felt a little helpless. It was too difficult to comprehend and cultivate the Great Path purely from this Great Path space. Although the two of them had improved a lot in their comprehension and cultivation over the past 100,000 years, they still felt that there was a long way to go before they could break out of this Great Path space. It's not like that. It's too difficult to rely on pure Great Path strength to break out of this Great Path space and leave this place. According to my estimation, you need to at least cultivate the Great Path Law to the realm of great success. Moreover, it should be at a relatively stable level before you can forcibly break out of this Great Path space and leave from it. However, my current Great Path Law is only at the realm of small success. It's still one realm away from the realm of great success. It's very difficult to advance to the next level of the Great Path Law. Even though I have devoted myself to the cultivation of the Great Path Law for the past 1,000,000 years, this Great Path space has no way to guide my cultivation. Therefore, it's not of much help to my improvement. I still have to rely on myself. Purely relying on my own comprehension of heaven and earth to cultivate, this speed will naturally be very slow. At this rate, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to reach that level in 100 million years. If I'm really trapped here for hundreds of millions of years, or even longer, I'll really go crazy. No, I shouldn't be able to break out of this great path space like this. There should be other ways. What I want is not to completely master this great path space thoroughly, nor do I want to reach a very deep level. I just need to find a breakthrough point and tear out an opening. Then I can leave this great path space. Therefore, I don't really need to cultivate the great path law to the realm of great success to be able to break out of this great path space. Qin Xiao kept analyzing and thinking in her heart. She thought about the corresponding countermeasures and found all the possibilities. Then, she explored and worked hard along these possibilities. After thinking for a long time, Qin Xiao finally figured out how to break out of this great path space and leave as quickly as possible. Chapter 2909. This was how cultivation worked. How could one travel thousands of miles without accumulating steps? Under normal circumstances, cultivation required accumulation bit by bit, comprehension, and understanding of what was going on. Then, after accumulating for a long time, the quantitative change would reach a qualitative change, a transformation, and a breakthrough. Comprehension and cultivation required talent. Improvement and breakthrough required accumulation. It required both talent and potential, as well as the accumulation of time. Both were indispensable. Otherwise, it would be difficult to achieve anything. Qin Xiao slowly figured out some ways, but even so, it still took nearly 1,000,000 years before he finally understood something and cracked a small hole. Yuan, let's go. Qin Xiao immediately said to Yuan. However, Yuan pulled Qin Xiao and said with a serious face, "Don't worry, brother Qin Xiao. You won, and I lost. So, I'll swear to be your sworn brother. Let's bow to heaven and earth first before we go out." Bow to heaven and earth? Hearing this, Qin Xiao almost bit his tongue. What did it mean to bow to heaven and earth? But it seemed that they also bowed to heaven and earth when swearing blood. After a moment of embarrassment, Qin Xiao really didn't know what was going on. Why did they have to swear to be sworn brothers? Don't stand there. Brother Qin Xiao, come on. I'm ready. Right here. Let's bow to this wall. Seeing that Qin Xiao didn't respond, Yuan directly pulled Qin Xiao over and said to Qin Xiao with an excited and serious look. She was serious about this matter. Seeing Yuan's expression and the fact that he had no choice but to agree before, Qin Xiao had no choice but to let Yuan do as she wished. Although it seemed strange to bow to heaven and earth, it was fine as long as he didn't think in this way. Flop! Yuan directly knelt down, pulled Qin Xiao, and urged, "Hurry up, brother Qin Xiao." Well, it was fine to swear to be sworn brothers. In fact, Qin Xiao did treat Yuan as his younger sister. Firstly, she was a good friend, and secondly, she was his junior sister. With these two relationships, it was not a big deal to become sworn brothers. Having figured this out, Qin Xiao suddenly felt relieved. All right, let's do it then. Qin Xiao knelt down without hesitation. Looking at this cute and playful little girl, she felt the burden on her shoulders become heavier. Brother Qin Xiao, we don't need to spit blood. Let's just kowtow to the heavens and earth. Do you know what they say? I've read all kinds of things in books. Are we going to say something like, I, Li Yuan, Qin Xiao, hereby swear to be sworn brothers and sisters with different surnames? We swear by the heavens, and we swear by the earth, that we will share weal and woe in this life. I don't ask to be born in the same year, month, and day, but I ask to die in the same year, month, and day. Is that so? Yuan said with a smile. Qin Xiao smiled and said, whatever. Anything is fine. The main thing is that it's just a ritual. Let's do as you say. Therefore, The two of them swore with their souls at the same time, making an eternal oath to the way of heaven. This was a very solemn ceremony, as if they had made a contract. The ceremony was completed. Yuan was like a happy child. She smiled like a bright flower, jumped into Qin Zhao's arms, and hugged Qin Zhao. This was a hug between family members. Brother Qin Zhao, from now on, you're my big brother. In the future, no matter who bullies me, you'll be the first to stand up and protect me. That's great, yeah, Yuan said happily, and she seemed to be calling him brother more affectionately. Qin Zhao nodded. Satisfied, Yuan left the space of the great path with Qin Zhao and soon went out. Xiaogu was excited. He had waited for almost 2 million years, and he had been anxious to death. This matter was over. After being trapped for nearly 2 million years, he had gained a lot. Although he could not really make the Great Path law break through to the realm of great accomplishment, it had made Qin Zhao's accumulation much stronger. It was not bad to be able to have such an improvement. It could be regarded as a gain. Qin Zhao and the others left Tang City and headed in the direction of the Fulua realm. Along the way, they were also sightseeing. When there was something to play, they would stop and play. When there was something to cultivate, they would cultivate. When there was injustice on the road, they would also put on a show of helping others. On this day, Qin Zhao and the others walked into a mountainous area and stopped in front of a natural barrier, attracting the attention of Qin Zhao and the others. Qin Zhao sized up this natural barrier, and he clicked his tongue in wonder and exclaimed endlessly. He deeply felt the uncanny workmanship of nature. It was a very steep natural barrier, and it was very difficult to climb this natural barrier. Moreover, there were some obstructive forces which made this natural barrier, a natural place of danger. However, after looking at it for a while, Qin Zhao could not help but frown slightly. He was a little surprised. No, this natural barrier is not completely natural. It seems that there are some artificial modifications in it. This natural barrier should have been modified by an expert senior, making this natural barrier more powerful and terrifying. Many obstructive forces are connected to form a powerful whole. If that's the case, this natural barrier will become a dangerous place. Interesting. Is this deliberate? Or is there an expert living in seclusion nearby? Qin Zhao was thinking about this problem. He always felt that this natural barrier was very special. It was very likely that he had entered the territory of an expert senior. It was better to be careful when walking outside. He had to be on guard against everything. Some of the senior experts had eccentric personalities. If someone dared to intrude into their territory, they would be enraged and might even be killed. Some eccentric senior experts would not give you a chance to explain at all, regardless of whether it was intentional or not. Therefore, Qin Zhao had to carefully consider this at this time to see if there was such a possibility. Brother Qin Zhao, look over there. It seems that someone is there. Yuan suddenly pointed in a direction and said. Qin Zhao withdrew his thoughts and looked over. Sure enough, he saw a young man moving forward with difficulty in the natural barrier. It was a young man in the second step celestial realm. He was moving forward with great difficulty, but his face was incomparably firm, resolute. The second step celestial realm was considered a very good existence in a small tribe or town. However, in a bigger place, the second step celestial realm was obviously far from enough. Its level was very low. In the eyes of Qin Zhao and the others, it was undoubtedly a humble and weak ant. Brother Qin Zhao, what do you think that person is trying to do? He doesn't care about his life and death and insists on climbing this natural barrier. Why is that? What's behind that natural barrier? Or is he just purely tempering himself? If it's just purely tempering himself, then it seems that this person's perseverance is very good. There's a fierce force in him. As long as he's willing to sweat, then I think he still has some way out. Yuan said with a curious look. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, I don't know. It's hard to say for the time being. We'll know when we continue watching. But I think he has reached his limit. If it continues like this, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. However, looking at his appearance, it seems that he has no intention of giving up. I just don't know how long he can persist. Can he really persist to the end? That shouldn't be possible, right? In the face of life and death, he should be able to let go, right? Yuan blinked. Qin Shao did not speak anymore. The four of them simply moved closer and watched the young man climb the natural barrier there, enduring the terrifying test and obstacles. There was a kind of power in the young man's body that would never give up and would not let go no matter what. This power was very powerful, and it was the power that supported him to move forward. Therefore, even if he had been forced to his limit at this time, he still did not have the thought of giving up. Instead, he had a feeling that the more setbacks he suffered, the braver he became. It was the power of the will to fight to survive. Qin Shao admired this kind of drive a little. He did see a trace of himself in this young man. Of course, the great wide world was so big, and there were actually many people who could do this. It was just that Qin Shao did not travel much outside and had not seen many people, so he felt that he had not encountered many people. If he traveled a lot, Qin Shao would certainly encounter a lot of things at any time as time passed. In the end, he would be numb to it. It's over, it's over. That young man is going to be finished, Xiaogu suddenly said. However, the result was not as Xiaogu said. The young man broke through the limit and crossed a hurdle. This time, it should be over, right? Hey, is this boy a cockroach that can't be killed? It was not until the third time that the young man finally could not take it anymore. He finally lost the power to support himself and closed his eyes with a look of despair on his face. Xiaogu shook his head and said with a look of pity, "What's the point? Did he have to risk his life? Wouldn't it be fine if he gave up earlier? This time it's over. Since he can't create a miracle, I'll give him a miracle." Qin Shao suddenly said and patted Xiaogu. "Why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry up and save him." "Cough, big brother, he's just an ant. There's no need to save him, right?" Xiaogu said. Qin Shao said seriously, "An ant is also a person. Not to mention that we've been here for so long. It's not right for us to just watch that young man die. Moreover, even if he's just passing by, we shouldn't just leave him to die. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't hurry up, it'll be too late." Xiaogu did not hesitate and immediately attacked. However, while attacking, Xiaogu was still muttering, "Sigh, the weak have no human rights. The dirty and tiring work is all mine. The glamorous and imposing things are all baby Mo's. This won't do. I, Xiaogu, can't go on like this. I must find a way to regain my face. Yes, I must cultivate hard and try to surpass Baby Mo as soon as possible. That way, I can order Baby Mo around. No, Baby Mo's realm is too high. It's a bit difficult to surpass Baby Mo. Let's forget about it. Yes, it's more practical to change to Miss Yuan. We're all first-step ancient saints. There's still some hope to surpass her. No, that won't do. Miss Yuan is Big Brother's younger sister and the daughter of Holy Sage Supremely. No matter what, I don't dare to suppress her. It's over, it's over. No matter how hard I work, it's all in vain. No, it seems that I have to find a new spiritual beast for Big Brother. This is the only way to change my position. No matter what, I'm still someone with some strength and status. How can I always be suppressed?" Author Kanshong said, "Third update, fresh flowers. There are only 2 days left in this month, dear viewers. Therefore, if you still have fresh flowers in your hands, please don't hide them anymore. If you don't, it'll be a waste. It's a pity just thinking about it. Please support Kanshong." He's currently ranked 8th on the fresh flowers list. It's the worst result in the past year. Even if you don't support Kanshong, you should support Qin Shao. Raise the flowers. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.